Chapter 1. The Return of the Disciple, the Primordial Sword Body. Peak Master, I wish to withdraw from the peak. As Lin Xian gazed at the retreating figure of the young man from the Starfall Peak of the Qingyang Sword Sect, he shook his head, feeling little sorrow. This scene had replayed countless times over the past 3 years, leaving him somewhat desensitized. With this, only 5 remain on Starfall Peak, including myself, Lin Xian murmured to himself. 3 years prior, Starfall Peak thrived with over 10,000 disciples, ranking 13th among the Qingyang Sword Sect, with aspirations to ascend into the top 10. Yet, in less than 3 years, it plummeted from 13th to 33rd place. It is worth noting that the Qingyang Sword Sect consists of only 36 peaks. This decline stemmed from an unforeseen incident 3 years ago. Lin Xian's most prized disciple, Nangong Yaoguang, vanished during an external expedition. Initially, Lin Xian was frantic, fearing for her safety. However, 3 days later, a letter arrived at the Qingyang Sword Sect, delivered into Lin Xian's hands, revealing that his concerns were unwarranted. The letter, penned by Nangong Yaoguang herself, conveyed her farewell. She had not encountered any danger. Rather, during her journey, she met an individual who claimed to be the master of the Yaoqi Heavenly Palace. Recognizing her exceptional talent, he sought to take her as a disciple, and she accepted. Upon reading the letter, Lin Xian fell into a long silence before letting out a self-deprecating smile. The Yaoqi Heavenly Palace is one of the dominators of the Xian domain, and its master, Fairy Qi Yao, ranks among the top 10 formidable figures in the realm, a being of the revered realm. In contrast, while the Qingyang Sword Sect is one of the top 10 sects within the Tangqing Empire, there is no basis for comparison between the two. The Xian domain is vast, with countless nations like the Tangqing Empire. The Yaoqi Heavenly Palace stands as a titan within the Xian domain, while the Qingyang Sword Sect cannot even claim the top position within the small Tangqing Empire. The disparity is evident that in the expansive Tangqing Empire, not a single revered being exists, whereas within the Yaoqi Heavenly Palace, there are not only revered beings but several. The impact of this event on Lin Xian was profound, even becoming a source of inner turmoil. Lin Xian had always regarded Nangong Yaoguang as his pride. Since taking her as a disciple, he had dedicated himself to her training without reservation, only to receive such an outcome in return. This circumstance directly led to his failed attempt to break through to the King realm, resulting in a backlash that caused him to fall 2 realms. Since then, Lin Xian has spent most of his time in seclusion, nursing his wounds, leaving him unable to manage the affairs of the peak. Consequently, Starfall Peak began its gradual decline year after year. Not only did no new disciples join, but even the original disciples of Starfall Peak gradually departed to join other peaks. In just 3 short years, everything had changed. Regarding Nangong Yaoguang's betrayal, there are 2 differing opinions within the Qingyang Sword Sect. One faction deems her ungrateful, while another believes her choice was justified. After all, it was a revered master who personally extended an invitation. One must ponder, how many individuals could resist such an alluring temptation? When the news of Nangong Yaoguang's ascension to the hidden dragon ranking spread within the Qingyang Sword Sect 6 months ago, an increasing number of people began to believe that her decision to leave the Falling Star Peak and take Master Qi Yao as her mentor was indeed a judicious choice. Remaining at Falling Star Peak would have been a waste of her extraordinary talent. As for Lin Xian, the sentiments among the crowd were tinged with melancholy. Once the most sought-after peak master within the sect, he was a figure with immense potential to ascend to the king realm. Yet he found himself in such a disheartening situation. As he watched the departing disciple, Lin Xian suddenly emitted a soft exclamation, for above Yang Hao's head, a virtual frame gradually materialized. Name, Yang Hao. Age, 17. Realm, Qi Gathering First Level. Identity, true inheritor of Qiyang Peak. Destiny, possesses enlightened roots, green 6th grade. Recent events. Approached by Elder Huang of Qiyang Peak, he has decided to withdraw from Falling Star Peak, intending to make one final plea to his beloved junior sister, Su Yinxin, to leave. With him this. A system? Leaning back in his wooden chair, Lin Xian's eyes sharpened. A system. What a familiar yet alien term. Ever since he traversed into this world, he had seen neither a system nor any golden fingers. His ascension to the current tribulation realm was solely through his own efforts. Consequently, Lin Xian had long abandoned any hopes regarding systems or golden fingers. Yet, unexpectedly, after 27 years, this long-forgotten term resurfaced in his mind. Retrieving his gaze, Lin Xian closed his eyes, and a virtual frame slowly emerged in his consciousness. Investment Return System. Host, Lin Xian. Age, 27. Realm, Tribulation Realm 7th level. Identity, Peak Master of Falling Star Peak. Destiny, Born Sword Master Blue 3rd. Grade, Disciples, 110. The Investment Return System. For Lin Xian, who had perused numerous fantasy novels in his previous life, this concept was not unfamiliar. In an instant, he comprehended the system's purpose. Investment returns, as the name suggests, entail selecting an individual for investment, thereby triggering returns currently. The only candidates for investment were Lin Xian's disciples. The higher the qualifications of the invested disciple, the more precious the returns triggered. Moreover, Lin Xian's cultivation speed would also be intrinsically linked to that of his disciples. The collective cultivation pace of all his disciples would equate to Lin Xian's own cultivation speed. This aspect was exceedingly overpowered. Lin Xian summoned all the disciples within the peak. I have matters to discuss. An exhilarated Lin Xian, eager to test the investment return feature of the system, directly conveyed this message to a disciple within the peak. As Lin Xian was one of the few remaining disciples at Falling Star Peak. Though her talent was average, Lin Xian had once shown her kindness, which was why she had yet to depart. This young woman, although possessing mediocre abilities, bore a face that could bring nations to ruin. Within the Qingyang Sword Sect, she had numerous admirers. Just recently, Yang Hao, who had departed, was among her suitors. Yes, Peak Mastered in the plaza of Falling Star Peak. Upon receiving Lin Xian's message, Su Lin, while on her way to inform the other disciples, encountered Yang Hao, who had just left the main hall and was preparing to leave Falling Star Peak. Yang Hao, you arrived just in time. The Peak Master has sent word for all disciples to gather at the main hall. There are matters to discuss. However, Yang Hao gently shook his head and replied, I have just come from the Peak Master, and I am no longer a disciple of the Starfall Peak. As Lin Xian was taken aback, instantly grasping the situation. Her expression turned cold as she bypassed Yang Hao, preparing to inform others. Su Junior sister, will you truly not accompany me to Qingyang Peak? Elder Huang has already promised me that, for my sake, he could grant you a core disciple position. A core disciple position at Qingyang Peak is something many would covet. Remaining at Starfall Peak serves no purpose. However, before he could finish his sentence, Su Lin had already turned away, not looking back. She was indifferent to others' paths, but Su Lin firmly resolved that she would never leave Starfall Peak unless one day Lin Xian personally expelled her. Though her talents were modest, she understood the value of gratitude. 3 years ago, she witnessed an event that left a profound mark on her, and she lamented her lack of aptitude. For the past 3 years, she had tirelessly dedicated herself to training, hoping that one day she could assist the Peak Master in delivering a resounding blow to Nangong Yaoguang. Yet the disparity in innate talent could not merely be bridged by effort. Not long after, within the main hall of Starfall Peak, Lin Xian opened his eyes upon sensing someone's presence, only to find Su Lin alone. I am unsure where senior brother Wang Yan has gone. Senior sister Chu is also absent from the peak, having traveled to Qingyang City, but I've already sent the messages they should arrive shortly, she explained hastily, seemingly concerned about any misunderstandings. Nodding, Lin Xian thought that since they had yet to arrive, he might as well start with her and test this investment return system. He held a relatively deep impression of Su Lin. Although her talent was average, her diligence in cultivation was commendable. Yet, when Lin Xian's gaze shifted to the virtual frame above her head, he was taken aback. Name, Su Lin. Age, 17. Realm, Body Refinement 9th level. Identity, Disciple of Starfall Peak. Destiny, Blood of the Su Ancestor Emperor Wasted Golden Grade. Recent events, troubled by an inability to break through to the gathering Qi realm. The blood of the Su Ancestor Emperor? A golden destiny? Lin Xian almost doubted his own eyes. It was important to note that his own destiny was merely blue. From his system, he learned that above blue was purple, followed by orange, and then gold. Even the esteemed true disciple Qingyang Yaoguang was likely to possess only an orange destiny at best. How could this seemingly inconspicuous Su Lianxin possess a golden destiny? No, that was incorrect. The designation of wasted after her golden destiny indicated that it was a gold destiny that had been squandered. If she truly had a golden destiny, she would not be merely at the body refinement 9th level at the age of 17. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Lin Xian began to piece together the situation. Su Lianxin must have once possessed a golden destiny, that is, the blood of the Su ancestor emperor, but it had been forcibly taken from her. To validate his hypothesis, Lin Xian proceeded to inquire about Su Lianxin's family background. After listening to her responses, he was nearly certain that his conjecture was indeed correct. In the realm of Xian, there exist ancient clans with legacies that have endured through the ages. Although they have fallen from their former glory, their ancestors once basked in splendor. The Su clan is one such lineage. While the Xian Su clan may not rival the majesty of the Qiyao Heavenly Palace, even such a dominant force dares not provoke a lineage that has persisted for over a millennium. It is worth noting that Su Lianxin does not hail from the main branch of the Xian Su clan. Rather, she is a descendant of a subsidiary branch within the Tangqing Empire. Numerous similar branches exist within the Xian Su clan. Children born into these branches are required to participate in the ancestral land test at the age of 10. Should they receive the ancestral land's approval, they are permitted to remain with the main branch for cultivation, a dream cherished by many offspring of the Su clan's branches. Su Lianxin once underwent the ancestral land test, but her talents were deemed mediocre, leading to her return to the Su branch in the Tangqing Empire. Lin Xian scoffed coldly. The main branch of the Su clan is indeed ruthless. They not only deprived Su Lianxin of her awakened ancestral blood, but also altered her memories. Su Ditian. Lin Xian suddenly recalled a rumor he had heard. This Su Ditian is remarkable, being the son of the current clan head from the ancient Su clan of Xian. Years ago, he emerged triumphantly, decisively defeating the reigning champion of the Hidden Dragon rankings. Even now, he remains the unassailable #1, regarded as the hope for the Su clan's resurgence to the pinnacle of Xian. If Lin Xian's conjecture holds true, then Su Ditian's imperial blood must belong to Su Lianxin. What a twist of fate! Everything that is Su Ditian's rightfully should have been Su Lianxin's. When Lin Xian revealed this to Su Lianxin, she was utterly bewildered. It turns out she was never as ordinary as she believed. And no wonder she always sensed something amiss about her memories following her visit to the ancestral land, yet she couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Was it truly so? Lianxin, would you like to become my disciple? Lin Xian suddenly inquired, observing the myriad emotions reflected in her eyes. Although Su Lianxin is a disciple of the Starfall Peak, she is not yet Lin Xian's student. Today, he intends to formally accept her as his apprentice. Though her golden destiny has been rendered void, it still lingers within the destiny column. Does this imply Lin Xian wishes to test it? But my qualifications? Su Lianxin stammered, flustered. She had long aspired to be Lin Xian's disciple, a goal she had cherished for years. While she once possessed imperial blood, that was in the past. Now, at 17, she remains an ordinary individual who has yet to break through to the gathering chi stage. I only ask if you are willing. Upon hearing this, Su Lianxin's eyes glistened with tears as she nodded earnestly. I am willing. Master, I bow to you, she declared, kneeling before Lin Xian. He did not intervene, but instead tossed her a small jade vial. Inside the vial was a drop of phoenix blood that Lin Xian had obtained from a secret realm. When infused into one's bloodline, it could catalyze a transformation, enhancing one's innate talent, an exceedingly rare and precious substance. Gazing at the vial, Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh. This phoenix blood was initially meant for Qingyang Yaoguang. This is your initiation gift accepted. Thank you, Master. As Su Lianxin accepted Lin Xian's apprenticeship, the system's voice resonated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for investing in the blood of the Phoenix Sparrow. You receive a rebate of Ice Phoenix True Blood Gold 9th grade. Ding! Congratulations, host, for being favored by luck, triggering a critical hit, and receiving an additional rebate of innate primordial sword body red 1st grade. Chapter 2. Imperial Grade Techniques. The Great Dao Golden Elixir. What a surprise. Ice Phoenix True Blood. Innate primordial sword body. One is a gold 9th grade destiny. The other a red 1st grade destiny. Remarkable. Is this a glitch in the system? After all, strictly speaking, Su Lianxin had lost her imperial blood and was merely an ordinary person, yet the system still granted her a return of golden quality. Overwhelmed by joy, Lin Xian contemplated another way to exploit the glitch. If the items returned by the system could be given to a disciple, would they trigger a return again? If so, wouldn't that create an endless loop? Gazing at his newly accepted disciple, Lin Xian felt as though he was staring into a vast treasure trove. Meanwhile, Su Lianxin felt somewhat uneasy under Lin Xian's gaze, her cheeks slightly flushing. Disciple, consume the contents of this jade vial. Lin Xian tossed a jade vial, which contained the Ice Phoenix True Blood. Curious, Su Lianxin accepted the vial without hesitation and swallowed its contents, completely unperturbed by the thought of Lin Xian causing her harm. Regardless of her trust in Lin Xian, given their disparity in power, he need not go to such lengths. Indeed, it doesn't work. The system's notification did not sound, leaving Lin Xian somewhat disheartened. It seemed he had overestimated his ability to exploit the system. Such an apparent glitch would not be permitted by the system. However, shortly after consuming the drop of Ice Phoenix True Blood, Su Lianxin felt a chill envelop her. Yet, this sensation did not last long, and she soon returned to normal. This indicated that the Ice Phoenix True Blood had completely merged into her being. Moreover, Su Lianxin sensed something amiss. Her speed of spiritual energy absorption, how could it be so rapid? It was exponentially faster than before. Master, what exactly did you have me consume? Master, what was in that jade vial you gave me? Unable to suppress her curiosity, Su Lianxin inquired. A drop of Ice Phoenix True Blood. Do not be deceived by its singularity. It is Phoenix True Blood, whose value surpasses the imperial blood that was extracted from you. Naturally, while Su's imperial blood was not lacking, it was merely gold 1st grade. In contrast, Ice Phoenix True Blood was gold 9th grade, a full 9 levels apart. More precious than the imperial blood that was taken from her? Master, this seems far too precious, disciple. Before Su Lianxin could finish her words, Lin Xian interrupted her. I'm giving you a goal. In the future, I want to see you trample Su Daitian beneath your feet. If you can achieve this, it will justify my bestowing upon you such a precious Ice Phoenix True Blood. Rest assured, Master, I will not disappoint you. Not only Su Daitian, but also Nangong Yaoguang. However, the latter thought remained tucked away in Su Lianxin's heart. Although the origin of that drop of Ice Phoenix True Blood remained a mystery, Su Lianxin was acutely aware of what inquiries were appropriate and which were not. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Xian began to appear exceedingly enigmatic in her eyes. The Ice Phoenix True Blood. Such a priceless treasure could not possibly be possessed even by the esteemed Su clan, let alone the minor Qingyang Sword Sect. This was not something that should even exist in the Xian domain. After merging with the Ice Phoenix True Blood, Lin Xian could distinctly perceive a significant increase in his absorption of spiritual energy, multiplying at an astonishing rate. Indeed, a prodigy of the golden 9th grade destiny. Upon reviewing Su Lianxin's profile once more, he noted the addition of the Ice Phoenix True Blood golden 9th grade in the destiny column. With this, my newly accepted disciple's talent has surely escalated. Lin Xian thought, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had another valuable item stored within his spatial ring. A fragment of a martial arts manual, entitled Dongxian True Scripture. This was something Lin Xian had acquired years ago through an auction, having expended a considerable amount of spirit stones. He had hoped to glean some insights from it, but its severe incompleteness had hindered his understanding over the years. Lin Xian was certain that this Dongxian True Scripture was of a high grade. Had it not been incomplete, it would surely belong to the esteemed tier of martial arts. Regrettably, it was flawed. Yet, one could hardly expect otherwise. If it were whole, it would not have fallen into Lin Xian's possession. The value of a complete esteemed grade martial art was beyond his means. This is an incomplete manual that I have studied for many years without success. I shall pass it on to you as well, Lin Xian stated, retrieving the fragment of the Dongxian True Scripture from his spatial ring and, finding a convenient excuse, handed it to Su Lianxin. Ding. Congratulations to the host for investing in the Dongxian True Scripture fragment, receiving a rebate of Qingdi fragment. Lin Xian inwardly cursed. This system was indeed cunning. I invest in a fragment, and it returns another fragment to me. Fortunately, upon glancing at the return Qingdi, he found that, Although incomplete, it differed from the Dongxian True Scripture, which was flawed from the outset, rendering it virtually untrainable. In contrast, the Qingdi Jing. Lin Xian noted that only the latter sections were missing, while the earlier parts remained intact. At least you possess a modicum of integrity, broken system. The Qingdi Jing was a sacred grade martial art. The first 5 levels were complete, while the 6th and 7th levels were incomplete. Sacred grade martial art. Lin Xian's breath hitched. Was this the result of Su Yinxin's soaring talent? You truly are a remarkable disciple. I merely provided you with a fragment of an esteemed grade martial art, and in return, you offer me a sacred grade martial art? Although it too has its flaws, it would not significantly impact Lin Xian at this stage. Casting a glance at his spatial ring, Lin Xian sighed. Over the years, in his quest for healing, he had depleted his resources entirely. He had neither spirit stones nor medicinal pills left. Presently, he possessed little of value left for investment, save for a few pills. Without further thought, Lin Xian directly took them out and handed them to Su Yinxin. Gathering Qi pills, enhancing origin pills, breaking realm pills. Ding! Invested in gathering origin pills, receiving a rebate of 6 transformation, Xian spirit, pill, 7 patterns, x1. Ding! Invested in enhancing origin pills, receiving a rebate of sword intent pill, 4 patterns, x2. Ping. Investment in the boundary breaking pill, rebate on the grand pill 9 patterns, x1. The pill patterns. The return rebate pills are all of grade 6 or above. Pills are classified into 9 grades, corresponding to various realms, such as the Gathering Qi pill, the Yuan Enhancing pill, and the Boundary Breaking pill, all of which are investments made by Lin Xian. Except for the Boundary Breaking pill, which is a grade 4 pill, the others are all grade 3. Moreover, the returned rebate pills are all of the pattern level. Among them, there even exists a 9-pattern pill. Pill patterns, even a single one, are exceedingly rare, and ordinary alchemists are incapable of producing them. Each additional pattern significantly enhances the pill's efficacy. The 6th transformation Mystic Spirit Pill, a grade 6 pill that can greatly elevate one's cultivation, applicable below the royal realm. The Sword Intent Pill, a grade 7 pill that assists one in comprehending the true essence of the sword path, a treasure long sought after by countless sword cultivators. This pill is merely a legend, never having been seen, and for some, it exists only in tales, not in reality. The Grand Pill, a grade 6 ancient spiritual pill, long lost to time, it aids the consumer in comprehending at least 9 paths when breaking through to the royal realm. The Grand Pill, and it has 9 patterns. For Lin Xian, who had previously attempted to break through to the royal realm, he naturally understood the significance of this Grand Pill. Although it is merely grade 6, its value surpasses that of many ordinary grade 8 pills. Typically, those who are strong enough to face tribulations must comprehend at least one path when breaking through to the royal realm. The majority of royal realm cultivators only grasp one path upon breaking through, much like Lin Xian, who once endeavored to understand the sword path to ascend to the royal realm, but ultimately failed. Those who comprehend 2 paths are exceedingly rare, and they possess strength far superior to those who only grasp one path when they reach the royal realm. As for those who comprehend 3 paths, they are even scarcer. Such beings, even if they have just entered the royal realm, possess strength comparable to that of 2nd or even 3rd level royal cultivators. The Grand Pill enables Lin Xian to comprehend at least 9 paths. This does not even include the paths Lin Xian has already grasped. This is no mere grade 6 pill, it is likely on par with a grade 9 imperial pill. At this moment, Lin Xian's emotions were beyond the capacity of words to convey. Just then, the other 2 disciples, whom Su Yinxin had recently informed, arrived, compelling Lin Xian to suppress his excitement. Wang Yin and Chu Yumeng. Among them, Wang Yin is Lin Xian's disciple, possessing considerable talent. Chu Yumeng, however, is not Lin Xian's disciple, but joined the Starfall Peak a year ago. When she joined, Lin Xian found it somewhat peculiar. Although her talent was not particularly outstanding, it was still acceptable. She could have joined peaks ranked higher than Starfall Peak, yet she chose Starfall Peak. However, Lin Xian was focused on healing at the time and paid her little attention. Utilizing the system's investigative function, Lin Xian reviewed their profiles. Name: Wang Yan. Age: 19. Realm: Gathering Qi second level. Identity, Starfall Peak disciple, Lin Xian's student. Destiny, strength that can move mountains and rivers green. Grade 1. Recent events. Engaged in cultivation, preparing for the Qingyang Sword Sect competition in 6 months. Name, Chu Yuming. Age, 17. Realm, 3rd level of Earth. Profound. Identity, disciple of the Starfall Peak. Destiny, Yushui Xian Body Orange Grade 8. Recent event. Recently acquired a supreme level cultivation technique from the soul of a celestial venerable and is prepared to cultivate it. Wang Yan's profile appears relatively normal. But what is the situation with Chu Yuming? 3rd level of Earth Profound? Goodness, if it weren't for the system's probing capabilities, Lin Xian might have been deceived by her. The realm she displays outwardly only reflects the 1st level of Qi gathering. Moreover, a celestial venerable's soul? Could it be that she harbors the soul of a fallen celestial venerable within her? The ranks of venerables are divided into 3 realms: venerable, earth venerable, and celestial venerable. At this level, the disparity between each realm is immense. While there are some venerables in the profound domain, the majority are merely venerables, with only a select few reaching the earth venerable stage, and none at all in the celestial venerable realm. That is celestial venerable's accompanying spirit? This Starfall Peak truly harbors hidden talents. With Su Lianxin and Chu Yuming, only Wang Yan stands as the ordinary one. Chu Yuming, a 17-year-old at the 3rd level of Earth Profound, possesses a talent that is nothing short of extraordinary. Even when compared to Lin Xian's former disciple, Nangong Yaoguang, Chu Yuming is at least her equal, if not surpassing her. With her exceptional gifts, which major sect in the profound domain could she not join? Why, then, has she come to this modest Qingyang Sword Sect? Why has she chosen to join my Starfall Peak? Surely, she must be plotting something. Nevertheless, Lin Xian does not intend to expose her for the time being. Regardless, during her year at Starfall Peak, she has not committed any acts that would harm it. A celestial venerable's soul, intriguing indeed. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and gazed at Chu Yuming, saying, "The purpose of summoning you here is to formally accept you as my disciple. Will you consent to take me as your master?" Though he is unaware of her true intentions, Lin Xian is indifferent. What matters to him is that Chu Yuming can significantly enhance his cultivation speed. Her orange grade 8 destiny likely surpasses that of Nangong Yaoguang in her prime. To not take her as a disciple and benefit from her cultivation acceleration would indeed be a pity. As for the future, that is a matter for another time. To accept a master? Lin Xian's words caught Chu Yuming off guard. Clearly, she had never contemplated the notion of taking Lin Xian as her mentor. She had been as inconspicuous as possible, demonstrating talents no different from those of ordinary disciples, all to keep herself hidden and unnoticed. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. This subtle change did not escape Lin Xian's notice. It is of no consequence except as offer. We shall remain in the Qingyang Sword Sect for a while longer. An ancient voice resonated in Chu Yuming's consciousness, Master, on high. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuming no longer hesitated and knelt to accept the apprenticeship. After the ceremony, Lin Xian distinctly felt his capacity to absorb spiritual energy had increased significantly. Previously, his cultivation speed was comparable to Su Lianxin's. Now, it has exceeded hers by a considerable margin. Subsequently, Lin Xian bestowed the 1st level of the Qingdi Sutra's cultivation method upon his 3 disciples. With the system in place, one can expect to acquire even more advanced techniques in the future. Hence, there is no reluctance in sharing, given that this is merely the 1st layer of the Qing Emperor Classic. Nevertheless, Lin Xian cautioned the 3 not to disclose this information to outsiders. Lin Xian refrained from declaring the Qing Emperor Classic as a sacred tier technique, as such a statement would be rather astonishing. The emergence of a technique surpassing the imperial tier within the confines of the modest Tang Qing Empire was indeed remarkable. Once they embarked on their cultivation journey, they would undoubtedly recognize the extraordinary nature of the Qing Emperor Classic that Su Lianxin, possessing the bloodline of the true Phoenix, and coupled with this sacred tier technique, would likely experience a dramatic surge in her cultivation speed to an astonishing degree. Consequently, Lin Xian's own cultivation speed would also escalate by several levels. As for Chu Yuming, she might not necessarily cultivate the Qing Emperor Classic. And, as Lin Xian had anticipated, This indeed proved to be the case. Upon receiving the technique bestowed by Lin Xian, Chu Yuming did not even spare a glance before carelessly tossing it into a corner of her storage ring. In her eyes, Lin Xian was merely the lord of a peak within the Qingyang Sword Sect, not even at the king realm thus. What treasures could he possibly provide? In comparison to the esteemed tier technique recently bestowed by her master, the technique given by Lin Xian, even the foundational technique of the Qingyang Sword Sect, appeared to her as nothing more than refuse. She had no interest in cultivating it, let alone taking the time to examine it. If not for the necessity of appearances, she would have been disinclined to accept it, as it would merely occupy space in her storage ring. Upon learning that the entity within her sea of consciousness had once been a formidable being of the celestial sovereign realm, Chu Yoming's standards had risen considerably. Ordinary items no longer held any allure for her. Seeing the astonishment and sheer joy on the faces of Wang Yin and Su Lianxin after receiving the technique from Lin Xian, Chu Yuming could not help but find it somewhat amusing. A technique she could not even be bothered to glance at had become a treasure in their eyes. With less than half a year remaining until the sect competition, I hope you both cultivate diligently and earn commendable results on my behalf. After imparting a few more instructions, Lin Xian dismissed them. It was time for him to begin assimilating the treasures he had acquired, including the 3 spirit pills and the first grade destiny, the innate mixed elements sword body. Chapter 3: The Realm of Combat Kings. Comprehending the 18 Great Avenues. Innate primordial sword body, minor achievement. Sword path comprehension speed, 1000. Sword path divine power, 1000, when Lin Xian completely fused with the innate primordial sword body. He was genuinely astonished by its enhancement. A comprehension speed of 1000% regarding the true essence of the sword. A divine power of 1000% for sword techniques. How extraordinary is this? Could this be the manifestation of a red destiny? And this is merely the minor achievement of the innate primordial sword body. It seems almost too preposterous. However, the astonishing developments did not cease there. As Lin Xian endeavored to grasp the sword intent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the first layer of sword intent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the second layer of sword intent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the third layer of sword intent. 3 layers of sword intent. It is essential to recognize that Lin Xian is a sword cultivator, and throughout the years, he has tirelessly sought to comprehend sword intent. Yet, he had not even grasped its rudimentary form, illustrating just how arduous it is to truly understand the essence of the sword. But now, in an instant, he has comprehended 3 layers of sword intent. What does comprehending 3 layers of sword intent signify? Even within the Qingyang Sword Sect, only one individual has managed to grasp sword intent, namely the esteemed elder, Xianjian Laozu. He had only managed to comprehend the first layer of sword intent. Even the sect leader of the Qingyang Sword Sect has merely grasped the rudimentary form of sword intent, not the true form. Now, Lin Xian has not only comprehended sword intent, but has achieved the remarkable feat of grasping 3 layers of it. Sword cultivators have always been renowned for their formidable lethality, and those who have comprehended sword intent are regarded as figures to be avoided by countless practitioners. The Qingyang Sword Sect's position among the top 10 sects within the Tangqing Empire is significantly attributed to the presence of an unparalleled sword cultivator, Xianjian Laozu. Today, even a genuine combat king could find themselves challenged. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Lin Xian's eyes. This was the absolute confidence bestowed upon him by the innate primordial sword body, coupled with the 3 layers of sword intent. Of course, if this notion were to be disclosed to others, it would only elicit ridicule. The 7th layer of the Calamity realm battling a combat king? One absurd joke. The chasm between the Calamity realm and the combat king realm is akin to an insurmountable abyss. Not to mention the 7th layer of the Calamity realm. Even a complete 9th layer of the Calamity realm would be easily suppressed by a true combat king. All beneath the combat king are, but ants is not merely a saying. Even 10 9th layer Calamity realm practitioners could never contend with a single combat king. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Lin Xian devoted himself to refining the immense power brought by the sixfold mysterious spirit pill. In just 3 short months, Lin Xian's realm ascended from the 7th layer of the Calamity Realm to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Calamity Realm. Reflecting upon his return to this realm, Lin Xian felt a surge of emotion. Initially, he had plummeted from the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Calamity Realm to the 7th layer due to a failed breakthrough to the Combat King realm. He once believed he would never step foot in this realm again. Yet, unexpectedly, after several years, he has once more reached this stage. He is poised to challenge the Combat King realm again. But unlike the last time, this time, Lin Xian is filled with unwavering confidence. For the past 3 months, Lin Xian's gains have been far beyond mere progress. His sword intent has ascended from the original 3 levels to the current 4. He retrieved the precious 9-patterned Great Dao Golden Pill from his storage ring. Now, his ambitions extend beyond merely breaking into the King realm. He aspires to enter with multiple paths. The Great Dao Golden Pill enables Lin Xian to comprehend 9 distinct paths. And with the terrifying speed of enlightenment afforded by his innate primordial sword body, he has additionally grasped 7 paths within the sword system, including Fire Sword, Water Sword, and Ice Sword. Coupled with the Thunder Sword and Wind Sword he is currently understanding, this totals 18 paths. To enter the King realm with 18 paths is likely unparalleled in history. For ordinary cultivators, achieving the 9th level of tribulation, comprehending even a single path is an arduous endeavor, making it exceedingly rare to grasp a second. Those who manage to grasp 2 paths to enter the King realm stand out as the elite. A King realm cultivator with 2 paths is significantly stronger than one with merely 1. Those who ascend with 3 or 4 paths are even fewer, with the difficulty increasing exponentially. Lin Xian, with his ambition to enter the King realm through 18 paths, is surely a unique phenomenon. As soon as he successfully comprehends the Thunder Sword and Wind Sword, he will commence his breakthrough to the King realm. Contemplating this, Lin Xian eagerly anticipated the grand spectacle of his ascension. After securing the Great Dao Golden Pill, he took out a jade vial containing 2 sword intent pills. These 2 pills, though precious, hold little value for Lin Xian at this stage, as he has already mastered the 3rd level of sword intent. The sword intent pills merely assist the user in comprehending the 1st level of sword intent. Upon reflection, Lin Xian decided to bestow them upon Su Lianxin and Wang Yan. Why Wang Yan instead of the more gifted Chu Qudream? Because Lin Xian still harbors reservations about her. Despite her taking him as her master, the status of the celestial sovereign's soul within her remains uncertain. After summoning Wang Yan and Su Lianxin, Lin Xian presented the 2 sword intent pills to them. In the 3 months of their absence, both have experienced a meteoric rise in cultivation, particularly Su Lianxin, who possesses the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix. With her golden 9th rank destiny and the holy class cultivation method, her advancement has been remarkable. Within this short span, Su Lianxin has surged from the 9th level of body refinement to the current 9th level of Qi gathering. Over these 3 months, she felt as if she were in a dream, everything so unreal, breaking through 8 or 9 realms in mere months. The Ice Phoenix bloodline is truly extraordinary. Moreover, the cultivation method bestowed by her master, the Qing Emperor Scripture, though its grade is unclear, undoubtedly surpasses the techniques of the Qingyang Sword Sect she previously practiced by countless magnitudes. The more she cultivates, the more astonished Su Lianxin becomes. Just who is her master? As for Wang Yan, although his innate talent pales in comparison to Su Lianxin's, his cultivation of the holy class method has still led to significant progress. In 3 months, he has advanced from the 1st level of Qi gathering to the 5th level. Lin Xian is quite pleased with this outcome. In approximately 3 months, the Great Sect competition will commence. Lin Xian is not particularly concerned about the superficial fame associated with it. Rather, it is the extraordinary rewards of this competition that captivate his interest, especially the top 3 prizes. After receiving the sword intent pills bestowed by Lin Xian, both Wang Yan and Su Lianxin refrain from asking further questions. They possess an unwavering trust in Lin Xian, and thus, they do not pry into matters he chooses not to disclose. These 2 sword intent pills may very well enable them to comprehend the sword intent before the competition begins. Even if they do not grasp the complete sword intent, they are certain to attain its nascent form. While it is difficult to predict Wang Yin's progress, Su Lianxin, upon comprehending the nascent sword intent, would undoubtedly secure a position among the top 3 in the upcoming competition. Should she fully realize the sword intent, no one would be able to contest her for the first place. Conversely, Chu Yuming has spent little time at the peak over the past 3 months, returning only once or twice. Her advancement has been the slowest among Lin Xian's 3 disciples, rising merely from the 3rd to the 4th level of the Earth Realm. This pace is not inherently slow, but it pales in comparison to her peers. In contrast to Su Lianxin and Wang Yin, who have cultivated the Qingdi Scripture, her progress appears remarkably sluggish. Even Wang Yin, whose innate talent is inferior to hers, has made significantly greater strides during these 3 months. This is no exaggeration, considering that the Qingdi Scripture is a transcendent method beyond the imperial tier. Even the first level of it cannot be compared to the esteemed tier techniques that Chu Yuming practices. It is evident that she has not cultivated the sacred tier technique, namely the Qingdi Scripture. However, that is her choice. Lin Xian has provided the method, and whether she chooses to practice it is entirely up to her. One wonders how she will react when she eventually realizes that Su Lianxin and Wang Yin, who were once her inferiors, will soon surpass her. Subsequently, Lin Xian continued his seclusion, contemplating the Thunder Sword and Wind Sword. Yet, less than 2 days into his retreat, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Starfall Peak, the master of Tianyuan Peak. Chapter 4. Enticement or Coercion. Tianyuan Peak, ranked 9th among the 36 peaks of the Qingyang Sword Sect. The leaders of the top 10 peaks are all formidable figures of the Wang realm. Although most of them are merely at the first level of Wang realm, the distinction remains significant. To those who have not entered the Wang realm, even a perfected jiebing at the 9th level is regarded as inconsequential. The arrival of the Tianyuan Peak master left Lin Xian somewhat perplexed, for he had little interaction with this distinguished individual and was uncertain of the purpose behind this visit. Nevertheless, respect must be afforded to a genuine powerhouse of the Wang realm. Apologies for not extending a proper welcome upon your arrival, Lin Xian expressed. But the Tianyuan Peak master merely nodded in acknowledgement and, taking the lead, stepped into the main hall as though it were his own Tianyuan Peak rather than the Qingyang Peak. This gesture caused Lin Xian to furrow his brow slightly. Upon entering the main hall, before Lin Xian could inquire about the purpose of the visit, the Tianyuan Peak master spoke first. I have come solely for one matter. Qingyang Peak master, would you be interested in joining the Holy Sun's faction? The word struck Lin Xian with surprise. Joining the Holy Sun's faction? Was this an attempt to win him over? He was aware of the ongoing rivalry between the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden within the sect. The Qingyang Sword Sect was not a unified entity, but rather divided into 2 major factions, each balancing the other. The factions of the Holy Sun and the Holy Maiden. With the Holy Sun Lu Tianxing and Holy Maiden Li Fufeng, respectively, were embroiled in a silent competition. The Holy Sun was backed by the master of the 2nd peak, while the Holy Maiden enjoyed the support of the master of the 1st peak. What was often labeled as a conflict between the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden was, in truth, a struggle between the 2nd and 1st peak masters. This rivalry had persisted for quite some time, with the Holy Maiden's faction generally holding the upper hand, until 1 year prior, when the 2nd peak master broke through to the 3rd level of Wang realm, altering the balance of power. While more than 10 Wang realm experts existed within the Qingyang Sword Sect, the majority were at the 1st level, with only the masters of the top 3 peaks at the 2nd level or higher. The Holy Maiden's faction had thrived largely due to the backing of the 1st peak master, a 3rd level Wang realm expert, making her the strongest individual in the sect aside from the sect leader and the Grand Elder. The 2nd peak master, being at the pinnacle of the 2nd level, had allowed the Holy Maiden's faction to maintain its superiority over the Holy Sun's side. However, the dynamics shifted 6 months ago following the 2nd peak master's breakthrough to the 3rd level. Particularly intriguing was the rumor that the usually neutral 3rd peak had recently begun gravitating towards the 2nd peak. further diminishing the Holy Maiden's advantages and placing her faction at a disadvantage. Should the rumors prove true and the third peak master align with the Holy Sun's faction, the latter's advantage would become overwhelming. Until now, Lin Xian had maintained a neutral stance, or rather, a forced neutrality, as no one had sought to recruit him, especially after his unsuccessful breakthrough to the Wang realm, which had seen his cultivation diminish to the 7th level of jibbing. Yet now, the prospect of being courted was presented to him. It seemed that the conflict between the factions was nearing its conclusion. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xian inquired, "What benefits would I receive if I were to join?" The master of Tianyuan Peak cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xian and replied, "Benefits? Once your highness ascends to the position of young sect master, you will still hold your title as the master of Qingyang Peak." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's expression turned frosty. He was not foolish and readily discerned the implication behind the master's words. Was this a benefit? It resembled more of a veiled threat. The master's insinuation was clear. If Lin Xian agreed to join the saint's faction, he would retain his position as master of Qingyang Peak after the saint triumphed over the saintess and was established as the young sect master. Conversely, should Lin Xian refuse the saint's camp, he could expect to be unceremoniously stripped of his title. What sort of persuasion was this? It felt more like intimidation. "You must understand," the master continued, "individuals of your caliber, those at the 7th layer of the catastrophe realm, are few in number within the sect. Yet there are many who covet your position as master of Qingyang Peak." Lin Xian's countenance darkened as he spoke in a low voice. "Is this your personal wish? Or the saints?" The master of Tianyuan Peak chuckled coldly. "It is both my intention and His Highness's. Now, I require your answer." The master was beginning to show signs of impatience. As a formidable figure in the King realm, his personal visit to recruit Lin Xian was, in his eyes, a significant gesture of respect. Yet, having received no benefits, he now resorted to threats? Even a mud figure would retain some semblance of anger. How much more so would Lin Xian? Even the former Lin Xian would not have yielded, let alone the current version of him. "Oh." Lin Xian's response clearly caught the master of Tianyuan Peak off guard. In his perspective, the opportunity to continue as master of Qingyang Peak after the saint's ascension was the greatest benefit he could offer. Yet, Lin Xian appeared to be rather unyielding. "Very well. I hope you do not come to regret your decision today." With that, the master turned and departed without delay. "You too," Lin Xian muttered coldly as he watched the master's retreating figure. The master, upon hearing Lin Xian's words, merely smiled disdainfully and continued on his way, dismissing the remark entirely. Will he regret it? What a joke. Upon returning and reporting the matter to the saint, Lu Tianxing, the master of Tianyuan Peak, wore a faint smile, unfazed by the incident. It matters not. Just a mere 7th layer of the catastrophe realm. Their decision to join or not will hardly sway the grand scheme of things. If they do not desire the position of master of Qingyang Peak, I shall not force them. Elder Jean, I have heard you recently experienced a breakthrough. The master of Tianyuan Peak suddenly turned his gaze toward a white-robed elder nearby. In response, the elder slightly inclined his body and said, reporting to the Peak Master, "I recently advanced to the 6th layer of the catastrophe realm." The master of Tianyuan Peak nodded before looking at Lu Tianxing. "Your Highness, why not consider having Elder Jean assume the position of master of Qingyang Peak?" Lu Tianxing was momentarily taken aback, then quickly understood the master's subtle intentions and chuckled softly. "That would be acceptable." The master of Tianyuan Peak laughed heartily. In the realm of the sixfold tribulation, assuming the position of a peak master is, in truth, somewhat beneath one's capabilities. This move primarily serves to irritate Lin Xian, a manifestation of the consequences of defying one's fate. What does it matter if one's realm is inferior? If one chooses the right master, they may ascend to the role of a peak master. The master of Tianyuan Peak harbors a certain anticipation when the master of Qingyang Peak witnesses Elder Jean, who is of a lower realm than himself. Assuming the mantle of Qingyang Peak's leader, the expression on his face will undoubtedly be quite remarkable. Upon hearing this, Elder Jin's aged visage displayed a hint of flush, and he excitedly bowed to Lu Tianxing and the master of Tianyuan Peak. Chapter 5, The 22 Paths. After bidding farewell to the master of Tianyuan Peak, Lin Xian resumed his contemplation of the Tao. Yet, only a few days into his seclusion, another visitor arrived at Qingyang Peak. This newcomer was none other than the master of the 8th Peak, a formidable figure in his own right, whose strength eclipsed that of the master of Tianyuan Peak. If Lin Xian's memory served him correctly, the master of the 8th Peak was aligned with the saintess Li Fufeng, perhaps seeking to draw him into their fold. When did his status as a mere 7th-level Tribulation Realm cultivator become so sought after? However, unlike the master of Tianyuan Peak, the master of the 8th Peak, despite being of the same realm, bore a markedly different demeanor towards Lin Xian. There was no hint of disdain. Instead, he approached with genuine sincerity. The saintess had promised that should he choose to join, he would receive a Yuan pill, a 5th-grade elixir. Though classified as 5th grade, any pill related to the restoration of the soul was exceedingly precious, particularly effective for Lin Xian, who had suffered soul damage due to a failed tribulation. Though he no longer required it, the gesture indicated a sincere intent. Reflecting on the previous encounter with the master of Tianyuan Peak, Lin Xian could not help but feel a surge of frustration. This was what genuine sincerity looked like. This was what it meant to win someone over. Initially, Lin Xian had no desire to involve himself in the conflict between Li Fufeng and Lu Tianxing. Their struggle held no relevance for him. His only wish was to swiftly comprehend the remaining 2 paths of the Tao and subsequently break through to the King realm. Who triumphed or faltered was of no concern to him. Once he ascended to the King realm, the vast world would be his to explore. Yet now, Lin Xian found himself reconsidering his stance. I accept your offer. However, might I request a different pill? I have fully recovered and have no further use for the Yuanshan pill. The master of the 8th Peak narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Very well. What pill does Lin Peak master desire instead? The Sandao pill, Lin Xian replied. The Sandao pill? The master of the 8th Peak pondered for a moment. The Sandao pill, also a 5th grade elixir, was even more coveted than the Yuanshan pill, primarily used to assist in comprehending the Tao. Particularly sought after by those at the 9th level of the Tribulation Realm who were striving to break through to the King Realm. This master of Qingyang Peak, having just recovered, was already preparing for another attempt at ascension. However, the master remained skeptical. The difficulty of breaking through to the King Realm was exponentially greater for those who had previously failed. Not everyone had the courage to attempt it a second time. Often, those who faltered in their first attempt lacked the resolve to try again, unless faced with imminent demise, compelled to take one last gamble. If you cannot decide on the pill, feel free to discuss it and provide me with your answer later, Lin Xian said calmly. No worries, though the pill is precious. I am capable of making the decision. I shall speak on behalf of the saintess. Half an hour later, the master of the 8th Peak departed Qingyang Peak, thoroughly satisfied. Lin Xian, too, felt a profound sense of contentment. The Dan of Insight holds minimal significance for Lin Xian, who has already comprehended numerous paths. Its value pales in comparison to the 9-pattern Golden Dan of the Great Dao he possesses. However, the Dan of Insight serves as a worthwhile investment, capable of yielding returns when gifted to Su Lianxin. The Golden Dan of the Great Dao is a reward from Lin Xian's investment in a 4th-grade breakthrough pill. If a mere 4th-grade pill can yield such results, one can only imagine the anticipation surrounding investments in 5th-grade pills. Meanwhile, upon returning to report to the Holy Maiden, the 8th Peak Master found Li Fufeng wearing a troubled expression. The current situation is decidedly unfavorable for her. Should the Master of the 3rd Peak truly align with the Holy Sun, it would be a grave blow to both her and her faction. She had sought the 3rd Peak Master multiple times, not to sway him, but merely to request his continued neutrality, only to be turned away at the door. After several attempts, she finally managed to meet him. However, his demeanor confirmed the rumors with high probability. The 3rd Peak Master is indeed contemplating joining the Holy Sun's faction. Despite the meeting, his attitude remained cold and detached, bluntly stating that in his eyes, Lu Tianxing's potential eclipsed that of the Holy Maiden. For him, to maintain neutrality was not impossible, but it would require Li Fufeng to demonstrate potential on par with, or even surpassing, the Holy Sun in the forthcoming sect competition for him to reconsider. Observing Li Fufeng's distressed countenance, the 8th Peak Master sighed, acknowledging the considerable pressure on the Holy Maiden. Your Highness, there is good news. Master Lin has agreed. However, the pill has been exchanged for a Dan of Insight, which I have authorized. At this moment, beside Li Fufeng stood another individual, the Master of the 14th Peak. Although not at the King realm, he was a formidable figure, having attained the peak of the 9th layer of the Tribulation realm, and not just any ordinary practitioner at that. Upon hearing the Tianyuan Peak Master's words, he could not help but scoff. Their strength is lacking, yet their demands are exorbitant. A Dan of Insight is nearly equivalent to 2 spirit-nurturing pills. From the outset, he had been skeptical of the Holy Maiden's recruitment efforts, especially now that they were asking for a Dan of Insight. In his eyes, a mere 7th layer of the Tribulation realm did not warrant such a high price for persuasion. A 7th layer of the Tribulation realm is inconsequential. Whether he joins or not will have little impact. However, we are currently at a disadvantage. If we do not make some sacrifices, how could anyone dare to risk enmity with Lu Tianxing to join us? Li Fufeng raplia slowly. At Starfall Peak, Lin Xian received the Dan of Insight promptly from the Holy Maiden, who had kept her promise. Without hesitation, he summoned Su Lianxin, presenting the Dan to her, advising that she consume it when attempting to break through to the King realm in the future. In truth, the Dan was not something Su Lianxin could utilize at her current level. But Lin Xian could not wait until she reached the 9th layer of the Tribulation realm to present it, so he fabricated a suitable excuse to circumvent the issue. As for Su Lianxin, she did not dwell on the matter too deeply. She merely felt that her master was exceedingly kind to her. Having just made her breakthrough to the Earth Profound realm, he was already preparing for her future advancement to the King realm. Observing the touched expression on Su Lianxin's face, Lin Xian felt a flush rise to his cheeks. He cleared his throat and urged her to continue her cultivation. Ding! Investment in Insight Pill. Returning Array Dao Profound Pill, 8 patterns, X1. The Array Dao Profound Pill, a 7th grade spiritual elixir, when consumed, grants comprehension of 4 sword array paths: the Azure Dragon Sword Array, the White Tiger Sword Array, the Vermilion Bird Sword Array, and the Black Tortoise Sword Array. Lin Xian's pupils constricted, and his breathing quickened. Yet another 4 paths. Moreover, these were exceedingly rare sword array paths. With this addition, achieving the King realm with 18 paths was no longer his limit. Coupled with these 4 sword array paths, that would make 22 paths. Lin Xian could scarcely fathom the magnitude of power he would possess upon breaking through to the King realm. Chapter 6. The progress of the disciples' time swiftly elapses, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. On this day, Lin Xian awoke from his seclusion, his eyes brimming with vitality. 2 months prior, he had ingested the Dao Golden Pill and the Array Dao Mysterious Pill, and his comprehension of the Dao had reached an impressive 20 paths. Only 2 paths remained, the Dao of Thunder Sword and the Dao of Wind Sword. Once he successfully comprehended these, Lin Xian would embark on the journey to break through to the King realm. Even without having yet ascended to the King realm, Lin Xian's strength, having grasped 20 paths of the Dao, was already immensely formidable. At this moment, he pondered the level of his current prowess. Lin Xian shook his head slightly, uncertain of his own capabilities and hesitant to make estimations. However, he was confident that he could easily vanquish the Tianyuan Peak Master, who had recently sought his presence. Of course, this was merely his own belief, as he had yet to engage in combat with a true King realm powerhouse, leaving him in ambiguity regarding his actual standing. In high spirits, Lin Xian extended his consciousness throughout the peak. Over the course of these 2 months, both Su Lianxin and Wang Yin had made significant advancements in their abilities. Wang Yin had progressed from the 5th level of Qi gathering to the 9th, while Su Lianxin's progress was even more astonishing, having surged from the 9th level of Qi gathering to the 3rd level of Earth Profound. Now only 1 realm away from the soul of the celestial venerable, Chu Yumeng. Reflecting on the past few months, they had once been separated by more than 10 realms. But now, in less than 3 months, that distance had nearly vanished. This remarkable progress was attributed not only to Su Lianxin's possession of the true blood of the Ice Phoenix, but also to the sacred-level cultivation method he had bestowed upon her. The Qingdi Scripture. Had Chu Yuming also practiced the Qingdi Scripture, her cultivation would undoubtedly have surpassed this level after several months. Additionally, Lin Xian had provided both of them with sword intent pills, which they had consumed. However, Lin Xian was somewhat surprised to find that he had anticipated Su Lianxin, with her superior talent, to comprehend the sword intent first. In reality, the opposite occurred. Su Lianxin only grasped the embryonic form of sword intent, while Wang Yin, whose talent paled in comparison, actually comprehended the sword intent. Lin Xian's gaze reflected his astonishment. He had not expected Wang Yin to possess such aptitude in swordsmanship. Nevertheless, despite having comprehended the sword intent, Wang Yin still lagged significantly behind Su Lianxin in terms of strength. Nonetheless, the sword intent had somewhat narrowed the gap between them. With the impending sect competition, Lin Xian had originally placed his hopes solely on Su Lianxin to secure first place. But now it seemed that Wang Yin also had the potential to contend for a spot among the top three. Moreover, upon emerging from seclusion, Lin Xian received news regarding the rewards for this sect competition, which had been announced. The sect had indeed spared no expense. The victor of the competition would be awarded a single Qianlong pill, adorned with a Danwen. The Qianlong pill was a 6th-grade elixir, highly prized even by the Qingyang Sword Sect, making it astonishing that it would be offered as a reward for the sect competition. Furthermore, the first-place winner would also receive an opportunity to enter the Qingyang Secret Realm, where all treasures acquired would rightfully belong to them. The Qingyang Secret Realm, established by the founder of the Qingyang Sword Sect, is a treasure trove filled with numerous opportunities and artifacts, never before open to disciples. Only the sect leader and the esteemed elders possess the privilege to enter. Not even the holy sons and holy maidens are granted access. Compared to the 6th-grade Qianlong pill, this opportunity to enter the Qingyang Secret Realm is indeed the main event. Upon the announcement, the entire sect was set abuzz. It is not just others. Even the holy son Lu Tianxing and holy maiden Li Fufeng, upon hearing this news, felt a fervent spark in their eyes. Both determined to secure the first place in the upcoming sect competition. In a secluded corner of the Starfall Peak, the reclusive Chu Yuming also learned of this revelation. Before she could react, the celestial spirit within her was already stirred with excitement. With utmost seriousness, it proclaimed, "Disciple, you must seize this first place." The reason she had come to the Qingyang Sword Sect to linger in the Starfall Peak was precisely because of the Qingyang Secret Realm. Chu Yuming's beautiful eyes flickered with resolve. "Rest assured, Master. Regardless of whether it is Li Fufeng or Lu Tianxing, neither is my match. This first place is mine to claim." Her voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable confidence. The so-called prodigies of the Qingyang Sword Sect, be it the holy son Lu Tianxing or the holy maiden Li Fufeng, had never truly captured her regard. Not only within the Qingyang Sword Sect, but throughout the entirety of the Tangqing Empire, none could rival her. Only those exceptional talents on the Xian domain as potential dragon ranking, beyond the Tangqing Empire, were worthy adversaries. As for this insignificant Qingyang Sword Sect, if she desired, the position of the foremost among the young generation was within her effortless grasp. As the sect competition drew near, the atmosphere within the sect felt notably different from previous years. Disciples from each peak seldom ventured outside, diligently preparing for the impending contest. The stronger one became, the greater the chance to advance further in the sect competition and reap greater rewards. However, just under a month before the competition, an unexpected piece of news erupted throughout the Tangqing Empire and even neighboring nations. The Burning Heaven Secret Realm was stirring. It was about to open. This revelation swiftly eclipsed the imminent sect competition, becoming the focal point of discussion among the sect members. The Burning Heaven Secret Realm is the site of the Great Being, the Burning Heaven Sovereign's demise from thousands of years ago, housing countless opportunities and rare treasures, including the legacy of the Burning Heaven Sovereign, located within the Qingyang Mountain Range, which spans 7 great empires. This region is thus known as the Qingyang Seven Nations. The Tangqing Empire is one of these 7 nations. There are three realms of sovereigns: sovereign, earth sovereign, and heaven sovereign. Among them, earth sovereigns are exceedingly rare in the entire Xin domain. For instance, the master of the Yaoqi Heavenly Palace, one of the 10 great powers in the Xin domain, is among the top 10 strongest, but is merely at the perfected sovereign stage, not an earth sovereign. This illustrates the immense allure of the burning heaven secret realm for the surrounding nations. When the time comes, not only the Qingyang 7 nations, but even forces beyond them are likely to come in droves upon hearing the news. Legends surrounding the burning heaven secret realm are innumerable. For instance, the Dawn Empire, which stands as the foremost among the 7 nations of the moonlit reflection, owes its rise to its sovereign, Emperor Shi. After acquiring a measure of the earthly sovereign's legacy within the burning heaven secret realm, transformed his empire from the lowest rank among the 7 nations to its pinnacle in just a few decades. Emperor Shi is lauded as the mightiest among the contemporary 7 nations of the moonlit reflection. Such instances are not rare, and it is precisely this allure that drives people to madness over the burning heaven secret realm. Each opening draws countless aspirants. However, the timing of its manifestation is not fixed. It may occur in 10 or even 20 years, but typically spans a decade or more. Yet this time is markedly different. Merely 7 years have elapsed since its last opening. For the disciples of the Qingyang Sword Sect, the secret realm is in many ways far more significant than the sect's grand competition. This is particularly true for the ordinary disciples of the sect. Although the rewards of the upcoming sect competition are substantial, they predominantly favor the top 10 or even the champion, leaving little hope for the ordinary disciples to vie for such ranks. Conversely, within the burning heaven secret realm, even those of their standing might stumble upon extraordinary fortunes. Upon receiving this news, the Qingyang Sword Sect promptly summoned its elders and disciples to embark on the journey. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, upon emerging from his secluded cultivation, learned of this development. However, by that time, most of the 36 peaks had already departed, with only a handful remaining, their leaders either engrossed in seclusion or otherwise preoccupied, unable to join the main contingent of the sect. Although he was a few days late, Lin Xian had no choice. He had reached a critical juncture in comprehending the path of the wind sword. To emerge prematurely could jeopardize all his efforts. Now, having successfully grasped the path of the wind sword, he was only one step away from mastering the final path, the path of the thunder sword, which would enable him to begin his ascent towards the royal realm. Upon his exit from seclusion, an elder who had been waiting at the Starfall Peak approached Lin Xian, her expression laden with discontent. She had lingered for several days and was growing increasingly impatient. She resolved that if Lin Xian did not emerge that day, she would take her leave and report back to the Peak Master, no longer willing to wait at Starfall Peak. Chapter 7. You guiding me? Oh, Master Lin, it seems my weary bones have been left in anticipation for quite some time. Upon seeing Lin Xian, the newcomer let out a cold snort, their dissatisfaction palpable to anyone present. Lin Xian chuckled awkwardly. I apologize for keeping Elder Quan waiting. This esteemed female elder hails from the 10th peak of the 36 peaks, known as Qingwei Peak. Qingwei Peak is predominantly inhabited by female disciples, with the male contingent being rather scarce. It is renowned within the 36 peaks for producing breathtaking beauties, earning immense admiration within the sect. The peak's leader, the enchanting Qingwei Fairy, recently ascended to the rank of a formidable king realm expert and is often celebrated as the most beautiful maiden of the Qingyang Sword Sect, attracting admirers from all corners of the sect, including several peak masters. Notably, both Qingwei Peak and Xingyun Peak stand united in their support of the Saintess Li Fufeng. The reason Qingwei Peak did not accompany the main contingent to the Burning Heaven Secret Realm was due to Li Fufeng's directive. The Burning Heaven Secret Realm is located at the heart of the Qingyang mountain range, fraught with peril, particularly within its interior, where even those at the King Realm risk falling. Within Xingyun Peak, only Lin Xian possesses the 7th layer of the Tribulation Realm, rendering the journey to the Burning Heaven Secret Realm exceedingly treacherous. Aware of this, Li Fufeng arranged for the leader of Qingwei Peak to remain behind. allowing her to travel alongside Qingyang Peak, which explains Elder Quan's prolonged wait at Qingyang Peak. Although Lin Xian's current abilities render him capable of traversing the perilous path without the need for guardianship, the thoughtfulness of Li Fufeng is truly commendable. Since Master Lin has emerged from seclusion, I shall return to report to the Peak Master. I kindly ask you to prepare as we depart tomorrow, Elder Quan declared with a stern countenance before departing from Qingyang Peak. After her departure, Lin Xian sent messages to his 3 disciples, instructing them to make their preparations. However, as he scanned Qingyang Peak with his divine sense, he noticed the absence of Chu Yuming. It was then that he learned from Su Yinxin that Chu Yuming had left the sect following the announcement of the rewards from the sect competition, leaving only a letter for her to convey to Lin Xian. This was within Lin Xian's expectations. He had never truly regarded her as a disciple, but had taken her under his wing solely for the significant enhancement she offered to his cultivation speed. The following day, early in the morning, the grand flying vessel of Qingwei Peak docked at the square of Qingyang Peak. This colossal vessel, akin to a floating mansion, could accommodate nearly 1,000 individuals. Such a flying vessel is not something just any peak can possess. Only the top 10 peaks with King Realm experts are privileged to own one. This is not only due to the exorbitant cost of the vessel itself, but also the high maintenance expenses, with each activation consuming a substantial amount of spirit stones. Gazing upon this magnificent craft, Wang Yin and Su Yinxin displayed expressions of awe. It was their first encounter with a sect flying vessel, having only heard tales of its grandeur. The disciples aboard the flying vessel, observing the astonishment of Wang Yin and Su Yinxin, could not help but reveal subtle hints of pride in their demeanor. As Lin Xian led his 2 disciples onto the vessel, his gaze was immediately drawn to a poised woman standing on the deck. Her enchanting eyes resembled the clear autumn waters, and her delicate visage was akin to pure white jade. She was a stunning beauty, captivating enough to be likened to a celestial fairy emerging from a painting, rightfully earning the title of the most beautiful woman in the Qingyang Sword Sect. She was none other than the esteemed leader of the 10th peak, Qingwei Peak, known as the Qingwei Fairy, and simultaneously the youngest individual to attain the royal realm within the sect. A few days prior, she had been preoccupied with a pivotal moment of enlightenment, causing a slight delay in making her companions wait. Lin Xian bowed respectfully to the Qingwei Peak Master and the others, offering a brief explanation. However, the moment he spoke, Qingwei Fairy's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Before she could voice her thoughts, several elders from Qingwei Peak nearby erupted in laughter. Enlightenment? What wisdom can a 7th-layer tribulation practitioner claim to grasp? Surely, you could conjure a more credible excuse, one middle-aged elder remarked in a rather sarcastic tone. Oh, enlightenment? May I inquire what great path Lin Peak Master is comprehending? Perhaps we could engage in discourse on the matter? The mockery in his words was unmistakable. Lin Xian cast a sidelong glance at the elder, but chose silence. Engage in discourse with you? Do you deem yourself worthy? He had already conveyed his reasoning. Whether they believed it or not was of no concern to him. With a slight bow to the Qingwei Fairy, Lin Xian departed the deck, making his way to the accommodations he had arranged at Qingwei Peak to continue his cultivation. Watching him leave, Qingwei Fairy shook her head. She understood Lin Xian's circumstances. Betrayed by a close disciple, he had faced a failed breakthrough into the royal realm, resulting in a decline of his standing, which was indeed pitiable. Initially, she had felt a tinge of sympathy for him. However, his earlier remarks swiftly diminished her impression of him. A few days' delay was not a significant issue, and she had no intention of casting blame. Yet, he had erred and refused to acknowledge it. Worse still, he fabricated a lie about seeking enlightenment to save face. Truly, let's depart. With a thunderous roar, the flying vessel ascended, breaking through the clouds en route to their destination, the Yingyuan mountain range. On the deck, numerous disciples of Qingwei Peak gathered in clusters. Yet 2 individuals appeared somewhat apprehensive, Wang Yin and Su Yinxin, the brother and sister duo. Lin Xian had long achieved the state of fasting and required no sustenance. But Wang Yin and Su Yinxin were not so fortunate. Feeling the occasional glances from the other disciples directed at them, They experienced a sense of discomfort. Is this young lady a disciple of Lin Peak Master? At that moment, a male voice called out from nearby. Su Lianxin and Wang Yin turned to see a soft-featured young man clad in white, his face adorned with a smile as he approached with familiarity. Taking a seat opposite them, Su Lianxin's beauty was not far behind that of the Qingwei fairy, though she had yet to fully blossom. Nevertheless, even amidst the throng of stunning women at Qingwei Peak, she ranked among the most exceptional. The young man's gaze toward Su Lianxin was unmistakably filled with admiration. With her brows slightly furrowed, Su Lianxin found his demeanor rather impolite. Opting not to respond verbally, she merely nodded, clearly uninterested in prolonging the conversation. Upon hearing this, the young man remained unfazed and, with unabashed boldness, inquired, "I am Yang Zhen, a direct disciple of Elder Quan from Qingwei Peak. May I inquire about your esteemed name?" "Fair maiden?" "Su Lianxin," she replied. "Ah, so you're Miss Su. I perceive that you must be a sword cultivator, just as I am. Though I am but an unworthy practitioner, I have attained some proficiency in the way of the sword, and perhaps could offer you some guidance," Yang Zhen said, gently waving his folding fan. His words instantly ignited a fervor among those nearby, who cast envious glances at Su Lianxin. "Ha! Brother Yang is being overly modest. With your mastery of the sword, you are undoubtedly among the finest on Qingwei Peak. To call it mere proficiency is an understatement. Indeed, if Brother Yang's skills are merely some proficiency, what does that make us? Incompetent fools who cannot even wield a sword? This junior sister is fortunate. To receive guidance from Brother Yang is an opportunity not afforded to many. Countless individuals on Qingwei Peak would yearn for such a chance. And even many elders seek Brother Yang's counsel on the way of the sword. If anyone among the disciples of Qingwei Peak is poised to comprehend the nascent form of sword intent, it is undoubtedly Brother Yang." The flattery was abundant, for in their eyes, Yang Zhen's earlier modesty was far too understated. Su Lianxin exchanged a glance with the effeminate young man, and then with her senior brother Wang Yin. They nearly burst into laughter at the spectacle. Chapter 8. The Startling Retreat from the Demon King, Swordsmanship. You? To instruct me? A person who has yet to comprehend the essence of the sword dares to offer me guidance? Su Lianxin had recently grasped the sword intent, and within the entirety of the Qingyang Sword Sect, the only individual capable of advising her was her master, Lin Xian. No one else, not even the sect leader or the esteemed elder, Xianjin Laozu, possessed such qualifications. The effeminate young man before her had not even perceived the rudimentary form of sword intent. Yet he had the audacity to claim he could mentor her. What a ist! Indeed, Yang Zhen's proficiency in swordsmanship was commendable, placing him among the elite of disciples within the Qingyang Sword Sect. However, when compared to Su Lianxin and Wang Yin, he was utterly incomparable. "Thank you for your offer, but I must decline your guidance," she stated firmly, rising and departing with Wang Yin, leaving Yang Zhen and the surrounding disciples of Qingwei Peak in a state of bewilderment. Neither Yang Zhen nor the disciples had anticipated Su Lianxin's outright refusal, especially with such decisiveness. Yang Zhen's expression fluctuated between darkness and light, his folding fan gripped tightly in his hand. Days later, the flying vessel finally departed from the Tangqing Empire, entering the domain of the Qingyang Mountain range. The protective array surrounding the vessel quietly activated, and the elders and disciples of Qingwei Peak ceased their jovial chatter. The mere mention of the Qingyang Mountain range was enough to instill a sense of trepidation in anyone. It was the paradise of demon beasts. Even those at the King and Emperor realms faced the risk of falling within its depths. As the vessel glided over the canopy, it drew the attention of countless demon beasts below, their ghostly eyes peering from the shadows, silently observing all that transpired. On board the vessel, the Grand Elder of Qingwei Peak stepped forward, unleashing the oppressive aura of the 9th level of the Calamity Realm in an instant. It served as a warning to the demon beasts contemplating an assault on the vessel, urging them to consider their worthiness before attempting to strike. The terrifying pressure instantly caused the restless demon beasts to retreat. While the Qingyang Mountain range was fearsome, that danger was confined to its inner regions, the outer territories. Although populated with numerous beasts, primarily consisted of those below the king realm. A single cultivator at the 9th level of the Calamity realm was more than sufficient to intimidate them. However, before the members of Qingwei Peak could exhale in relief, a chilling sound of something piercing the air reverberated, sending a tremor through everyone on board. From the depths of the forest ahead, a massive golden spike, moving with an unnaturally swift velocity, hurtled towards the flying vessel. It struck the protective array surrounding the vessel with tremendous force. Crack! With a sound akin to a spider's web fracturing, the protective array swiftly splintered and ultimately shattered. The vessel, which had been racing forward, came to an abrupt halt as if it had collided with a mountain. Some of the weaker disciples aboard the vessel spat out blood, their faces as pale as parchment. "This is the Demon King!" The elders of Qingwei Peak exclaimed in horror, their gazes drawn to the source of the spike's assault, where a titanic, crimson-purple scorpion, towering several dozen feet high, emerged into view before all. With a single strike, the defense array of the flying vessel was shattered, an accomplishment unattainable even by a perfectly realized 9th stage of the Tribulation Realm. Only a demon king corresponding to the human sovereign realm could achieve such a feat. Thus, this crimson giant scorpion was undoubtedly a demon king. Yet, this is the periphery of the Qingyang mountain range. While it is true that demon kings are not entirely absent from the outskirts, their numbers are exceedingly rare. What extraordinary fortune must they possess to encounter a demon king so soon upon entering the Qingyang forest? The inky black eyes of the crimson giant scorpion fixated intently on the Grand Elder of Qingwei Peak, positioned at the forefront of the flying vessel. The Grand Elder, acutely aware of the piercing gaze upon him, felt the hairs on his body stand on end, trembling uncontrollably. His heart ached with despair, for he now comprehended how he had provoked this demon king. Earlier, his release of pressure was merely intended to warn the lower-tier demon beasts that lurked hungrily. Little did he know that a demon king lay hidden in this vicinity, interpreting his display of might as a challenge. Boom! The sudden turn of events startled not only the Grand Elder, but also the master of Qingwei Peak and Lin Xian, who were in quiet meditation within the vessel. The royal pressure emanated from the flying vessel, causing the master of Qingwei Peak to manifest in the air above, his expression grave as he regarded the nearby demon king. Meanwhile, Lin Xian materialized upon the deck, his eyes swirling with an overwhelming sword intent, observing the scene with a quiet intensity. "Master." The appearance of the master of Qingwei Peak eased the tension among the elders and disciples of Qingwei Peak somewhat. "I," the Grand Elder stammered, bowing in humility. But the master of Qingwei Peak waved his hand dismissively, stating, "This matter is not your fault." Indeed, the Grand Elder bore no blame. It was merely a matter of misfortune on their part. "Roar!" The demon king let out a low growl, its massive eyes darting as if wary of something, refraining from launching another attack. At last, reason triumphed over rage. The demon king, with a reluctant roar, burrowed into the earth. This unexpected action left all aboard the vessel, including the master of Qingwei Peak, momentarily stunned. Previously, the demon king had appeared furious, seemingly intent on a relentless confrontation with those aboard the vessel. Yet following the master's appearance, it had retreated. Such a display of prowess. The disciples and elders turned their gazes to the master of Qingwei Peak, their expressions filled with reverence. Some disciples could not contain their excitement, exclaiming, in their eyes, the master of Qingwei Peak was nothing short of magnificent. Having repelled the demon king merely by standing there, the master of Qingwei Peak opened his mouth, yet felt an odd sensation. Though the realms of kings and demon kings were equivalent, it was well known that demon beasts generally surpassed human cultivators within the same realm. This was especially true for demon kings. Typically, to defeat or kill a demon king of the same realm, it would require at least 2 or even 3 human sovereigns to join forces, a mere possibility at best. Just moments ago, the master had been contemplating how to best shield the crimson giant scorpion while ensuring the safety of the others from Qingwei Peak. However, before she could devise a suitable plan, the opposing party unexpectedly faltered. This development was entirely beyond her expectations. She had contemplated numerous possibilities, yet never did she foresee that the adversary would retreat. Filled with bewilderment, the leader of Qingwei Peak departed from the site, accompanied by her followers. Unbeknownst to her, 3 individuals remained behind, and they were none other than Lin Xian and his 2 disciples. After leaving behind a letter, Lin Xian discreetly descended from the flying vessel with Su Lianxin and Wang Yan. Surely, a purple scorpion demon king ought to command a considerable value, he mused, as he guided Su Lianxin and Wang Yan towards the location where they had previously encountered the purple scorpion demon king. Chapter 9. The Unparalleled Sword Cultivator. Typically, only those of the king realm possess the ability to soar through the skies, yet Lin Xian is an exception. Although he has not reached the king realm, the immense spiritual power within him is not in the slightest inferior to that of a true king. Moreover, he has successfully comprehended 21 paths. Aside from his realm not yet being that of a king, Lin Xian bears no distinction from ordinary king realm cultivators, and may even surpass them. Currently, Lin Xian finds himself in dire need of resources. Su Lianxin and Wang Yan are unaware of Lin Xian's intentions after disembarking from the flying vessel. Yet they do not question him. However, as they watch Lin Xian guide them back through the air, a thought suddenly crosses their minds. Could it be, Master? Are we returning to confront that purple scorpion demon king? The moment this thought emerges, they exchange a glance, their hearts stirring with trepidation. As they draw nearer to the site of their previous encounter with the purple scorpion demon king, their speculation solidifies into certainty. Master, he truly is heading toward that purple scorpion demon king. Their hearts pound with anxiety. This is no ordinary beast, but a genuine demon king. They are aware of their master's true strength, which is not the 7th level of the tribulation realm as the outside world believes, but rather the 9th level. Yet, even at the 9th level of the tribulation realm, before a demon king, one is but an ant. They understand their master to be mysterious, yet, with a tinge of concern, Wang Yan and Su Lianxin follow Lin Xian back to the location where they encountered the purple scorpion demon king once more. Boom! Upon arrival, Lin Xian cleaves the earth with a single strike of his sword. The terrifying sword aura carves a deep chasm into the ground, and immediately, a furious roar emanates from beneath as a colossal purple scorpion, towering over several dozen feet, bursts forth, glaring angrily at the trio, particularly fixating on Lin Xian. Human, I spared you once before. Do you truly believe this king fears you? The purple scorpion demon king's words, laced with barely contained rage, sent a shockwave through Su Lianxin and Wang Yan. What have they just heard? I spared you once before. Do you truly believe this king fears you? Suddenly recalling something, both Wang Yan and Su Lianxin's eyes widen in astonishment. Initially, during their first encounter with the purple scorpion demon king, they had thought that it was the master of Qingwei Peak who had intimidated the beast into retreat. However, hearing the furious words of the purple scorpion demon king, it seems that is not the case. What the purple scorpion demon king fears is not the master of Qingwei Peak, but their master himself. So that's how it is. You fear me, and indeed you do. If you were not afraid, you would have attacked directly instead of exchanging meaningless words with me. Lin Xian chuckled. Human, you seek death. The purple scorpion demon king soared into the air, its long, sharp tail piercing away from its body, hurtling directly towards Lin Xian. Simultaneously, without hesitation, the purple scorpion demon king made a swift retreat in the opposite direction. This scene left Wang Yan and Su Lianxin utterly astounded. They initially believed that an impending battle was unavoidable, yet what transpired was quite the opposite. The purple scorpion demon king, after unleashing a piercing strike, chose to flee instead. In its hasty retreat, the purple scorpion demon king remained oblivious to the thoughts of Wang Yan and Su Lianxin. It only recognized that it was no match for Lin Xian. Having lived for so many years, it could discern who was formidable and who was not with a mere glance. Lin Xian, a mere human, emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure despite being only at the 9th level of the Calamity Realm. The terrifying sword intent reflected in his gaze was sufficient to instill fear and trepidation within the Demon King with just a single glance. Clang! As the piercing strike approached, Lin Xian stood motionless, a glimmer of sword light flashing in his eyes. He cleaved the air, unleashing a sword chi that severed the strike effortlessly. Then, with a gentle motion, he pointed towards the void. Shortly thereafter, a colossal frost sword erupted from the ground along the path of the fleeing purple scorpion demon king, instantly impaling it and encasing its massive form in ice. The ice sword was one of the sword principles Lin Xian had comprehended. Initially, he believed this strike would not be sufficient to slay the demon king. However, he underestimated both the sword's power and his current strength. The purple scorpion demon king, at the first level of the king realm, fell without even enduring a single strike from Lin Xian. This profoundly shocking scene was witnessed solely by Wang Yin and Su Lianxin, their hearts shaken to the core. One sword, and a demon king was vanquished. This was a demon king, equivalent to a human at the king realm, nay, even stronger than many of their kind. Yet could not withstand a single blow from their master. Just how powerful was he? This was the first time the two had witnessed Lin Xian in action since they became his disciples. To slay a being at the king realm with a single strike from the calamity realm. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. It is known that as one ascends in realms, surpassing levels becomes increasingly arduous. What may seem effortless at the earth and heaven-profound realms does not guarantee the same efficacy at the calamity and king realms. The image of that singular sword strike was indelibly etched in their hearts. After collecting the demon king's remains and inner core into his storage ring, Lin Xian chose not to proceed to the burning heaven secret realm with his two disciples. After all, there were still a few days until the secret realm's opening. Whether he arrived early or late made little difference, as arriving early would only mean waiting idly outside. Lin Yu City, situated at the juncture of the reflecting moon mountains, derived its name from its proximity to the mountains and was Lin Xian's next destination. The remains and inner core of the purple scorpion demon king were of immense value, yet held little utility for Lin Xian. He feared that if he bestowed them upon his disciples, they would return with nothing more than an inner core. Through multiple instances of investment returns, Lin Xian had gleaned an understanding of the system's patterns. Items returned by the system were likely to be superior versions of what one had invested in. For instance, if he granted an inner core, it was highly probable that he would receive an inner core in return. While this was not absolute, it was a common occurrence. Lin Xian had no need for the inner core. It would be more prudent to auction it or exchange it for other items of equivalent worth, which he could then bestow upon Wang Yin and Su Lianxin. In the city of Linyue, nestled near the picturesque Qingyang mountain range, a haven for numerous adventurers has emerged. The city lord is rumored to be a formidable figure of the third level within the king realm, a presence that instills a sense of caution among individuals and factions, discouraging any disturbances within Linyue. The third level of the king realm is already deemed exceptionally powerful in this region, and even within the illustrious Qingyang Sword Sect. Only the sect master and the revered Xianjian elder surpass him in strength, although the first and second peak lords are also at the third level. They have only recently entered this realm and would likely prove no match for the Lord of Linyue in a confrontation. As the opening of the Burning Sky's secret realm approaches, Linyue, already bustling with activity, has witnessed an influx of cultivators and factions eager to venture into the secret realm. Among them are individuals like Lin Xian from the Tangqing Empire, as well as representatives from 6 other nations. The largest auction house in the city, known as the Muyu Auction House, stands prominently in the northern part of Linyue. Upon entering the city, Lin Xian made his way directly there, while Su Lianxin and Wang Yin, who seldom ventured beyond their sect, were captivated by the wonders of the outside world, prompting Lin Xian to allow them some time to explore the city. The Muyu Auction House, an imposing tower approximately 30 stories high, dominates the skyline of the northern city. As Lin Xian stepped inside, he was greeted by a charming female attendant who cheerfully inquired, "Welcome to Muyu Auction House. May I assist you with a consignment?" "Yes, I would like to consign," he replied. However, before she could finish her sentence, her attention was drawn to a young man in purple attire entering through the main entrance, causing her expression to shift to one of excitement, abruptly cutting off her words. The elegantly dressed young man strode into the auction house. exuding an air of nobility that not only captivated the attendant before Lin Xian, but also drew the attention of several other staff members eager to approach him. Yet, the attendant, quick on her feet, was the first to seize the opportunity. "My apologies, but I have an urgent matter. Qinghe, please come here and attend to this guest," she exclaimed as she hastily bypassed Lin Xian to rush towards the distinguished young man, seemingly anxious to avoid losing him to someone else. Okay. The attendant, referred to as Qinghe, was a young girl of around 16 who, upon being summoned, hurriedly grabbed a registration form and approached Lin Xian in a flustered manner. This scene momentarily took Lin Xian by surprise, but he soon smiled, choosing not to dwell on it. It was evident to him that the young man in purple held a notable status, promising far greater benefits for the attendant than merely catering to him. He bore no ill will towards her. After all, it was human nature, and the attendant had always treated him with a reasonable degree of courtesy. Before long, the beautiful attendant was engaged in lively conversation with the young man in purple, laughing and preparing to ascend to the second floor. This interaction elicited envious glances from several nearby auction house staff members, who lamented their missed opportunity, wishing they had acted more swiftly to seize the chance. The beautiful young girl, referred to as Qinghe by the elegant shop assistant, hurriedly approached Lin Xian. "Good day, sir. My name is Qinghe. Are you here to consign an item?" "Indeed. You won't run off again, will you?" Lin Xian teased softly. "Oh, immortal. Qinghe's petite face flushed crimson as she repeatedly expressed her regrets. "Not a concern. It's of no importance," Lin Xian replied, presenting an item for auction. "Here is what I wish to auction. Take a look, and if you find yourself in doubt, you may summon the head of your auction house." Shaking his head, Lin Xian tossed a storage ring. Upon receiving the ring, Qinghe probed inside with her spiritual sense. A startled gasp echoed throughout the first floor of the auction house, drawing the attention of numerous patrons who turned to look at her in confusion. Even the elegant shop assistant and the young man in purple, who were ascending the stairs, paused in their tracks, bewildered by her reaction. This is... Qinghe stammered, her voice trembling with disbelief. What had she witnessed? A colossal and exaggerated creature, though lifeless, emanated an overwhelming aura that left her breathless. This is a royal-grade beast. Qinghe's complexion paled. She knew this presence was unmistakable. It bore the same essence as the Beast King's bones auctioned 6 months prior. But no, this sensation was even more formidable than the oppressive weight she felt from that skeletal remains. Most importantly, this was a complete corpse of a Beast King, and at its chest, she spotted a massive inner core. Qinghe's heart raced. She never imagined she would have the honor of attending to a distinguished guest bringing a Beast King's corpse for auction. Moreover, this guest was the very one whom her sister Li Qin had persistently pushed upon her. The commission from this Beast King's remains could be beyond her wildest dreams, and the thought of it left her breathless. She realized that it would take a lifetime to accrue such wealth in spirit stones within the auction house. Royal-grade beast? An elderly man, descending the stairs, queried in confusion. "Elder Yuan, it's a pleasure to see you," the staff greeted, bowing deeply to the elder, who appeared to be one of the auction house's leaders. "Elder Yuan, your timing is impeccable. This gentleman has presented a storage ring containing a complete Beast King's corpse, including the inner core." Qinghe hastily informed Elder Yuan, fully aware that this matter exceeded her capacity to manage. "What? A Beast King's corpse? And it's complete?" Elder Yuan, initially descending at a leisurely pace, was suddenly stirred by Qinghe's revelation. He swiftly stepped forward, vanishing from sight, only to reappear before Qinghe, snatching the storage ring from her hand. As he probed inside with his spiritual sense, the sight of the Beast King's corpse, resembling a small mountain, left even the well-versed Elder Yuan momentarily stunned. The Muyu auction house, as the largest in Linyua City, had not been a stranger to royal-grade beasts, but most had merely been items derived from such creatures. Whether it be scales of a serpent, bones of a beast, or horns and claws, the presence of inner elixirs is comparatively scarce. As for a complete corpse of a demon king, even since the establishment of the Twilight Auction House, such a rarity has scarcely graced the auction block. It is essential to recognize that a demon king of the same rank as a human sovereign possesses strength that surpasses that of other demon kings within the same realm. Even a first-tier demon king would require the combined efforts of several human sovereigns of equivalent rank to even have a chance of defeating it. Yet, to slay such a foe is an endeavor fraught with difficulties. Even a second-tier demon king would hesitate to claim absolute certainty in vanquishing a first-tier demon king. Gazing into the storage ring, the elder Yuan was struck with astonishment at the sight of a grievous sword wound upon the chest of the demon king. This purple scorpion demon king had been felled by a single sword strike, sensing the lingering sword intent emanating from the fatal wound. The elder Yuan felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. The one who had slain this demon king must undoubtedly be an extraordinary sword cultivator who has mastered sword intent. Elder Yuan had encountered sword cultivators who had comprehended sword intent before, including several formidable figures, such as the Sword King of the Dan Empire, Li Yuan, and the Sword King of the Zhonglu Empire, Bai Hong, all of whom are superlative sword cultivators with an understanding of the profound truths of the sword. However, the sword intent lingering upon this purple scorpion demon king exuded an aura that sent shivers down his spine, surpassing even those two renowned figures and all other sword cultivators he had ever encountered. This was certainly the work of a cultivator who had grasped the third level of sword path truths. Elder Yuan felt a resolute certainty in his heart. Chapter 10. Taking on Disciples? Young Master, please follow me to the 7th floor, Elder Yuan said gravely, leading Lin Xian and his companions upward, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. They had clearly heard Elder Yuan's earlier words about the complete remains of a king-grade demon beast. Many people's expressions changed as they hurriedly left the auction house to report the news. A complete corpse of a king-grade demon beast was a monumental matter for any faction in this region. In the stairwell, Li Qin's face turned as pale as a sheet, regret washing over her like a tidal wave as she bit her lip until it bled. She understood all too well what she had missed. Yet, it was too late for remorse. Numerous staff members cast envious glances at Qinghe, lamenting her fortuitous luck. Although Qinghe had merely attended to the esteemed guest briefly, this transaction would undoubtedly be credited to her. Elder Yuan guided Lin Xian to the VIP room on the 7th floor, asking him to wait a moment before departing. However, it wasn't long before he returned, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman radiating an aura of cold elegance. Though she made no deliberate attempt to exude pressure, the presence of her king-level energy was unmistakable. I am Mu Yu, the owner of this auction house. May I inquire your esteemed surname, young master? Her eyes, like autumn waters, scrutinized Lin Xian as her crimson lips parted, her voice soft and gentle. Lin Xian. Ah, so it is young Master Lin. I have heard from Elder Yuan that you wish to auction a king-grade demon beast remains. Might I request a glimpse? Lin Xian nodded and tossed the storage ring containing the corpse of the purple scorpion demon king to her. Upon taking the ring, Mu Yu delved her consciousness inside, only to be taken aback, her smile fading completely. The purple scorpion demon king? What astonished her was not merely the presence of a king-grade demon beast's remains within the ring. She had already been informed of this by Elder Yuan prior to her arrival. What left her in shock was the fact that she recognized this particular demon beast. Not merely recognized. It was the very purple scorpion demon king that had inflicted wounds upon her that still had yet to heal. Years ago, alongside 3 companions, she had attempted to hunt this demon king, believing it would be an easy feat, yet the outcome was far from what they anticipated. The demon king proved to be much more formidable than expected, severely injuring 2 of them in a 1 versus 4 confrontation, herself included. The toxins from its stinger had yet to be entirely purged from her body. She could hardly fathom that today she would behold the remains of the purple scorpion demon king in a storage ring. The sight of the ghastly sword mark on its chest sent tremors through her heart. Forgive my inquisitiveness, but may I ask how you acquired the remains of the purple scorpion demon king? Young Master Lin? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Of course. If you prefer not to disclose, I shall retract my question. Though somewhat presumptuous, Mu Yu was undeniably intrigued. I killed it, Lin Xian replied, casually, as if recounting a trivial matter. At his words, the beautiful woman was momentarily stunned, as was Elder Yuan beside her, though he soon smiled faintly, saying nothing further. One might consider this merely an excuse that Lin Xian is reluctant to articulate. The Scorpion Demon King, formidable enough that even 4 or 5 sovereigns united would find it arduous to subdue, emanates an aura from Lin Xian that merely suggests he is at the calamity stage. It is no wonder the beautiful woman is skeptical, and it is unlikely anyone would believe such claims if they were to circulate. Observing this, Lin Xian chose not to elaborate further. He spoke nothing but the truth, and whether or not they believed him was of no concern to him. Subsequently, Lin Xian discussed the matter of commission with the beautiful woman before departing from the auction house. A commission of 1% was a fair display of sincerity on her part, and she indicated that the auction would commence in 3 days, kindly requesting Lin Xian to remain within the city during this time. Over the next few days, the Muyu auction house would utilize its various channels to promote the remains of the royal-level demon beast, striving to secure the highest possible bid. In the city, several grand arenas stood prominently, designed for combat and skill practice. With the burning Heaven Secret Realm about to open, a multitude of visitors flooded into Linyu City, creating a lively atmosphere filled with numerous prodigies from the 7 kingdoms, all eager to showcase their prowess. Among them, a striking young woman in white caught the eye, not only for her radiant beauty, but also because she had just defeated a formidable cultivator who had achieved 5 consecutive victories with a single stroke of her sword. This young woman was Su Lianxin. After parting ways with Lin Xian, she began to meander through the city and eventually found herself watching the battles in the arena, feeling a stirring excitement. Typically, her days at the Starfall Peak were consumed with training, and while her strength had been escalating rapidly, Su Lianxin lacked practical combat experience. Her intention for stepping onto the stage was not only to seek opponents of comparable strength for sparring, but also to accumulate valuable combat experience. "That girl is impressive," a middle-aged gentleman in splendid attire remarked from a nearby pavilion, seated alongside an elder with a rosy complexion and white hair. Both exchanged glances and raised their cups in a toast, their eyes occasionally drifting toward the arena below. Behind them stood several young men and women, seemingly their disciples. "It seems this little girl has potential. Are you considering taking her as a disciple?" the elder inquired, stroking his beard. In response, the middle-aged man merely smiled. "To become my disciple, the Sword King of Yuan, her current performance is insufficient." Fortunately, their conversation remained unheard by others. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly provoke astonishment. The Sword King of Yuan, one of the few sword cultivators of the sovereign level in this area, had yet to grasp the essence of sword intent. Yet he had perfected its embryonic form. Common sovereign-level cultivators stood no chance against him. Countless sword cultivators aspired to be his disciple. Yet the Sword King had exceedingly high standards, dismissing ordinary talents without a second thought. It seems this young girl must deliver an outstanding performance in the days to come. The elder chuckled, fully aware of his old friend's discerning eye, and he could only hope that the young girl would indeed shine brightly in her forthcoming endeavors. Subsequently, Su Lianxin faced several challengers, yet she was met with disappointment, as each contender who ascended the stage proved to be all talk and no substance. They claimed to be the true inheritors of their respective countries and sects, each boasting a more illustrious title than the last. But in the end, none could withstand even a single strike from her, and that was under her intentionally lenient conditions. "Lu Han, you shall go forth. Should she manage to withstand a single strike from you, I shall take her as my disciple today," declared the elegantly attired middle-aged man from the loft to one of his disciples. "Yes, master," replied the young man named Lu Han, who then offered a slight bow to the Sword King of Yuan Su before gracefully leaping onto the platform where Su Lianxin stood. Lu Han, the second disciple of the Sword King of Yuan Su, possesses the strength of the 3rd level of the Earth Profound Realm. My master intends to accept you as his disciple, contingent upon your ability to withstand a single strike from me. If you can endure my blow, you will be deemed qualified. Given that we are of the same realm, this requirement should not be overly demanding. Chapter 11. Who will strike first? The sudden appearance of Lu Han sparked an uproar among those present, as both the renowned Yuan Su Sword King and Lu Han were figures of great repute. Yuan Su Sword King was one of the few sword cultivators in this realm who had reached the king level, and a prodigious one at that, having comprehended the embryonic form of sword intent to perfection, just a step away from fully grasping the true essence of sword intent. Once he achieved this, he would stand alongside the likes of the Lord of Lingyue City, a paragon of strength, even in his current state, without having fully realized sword intent. His prowess surpassed many of his contemporaries, including the master of the Mu Yu auction house. Many sought to take him as their mentor, yet the esteemed Yuan Su Sword King was highly selective, having accepted only 2 disciples thus far, with Lu Han being one of them. Upon Lu Han's declaration, envious glances were cast towards Su Lianxin, who seemed to be favored by fortune. The question remained, however, whether she could withstand a strike from the illustrious Lu Han. As the second disciple of Yuan Su Sword King, Lu Han possessed extraordinary talent in the sword arts. It was said that even those of higher cultivation realms would find it difficult to match him. The seemingly simple challenge of receiving one of his strikes was, in truth, far from straightforward. Observing the boy who had begun to speak without regard for her, Su Lianxin was at a loss for words. When had she ever expressed a desire to take his master as her teacher? Locking her gaze onto him, she spoke slowly. Firstly, I am unaware of who your master is and have never entertained the thought of apprenticing under him. Her words hung in the air, abruptly interrupted by a magnificent beam of sword light that sliced through the atmosphere beside Lu Han, the fierce wind it generated stinging his face. The arena fell into a hushed silence at the sudden display of power. Lu Han, staring in astonishment at the white-clad maiden before him, felt a surge of disbelief wash over him. That strike, he had barely registered it. In other words, had that strike been aimed at him, he would have perished without a moment's notice. Yet, the most significant revelation lay in the sword light itself. Lu Han sensed an incomprehensible truth of sword principles emanating from it. A chill coursed through him, making the sword at his waist tremble as if it had encountered some unspeakable terror. As a sword cultivator, he was all too familiar with that elusive truth of the sword. It was precisely what he had longed to comprehend, a true sword intent, not merely the embryonic form, but the genuine essence of sword intent. The sensation it evoked was exponentially stronger than that of his master. Yuan Su Sword King had perfected the embryonic form of sword intent. Yet here, within the light of Su Lianxin's strike, he discerned an understanding that far surpassed that of his master. What did this imply? It indicated that the maiden before him had not merely grasped the embryonic form, but had achieved true sword intent. How could a girl of merely 16 or 17 possess such mastery? Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Lu Han would never have believed it. After all, even his master, a king-level sword cultivator, had yet to grasp the true essence of sword intent. Before me stands a young maiden, clad in white, whose realm of understanding remarkably parallels my own. Astonishingly, she has grasped a sword intent that even my revered master, the Sword King Yuan Su, has yet to comprehend. In this moment, it is not only I, Lu Han, who is taken aback. Even the Sword King Yuan Su, perched above and aloft, has risen abruptly, his teacup reduced to mere powder between his fingers. The astonishment of the Sword King is scarcely less than that of his disciple. The closer one approaches the comprehension of sword intent, the more one realizes the formidable challenge it poses. Despite the external rumors that the Sword King Yuan Su is but a step away from enlightenment, he alone knows how arduous that final step truly is. Countless sword cultivators find themselves ensnared at this stage, with the vast majority remaining stuck for a lifetime, never attaining the understanding of sword intent. Yet what do I behold? A mere girl of 15 or 16 has somehow grasped sword intent. What kind of prodigy is this? Such an anomaly could scarcely emerge from the kingdom of the moon's reflection. This transcends the mere definition of talent. A single strike? A master-disciple relationship? After executing a strike, Su Lianxin promptly turned to depart, leaving behind 2 sentences that pierced the hearts of both Lu Han and the Sword King Yuan Su in the loft. It is comical that the Sword King would even contemplate accepting her as a disciple. Who is to take whom as a student? A mere novice who has only glimpsed the rudiments of sword intent dares to consider taking on one who has truly comprehended it? Such a reversal of roles is absurd, and it would be more fitting for Su Lianxin to accept him as her disciple. 3 days hence, the auction will commence as scheduled. The inhabitants of Linyu City can distinctly sense an increase in the number of visitors today, with even a few formidable figures from the King's realm apparent among them. Lin Xian, accompanied by his 2 disciples, made his way to the auction house. Upon presenting the token bestowed by the auction house's proprietor, the trio was graciously ushered into a VIP section to await the commencement of the auction. "This is the auction list for this session. Please peruse it at your leisure," said the attendant as they handed Lin Xian a tome detailing all items slated for auction, including Lin Xian's prized purple scorpion demon king remains, which were reserved for the grand finale. A cursory glance revealed numerous valuable items. Indeed, the Twilight Auction House is deserving of its reputation as one of the largest in this region. As time elapsed, the semicircular tiered seating of the auction house soon filled to capacity, signaling that the auction was about to begin. When the lights converged upon the main stage, a graceful and alluring woman emerged from behind the curtain. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Twilight Auction. I am Su Yi, the auctioneer for this event. Without further ado, let us delve into the proceedings. The first item up for auction is the Spirit Glimmergrass. This 4th-tier intermediate spirit herb serves as the primary ingredient for crafting spirit glimmer pills and may also be utilized for." After the auctioneer's introduction, bidding ensued from all corners of the auction hall. However, the Spirit Glimmergrass was merely an appetizer for the auction, failing to incite fervent competition, ultimately being purchased for 3,600 spirit stones. Lin Xian did not participate in this auction, as this item was not within his scope of interest. However, he soon found himself intrigued by the second item up for bid. The second item was a Spirit Gathering Pill, a high-grade 4th-tier elixir renowned for its ability to accumulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thereby enhancing cultivation speed. This pill was crafted by the esteemed Qingmu Pill King, who had entrusted our organization with its auction, starting at a base price of 80,000 spirit stones. The first item had sold for merely a few thousand, thus the leap to 80,000 for the second item was indeed substantial. Suyi offered little introduction to the pill. The mere mention of the name Qingmu Pill King sufficed. As anticipated, when Suyi revealed that this pill was crafted by the Qingmu Pill King, a stir of excitement rippled through the auction hall. Truly, the Qingmu Pill King was formidable. His reputation alone elevated the pill to the level of a Danwen grade. The Qingmu Pill King, a master of pill refinement, not only possessed formidable strength, but also unparalleled skill in alchemy, being one of the few in the region capable of producing Danwen-grade elixirs. 90,000, 100,000, 120,000. The Spirit Gathering Pill soon ignited fierce competition among numerous cultivators. Given its inherent rarity and its Danwen-grade status, compounded by its origin from the Qingmu Pill King, it was a coveted treasure indeed. The price swiftly escalated to 200,000 spirit stones, and at this juncture, many had already conceded, leaving only a handful still vying for the prize. 200,000 spirit stones was no trifling sum, for even the average Tribulation Realm cultivator would find such a prize formidable. 230,000. From the VIP booth number 26, a young couple, flanked by several attendants, all of whom were Tribulation Realm cultivators, made their bid. It was the young woman among them who spoke, and her declaration of 230,000 spirit stones plunged the auction hall into silence. While a Danwen-grade spirit gathering pill was indeed rare and precious, it was evident that this price exceeded its intrinsic worth. 250,000. Just as everyone presumed that the spirit gathering pill was destined for the young woman, a voice resonated from VIP booth 67, Lin Xian's. Although Lin Xian had little personal need for the spirit gathering pill, he contemplated its potential as an investment, as it might yield a return in forms of valuable elixirs he could utilize. Chapter 12. Seeking Demise. 270,000. The young maiden furrowed her brows slightly, directing her gaze towards the VIP seat number 67. 300,000. Lin Xian was unyielding, although he currently possessed but a meager amount of spirit stones. He anticipated an influx of at least 3 to 4 million spirit stones following the auction, as the value of the purple Scorpion Demon King's remains was undoubtedly immense. 310,000. A voice emanated from a VIP seat number 26, no longer that of the young maiden, but rather that of the youth in the dark robe beside her. This action deepened the young maiden's frown. Mu Lang, do not meddle unnecessarily. Yet to her surprise, Mu Lang chuckled and replied, how can this be deemed meddling? If it is something you desire, I shall procure it for you, regardless of the cost. It was merely a gathering spirit pill. The maiden was rendered speechless. Observing this, Mu Lang turned his gaze towards Lin Xian in VIP seat number 67, saying, I am Mu from the Holy Sun Empire. Might I request, for the sake of the Mu family, that you grant me some favor and allow me to acquire this pill? The youth in the dark robe appeared courteous. Yet it was evident to all that this was a blatant threat. The Holy Sun Empire, the Mu family? Those present were well acquainted with the significance of these names. Among the 7 kingdoms of the moon, the Dawn Empire stood at the pinnacle, followed closely by the Holy Sun Empire. While the Mu family was one of the foremost clans within the Holy Sun Empire, boasting no fewer than 10 formidable warriors of the King realm, with the Mu family ancestor being a formidable presence at the 4th level of the King realm. A being of such caliber in Lingyue City was nearly invincible. The youth in the dark robe smiled at Lin Xian, confident that Lin Xian would acquiesce to his request. However, Lin Xian's subsequent words caused his expression to shift dramatically. 320,000. Lin Xian merely cast a glance at him before speaking again. The youth in the dark robe fixed his gaze upon Lin Xian, his face darkening. Yet he refrained from raising his bid. Instead, he instructed a servant behind him, once the auction concludes, send word to Elder Lu and have him come here. Yes. The servant clasped his fists and took his leave, internally mourning for the young man in VIP seat number 67. Was it worth sacrificing one's life for a mere pill? Meanwhile, the maidens silently scoffed, perceiving him as a fool. The individual before them, fully aware of your Mu family background, still dared to bid fearlessly, clearly not an ordinary person. And his background was likely quite formidable as well. However, the maiden refrained from cautioning Mu Lang, contemplating instead, if only she could leverage this person. With that thought, her eyes narrowed slightly. This minor interlude did not hinder the progress of the auction. Ultimately, Lin Xian secured the gathering spirit pill for the price of 320,000 spirit stones. Yet, it also elevated the perception of Lin Xian among the attendees. He had dared to offend even the Mu family, demonstrating a measure of audacity. The question lingered. However, would he be able to depart Lingyue City alive? The demeanor of the Mu family heir suggested he was far from finished. Subsequently, a few more items were auctioned, but none captured Lin Xian's interest. He chose to close his eyes and entered a state of serene contemplation. As the auction approached its climax, the final item was presented on stage. It was a storage ring. In that moment, it became evident to all that the Paisida, assistants of the auction, had arrived. Many attendees had undoubtedly come specifically for this item. With a graceful wave of the auctioneer's delicate hand, a colossal figure appeared on the auction platform, nearly occupying the entire space. The visual impact was overwhelming. This was the remains of a royal-level beast. Many were taken aback, despite its demise. The sheer size of the creature exuded an oppressive aura that sent shivers down the spines of the gathered cultivators. However, what was even more astonishing was the glaring sword mark on the chest of the royal beast. This scar nearly bisected the creature in two. The faint sword intent emanating from the mark sent chills through the crowd. That sword mark was a manifestation of sword intent. Among the audience were several sword cultivators who instantly sensed the subtle sword intent radiating from the scar. This royal beast had been slain by an extraordinary sword cultivator who had comprehended the essence of swordsmanship with a single strike. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the auction hall. The eyes of all present reflected a mixture of shock and awe. Although this royal beast was merely at the first level of the royal realm, achieving its slaying with a single strike would prove arduous even for those at the second level. Defeating it is one matter. Killing it is another entirely. Royal beasts are not so easily vanquished. Otherwise, The remains of such a creature would not have caused such an uproar and be regarded as so precious. Whispers filled the hall as the auctioneer, clad in simple attire, smiled slightly and announced, "First up for auction is the inner core of this royal beast, starting at 2 million, with increments of no less than 10,000. Let the bidding commence." Just as the auctioneer's words concluded, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire auction hall, causing everyone's hearts to plummet. 2,100,000. I shall take the inner core of this royal beast. All eyes turned toward a bald elder rising slowly from seat 1361, the source of the terrifying aura emanating from him. This sudden turn of events sent shivers down the spines of those who had intended to bid, causing them to swallow their words. This pressure was at least that of a perfected second-level royal realm. It was the king of the underworld. Fear filled many gazes directed at the bald elder. The king of the underworld was renowned in this place, infamous for his ruthless methods. Few who had crossed him had met a favorable end. Offending him meant endangering one's entire clan, as extermination was as effortless for the king of the underworld as quenching thirst with cool water. Due to the acquisition of an extraordinary evasion technique within the Burning Sky secret realm, even those of superior strength at the sovereign level find it impossible to capture him. This has emboldened him to act with impunity. Previously, the King of the Void had remained in obscurity for a considerable time, with some speculating that he had either perished or departed from this place. Yet, unexpectedly, he has made his presence known once more. At this moment, those who had initially come seeking the inner core of the sovereign-level beast felt a heavy sense of foreboding. They had even prepared several million spirit stones, intending to secure the Beast King's inner core. But now, such plans seemed futile. Indeed, having wealth offers no solace in this situation. What is your intention, King of the Void? Before he could arrive, the figure of the auction house master, Moonlight, appeared upon the auction platform, his expression grave as he regarded the bald elder at the top of the staircase. "Your Majesty Moon," Sue-E bowed respectfully, her countenance tinged with distress. For this sudden turn of events was beyond her capacity to manage. Within the auction hall, many recognized the Moon King, yet they could only manage a rueful smile. The Moon King, a top-tier powerhouse in Lingwei City, was formidable, yet the crowd harbored little hope that his presence would alter the situation. After all, this was the King of the Void. Even the city lord at the third level of the sovereign realm could do little against him, let alone she. What's the matter? Am I not allowed to participate in the auction? Have I broken any rules? Have I prevented them from bidding? Tell me, have I? The King of the Void surveyed the room, noting the silence of the onlookers, and let out a hearty laugh, filled with a palpable arrogance. Everyone was filled with indignation, yet remained voiceless. At that instant, a pure white beam of sword light responded to him. Chapter 13. You shall die too. Buzz. Within the esteemed 67th VIP seat, Lin Xian unleashed a sword strike aimed directly at the king of the underworld. The pure white sword light, akin to a meteor, illuminated the dark auction house as if it were daylight. This singular strike captivated the attention of all present. No one anticipated that someone would dare to challenge the king of the underworld. Such audacity! Equally, this strike took the king of the underworld by surprise. He had never imagined that there would be anyone within the auction house bold enough to defy him. It was nothing short of a death wish. His gaze fixated on the young man in the 67th VIP seat, prepared to dismiss the incoming sword light and crush the youth with his bare hands. However, the king soon sensed something amiss. As the sword light drew nearer, the terrifying sword intent contained within it was finally perceived by the king of the underworld. In an instant, a sense of impending doom enveloped him, as if he were being stalked by some great terror. This is bad. The king of the underworld had no time for deep contemplation. He instantly activated his escape technique and retreated at an astonishing speed. Yet he was fast. The sword light was faster. Swoosh! Under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, the king of the underworld's right arm was severed by the sword light. Blood gushed forth, staining the crimson carpet beneath him even more vividly. This scene unfolded too swiftly, too abruptly. Clutching his severed arm, the king of the underworld stared at Lin Xian in horror, his eyes filled not only with fear, but also profound confusion. Who is this youth? Such a terrifying strike. Others may not comprehend. But the king of the underworld understood all too well that if he had not promptly employed the high-level escape technique acquired from the Burning Heaven secret realm, he would have faced far graver consequences than merely losing an arm. It could have been death. All present, including the auction house's master, the Moon King, were rendered speechless by Lin Xian's strike, especially the Moon King. She recognized Lin Xian, the young man who had brought the remains of the purple scorpion demon king and entrusted her with their auction. She vaguely recalled having inquired about the origin of the remains, to which he had claimed to have slain the creature. At the time, she had dismissed his words as mere evasion of the truth, a flimsy excuse, never taking them seriously. But now, the Moon King couldn't help but smile wryly. It turned out that was no jest, nor an excuse. The absurdity of it had simply led her to disbelief. The reality was that he had not lied. The sword intent embedded in the strike aimed at the king of the underworld was identical to the faint sword intent lingering in the scar on the chest of the purple scorpion demon king. They originated from the same person. This also proved that he was indeed the unparalleled sword cultivator. In the 26th VIP seat, Mu Lang and the young woman beside him were equally astonished and terrified. Cold sweat soaked their garments. Chills ran down their spines. A profound sense of dread surged from the depths of their hearts. To incapacitate an arm of a perfected king realm second layer with a single strike? How could he have harbored thoughts of retaliating against such power moments ago? Indeed, it is an act of utter recklessness. Not even the sixth elder, nor the second or first elders, could remedy the situation. Beside him, the young girl was equally astonished. Initially, she believed that Lin Xian must possess an extraordinary background or some form of support. Otherwise, he would not dare to offend Mu Lang. Yet, to her surprise, his backing was indeed formidable, but it was derived solely from his own prowess. The elegance of that sword. The girl felt her heart racing uncontrollably, unsure whether it was from fear or awe. To withstand my strike is one thing, but what about the second? A look of surprise crossed Lin Xian's face as he prepared to unleash his second strike. Wait, I bear no grudge against you. Why would you seek to end my life? The King of the Void, in his terror, pleaded for mercy. That single strike had not only severed his arm, but shattered his pride. He understood all too well that the youth before him was vastly superior. No enmity? That may not be the case. Allow me to clarify. The remains of the king-level beast on the platform are mine. With that, Lin Xian decisively unleashed his second strike. Without a hint of hesitation, you have obstructed my path to wealth. If you do not perish, who shall? In that moment, the King of the Void began to grasp the truth. So that is how it is. The onlookers in the auction house began to comprehend why Lin Xian had suddenly turned against the King of the Void. You suppressed the auctioned item to a mere 2 million spirit stones. How could the other party not be enraged? How could they not feel indignation? The remains of a king-level beast that could have fetched 3 to 4 million spirit stones were now worth only 2 million. The second sword light crashed forth. It traversed the entire auction house, aimed at the King of the Void. However, just then, a voice resonated throughout the venue. Hold on. Accompanying this was an overwhelming pressure, even more formidable than that of the King of the Void. For many present, this aura was all too familiar. The Lord of Lingyue City. The Lord has arrived. Indeed, the newcomer was the Lord of Lingyue City, a formidable figure of the third level of the King realm. However, he had arrived a moment too late. As he manifested, Lin Xian's sword light had already completely pierced the King of the Void. The life force of the King of the Void was swiftly dwindling. Hold on. Having completed his task, Lin Xian cast a malevolent gaze toward the Lord of Lingyue City. Then he launched yet another strike, but this time, it was not directed at the now deceased King of the Void, but rather at the Lord of Lingyue City. Moreover, this strike was even more terrifying than the one that had slain the King of the Void. The spectators were instantaneously bewildered, unsure of the reasoning behind this turn of events. However, Lin Xian's subsequent words clarified their confusion. When this man was causing trouble, you did not intervene. Now that I seek to eliminate him, you appear. Surely, you and he are not in collusion? Therefore, you too shall perish. Chapter 14, Rebate. The sword light sliced through the vast sky, and the Lord of Linyue's city reacted swiftly. A shield flew from his storage ring, rapidly expanding until it stood before him. Clang! The sharp sound of collision was deafening. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the sword light effortlessly severed the shield as if it were mere tofu. A profound bewilderment washed over the Lord of Linyue's face. This was his most formidable defense, and yet it failed to withstand even the slightest fraction of the attack. With a sense of confusion, the Lord of Linyue was cleaved in two and fell from the sky. The third-tier king of Linyue's city was dead. The enormous auction hall fell into an eerie silence, as the crowd remained entranced by the shocking scene that had just unfolded. First, the second-tier king of the underworld was vanquished, followed by the third-tier Lord of Linyue. A figure of considerable prowess among his peers, all felled by Lin Xian's singular strike. Such esteemed individuals, not mere nobodies, had perished so abruptly. The horror in the hearts of the spectators was beyond expression. It was easy to foresee that the balance of power in Linyue City would undoubtedly shift. The auction continued. Ignoring the astonishment of the crowd, Lin Xian, having slain the two and claimed their storage rings, returned to his seat. His voice resonated loudly in the now silent auction hall. "Young master, shall we still notify Elder Six?" A hesitant voice inquired from the VIP section behind Mulang. Upon hearing this, Mulang shot a fierce glare at his servant. "Notify your mother." The anger that had once surged within him dissipated entirely after Lin Xian's two swift strikes that felled both the king of the underworld and the Lord of Linyue. Reflecting on his earlier warning to Lin Xian, Mulang felt a wave of fear. He had indeed danced on the precipice of death. In another VIP section of the auction house, the Sword King Yuan Su and his disciples had witnessed the entire spectacle. "Master, do you see the young woman behind that esteemed elder? Is she not the one you wish to accept as your disciple?" Liu Han remarqued, his gaze fixed on Su Lianxin, who stood behind Lin Xian. Previously, their attention had been solely on Lin Xian, neglecting the figures of Wang Yan and Su Lianxin behind him. It was only now that they recognized the girl behind Lin Xian. Was she not the prodigious young woman who had grasped the sword intent at merely 16 or 17 years of age during their previous encounter on the arena? It was indeed her. The Sword King Yuan Su recognized Su Lianxin immediately. How surprising it was that she was the disciple of this esteemed elder. No wonder. His earlier assumptions had been rather naive. Yuan Su mused with a self-deprecating smile. After the auction concluded, Lin Xian, accompanied by his two disciples, exited the Muyu auction house under the respectful send-off of the auction house's master, the Moon King. This auction had yielded a total of 563,000 spirit stones from the sale of the corpse of the Purple Scorpion Demon King. And after deducting the 32,000 for Lin Xian's auction of a spirit-gathering pill, he pocketed 531,000, a substantial fortune. Moreover, he had unexpectedly acquired the storage rings of the two fallen king-tier powerhouses. However, the storage ring acquired from the King of the Void contained little of value. Merely a tome entitled Heavenly Rock Shadow, a king-tier evasion technique. A pitiful existence indeed. It was no wonder he resorted to such endeavors. Lin Xian sneered inwardly, then extended his consciousness into the storage ring of the Lord of Linyue. In stark contrast, the Lord's possessions were considerably more affluent. There were over 7 million spirit stones. Additionally, numerous treasures such as spirit armor, medicinal pills, and spiritual herbs. What windfall! The valuables on the Lord of Linyue surpassed the worth of the Purple Scorpion Demon King's remains that Lin Xian had auctioned. From a mere few 100,000 spirit stones to now possessing 10 million. How astonishing! 10 million spirit stones could procure a 7th grade medicinal pill, albeit a low-tier one. It was still of the 7th grade. If invested in disciples, would it not at least yield an 8th grade pill, if not potentially a 9th? The more Lin Xian pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Upon returning to the inn, Lin Xian summoned Su Lianxin privately, bestowing upon her the Gathering Spirit Pill and the mysterious Shadow Step. It would be unjust to claim Lin Xian was biased. Yet Su Lianxin's talents surpassed Wang Yan's by a considerable margin. While bestowing gifts upon Wang Yan would also trigger returns, the rewards would be markedly inferior compared to those given to Su Lianxin. Naturally, Lin Xian would compensate Wang Yin elsewhere. After all, both were his disciples. He couldn't profess to be entirely impartial, but he would strive to accommodate Wang Yin as much as possible. Ding! Congratulations to the host. For investing in the Gathering Spirit Pill, you have received the Gathering Heavenly Mysterious Pill, 7th pattern. Ding! Congratulations to the host. For investing in the Mysterious Shadow Step, you have received the Heavenly Demon Shadow, Imperial. Such a splendid disciple. She never fails to meet her master's expectations. The Gathering Heavenly Mysterious Pill shares the same effects as the Gathering Spirit Pill, though the latter is a 7th grade elixir while the former is merely a 4th grade pill. As for the Heavenly Demon Shadow, it is an Imperial tier evasion technique, useful not only for fleeing but also for combat. The Heavenly Demon Shadow consists of 9 layers. The first layer allows the summoning of 10 Demon Shadow avatars, each possessing 1/10 of the user's strength. Although they are avatars, they are indistinguishable from the original except for their power, making it difficult for enemies to discern any flaws. This ability can be utilized for both retreat and deception during attacks, particularly against adversaries whose realms do not vastly exceed the host's. Moreover, this is merely the effect of the first layer. As Lin Xian examined the subsequent layers, he found the Imperial evasion technique grew increasingly formidable. The 4th layer allows the summoning of 10 Demon Shadow avatars, each endowed with 2/10 of the original strength. The 7th layer bestows 3/10. Until reaching the 9th layer, a qualitative transformation occurs. At the 9th layer, the Heavenly Demon Shadow can only summon 1 avatar, but possesses 90% of the original's combat prowess. Such an ability is quite extraordinary. Chapter 15. Brother, it is time to depart after a day of rest. They were set to embark on their journey the following day. Once Su Lianxin had withdrawn, Lin Xian eagerly commenced his cultivation of the Heavenly Demon Shadow. As for the Gathering Heavenly Xian Pill, Lin Xian chose to reserve it for a later time, intending to utilize it when he aimed to break through to the King realm. The spiritual energy required for such a breakthrough was immensely formidable. During his previous attempt to ascend to the King realm, Lin Xian had nearly exhausted all his resources. Although he had yet to initiate this new endeavor, he understood the necessity of preparing the requisite elixirs in advance. This forthcoming attempt at the King realm was markedly different from the last. Previously, he had merely sought to comprehend a singular path to challenge the King realm. This time, however, it encompassed a total of 22 paths. The sheer demand for spiritual energy was terrifying. While it may not be 22 times more than before, it was certainly at least 5 or 6 times greater. Lin Xian needed to ensure he was thoroughly prepared, lest he find himself in a position of despair due to insufficient spiritual energy. Meanwhile, as Lin Xian contemplated the Heavenly Demon Shadow, Wang Yin encountered several familiar faces within a dining establishment in the city. Red? Following Wang Yin's gaze, he spotted a group of 5 or 6 individuals seated at a round table in a corner of the hall. Among them was a woman adorned in a deep crimson gown. Although her beauty was not striking, her figure was exquisite, evident from the lingering glances of surrounding diners. Upon hearing her name called, the woman in the red dress lifted her head and recognized Wang Yin. Brother Yin? Her voice was imbued with surprise and delight, clearly astonished to encounter Wang Yin in this setting. The individuals beside her also noticed Wang Yin, but their expressions were not of joy. Rather, they furrowed their brows. Who would have thought it was you, young Wang Yin? Are you also headed to the Burning Heaven's secret realm? Inquired a middle-aged man, who bore a resemblance to the woman, his tone neither cold nor warm. Wang Yin nodded in acknowledgement. He hailed from a small town named Yunxi City, located at the fringe of the Tangxin Kingdom. Though the town was modest in size, it housed considerable power, featuring 8 prominent families, one of which was Wang Yan's, the Wang family. The woman in the red dress belonged to the Li family, which was also among the 8. The middle-aged man beside her, who bore a striking resemblance to her, was Red's father, Li Yuan, the head of the Li family. However, a notable difference existed. While the Wang family ranked 7th among the 8 families, the Li family held the esteemed 2nd position. Red, whose full name was Li Hong, had grown up alongside Wang Yan, and they had long cherished mutual affection, having privately pledged their lives to one another. Nonetheless, Li Yuan and the Li family had consistently opposed their union. This opposition was understandable, as the Li family, being second among the 8 prominent families of Yunqi City, possessed far greater overall strength in terms of both family assets and powerful members compared to the Wang family. As the daughter of the head of the Li family, Li Hong marrying Wang Yin was viewed as a significant mismatch. Li Yuan, along with the rest of the Li family, believed that Wang Yin was unworthy of Li Hong. In contrast, Yang Song, the son of the city lord, was regarded by Li Yuan as a more suitable match for his daughter. Not only was he the eldest son of the city lord, but he had also demonstrated extraordinary talent from a young age, standing unmatched among the younger generation of Yunqi City. Most importantly, the other party harbored a profound affection for their daughter. In comparison, Wang Yin appeared significantly inferior in their eyes, overshadowed by the city lord's eldest son, Yang Song. If it were not for Li Hong's unwavering insistence on marrying Wang Yin, Li Yuan would not have reluctantly acquiesced to their union. Even a year prior, upon learning that Wang Yin had joined the Qingyang Sword Sect and was mentored by a master of the 7th realm, Li Yuan remained steadfast in his convictions, perhaps even regretting his earlier decisions. The source of his regret lay in the recent news that the city lord's eldest son, endowed with extraordinary talents, had been accepted as a direct disciple by the 6th elder of the Xuanji sect. The Xuanji sect, like the Qingyang Sword Sect, ranks among the 10 most prestigious sects of the Tangqing Empire, and indeed holds a higher standing than the Qingyang Sword Sect itself. The 6th elder of the Xuanji sect was a bona fide master of the royal realm. Upon receiving this news, Li Yuan's regret deepened. Had he not been so soft-hearted from the outset, perhaps the Li family would have secured a powerful alliance with the city lord's estate. Being taken in as a direct disciple by a royal realm expert promised an immeasurable future, and the weight of his regrets led Li Yuan to increasingly resent Wang Yin. "Uncle Li, have you encountered some difficulties?" Wang Yin had noticed earlier that the Li family members were gathered around the table, their food left untouched and their demeanor distant, as if lost in thought. It was all due to that individual's outrageous actions. At this point, Li Hong could barely contain her frustration. The journey from Linyue City to the entrance of the Burning Sky Secret Realm involved traversing several perilous areas where low-tier cultivators faced immense risks. Only those of royal realm stature possessed a modicum of self-preservation capabilities. The number of cultivators aspiring to enter the Burning Sky Secret Realm was vast, which led some royal realm experts to seize the opportunity to offer their escort services for a fee of spirit stones. The Li family had negotiated a price with a direct disciple of a royal realm expert, but just as they were about to set off, the other party suddenly raised the price. What was initially required was 50,000 spirit stones, but now it had surged to 100,000. Even 50,000 spirit stones was a considerable sum for the Li family. How could they possibly gather another 50,000? Despite the Li family ranking second among the 8 prominent families in Yunqi City, it was merely a small town with a population of around 200,000. The strongest among them, Li Yuan, was only at the 8th level of the Tianxin realm, not even reaching the Tribulation realm. The 50,000 spirit stones represented their entire fortune, and the prospect of amassing an additional 50,000 was utterly implausible. The sudden change in the agreed price incensed Li Yuan, prompting him to demand a refund of the spirit stones and seek other options. However, the disciple merely scoffed and uttered a single sentence. "You have 2 choices. Pay the additional 50,000 spirit stones or leave." The implication was clear. There was no possibility of a refund, as the spirit stones had already lined the other's pockets. Yet, Li Yuan found himself in a position where he could only suppress his anger. A royal realm expert was not someone they could afford to offend. This silent humiliation was one they had no choice but to endure. With 50,000 spirit stones lost, his remaining wealth barely amounted to a few thousand. How could he hope to find another royal realm expert for escort? Without the escort of a king realm expert, it is likely that they would perish in the jaws of a beast before even making it halfway. This is utterly outrageous. A dignified king realm expert actually indulges their disciple in such a disreputable act. Upon hearing this, Wang Yin was filled with immense anger. How could he not feel enraged when his beloved suffered such indignity? Were they now I shall beseech my master for an explanation on your behalf. Yinge, please don't. Li Hong hurriedly stood up to grasp Wang Yan's arm. They are King Realm experts, and we cannot provoke them. Moreover, they have already set off for the Burning Sky Secret Realm and are not in the city. Young man, you mentioned your master is also in the city? Is your sex team here as well? Li Yuan's eyes brightened upon hearing the mention of Wang Yan's master. The sex team is absent. My master and senior sister did not accompany the main sect forces, Wang Yan replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Li Yuan's eyes. If his memory served him right, Wang Yan's master was merely at the 7th level of the Tribulation Realm. However, Li Yuan understood that, given the circumstances, any assistance from a 7th level Tribulation expert was preferable to none. He promptly suggested, Young Yan, do you think you could consult your master and see if we might join you? Wang Yan nodded, having been contemplating this very matter. He believed his master would not refuse. He immediately sent a message to Lin Xian, receiving the response, yes. For Lin Xian, bringing along a few more individuals was inconsequential. Within the storage ring of the Lord of Lingyue City, Lin Xian had also discovered a large flying vessel, not inferior to the one from Qingwei Peak. After receiving his master's consent, Wang Yan announced, my master has agreed. We shall depart early tomorrow morning. Excellent. Thank you, Yinge. Red, do we really need to say such things between us? By the way, Uncle Li, has my father arrived? Suddenly recalling something, Wang Yan inquired. He has arrived, but he and the others went ahead to the Burning Sky Secret Realm before us. As he spoke, Li Yuan cast a significant glance at Wang Yan. Has your father not informed you of what has transpired at home? Wang Yan was taken aback, his expression filled with confusion. What has happened at home? Your grandfather returned from an outing gravely injured and has fallen into a coma. It remains unclear what occurred. In order to treat your grandfather's injuries, your father has already sold several family assets, yet it is still not enough. The early opening of the Burning Sky Secret Realm has given him a glimmer of hope. A trace of worry flickered in Wang Yan's eyes. How did my father and the others manage to go? They teamed up with several adventure groups. Not everyone possesses sufficient spirit stones to hire a King Realm expert for protection. Those like Li Yuan, who offered 50,000 spirit stones to join the King Realm experts team, were ultimately a minority. Those without such wealth, yet still wishing to venture to the Burning Sky Secret Realm, began to band together for safety, as it was certainly better than braving the dangers of the Qingyang mountain range alone, thereby increasing their chances of reaching their destination safely. After hearing this, Wang Yan's worries deepened, yet he remained uncertain about what course of action to take. The vastness of the Qingyang mountain range rendered the search for his father akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Thus, he could only place his hopes on the forthcoming journey to the Burning Sky Secret Realm, where he might encounter his father. Yinge, let us take a stroll, suggested Li Hong, who, sensing something amiss with Wang Yan's demeanor, spoke hastily. It had been a year since their last meeting. Wang Yan nodded in agreement. Do not wander too far. The current situation in Lingyue City is rather unstable. It is rumored that the city lord perished within the Twilight Auction House, plunging the city into chaos. Having not seen each other for an extended period, Li Yuan did not obstruct their departure, but merely offered a cautionary word. Indeed, Lingyue City was in disarray. The city lord's demise had stirred the waters among various factions, and the public order had visibly deteriorated. Initially, when they heard of the city lord being slain, Li Yuan and the others were skeptical. However, as more witnesses came forward, they could no longer harbor disbelief. With many claiming to have witnessed the act themselves, a peerless sword cultivator had struck down the city lord with a single stroke. This news served as a stark reminder of their own insignificance. If even a Wang realm powerhouse could fall so easily, what hope did they, mere practitioners of the Tianqian realm, have? They were simultaneously curious about the true extent of that extraordinary sword cultivator's power. After all, the city lord at the 3rd level of the Wang realm had been dispatched with such ease. The following morning, members of the Li family arrived early at the city gate, waiting alongside Wang Yan for their master's arrival. A considerable gathering had formed at the gate, consisting of cultivators preparing to embark on the perilous journey to the Burning Sky Secret Realm. The expressions on their faces were grave, for the journey ahead promised to be fraught with danger, and whether they would survive to reach the entrance of the secret realm was left to fate. With a resounding whoosh, a massive flying vessel resembling a castle in the sky descended, drawing the envious gazes of countless onlookers in the city. The members of the Li family beside Wang Yin were equally captivated. Such a vessel could only belong to a Wang realm expert or an individual of significant stature. This vessel looked strikingly familiar. Was it not the city lord's flying ship? Many locals from Lingyue City quickly recognized it as the very vessel belonging to the deceased city lord. Thus, the owner of this ship must be the legendary sword cultivator who had slain him. Shock and reverence filled the eyes of the multitude. Regrettably, they could not behold the figure in person, nor witness their grandeur. To their surprise, the vessel, which they had expected to pass directly through the city gate, halted abruptly upon arrival. This unexpected pause left everyone momentarily stunned. Just as confusion spread among the crowd, a stunning young woman appeared on the deck of the ship. Clad in white, her expression was as frosty as her gaze, which swept over the crowd before finally resting on a young man, none other than Wang Yin. "Senior brother, we are ready to depart," she called out. This address drew the collective attention of all present, including Li Yuan and those beside Wang Yin. Chapter 16. Who is elevating whom? Li Yuan and his companions found themselves in a state of bewilderment, while Li Hong stood agape, rendered speechless by shock. That stunning maiden addressed Wang Yin as, "Brother?" Wait a moment. They had recently heard much about the unparalleled sword cultivator who had slain the lord of Lingyue City. They thought such figures were worlds apart from him. Yet, unexpectedly, Brother Yin, the extraordinary sword cultivator who vanquished the lord of Lingyue City, is your master? Li Hong voiced the question that lingered in the minds of Li Yuan and the others. Wang Yin nodded in affirmation. As the flying vessel soared into the sky, racing towards the entrance of the Fengshen secret realm, the members of the Li family aboard the deck felt as though they were in a dream, perceiving everything before them as surreal. They never dared to imagine that one day they would traverse upon a royal-grade flying ship, with a hint of sorrowful longing. Li Hong gazed at Wang Yin. "Brother Yin, you have deceived me so profoundly. When you returned a year ago, did you not say you had merely taken a master from the Qingyang Sword Sect, a peak master of the 7th level of the Tribulation Realm? How did this come to be?" Li Hong pointed towards the highest chamber of the vessel, the very place where Lin Xian was in seclusion. Wang Yin scratched his head, at a loss for explanation. His master was indeed only at the 7th level of the Tribulation Realm a year ago. At this moment, Li Yuan regarded Wang Yin with an expression of complexity. Previously, he had viewed Wang Yin as far inferior to young Master Yangsong from the Lord's Manor, a disparity of more than just a fraction. But now, was Wang Yin truly beneath Yangsong? Had Wang Yin elevated himself beyond his own daughter? Who was truly elevating whom? At this moment, the answer became strikingly clear. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky was painted in resplendent hues of orange and yellow. Wang Fu gazed at the twilight before him and let out a soft sigh. Night would soon descend, heralding the arrival of danger. After conferring with several adventure groups, their party set forth from Lingyue City, entering this perilous domain. The Qingyang mountain range, a haven for demonic beasts, posed risks even to those of royal stature. Initially, while on the outskirts of the mountain range, the journey was manageable. Although numerous demonic beasts lurked, most were beneath the Tribulation Realm. With over 20 individuals in their party, including more than 10 cultivators of the Tianxian realm, they could contend even with beasts at the 9th level of the Tianxian realm, as long as they avoided encounters with Tribulation Realm beasts. However, once they ventured deeper into the Qingyang mountain range, Wang Fu and his companions discovered that virtually all the beasts encountered were above the Tribulation Realm. The temporary party of over 20 found themselves at a standstill. Particularly at night, they dared not kindle a fire, for any spark could attract the attention of a demonic beast, leading to their utter annihilation. Such cautiousness resulted in the party's slow progress. Yet they had no choice but to proceed with trepidation. Surrounded by beasts of the Tribulation Realm and beyond, failure to evade them would spell disaster for the entire group. It is only the second day since entering the moonlit mountain range, and the entrance to the burning heaven secret realm remains a distant prospect. At this moment, confusion is etched on the faces of the group. Can they truly reach the entrance of the secret realm alive? Brother Wang, do not dwell on such thoughts. We shall certainly reach the burning heaven secret realm safely. Here, have a drink. A burly man approached Wang Fu, patting him on the shoulder and offering him a cup of strong liquor, displaying a more carefree demeanor. This man, named Qingyang, was the leader of one of the 3 adventure groups present, the Fierce Tiger Adventure Group, and his cultivation had already reached the 8th level of the celestial realm, making him the strongest among the 20 or so individuals in this temporary party. With years of experience navigating the moonlit mountain range, he possessed extensive knowledge, allowing Wang Fu and the others to avoid numerous dangers. Due to their camaraderie, he often looked out for Wang Fu, frequently seeking him out for drinks during their rest periods, and now here he was again, as Wang Fu was about to clink glasses with him. A piercing cry suddenly sent waves of tension through the group. They lifted their eyes toward the western horizon, where they beheld a gigantic bird, entirely snow-white, soaring swiftly toward them, its dark eyes fixated intently on Wang Fu. Qingyang and the others nestled within the trees below. The Cloud Swooper, a mid-tier beast of the Calamity Realm. As seasoned adventurers familiar with the moonlit mountain range, Qingyang and the members of the adventure group recognized the creature immediately. Their eyes reflected not only fear, but also a deep sense of despair. It was this very recognition that bred their hopelessness. The Cloud Swooper, a nightmare for adventurers, was notorious for its incredible speed. Once it targeted someone, escape became an unattainable luxury. Even late-stage human cultivators of the Calamity Realm would find themselves at a loss against it, with its unmatched velocity and ability to fly. It could exhaust even the most powerful of them to death. The Cloud Swooper was not a social beast and was relatively rare, generally difficult to encounter unless one's luck was dreadfully poor, as was the case for Wang Fu and Qingyang. Qingyang had never anticipated that just after comforting Wang Fu, the next moment would bring such dire circumstances. Suddenly, just as despair gripped Wang Fu, Qingyang and the others, a blood-red sword, resembling a shooting star, hurtled in from the east, striking the Cloud Swooper with precision under their astonished gazes. The beast had no chance to resist. It was struck down from the sky, impaled into the earth by that overwhelmingly powerful blade. Instantly, a vast wave of sword pressure surged outward in an arc, causing numerous beasts to flee in terror. Such dominance in a single strike. While Wang Fu and Qingyang were still reeling from the shock of the event, a large flying ship, radiating spiritual light, approached from the east, expanding as it drew near before ultimately hovering above the trees. A young man clad in white stood aboard, hands clasped behind his back, and, as he shifted his gaze, the sword that had slain the Cloud Swooper glimmered with an ethereal light before being retracted into his ring. To have slain the Cloud Swooper with a single strike, it had not even had the chance to resist. What kind of power was this? The realm of tribulation is utterly unattainable, even for those who have reached the 9th level of tribulation. The speed of the cloud-striding bird allows it to escape even when confronted by formidable adversaries of the 9th tribulation level, despite the odds. Only the realm of kings remains. This young man in white is undoubtedly a being of the kingly realm. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your assistance. It was Qingyang who first regained his composure, immediately clasping his fists in gratitude for the life-saving intervention. Yet, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a simple-minded youth standing behind the white-clad swordsman. Father. The utterance of that single word left everyone below in stunned silence, Qingyang included. Wang Fu was also drawn back to reality by that excited call, his gaze shifting toward the youth beside the white swordsman. Yan'e? Chapter 17. You may receive a blade from me. This spring belongs to you. Wang Fu opened his mouth, his expression filled with disbelief. It was not merely the surprise of Wang Yan's presence here, but rather the astonishment of Wang Yan's appearance aboard this flying vessel. Not only Wang Yan, but on the deck of the craft, he also recognized several familiar figures, Li Yuan and his future daughter-in-law, Li Hong. The individuals aboard the vessel were none other than Lin Xian and his companions. After departing from Linghua City, Wang Yan shared his concerns with Lin Xian. Upon learning of this, Lin Xian had extended his consciousness during his flight. Shortly after entering the depths of the Qingyang mountain range, he detected the presence of Wang Yan's father, resulting in the swift strike of a sword just moments ago. Lin Xian felt a surge of relief, realizing that his foresight had been timely. Had he been even a moment later, the consequences could have been dire. Qingyang and the others exchanged bewildered glances between Wang Fu and the esteemed Wang Yin, engulfed in profound astonishment. Was it possible that brother Wang Fu was acquainted with the noble figure aboard the vessel? No, it was far more than mere acquaintance. Yet, throughout their discussions during the journey, it was revealed that Wang Fu hailed from a remote town in the Tangqing Empire, with his clan's strongest member barely reaching the tribulation stage. How could he possibly have ties to a powerful figure of the Wang realm? If such a connection existed, Wang Fu would not have found himself in their company. Soon, Wang Yin leaped from the vessel and engaged in conversation with Wang Fu. Observing the two, Lin Xian did not rush them. "Son, who is this esteemed elder?" Wang Fu finally voiced his most perplexing question, his gaze fixed upon the striking figure of the white-clad sword cultivator at the front of the deck. "Father, allow me to introduce my master." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian nodded at Wang Fu with a smile. Wang Fu was somewhat taken aback by Lin Xian's warm demeanor and quickly returned the gesture with a respectful bow. Wang Fu pays his respects to the esteemed elder. It was understandable for him to act so. A figure of the Wang realm was simply beyond his realm of contact. Although he had seen such individuals, he had never exchanged words with any, nor had any of them ever regarded him. To such beings, even those at the tribulation stage were akin to ants, let alone someone of merely the heavenly profound stage. There is no need for such formality. As you are Wang Yin's father, you are one of us. Please, come aboard, Lin Xian invited. Thus, Wang Fu, accompanied by several astonished members of the Wang family, boarded the flying vessel. "You too, come aboard." Just as Qin Han and the other members of the adventurers group displayed envy, Lin Xian's voice resonated once more. Thank you. Esteemed elder. Thank you. After retrieving the corpse of the Cloud Sparrow, the vessel soared into the sky, hastening towards the direction of the burning Heaven Mountain range. Lin Xian had returned to his quarters to meditate, sensing that he was on the cusp of comprehending the final path. Meanwhile, Wang Fu, Wang Yin, and the others stood on the deck, gazing at the receding scenery, their hearts filled with profound emotions. Once upon a time, they found themselves struggling to navigate the treacherous mountains, gripped by constant fear, unable to sleep soundly at night, tense at the slightest sound. Yet now, a long sword, suspended above the flying vessel, radiated an intensely terrifying sword intent. It was this very aura that allowed the vessel to glide unhindered, causing any lurking beast to instinctively retreat, gazing in terror as the vessel soared above them. This was a scenario that Wang Fu, Qingyang, and their fellow adventurers could scarcely have imagined before. Previously, even a single beast encounter below would compel them to take cover, fearing the wrath of their adversary. But now, they flew directly over the beasts, who dared not move a muscle. It was truly astonishing. Within the perilous confines of the Qingyang Mountains, it now resembled a veritable garden for the flying vessel. Brother Wang Fu, thanks to your fortune, I, Old Qin, also have the privilege of riding in a royal-grade vessel. Ha ha ha, Qingyang remarked with a hint of nostalgia. 2 days later, the vessel arrived at the entrance of the Burning Sky secret realm. Contrary to expectations of a bustling crowd, only a smattering of cultivators, like Lin Xian and others, had just arrived. It seemed that the entrance had opened earlier than anticipated, though not by much. Wang Fu gazed at the entrance, emanating a violet glow, and spoke slowly. "It is fortunate we boarded Yinner's master's royal-grade vessel. Otherwise, even if we managed to arrive safely, we would likely have missed the closing of the realm by a significant margin. Master, we have arrived at the secret realm entrance." Su Yinxin conveyed telepathically to Lin Xian within the vessel's loft. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, and compared to a few days prior, he felt significantly stronger. During these days, he had fully comprehended the Thundersword path. All 22 paths had been grasped. With everything prepared, he merely needed to find a place rich in spiritual energy and gather sufficient recovery elixirs to break into the royal realm. Moreover, Lin Xian had also mastered the fourth layer of the Heavenly Demon Shadow, an imperial grade evasion technique. Now, he could manifest 10 shadow clones, each possessing 2 layers of Lin Xian's own combat prowess. Lin Xian's twofold combat strength. One must understand that Lin Xian had already comprehended 22 paths. Even if it was merely twofold strength, it could not be compared to an ordinary royal realm cultivator. This meant that, whenever Lin Xian desired, he could summon 10 royal realm-level shadow clones at will. Whether for combat or retreat, they would prove remarkably effective. Let's enter as well. Here are 2 black jade stones for you. If you find yourselves in a life-and-death crisis, crush them. Each black jade concealed a shadow clone of Lin Xian. Though he did not elaborate, ideally, he hoped Wang Yin and Su Lianxin would never need to use them. With that, Lin Xian transformed into a streak of light, darting into the secret realm, not accompanying Su Lianxin and Wang Yin. Upon entering the Burning Sky secret realm, one would be randomly transported to any location within the realm. Thus, it mattered little whether they entered together, for even if they did, they would not necessarily appear in the same place within the realm. As Lin Xian stepped into the entrance of the Burning Heaven secret realm, he was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming darkness. When his vision cleared, he found himself in a desolate expanse of desert, surrounded solely by endless yellow sands. His consciousness quickly spread outwards, but he was soon taken aback. Within this realm, it appeared that his spiritual perception was significantly hampered, limited to only a few miles, a stark contrast to his usual capabilities in the outside world. Yet, even with these constraints, Lin Xian was able to detect a remarkably rich source of spiritual energy within his limited range. Was that a spiritual spring? Not far ahead, there lay a small oasis. While this discovery was remarkable in itself, what truly captivated him was the fact that within the oasis, there resided a spiritual spring of extraordinary purity. What immense fortune! Lin Xian was astonished by the stroke of luck that had befallen him. He had initially thought that if he could gather half of what was needed to break through to the King realm during this expedition, his journey would not be in vain. However, he never anticipated stumbling upon such a pristine spiritual spring upon entry. He estimated that this spring would more than suffice for his breakthrough requirements. In fact, it could provide far more than he needed. This meant that he could directly attempt to ascend to the King realm right here. How could he not be exhilarated by this revelation? Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian wasted no time and swiftly made his way towards the oasis. In the blink of an eye, he covered the distance to the oasis and the spiritual spring. However, before he could examine it closely, he heard 2 sharp sounds slicing through the air. Curiosity piqued. Lin Xian turned to see 2 young female cultivators who had arrived just moments after him. Remarkably, they were only a step behind. The leading figure, clad in a green dress, exuded an ethereal grace, appearing to be in her early 20s, with a green longsword slung across her back. Her gaze held a teasing glint as she regarded Lin Xian from a distance. Following her was a younger girl in a white dress, whose beauty paled in comparison to her companion. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that although their garments differed in color, the patterns were identical, indicating they hailed from the same faction. Despite their youth, both possessed astonishing strength, each at the 9th level of the Tribulation Realm. At such a tender age, reaching this level of cultivation was an extraordinary feat in the moonlit 7 nations, unmatched by any. It seemed likely that these 2 did not originate from any of the nations within the Moonlit 9, but rather from beyond them. Even the entire Xian domain, few could attain the 9th level of the Tribulation Realm at such a young age. Sister Chu, I'm coming. The girl in the white dress was poised to step forward, but was halted by her companion. Pouting slightly, she expressed her displeasure. In her view, there was no need for Sister Chu to intervene with such a trivial character, as she could easily handle the situation herself. Although not a prodigy on the Xian ranking, she could effortlessly deal with an ordinary 9th level Tribulation Realm cultivator in a single move, rendering Sister Chu's involvement unnecessary. This spiritual spring was discovered by me first. You 2 should seek elsewhere. Had it been anyone else, Lin Xian would have simply bid them to leave. However, the 2 before him were clearly not ordinary individuals. Such prodigies, not only in the moonlit Nine Nations but even within the vast expanse of the Xian domain, could not be nurtured by common forces. Ha ha ha! To Lin Xian's surprise, his words elicited a laugh from the girl in green behind Sister Chu, a laugh filled with scorn. Chu Yuechan narrowed her eyes and regarded Lin Xian. You jest, my lord. Indeed, it was you who discovered this spiritual spring first. But treasures such as this are always claimed by the capable, not merely by those who arrive first. Given that you have cultivated to such a level, surely you understand this principle? Thus, I shall not deny you an opportunity. I observe that your cultivation is on par with mine. If you can withstand a strike from me, I shall grant you 30% of this spiritual spring. If you cannot, then I must ask you to relinquish your claim to this place. What say you? The girl in the green dress beside her could barely contain her amusement, casting an incredulous glance at her sister. Sister, is this what you call an opportunity? If there exists a chance to withstand a strike from me, how could one possibly endure yours? A strike from a prodigy of the Xian ranking? The Xian domain is vast. Realms like the moonlit Seven Nations are numerous, if not countless. Yet, only 100 ascend the Xian ranking. Those who do are all peerless geniuses. Though Sister Chu stands at the 9th level of the Tribulation Realm, her true power rivals that of a genuine Sovereign Realm expert. To withstand her strike is akin to facing a sovereign's blow, perhaps even stronger. It is rare within the small confines of the moonlit Seven Nations, and even more so across the entirety of the Xian domain. For anyone to claim they could endure a strike from Sister Chu at an equivalent cultivation level. What kind of opportunity is this, Sister Chu? You are quite the trickster. From her words, it was evident that the young woman in white possessed absolute confidence in her abilities. Yet, Lin Xian harbored an equal conviction in his own strength. Shaking his head, he declined her proposal. Not that, but I have a suggestion of my own. Oh, Chu Yuechan regarded Lin Xian with mild surprise. And what is your suggestion, my lord? Do share. Lin Xian met her gaze directly, a white jade longsword appearing in his hand unbeknownst to anyone. If you can withstand a strike from me, this spring shall belong to you. Chapter 18. The Impact of the King's Realm. The Crimson Thunder Tribulation. Upon hearing these words, both Chu Yuechan and the girl in the green dress stood momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback by Lin Xian's audacity. You wish to receive my sword? Do you even comprehend who stands before you? However, before she could utter a mocking retort, Lin Xian's sword was suddenly unleashed, interrupting her words with its formidable force. How intriguing! Chu Yuechan found Lin Xian to be quite fascinating, radiating confidence despite his apparent weakness. Yet, she soon realized that the situation was perhaps not as amusing as it seemed. Initially, she had dismissed his strike as inconsequential, believing it could hardly breach her protective sword barrier. However, as the sword light slashed toward her, closing the distance of less than 10 paces, a chilling realization dawned upon her. A terrifying sword intent erupted from that luminous blade, sending shivers down her spine. Was this sword intent? Her lips parted slightly, and the nonchalance that previously adorned her face was replaced by an overwhelming shock. The aura contained within that sword light was all too familiar to her. Having comprehended sword intent herself, her sensitivity to it was acute. To her astonishment, the sword light not only emanated sword intent, but was also significantly more potent than her own comprehension of it. How could this be possible? In this diminutive realm of the moonlit Seven Kingdoms, was there truly someone capable of grasping sword intent beneath the King's realm? Moreover, judging by Lin Xian's age, he appeared to be under 30. Could it be that he hailed from beyond the Seven Kingdoms, just as she did? Before she could ponder further, Lin Xian's sword had already reached her. Chu Yuechan, now fully aware of the gravity of the situation, retaliated with her own sword strike, channeling all her strength into it. Boom! As the deafening sound reverberated, Chu Yuechan's slender figure shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, blood gushing from her mouth. The scene left the girl in the green dress nearby utterly dumbfounded. What had she just witnessed? Chu Yuechan, whom she had always regarded as an unparalleled prodigy, had been sent flying by a single sword strike? This was entirely contrary to her expectations. Sister Chu, the girl in green, was momentarily paralyzed with disbelief. Questioning her own senses wondering if she was experiencing some form of hallucination. As Chu Yuechan, now propelled far away, clutched her chest. The shock she felt mirrored that of the girl in green, if not surpassing it. In that critical moment, she had recognized her inability to withstand Lin Xian's strike and had decisively shattered a talisman meant for her protection. Yet, the talisman, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from the third level of the King S realm, had proven ineffective against Lin Xian's sword. What kind of monster is this? The 9th level of the Tribulation realm? A single strike surpassing the full force of the 3rd level of the King S realm? Such prowess will be difficult for even the top 10 of the Xian ranking to achieve, would it not? Previously, her father had consistently warned her that there are always greater talents beyond one's own, and one should never underestimate anyone. However, as a genius, she had seldom given this advice much thought. Yet today, she has truly grasped the profundity of those words. The terrifying essence of the sword. How many layers of sword intent does it possess? 2 layers? Undoubtedly more than that. The second layer of sword intent could not possibly be this formidable. 3 layers? Quite likely. In the 9th realm of tribulation, not only has one comprehended the sword intent, but they have also mastered 3 layers of it. Such an outrageous feat would surely be met with disbelief if spoken aloud. Yet she has witnessed it with her own eyes. Moreover, it does not end there. Even in the 9th realm of tribulation, possessing 3 layers of sword intent would not enable one to unleash a strike surpassing the full power of the 3rd layer of the King realm. This individual is simply a monster. Recalling her earlier bravado in suggesting that he withstand her strike, Chu Yuechan couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. With a respectful clasp of her fists towards Lin Xian, she made no further delay and departed with the girl in the green dress, feeling utterly shaken by the day's events. The green dress girl appeared dazed, clearly still reeling from the shock of witnessing Lin Xian's victory over Chu Yuechan. As Lin Xian watched the 2 women depart, he withdrew his gaze and directed his attention towards the spiritual spring below. The value of this spring, if placed in the outside world, would be immeasurable. The burning heaven secret realm truly lives up to its reputation as the resting place of revered beings. Of course, it is also a testament to his extraordinary fortune. The rarity of this spiritual spring, even within the entire burning heaven secret realm, is exceptional. Now, it is time to strive for the king realm. A fervent glimmer flickered in his eyes. After several years, he had once again reached this pivotal juncture. However, this time was entirely different from the last. Previously, he had attempted to reach the king realm through the sword path, but had failed. This time, he had comprehended 22 paths. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Xian began to channel his sacred level technique, the Qing Emperor Scripture. Above, dark clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled ominously, as if the apocalypse were upon them. Below, the waters of the spiritual spring transformed into wisps of mist, penetrating Lin Xian's body. A crystal-clear spiritual pill emerged from his storage ring and was swallowed by Lin Xian. This pill was the Gathering Heaven Xian Pill. With the Gathering Heaven Xian Pill consumed, Lin Xian's absorption of the spiritual spring's essence surged dramatically. The spring's waters were visibly diminishing at a remarkable pace. As he gazed at the purple-red lightning illuminating the sky, Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. This atmospheric intensity was exponentially greater than during his previous attempt to reach the king realm. The purple-red tribulation lightning seemed intent on reducing all things in existence to dust, emanating a formidable sense of oppression. Boom! As the first bolt of purple-red tribulation lightning descended, the ominous night sky was instantly illuminated. Lin Xian unleashed a sword strike, directly cleaving towards the incoming lightning. In that moment, the heavens and earth trembled. Lin Xian's arms slightly bent, and a muffled groan escaped his lips. Once more, boom! The second bolt of tribulation lightning followed, even more terrifying than the last. Above the oasis, a figure was fervently enduring the baptism of the lightning tribulation. A series of heart-stopping tribulations descended relentlessly, each with a singular purpose: to eradicate Lin Xian from existence. It is uncertain how much time passed before the tempestuous clouds gradually dissipated. A ray of sunlight pierced through the canopy, illuminating the disheveled figure of Lin Xian. Yet, despite his disarray, a subtle smile graced his face, betraying the elation he felt at that moment. He had achieved the pinnacle of the first level of the King realm. Chapter 19, Apologies. I must disagree. Gazing at the nearly exhausted spiritual spring below, Lin Xian felt a wave of introspection. He had underestimated the potency of this spring, initially believing that a singular breakthrough into the King realm would be a significant achievement. He found himself unexpectedly attaining the perfect completion of the first level of the King realm. Of course, his crimson destiny, the innate primordial sword body, and the sacred level technique, the Qingdi Sutra, all contributed significantly to this success. Furthermore, this time, Qingyang Yuan no longer served as his inner demon. He had relinquished the emotional bond that had once bound them. After assessing his current physical condition, Lin Xian could only manage a bitter smile as he cast his gaze toward the dissipating thunder tribulation in the sky. Such a ferocious thunder tribulation, even when compared to that which descends upon a breakthrough to the Emperor realm, surely pales in comparison to its might. This tribulation was not merely a test to be surpassed. Were it not for Lin Xian, any other individual would likely have perished beneath its wrath. Even with his crimson destiny, the innate primordial sword body, mastery of the sacred level Qingdi Sutra, and comprehension of the fourfold sword intent, he barely managed to endure this ordeal. Conversely, were it not for Lin Xian's exceptional talents, entering the King realm with the understanding of 22 paths would not have attracted such a formidable thunder tribulation. Beyond the King realm lies the comprehension and integration of the Tao. Lin Xian possessed a fair understanding of the cultivation process that follows the King realm. Typically, grasping a single Tao allows for ascension to the King realm, which represents the most ordinary level of that realm. Subsequently, one begins to merge the comprehended Tao, a process referred to as integration of the Tao. In ancient times, the King realm was also known as the integration realm. Once a Tao is thoroughly integrated, one achieves the perfect completion of the first level of the King realm, thereafter beginning to comprehend a second Tao. Successfully grasping this second Tao signifies the attainment of the second level of the King realm. This process continues until one integrates 9 Taos, culminating in the perfect completion of the 9th level of the King realm. Naturally, there are prodigies who can comprehend and integrate more than 9 Taos while in the King realm. Their strength far surpasses that of an ordinary King realm practitioner at the 9th level. Strictly speaking, they belong to the King realm, yet they also transcend it. After all, the King realm comprises only 9 levels, yet they have integrated and comprehended more than 9 Taos. Upon achieving the perfect completion of the 9th level of the King realm, one can begin to sense the thunder tribulations. To break through to the Emperor realm, one must endure 9 thunder tribulations, each corresponding to the 9 Taos they have comprehended. The intensity of these tribulations escalates as one progresses. Countless practitioners at the perfect completion of the 9th level of the King realm have met their demise beneath these 9 thunder tribulations. The path to becoming an emperor is fraught with challenges, as formidable as ascending to the heavens. This is also why there has not been a single emperor in the 7 nations of the moonlight. However, due to Lin Xian's comprehension of 22 Taos, while other practitioners at the perfect completion of the 9th level of the King realm need only endure 9 thunder tribulations to ascend to the Emperor realm, Lin Xian must face 22 tribulations, and this is assuming he does not comprehend or integrate any additional Taos in the future. Should Lin Xian gain further understanding of more Taos, the number of tribulations he must endure will only increase. At this rate, he might as well take a bath in the thunder tribulations, Lin Xian quipped to himself. First, he thought, let me recuperate. Currently, Lin Xian finds himself in a dire state, only able to muster a flicker of spiritual energy. At this moment, it would not be an exaggeration to say he is as powerless as a fledgling chick. Within the fiery heaven's secret realm, danger lurks at every turn, with no one knowing what perils the next moment may bring. After consuming 2 pills designed to restore spiritual energy, Lin Xian gazes down at the dwindling spiritual spring below. He retrieves a small jade vial, preparing to collect the remaining precious essence of the spring to take back for Su Lianxin. Although Lin Xian is uncertain of the nature of this spring, he recognizes its potential to aid him in breaking through to the first level of the King realm, and its rarity is self-evident. If auctioned, it could fetch a price in the millions or even higher, and Lin Xian would not be the least surprised. This spring is undoubtedly extraordinary. It's worth comparable to that of a 7th-tier spiritual object. Bestowing it upon Su Lianxin could potentially yield an 8th-tier item in return. If fortune smiles upon him, a 9th-tier item is not beyond the realm of possibility. A 9th-tier item that is akin to an imperial sacred artifact. Even if he were to settle for an 8th-tier item, it would still be a treasure of noble caliber. However, just as Lin Xian takes out the jade vial and prepares to collect the spring, several piercing sounds resonate through the air, and a few figures suddenly appear before him. Lin Xian furrows his brow. There are 4 individuals, 2 men and 2 women, alongside Lin Xian and his shadow clone, totaling 6 in this location. All 4 possess formidable prowess, being uniformly at the King realm. Lin Xian's earlier breakthrough had generated considerable noise, leading those who witnessed it to assume a treasure had emerged. Being the nearest and all being King realm cultivators capable of flight, they naturally arrived here ahead of others. Upon seeing the spring radiating an exceptionally rich spiritual energy, their eyes gleam with fervor. This is, though none recognize the spring, the intense spiritual energy fluctuations are sufficient for them to comprehend its value. Lin Xian raises an eyebrow. The shadow clone has stealthily positioned itself behind him. Having just endured an excruciating heavenly tribulation, Lin Xian's condition is at its nadir, rendering him almost powerless. Yet, he is not without a contingency plan, the heavenly demon shadow. Although this shadow clone possesses merely 2/10 of Lin Xian's strength prior to his breakthrough at the 9th level of the Tribulation Realm, it suffices against ordinary King Realm adversaries. As for why the shadow clone only retains 2/10 of his former strength, it is because it has yet to be updated. Lin Xian has just advanced, and his spiritual energy is nearly depleted, making it impossible to activate the heavenly demon shadow. The shadow behind him is a manifestation he formed before breaking through to the King realm, its power reflecting Lin Xian's capabilities prior to that pivotal moment, rather than his current state. Though the figures before him are all at the King realm, they are merely at the first level, posing no significant threat to Lin Xian. Yet, the commotion from his earlier breakthrough was indeed substantial. Those who witnessed it might easily misconstrue it as the emergence of a great treasure. There is surely more than just these few individuals approaching, but the others are still at a distance, yet to arrive. In the current situation, Lin Xian still maintained control, but that could change in the blink of an eye. Yet, he remained unperturbed. His spiritual energy and injuries were gradually recovering. All he needed was to gather a modicum of spiritual power to refresh his shadow clone. At that point, he would not fear even those at the 5th level of the King realm, let alone mere 1st or 2nd level practitioners. Although he was uncertain of his full strength at his peak, he was undeniably confident that the usual 3rd and 4th level King realm practitioners were as insignificant as ants in his eyes, even against 5th level or higher formidable beings. Lin Xian was assured of his ability to contend and possibly triumph. This was the confidence born from absolute power. Having perfected the 1st level of the King realm, he comprehended 22 pathways, integrated one, and combined it with his innate primordial sword body and the 4th level of sword intent. Lin Xian dared not even fathom how terrifying his current strength might be. This spring, I shall take 30%. I trust no one will object? The enchanting woman among the 2 men and 2 women narrowed her eyes and spoke slowly. As she did, an overwhelming pressure erupted from her. Boom! Perfected 1st level of the King realm. Sensing the immense force, the other 3 exchanged glances, arriving at a silent consensus, acquiescing to the enchanting woman's claim of 30%. I shall take 20%. I too shall take 20%. The other 2 men simultaneously declared. Their auras, though not as powerful as the enchanting woman's, were formidable nonetheless. Thus, only 30% remained, and the enchanting woman and the 2 men turned their gazes towards Lin Xian's shadow clone, shrouded in a black robe, obscuring its features, as well as the final figure, the woman in purple. As for Lin Xian, he was naturally overlooked. His current aura was exceedingly weak, and he was likely mistaken for the black-robed figure S Jr. The remaining 30% shall be divided between you two. What say you? The enchanting woman proposed. They were no fools. Hence, they refrained from fighting over the treasure. Should a conflict arise over the spiritual spring, they feared that none would secure anything by the time reinforcements arrived. The woman in purple nodded. Her strength was slightly inferior to that of the enchanting woman and the two men, so taking half a percentage less mattered little to her. I'm afraid I must disagree. Ignored by the others, Lin Xian felt no anger. Instead, he shrugged and stepped forward. Chapter 20. The farce must end. You cast a fleeting glance at Lin Xian, and the others furrowed their brows slightly. Throughout the encounter, they had not regarded Lin Xian with any seriousness, viewing him merely as a junior of the enigmatic figure cloaked in black. However, it seemed that the dynamics were shifting, with the young man in white, Lin Xian, emerging as the focal point. Time was of the essence. Reinforcements were imminent. Thus, the alluring woman expressed her impatience, suggesting, I shall allocate you an additional 5%, so you will receive a total of 20%. The other three turned their gazes towards Lin Xian, but to their surprise, he continued to shake his head defiantly. Young man, do not push your luck. Do you not believe that the four of us can eliminate the one behind you before others arrive, leaving you with nothing? The middle-aged man, whose demeanor was as cold as his eyes, fixated on Lin Xian with a piercing glare. In the face of such a threat, Lin Xian maintained a smile, casting a disbelieving look at the cold man. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure erupted from the middle-aged man, who had gripped his long blade, poised to strike at Lin Xian. Stop! The enchanting woman intervened, halting the man's advance. Despite his casual demeanor, the reality was that, even united, the four of them might not swiftly defeat the formidable opponent standing behind Lin Xian, for those who reached the King realm were anything but ordinary. With a frosty gaze fixed on Lin Xian, the alluring woman inquired, How do you intend to divide it? To her astonishment, Lin Xian looked at her in confusion and declared boldly, Divide? Who said I would share with you? This spiritual spring belongs entirely to me. As for you all, be gone. Do you think you're worthy to share spoils with me? Mere first-level kings, and you dare to negotiate? Even before breaking through to the king realm, Lin Xian was unafraid of them, let alone in his current state. You seem quite arrogant, the middle-aged man remarked, to which Lin Xian smirked and commanded his shadow clone. Go, eliminate him. Buzz. At Lin Xian's command, the shadow clone charged forth, sword in hand, without a moment's hesitation. The clone possessed no independent will. It merely executed Lin Xian's orders. Bang! No one anticipated that Lin Xian would act so swiftly, and by the time they reacted, the middle-aged man had already been sent flying by a single strike from the shadow clone. The trickle of blood escaping from his lips bore testament to the ferocity of that blow. Everyone, what are you waiting for? Join me in subduing this brat. You heard the insolent words he just uttered. Only by defeating them can we claim this spiritual spring. A few coughs revealed the middle-aged man's unease as he realized he was no match for the shadow clone, prompting him to rally his companions. The alluring woman and the other two exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they simultaneously launched their attacks against the shadow clone. Unfazed, the shadow clone transformed into a streak of black light, surging into the fray, bravely facing four adversaries without yielding an inch. As for Lin Xian, he tossed 2 recovery pills into his mouth to restore his spiritual energy, continuing to heal his wounds while observing everything with a detached demeanor. Several times, the alluring woman attempted to shake off the shadowy avatar and strike at Lin Xian, but each effort was thwarted. Whenever anyone sought to rid themselves of it and attack Lin Xian, the shadowy avatar would retaliate fiercely. Among the four, the most unfortunate was undoubtedly the sinister middle-aged man. On several occasions, he narrowly escaped being struck down by the avatar's blade, had it not been for the distractions provided by the enchanting woman and her companions. He would have surely met his demise. Suddenly, after the enchanting woman unleashed a powerful wave of fire that forced the shadowy avatar back a step, The sinister middle-aged man seized the opportunity to vanish from his position, reappearing just a short distance from Lin Xian. Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback, his complexion paling and his eyes flickering with dread. Witnessing this scene, the sinister man felt a surge of exhilaration, his eyes glinting with madness and malice. The crimson hue of his gaze fixed intently on Lin Xian before he erupted into maniacal laughter. "You little wretch. Now you understand fear? Where is that arrogance from moments ago? Are you still so bold? Do you wish to kill me? I shall strike you down first." With a furious roar, the sinister middle-aged man lunged at Lin Xian. The terrified Lin Xian took 2 steps back, but in the next moment, fear dissipated, replaced by a hint of derision. "I was merely deceiving you." As the words fell, a dark figure suddenly appeared before Lin Xian, standing resolutely in front of the sinister man, who was now just a few steps away. Yet, that seemingly short distance was one he could never hope to cross. Clad in a black robe, the features of the shadowy avatar obscured. Its arrival startled the sinister middle-aged man. Wasn't this black-robed figure already being engaged by the 3 alluring women? The sinister man turned to look, confirming that the enchanting trio was indeed attacking the other shadowy avatar. What, then, was the nature of the figure before him? Despairing. "Are we?" Lin Xian's voice echoed softly. His mastery of the heavenly demon shadow had reached the 4th level, allowing him to summon 10 avatars. Excluding the 2 tied to Su Lianxin and Wang Yin, there were still 8 remaining. Lin Xian had initially thought 1 avatar could handle the group. He had underestimated the situation. To summon another avatar required a portion of his spiritual energy, which he desperately needed to mend his own injuries. If not for the dire circumstances, he would have preferred not to summon a 2nd avatar. "Despairing, are we?" At these words, a profound sense of helplessness welled up within the sinister middle-aged man. One black-robed figure was already a considerable headache. Now there was another. The terror and pallor on that little wretch's face had been an act all along. He chuckled bitterly to himself. It turned out that the true fool was himself. Meanwhile, the 3 alluring women, who were engaged in their assault against another shadowy avatar, were left utterly dumbfounded by this turn of events. Originally, it required the combined efforts of the 4 of them to contend with the dark-robed figure on equal footing. However, with the absence of the middle-aged shadow vulture, the pressure has intensified immensely. They could only hope that he would swiftly deal with Lin Xian. Little did they expect. As they cast a glance towards Lin Xian's position, they suddenly beheld the silhouette of yet another dark-robed individual. In that instant, the 3 enchanting women were rendered speechless, overwhelmed by a profound sense of despair. This brief moment of distraction was seized upon by the magical shadow clone engaged in combat with them, unleashing a devastating sword strike. The dazzling sword light obliterated the purple-clad woman in an instant. Subsequently, under the combined assault of the 2 magical shadow clones, the remaining individuals found themselves utterly powerless to resist. In a matter of moments, only the enchanting woman remained in that place. At that moment, she was in a dire predicament, having exhausted all her life-saving trump cards. Gazing at the 2 dark-robed figures blocking her escape, her eyes were filled with despair. Yet, just as this enchanting woman felt hopeless, believing her demise was inevitable, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air. More individuals were arriving, and not just a few, but a total of 8. Furthermore, all 8 possessed the prowess of the King Realm. This was to be expected, for only those of the King Realm could reach this location in such a short span of time. Everyone, that unparalleled treasure, is within this person's possession. She hastily pointed at Lin Xian and exclaimed, while the 2 magical shadow clones were dispatching the enchanting woman's companions. Lin Xian had already stowed the spirit spring into a small jade bottle, securing it within his storage ring. Truly, it seemed never-ending. Lin Xian could not help but utter. Yet no trace of anxiety was visible upon his countenance. His internal spiritual energy was steadily recovering, though the pace was slow. As long as he could gather even a modicum of spiritual power, you would have no fear of these 10 or so King Realm opponents, even if dozens were to arrive. The newly arrived 8 also understood that the longer they delayed, the more reinforcements would come. Without further ado, They charged towards Lin Xian. The two magical shadow clones showed no fear, engaging them head-on to shield Lin Xian. In addition, Lin Xian summoned two more magical shadow clones. Faced with the 8 individuals, not to mention the enchanting woman, a total of 9, including one at the 2nd level of the King realm, the two magical shadow clones would likely struggle against them. Soon, the 4 magical shadow clones clashed with the 9, resulting in a stalemate. Before long, more and more individuals gathered. Upon learning that the treasure causing the commotion was in Lin Xian's possession, they eagerly joined the fray against him. Observing the 4 magical shadow clones retreating under the assault of over 10 King realm foes, Lin Xian summoned another 4 magical shadow clones. With their entry into the battlefield, the previously unfavorable situation was once again reversed. Damn it, how can there still be more? Roared a King realm warrior who had been sent flying and spitting blood. As soon as his words fell, a vast sword light surged forth, cleaving him in two and obliterating his very soul. A fierce battle unfolded, involving over 20 sovereign-level warriors. And the onlookers, practitioners who had hastened from all corners, were profoundly shaken by the scene before them. Such high-caliber confrontations were typically reserved for the top 10 sects of various nations. Patriarch, shall we truly refrain from intervening? You have witnessed the disturbance caused by that treasure. It is undoubtedly a remarkable artifact. Should we let this opportunity slip away? Yet, not all sovereigns who arrived at this site chose to engage. For instance, the Yin family of Enfrost was observing the clash from a distance. The Enfrost Empire, one of the 7 nations of moonlit reflection, housed the Yin clan, a prestigious family within the empire, boasting 4 sovereign-level experts. Among them, Patriarch Yin Song was a formidable figure, having fused 2 paths and attained the 2nd level of sovereignty. At this moment, he and the 2nd elder of the clan were watching the battle unfold from afar, refraining from joining the assault on Lin Xian. In truth, the 2nd elder was eager to participate. He had witnessed the extraordinary phenomena earlier, recognizing it as an exceptional treasure, for such events could not occur without cause. However, Yin Song had firmly restrained him, preventing any rash actions, leaving the elder in a state of anxious frustration. Despite Lin Xian, flanked by 8 shadowy figures in black robes, holding his ground against nearly 20 sovereigns, the arrival of more opponents heralded inevitable defeat for the 8. The youth in white could not possibly continue summoning these black-robed specters indefinitely. It was highly likely that these 7 were his limit. Defeat was merely a matter of time. If they did not intervene now to claim a share, they would have no stake in the aftermath. The 2nd elder's words caused Yin Song's gaze to waver, torn between indecision, yet ultimately he shook his head. The memory of Lin Xian slaying the King of the Void and the City Lord of Moonlit City with a single sword stroke lingered vividly in his mind. It was not that he was disinterested in a share of the spoils, but rather that he was apprehensive. Indeed, he had been present at the auction house when Lin Xian executed those formidable figures. It was precisely because he had witnessed that scene that he had restrained the 2nd elder. Treasures may be invaluable, but what worth do they hold if one's life is lost? All believed the youth in white relied solely on the 8 black-robed figures, unaware that the true terror lay within him. Alas, the 2nd elder sighed deeply, feeling profound disappointment towards Yin Song, the patriarch. As more sovereigns gathered, Lin Xian's 8 shadowy avatars began to falter. No matter how powerful these avatars were, they were merely manifestations conjured before Lin Xian ascended to sovereignty, possessing only 1/5 of his pre-breakthrough strength. To endure so long under the assault of over 20 sovereigns was already a remarkable feat, with the first shadowy avatar vanquished. The tide of battle began to shift decisively, and the remaining 7 avatars were soon overwhelmed. Eventually, as the last of the shadowy avatars fell, the tumultuous battle, which had seen the participation of over 30 sovereigns, finally drew to a close. This battle was undeniably fierce, with the majority of the encircled kings suffering injuries, whether grave or minor. Indeed, 5 of the esteemed kings fell at the hands of those 8 figures in black robes. In the realm of the 7 nations of Yingwei, a king is regarded as an absolute powerhouse. Yet this confrontation claimed the lives of 5. It was over. Observing Lin Xian, who no longer summoned the black-robed figures. Everyone understood that this must be his limit. Without the black-robed figures, Lin Xian was but a fish on the chopping block. Indeed, it was time to conclude. With a single step, Lin Xian instantaneously ascended into the air, and a terrifying pressure surged forth. Boom! Under this overwhelming force, all present felt an overwhelming urge to prostrate themselves. The more than 20 kings locked under this pressure coughed up blood and fell to their knees, struggling to lift their gazes towards the ethereal youth before them. Their eyes brimmed with disbelief. Heaven, what an astonishing weight of pressure! Some marveled that such a mere aura could bring a multitude of kings to their knees. What kind of strength must one possess? It became apparent that the 8 black-robed figures were not the most formidable. The true terror lay in that youth clad in white. Senior I, among the 20-plus kings, the eldest, the strongest among them, was about to plead for mercy. However, Lin Xian did not allow him to finish his words and swiftly struck with his sword. Chapter 21. Deputy Lord. The terrifying sword aura swept through, annihilating over 20 experts of the King realm. Those who witnessed this spectacle were left utterly astounded. It was 20 King realm warriors. Patriarch I. In the distance, at the Yin clan's location, the second elder of the Yin clan spoke bitterly. At this moment, he finally understood that the patriarch's obstruction was, in fact, an act of salvation. Yin Song shook his head, his own shock no less than anyone else's. He knew Lin Xian was formidable, having witnessed his prowess firsthand at the Twilight Auction House. Yet he never anticipated Lin Xian would be capable of such extraordinary feats. After departing from the oasis, Lin Xian began to wander aimlessly in the desert, simultaneously tending to his injuries. The wounds inflicted by the heavenly tribulation would not heal in a short span. To return to his peak state would require at least a day or several days. However, every moment of recovery enhanced his ability to protect himself within the secret realm. Having broken through to the King realm and secured the Spirit Spring, Lin Xian was no longer in a hurry, even if he encountered no further opportunities. The gains from this expedition into the secret realm had already exceeded his expectations. However, Lin Xian soon found himself devoid of the previous stroke of good fortune. Hours passed without any significant encounters, but he did encounter several practitioners attempting to seize his belongings. Kid, hand over everything you have. A group of Earth Realm cultivators blocked all of Lin Xian's escape routes. His injuries had yet to heal, rendering his aura feeble, even weaker than that of the Earth Realm, which was precisely why they targeted him. And if I refuse? Lin Xian chuckled. The Earth Realm cultivators were simply too weak, so weak that he couldn't be bothered to engage. Then die. The leader scoffed, launching an immediate attack. However, just at that moment, a sword energy surged from afar, instantly sending the would-be assailant flying. I am a disciple of the Qingyang Sword Sect. Do you think you can rob me? Following the voice, several figures swiftly approached, both male and female, clad in attire identical to Lin Xian's, clearly members of the Qingyang Sword Sect. Lin Xian, who had just raised his hand, slowly lowered it. Were these disciples referring to him? After a moment's contemplation, he realized that while he was the master of the Starfall Peak, he had seldom shown himself within the sect since the incident with Nangong Yaoguang a few years prior. As a result, most of the new disciples who had joined in recent years recognized only the title of Starfall Peak Master, yet had never seen his true visage. Scram! Among the Qingyang Sword Sect members, a slightly older, graceful woman uttered a soft reprimand, glaring at the man she had just sent flying with her sword. Get lost! The group, aware of their inferiority, promptly fled in disarray. Before departing, they shot Lin Xian a fierce glare, as if to convey that he was merely lucky. But was it truly luck that favored Lin Xian? Are you all right, junior brother? Among the Qingyang Sword Sect disciples, the gentle woman, clearly leading the group, turned to Lin Xian with a concerned expression after watching the assailants retreat. Lin Xian shook his head, yet felt an odd sensation within. A junior brother? However, since his breakthrough to the King realm, his lifespan had significantly increased, making him appear somewhat younger than her. Junior brother, which peak do you hail from? Starfall Peak. It turned out he was a junior from Starfall Peak. Upon learning that Lin Xian was indeed from Starfall Peak, a few of them were somewhat taken aback. They were aware that Starfall Peak was among the least esteemed peaks in the sect, with very few disciples in total. To encounter one in this secret realm was indeed a rarity. The woman named Yi Han seemed unfazed, but the others, upon discovering Lin Xian's origin, exhibited a barely perceptible flicker of disdain in their eyes. Within the Qingyang Sword Sect, the hierarchy was evident. It was commonplace for disciples from higher-ranked peaks to look down upon those from lower-ranked ones, especially considering that Starfall Peak was one of the least regarded. So you're a junior from Starfall Peak. I am Yi Han, a disciple of Xianshui Peak, and this is junior sister He Jing from Jingyu Peak. The leader, Yi Han, after a brief moment of surprise, warmly introduced Lin Xian, showing no sign of contempt for his background. In her view, while competition existed within the sect, outside, all disciples were representatives of the Qingyang Sword Sect. Junior brother, why not join us? It will be mutually beneficial. However, as soon as she finished speaking, He Jing and the others frowned, clearly less than welcoming of Lin Xian's inclusion. Aside from Lin Xian's affiliation with Starfall Peak, his aura barely reached the Earth Profound realm. Frankly speaking, having him along would only be a burden. The notion of mutual support was merely a polite formality from senior sister Yi Han. Naturally, they were reluctant to venture into this perilous secret realm with such a liability. Yet, given that the one who spoke was Yi Han from the fifth peak, the strongest among them, they refrained from voicing their discontent too openly, although their dissatisfaction was evident to all. I am Lin Xian. As for joining you, I prefer solitude, he replied, shaking his head, unwilling to carry a few burdensome companions. Without awaiting their response, Lin Xian turned and walked away. His refusal surprised Yi Han and the others. They genuinely did not anticipate he would decline. Logically, one would expect him to be overjoyed, accepting without hesitation. Watching Lin Xian's departing figure, Yi Han felt a twinge of bewilderment, but was not angry, merely concerned. Senior sister Yi Han, do not fret over him. This person is rather rude. You previously saved him, yet he did not utter a word of thanks. Now he has also rejected your invitation. In my opinion, let him fend for himself. Lin Xian's actions sparked intense dissatisfaction among the others. They believed that had they not arrived in time, not only would Lin Xian have lost his belongings, but his very life would have been in jeopardy. In the end, he expressed no gratitude whatsoever. It was truly a case of good intentions met with ingratitude. Sister Yi Han, despite her formidable strength, possesses the flaw of being excessively kind-hearted. While one cannot deem this a fault, such a disposition may ultimately lead to her downfall. After parting ways with Yi Han and her companions, Lin Xian resumed his exploration within the secret realm. However, it was not long before he sensed a powerful reaction emanating from the sect token within his storage ring. This was a distress signal from the Qingyang Sword Sect. Nearby, members of the sect were in peril. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xian swiftly made his way toward the source of the signal, for as the master of Starfall Peak, he could not remain indifferent. In the midst of a desolate expanse, a towering tree, over 10 zhang high, stood resolute. Its lush greenery appeared strikingly out of place amidst the endless yellow sands. The tree bore glistening fruits, tantalizing and abundant, numbering at least in the hundreds. Beneath it, two factions faced off, neither willing to yield. Each side was led by a formidable warrior of the royal realm. Had Lin Xian been present, he would undoubtedly recognize that one of these royal warriors was the female leader of Qingwei Peak, who had previously guided him and his companions to the entrance of the burning heaven secret realm. Behind her stood several disciples of the Sword Sect, among whom were familiar faces, Yi Han and He Jing, who had only recently parted from Lin Xian. Shortly after their separation, they encountered the leader of Qingwei Peak, who was engaged in a fierce battle with another royal warrior. They swiftly joined the fray. At this moment, each of them held several fruits, which they had hastily gathered from the tree during the chaotic skirmish. The expression on Qingwei Peak's leader's face was grave as she furrowed her brow, casting a wary gaze at the opposing faction, particularly at the blue-robed middle-aged man leading them. This man was of the same royal realm as she, and during the previous clash, Qingwei Peak's leader had gained no advantage over him. These individuals hailed from the Lingxiao Hall of the Holy Sun Empire, with the blue-robed elder at the helm being a royal realm elder of that establishment. Qingwei Peak's leader was somewhat familiar with Lingxiao Hall. Although it did not rank among the top 10 powers of the Holy Sun Empire, it could be considered within the 15th or 16th position. In contrast to the Qingyang Sword Sect, which held a prestigious place among the top 10 forces of the Tangqing Empire. The Holy Sun Empire was the second most powerful empire, second only to the Dawn Empire, thus boasting overall strength superior to that of the Tangqing Empire. Therefore, while Lingxiao Hall may not rank in the top 10 of the Holy Sun Empire, its power was not significantly inferior to that of the Qingyang Sword Sect. After an intense battle, neither the leader of Qingwei Peak nor the blue-robed royal elder could gain the upper hand, and both were compelled to issue distress signals, awaiting assistance. Initially, the leader of Qingwei Peak had proposed a fair division of the spiritual fruits from the tree, yet the opposing party was unwilling, offering only a meager 10%. Such an offer was unacceptable to her. Now, both sides awaited assistance, each having sent out their distress signals, hoping that a powerful ally from their respective sects would arrive. The outcome now rested on the fickle winds of fortune, determining which side would receive timely support. Esteemed guests, heed my counsel. Grasp tightly the spiritual fruits in your possession and depart from this place at once. Otherwise, when the deputy lord of Lingxiao Palace arrives, you may find yourselves unable to carry even a single fruit away. As the blue-robed, middle-aged man from the Wang realm chuckled, the master of Qingwei Peak let out a cold snort. None of us are fools. Such crude tricks are best abandoned. Would you believe me if I claimed that the master of my sword sect is on his way? The blue-robed man shrugged, dismissing her incredulity. Just then a figure emerged, causing both parties to hold their breath. In this moment, the arrival of reinforcements would spell disaster for the opposing side. Gazing across the yellow sands, a young figure gradually came into view. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the master of Qingwei Peak was momentarily taken aback. Lin Fengzhu? Indeed, the individual was none other than Lin Xian, who had rushed to this location upon receiving the distress signal. Is it him? Not only Qingwei Peak's master, but also several disciples of the Qingyang Sword Sect, including Yi Han and He Jing, felt their previously hopeful gazes evaporate upon realizing that the individual was the junior they had encountered earlier. A profound disappointment washed over the master of Qingwei Peak, difficult to conceal. She had fervently hoped that the arrival would be a master from the top 10 peaks, for only they possessed the strength to influence the tides of battle. The good news was that the newcomer was indeed from the Qingyang Sword Sect. The bad news was that he was merely at the 7th level of the Tribulation Realm. While formidable, his presence would not sway the current battle. Meanwhile, the previously anxious blue-robed man exhaled in relief upon seeing Lin Xian. Although he belonged to the opposing faction, his aura was notably feeble, not even reaching the earthly profound realm, a false alarm. Junior brother, come here. Junior brother? The master of Qingwei Peak was taken aback. Master, this junior brother is someone we recently encountered and even invited to join us, but he declined, Yi Han explained with a wry smile. The master of Qingwei Peak regarded Lin Xian, then turned to Yi Han and the others, saying, I fear there is a misunderstanding. He is not your junior brother, but the master of Qingyang Peak. Upon hearing this, Yi Han and her companions were momentarily stunned. What? The master? The master of Qingyang Peak? They had previously considered Lin Xian just another junior brother from Qingyang Peak. Now, the master of Qingwei Peak revealed that he was, in fact, the peak's leader. The master must be at least a high-tier Tribulation Realm expert, right? Wait a moment. Does that mean my previous attempt to save him was unnecessary? Yi Han's fair face flushed visibly, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. He Jing and the others were equally dumbfounded. Their junior brother had transformed into the master of Qingyang Peak. They had previously looked down upon Lin Xian, but what did this mean? No wonder that after Yi Han saved him, he expressed not a single word of gratitude. It was not merely a matter of rudeness, but rather an indication that they were never in need of rescue. A few from the Earth Profound Realm attempting to save a formidable figure from the Calamity Realm? Absolutely absurd. Whoosh! As Lin Xian arrived, a powerful aura swiftly followed. The newcomer was an elderly man with white hair. His presence was as profound as an abyss, and merely standing there imposed immense pressure on Qingwei Peak's master and the others. This individual was no less than the sect master. A shiver ran through Qingwei Peak's master. The master of the Qingyang Sword Sect was a fourth-stage king realm expert. The sense of oppression this old man emanated was on par with that of the sect master, which indicated that this elder was undoubtedly a being of at least the fourth stage of the king realm or beyond. The Vice Hall Master. Initially, the Qingwei Peak Master and her companions were on high alert upon the arrival of the old man. But when the words Vice Hall Master left the lips of the elder in the blue robe, their spirits plummeted to despair. Vice Hall Master. The Qingwei Peak Master inwardly lamented, realizing the gravity of the situation. This elder was, in fact, the Vice Hall Master of Lingxiao Hall. A wave of bitterness washed over her face as she mourned the absence of any king realm experts from Qingyang Sword Sect, only to have the Vice Hall Master of Lingxiao Hall arrive instead. A fourth-stage king realm expert. Even if the sect master were present, they might not stand a chance against this elder. Regret flickered within the Qingwei Peak Master. Had she known this would transpire, she would have accepted the offer of the middle-aged man in blue and departed with the spiritual fruits she had gathered. Despair and reluctance enveloped her. The arrival of a fourth-stage king realm expert signified grave consequences, a truth that Qingwei Peak's master and her companions understood all too well. Yet, to their astonishment, the first words spoken by the Vice Hall Master of Lingxiao Hall were not an accusation towards them, but rather, "We shall leave, depart from this place." Chapter 22. Can we go elsewhere? It disturbs me. Shall we depart? Upon hearing these words, not only were the leaders of Qingwei Peak taken aback, but even the middle-aged man in blue robes from Lingxiao Palace was left in disbelief, staring incredulously at the Deputy Palace Master. He even questioned whether there was something amiss with his hearing. "Deputy Palace Master, this is I said, follow me away from this place. Do you not comprehend human speech? Shall I repeat myself?" The Deputy Palace Master cast a cold glance at the blue-robed man before turning to leave, seemingly indifferent to the spirit fruits adorning the colossal tree. Indeed, the blue-robed man and the other cultivators of Lingxiao Palace were utterly perplexed, their minds swirling with confusion. Clearly, the situation had shifted in favor of Lingxiao Palace upon the arrival of the Deputy Palace Master. Thus, wide apart, bewilderment and doubt clouded their thoughts. Yet regardless of their confusion, they dared not disregard the Deputy Palace Master's command. Reluctantly, they cast one last longing glance at the abundant spirit fruits and prepared to follow the Deputy Palace Master. What on earth is happening? The leaders of Qingwei Peak were equally bewildered. Although the departure of their opponents was a positive turn of events, it was shrouded in mystery. Did they fear the Qingyang Sword Sect? This seemed implausible. While the Qingyang Sword Sect was formidable, its influence was largely confined to the Tangqing Empire. The leaders of Qingwei Peak did not believe that Lingxiao Palace would cower before them. Despite racking their brains, they could not fathom the reasoning behind the retreat. It was not until a faint voice resonated beside them that they turned their attention to Lin Xian, the speaker. "Did I permit your departure?" Qingwei Peak's leader and Yihan immediately focused their gaze on Lin Xian. "Are you out of your mind?" They nearly exclaimed in unison. Although they were uncertain of why their adversaries had retreated, it was undoubtedly a boon for them. Why was he obstructing their exit? Did he wish for his life to be prolonged? "Lin Xian, you mustn't." Qingwei Peak's leader was aghast. Yet, what transpired next left them even more astounded. Following Lin Xian's declaration, the Deputy Palace Master indeed halted his retreat. "Put down the spirit fruits and leave." The already frustrated members of Lingxiao Palace nearly choked on their indignation. "Put down the spirit fruits. We shall depart." As they watched the Lingxiao Palace members toss aside the spirit fruits, the leaders of Qingwei Peak were left utterly speechless. Were they truly complying? This series of anomalies surpassed the limits of their comprehension. When had a formidable being of the fourth realm become so pliable? "No, my head is spinning." After distancing themselves, the Deputy Palace Master gradually came to a stop, now having exited the vicinity of the colossal tree. Casting a glance behind him, he noted the unwillingness and confusion etched on the faces of the blue-robed man and his companions. "Are you bewildered? Despite our absolute advantage, why must we depart in such a disheartened manner? The deputy palace master inquired. The blue-robed man and the other disciples of Lingxiao Palace nodded in agreement. Not merely a lack of understanding, they were utterly confounded, unable to fathom why this was occurring. The deputy hall master lifted his chin slightly, signaling for a few individuals to glance in the direction of the colossal tree. From this vantage point, they could clearly see a streak of light rapidly approaching the giant tree. Without a doubt, this was a being of the King realm, and moreover, a presence stronger than himself, at least of the second tier of the King realm. The middle-aged man in the blue robe mused silently. What followed was the sight of this second-tier king, upon arriving at the giant tree, brimming with excitement, disregarding the likes of the master of Qingwei Peak and others, reaching out to pluck a spiritual fruit for examination. But before he could grasp the fruit, the young man in white, standing beside the master of Qingwei Peak, took action. In an instant, a vast sword light cleaved through the heavens, and that second-tier king, a being whose strength surpassed his own by an immeasurable degree, plummeted from the sky. The vitality within him dissipating rapidly. With a single strike, the second-tier king fell. Now do you understand? Came the deputy hall master's calm voice from behind. The onlookers from Lingxiao Palace fell into a profound silence. At that moment, they all grasped the gravity of the situation. A second-tier king merely felled by a single sword strike. What extraordinary power was this? Even the deputy hall master, at the fourth tier of the king realm, could not achieve such a feat previously. I witnessed him annihilate over 20 king realm beings with a single sword strike. The deputy hall master's voice echoed again, chilling the hearts of those present. Over 20 kings in one strike. Was this not overwhelmingly terrifying? In that moment, the middle-aged man in the blue robe and his companions felt no confusion, nor did they harbor any grievances. They were instead immensely grateful that the deputy hall master had led them away. Otherwise, the fallen second-tier king could have easily been their fate. Half a day later, the master of Qingwei Peak, Yi Han, and others gazed at Lin Xian's departing figure, remaining silent for a long time. Lin Xian had taken 70% of the spiritual fruits plucked from the giant tree, leaving them with merely 30%. Yet, the master of Qingwei Peak and her companions harbored no resentment or dissatisfaction. Had it not been for Lin Xian, they would likely have secured not a single fruit. Though he had departed, the shock Lin Xian instilled within them was etched deeply into their hearts, impossible to forget, particularly for the master of Qingwei Peak. She finally understood why the purple scorpion demon king had mysteriously retreated when she first approached the entrance of the burning heaven secret realm. At that time, she had been puzzled, unable to fathom how her strength could deter a demon king. Now, everything was elucidated. It turned out that what the purple scorpion demon king feared was him. The contest between the holy son and the holy daughter had come to an end, the master of Qingwei Peak mused. After witnessing Lin Xian's formidable prowess, she no longer believed the holy son had any hope of victory. In the past, the holy son had even sent envoys to win Lin Xian over, but to no avail. Meanwhile, although the holy daughter had successfully courted the master of Qingyang Peak, she did not believe he could wield any decisive influence. Without reaching the king realm, he would ultimately play a minimal role in this conflict. Yet, who could have anticipated that such an inconspicuous master of Qingyang Peak concealed such depths? With such strength, even the ancestor of the Qingyang Sword Sect might not stand a chance. Today's events must not be mentioned to anyone. Caution the master of Qingwei Peak to Yi Han and the others behind him. Yes, a sense of solemnity enveloped the group. Today's occurrences must remain etched in their hearts, for they dared not let it slip. No one knew whether the master of Qingyang Peak wished for others to be informed. Should they carelessly divulge the matter, inciting the displeasure of this esteemed figure, the repercussions would be unbearable for any of them. After departing, Lin Xian resumed his aimless exploration within the secret realm. He estimated that the substantial harvest of spiritual fruits he had previously gathered was sufficient for him to break through to the second level of the king realm. However, while in the secret realm, he felt no urgency. The secret realm had only recently opened, and wasting too much time on breakthroughs could result in missing out on numerous treasures within, a consequence not worth the cost. In the following days, Lin Xian found a few items, yet they were relatively mundane, far inferior to the spiritual springs and fruits he had encountered earlier. Just as he thought his expedition in the secret realm was nearing its conclusion, his consciousness sensed an area radiating an exceptionally strong spiritual energy. Without hesitation, Lin Xian swiftly made his way there. Upon arrival, he discovered a considerable gathering of individuals arranged in a circular formation around a withered tree at the center. The source of the powerful spiritual energy was indeed this tree, situated at the heart of the assembly. Lin Xian marveled at the sight. Although the tree appeared to be on the verge of dying, it still emanated such potent and pure spiritual energy that it was hard to fathom what it must have looked like before its decline. Soon, Lin Xian realized that the closer one sat to the inner circle, the more refined the spiritual energy became. However, the inner circle was not a place anyone could occupy. Nearly all present were beings of the king realm. Only one individual. Though she was within the inner circle, she was not of the king realm. Her aura merely emanating from the 9th level of the robbery realm. Strangely, no one dared to lay a hand on her. Even those in the outer circle of the king realm, who didn't even dare to cast a glance in her direction. This left many newcomers perplexed. Only those who had witnessed her strength understood her formidable nature. They could hardly forget the scene where she had decisively defeated 2 king realm practitioners. To defeat a king realm opponent while still in the robbery realm was beyond a realm of mere prodigy. This was precisely why even those of the king realm refrained from approaching her. She was a peerless genius, likely a figure of renown on the Xuan Yuxian list. Though she had yet to reach the king realm, her power far surpassed that of many in the realm. Her presence rendered those who prided themselves as geniuses from the 7 nations dim and self-conscious. Compared to her, did they even qualify as talents? Even the numerous king realm figures within the inner circle regarded her with trepidation. Such a person could not have emerged from the Inuit 7 nations, nor could she have been nurtured by any ordinary force. Undoubtedly, a colossal entity stood behind her. After surveying the crowd, Lin Xian's gaze ultimately settled on the woman, for she was none other than the Sister Chu who had attempted to contest him for the spiritual spring upon his entry into the secret realm. Lin Xian recalled that at that time, there had been a girl in a green dress by her side, but now she had vanished without a trace, leaving Lin Xian alone. A hint of amusement flickered across her face as she strode directly towards the white-dressed woman. Observers, after a brief moment of astonishment, erupted into derisive laughter. Another fool seeking death had arrived. Did she truly believe that her mere status as a Tribulation Realm cultivator made her an easy target? Did she not consider why the inner circle was composed solely of kings, while she alone was at the Tribulation Realm? Several kings in the outer circle dared only to watch, refraining from confronting her. Some mocked inwardly, while beginning to mourn for Lin Xian. There had been previous attempts to usurp the woman's position, including those by kings, yet all had ended in either death or serious injury. Notably, one king had been defeated by the woman in 3 strikes and had fled severely wounded. Had he delayed even slightly longer, he might have lost his life there. Lin Xian, still not fully recovered from the injuries inflicted by the lightning tribulation, bore an aura only comparable to the 9th level of the Tribulation Realm. As she approached the woman in white, many turned their gazes towards her, regarding Lin Xian with a mix of bemusement and mockery, eager to witness her impending folly. When Lin Xian stood before her, the previously meditative Chu Yiwechan gradually opened her eyes, her delicate brows knitting together in irritation. How could there still be someone seeking death? Yet, upon raising her gaze and recognizing her visitor, she was taken aback. It was him. How could she forget Lin Xian? He was the only person thus far who had managed to defeat her within the same realm, and he had done so with just a single strike. The impact of this realization was profound. Proud as she had never envisioned a day when she would fall to someone of equal standing. At that moment, Lin Xian silently regarded her, saying nothing, yet his intention was unmistakable. Relinquish your position. Just when everyone anticipated that Chu Yiwechan would suppress Lin Xian as she had the previous king, she unexpectedly turned and walked away, relinquishing her rightful place to Lin Xian amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Witnessing this scene, everyone momentarily experienced a mental lapse, mouths agape, rendered speechless in shock. This was entirely contrary to their expectations. When had Chu Yuechan become so accommodating? Previously, when faced with other challengers attempting to seize her position, she had not behaved in such a manner. Those who had dared to challenge her had all met grim fates. Every single one of them. Save for that one king who managed to escape severely injured. Yet Lin Xian's aura was hardly that of a king. This was not supposed to happen. Confusion filled the hearts of the onlookers, unable to comprehend why events had unfolded in such a manner. They imagined countless scenarios, but none aligned with this outcome. As for Lin Xian, she paid no mind to the peculiar stares around her, sitting cross-legged to commence her practice of the Qingdi Sutra, simultaneously tending to the restoration of her internal injuries. Thus, half an hour passed. Boom! The once tranquil atmosphere of this place was swiftly shattered by the arrival of a formidable figure at the King realm. This was an elderly man with hair as white as snow, exuding a presence far surpassing that of an ordinary first-level King realm practitioner. He was the esteemed elder of the Dark Moon sect of the Holy Sun Empire, known as the Elder of Dark Bones. A gasp of recognition rippled through the crowd, as many were familiar with this venerable figure. It was rumored that he had attained the pinnacle of the second level of the King realm, standing merely a step away from comprehending the third path and ascending to the third level of the King realm. Although numerous King realm beings had gathered here, most were at the first level, and the arrival of a second-level practitioner would inevitably displace someone from the inner circle. As Elder Darkbones made his entrance, a palpable unease settled over many of the first-level kings. However, they soon realized their apprehensions were unwarranted. Upon his arrival, Darkbones fixed his gaze upon one individual in the inner circle and, without uttering a word, struck down with a powerful palm. The target was another elder, who appeared even more frail than Darkbones. He too was among the few second-level practitioners present. Their cultivation was on par with that of Elder Darkbones. "You old fool, are you seeking death?" The elder shouted angrily, immediately engaging in battle with Darkbones. This elder, known as Songhe, was also from the Holy Sun Empire and served as a venerable elder of the Yuanming sect, a faction that held a deep-seated enmity towards the Dark Moon sect. Whenever they crossed paths, it was a matter of life and death. A practitioner from the Holy Sun Empire slowly articulated, providing the crowd with insight into why Darkbones had chosen to act against Songhe without hesitation. Upon hearing this, the onlookers collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Most of the inner circle consisted of first-level kings, and if Darkbones had targeted them, their positions would have been jeopardized. As they gazed at the fierce battle unfolding in the air, the mere residual energy of their clash was enough to send shivers down the spines of the spectators. This exemplified the stark contrast between the first and second levels of the King realm. Each tier within the King realm represented a significant disparity. One observer lamented the reality. There were 9 levels within the King realm, each level representing a vast expanse. Although ascending to the King realm was an arduous endeavor, the subsequent growth in power upon breaking through was equally staggering. A second-level king could easily overwhelm multiple first-level kings, illustrating the pronounced gulf between their strengths. The ferocity of their duel disrupted the surrounding spiritual energy, yet none dared to intervene. Either combatant was far beyond their capacity to confront. "Could you possibly take your battle elsewhere? You are disturbing my cultivation," one voice implored amidst the chaos. Chapter 23. Just how powerful is he? However, their hesitation does not imply that others share their fear. Lin Xian's voice was not loud, yet under the enhancement of spiritual energy, it resonated clearly for all to hear, including the combatants, Ming Gu and Songhe. Both were momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting anyone to dare to interject at such a moment. They ceased their skirmish and turned their gazes towards the source of the voice, where Lin Xian, clad in white, came into view. Ming Gu and Songhe were astonished, but others were even more surprised to witness someone so fearless as to address the two of them in such a manner. Upon realizing that the speaker was none other than Lin Xian, who had earlier compelled Chu Yuechan to relinquish her position in the inner circle, their expressions turned exceedingly peculiar. What manner of individual is this? First, he uttered an unfathomable command that led the sword-defeated king, Chu Yuechan, to yield her place, and now he— Boy, what did you just say? Ming Gu's gaze turned frigid, and upon sensing Lin Xian's aura, which was merely at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm, a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. It seemed he could not comprehend human speech. As Lin Xian finished speaking, in the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he suddenly unleashed a sword strike. The sword energy soared like a rainbow, cleaving through the heavens with the swiftness of thunder. A resonant hum echoed, and the vast expanse of sword energy overwhelmed the elder Ming Gu. Then silence ensued. When the sword energy dissipated, there was no trace of the elder Ming Gu to be found in the sky. His presence, along with his aura, had permanently vanished from existence, leaving behind only the shocked crowd, including Song He, who had previously battled against Ming Gu. He could hardly fathom that the elder Ming Gu, with whom he had been entangled for years, had simply perished, slain by a single sword strike. The gazes of all present turned towards Lin Xian as if he were a monster. Indeed, he was a monster. Only now did they finally comprehend why Chu Yuechan had chosen to concede her position to Lin Xian. Everything made sense now. I do not wish for any further conflict to occur here. Withdrawing his sword, Lin Xian's words served as a warning not only to Song He, but to everyone present. Should they choose to fight, it must not be in this place. Otherwise, they would meet a fate akin to that of the elder Ming Gu. A chill surged from the depths of Song He's heart, rendering him numb. Fortunately, his temperament was not as volatile as Ming Gu's. However, he had harbored considerable discontent towards Lin Xian's words. How dare a 9th-level Transcendence Realm practitioner speak to them in such a manner? Song He had initially intended to confront Lin Xian, but he was a step too late, and now he felt a profound sense of dread. How fortunate he was that it was not he who had perished. He could not withstand a strike that even Ming Gu could not. After bowing to Lin Xian, Song He returned to his rightful position. At last, the area surrounding the withered tree fell silent. So much so that one could hear a pin drop, fearful that even the slightest sound might disturb the monster that was Lin Xian. Just how powerful is he? Chu Yuechan's emotions were complex. How could such a being arise in this diminutive realm of the moonlit 7 nations? At this moment, Lin Xian appeared to her as an unfathomable abyss, inscrutable and profound. When one believes that this is the extent of Lin Xian's capabilities, he, through his actions, demonstrates that it is merely the tip of the iceberg. Following his triumph over himself with a single sword strike, he subsequently vanquished a perfectly realized warrior of the 2nd tier of the royal realm. In comparison, even the top 10 of the mysterious rankings could scarcely be deemed geniuses. It is undeniable that the spiritual energy contained within the withered tree is exceptionally vast, despite the collective efforts of over a dozen royal realm practitioners drawing from it. Nearly half a day passed before it was finally exhausted. Gazing at the now lifeless tree, the onlookers felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment. The half-day of cultivation equated to several months, if not years, of training in the outside world. Lin Xian also reaped significant rewards. Not only were his injuries nearly healed, but his cultivation also advanced further. Having originally attained the pinnacle of the 1st tier of the royal realm, he now ascended directly to the 2nd tier, with only a step remaining to reach complete mastery of it, awaiting the fusion of his 2nd path. It is worth noting that merely a few days had elapsed since his breakthrough into the royal realm. This advancement was also attributed to Lin Xian's early comprehension of the 22 paths, thereby bypassing the most arduous phase of understanding the paths. As the last remnants of life faded from the withered tree, the remaining individuals gradually departed, leaving only a few behind. After some time, Lin Xian, fully recovered, stood up and prepared to leave. However, at that moment, a resounding crash halted his departure. The once lifeless giant tree began to exhibit signs of revival, and soon it shattered, transforming before the astonished eyes of the onlookers into a bronze-armored wooden figure positioned atop a massive wooden platform. It stood at one end of the platform, seemingly awaiting challengers to ascend and contend. This bizarre spectacle left the few remaining cultivators utterly astonished. What is this? A bronze-armored wooden figure, gilded in gold and silver? Some were perplexed, while others widened their eyes in sheer astonishment. The Ancestral Tree Trial. This is the Ancestral Tree Trial. Indeed, staying here was fortuitous. The Ancestral Tree Trial? The legendary Ancestral Tree Trial? My goodness. Some had heard of it, while others had not. Yet, those who had even a whisper of this legend could not suppress their exclamations. It is said that within the burning heaven's secret realm exists an ancestral tree, rumored to have been acquired by the heavenly sovereign from the sea of heavenly desolation. The last discovery of this tree occurred hundreds of years ago, and since then, it seemed to have vanished, never to reappear. Who would have thought that it would now transform into a withered tree? No wonder, even in its desiccated state, it still harbored such pure and rich spiritual energy. It is said that passing the ancestral tree trial would yield exceedingly precious rewards. The so-called trial must be embodied in this bronze-armored figure, right? The figure's strength would adapt to the challenger's realm. Whatever the challenger's level, the figure would match it. A few eagerly anticipated their turn, their eyes glistening as they fixed their gaze upon the bronze-armored wooden figure. The thunderous sound attracted many practitioners from the surrounding area, who rushed to the scene, and before long, the number of individuals present began to swell once more. A figure emerged, arriving at the wooden platform of the bronze-armored wooden man before anyone else. This individual was none other than Lin Xian. It was he. At this moment, the crowd had changed numerous times, resulting in only a handful of people familiar with Lin Xian. Among those few, each held their breath and focused intently, directing their gaze upon him. Chapter 24. Invincible in the same realm. Upon ascending the wooden platform, Lin Xian wasted no words and immediately swung his sword towards the wooden figure. The dazzling sword light sliced through the air at incredible speed, heading straight for the bronze-armored wooden man. The wooden figure, however, was not slow to respond. It unleashed a powerful punch in an attempt to withstand strike. Boom! It proved to be a futile effort, akin to an insect trying to stop a chariot. Under the brilliance of the pure, white sword light, the wooden man was sent flying, shattered into countless pieces. With one stroke, it was defeated. In the wake of this triumph, an intricate diagram of a sword formation slowly imprinted itself into Lin Xian's consciousness. Was this the reward for vanquishing the bronze-armored wooden man? Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback. The reward was a diagram of a sword formation? Without further contemplation, he descended from the wooden platform and closed his eyes to meditate. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers' first reaction was to question the strength of the bronze-armored wooden man. Hadn't they anticipated that this legendary trial of the ancestral tree would be exceedingly challenging? Yet, it was so effortlessly defeated. As the bronze-armored wooden man gradually began to restore itself, some could no longer contain their eagerness. Following Lin Xian, one of them leaped onto the wooden platform. This was a muscular man, robust and fierce, wielding a broad blade on his back. He was Qin Wu, the blade demon of the Silver Frost Empire. The blade demon, Qin Wu, the one from the Blade sect? Indeed, he was amongst the top 10 prodigies of the younger generation in the Silver Frost Empire. It was said that Qin Wu had comprehended the nascent form of blade intent 6 months prior, and his strength had since become unfathomable. My anticipation for the grand competition of the 7 nations is growing ever more fervent. The arrival of the robust man did not go unnoticed. Upon his ascent, some recognized him immediately. For those unfamiliar with him, the mention of nascent blade intent made them realize the significance of this contestant. On the platform, Qin Wu brandished his massive blade, and amidst the howling winds, he struck fiercely at the wooden figure. The wooden man retaliated with a punch identical to the one that had previously confronted Lin Xian's sword light. Boom! The clash of the giant blade and the wooden figure's fists erupted with a sound akin to metal colliding. Qin Wu emitted a muted groan, feeling a terrifying force travel from the blade to his hands, causing him to be uncontrollably hurled backward, the scenery around him rapidly receding. As he was blasted away, Qin Wu's body lost all control, dragging a long trail of blood across the ground. This scene left the gathered crowd wide-eyed in shock. Qin Wu, defeated, and without even enduring a single blow from the bronze-armored wooden man, The disbelief was palpable among those from the Silver Frost Empire, who found it hard to accept. If it were anyone else, it might have been understandable, but this was Qin Wu, a prodigy ranked among the top 10 of the Silver Frost Empire. In unison, the crowd shifted their gaze towards Lin Xian, who sat cross-legged, eyes closed in deep contemplation. It appeared that the wooden man was not weak at all, but rather. Lin Xian, who had challenged the bronze-armored wooden man, was exceptionally strong. With the same technique, one person emerges victorious while another is vanquished. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, who is engrossed in deciphering the sword formation diagram, pays little heed to the unfolding events. Soon, there are still those who, undeterred by previous failures, take to the stage to challenge, yet they meet a fate akin to that of Qin Wu, or even worse. It quickly becomes apparent to the spectators that the might of the bronze-armored wooden man far exceeds their expectations. Not only is defeating it a near impossibility, but even enduring a single strike from it is a formidable challenge for most. To date, only Lin Xian has succeeded in this endeavor, while others, including the esteemed Qin Wu, ranked among the top 10 prodigies of the Silver Frost Empire, have failed to withstand even a single punch from the bronze figure. As time progresses, a growing crowd assembles, gathering prodigies from all corners. Among them, the arrival of a young man clad in splendid robes causes a stir. Is Prince Qingyang. Unlike Qin Wu, who is recognized mainly by practitioners from the Silver Frost Empire, the prince's renown extends beyond, acknowledged even in the other 6 nations. The Great Jin Empire ranks 3rd among the 7 nations of the Moonlight, and this Prince Qingyang is the 9th son of the Great Jin Emperor. Celebrated as the indisputable foremost prodigy of his empire, his fame having reached the ears of the other nations. Before the crowd could fully process this revelation, another heavyweight prodigy graced the scene, a breathtaking woman carrying an ancient zither. She is the Cloud Garment Fairy from the Spirit Truth Empire, which holds the 4th position among the 7 nations of the Moonlight. Although her background may not rival that of Prince Qingyang, her fame is equally illustrious. Unlike others, she does not wield a sword or a blade. Instead, she masters the art of music, and since her emergence, she has steadfastly maintained her status as the foremost prodigy of the Spirit Truth Empire, with no one having ever challenged her position. Her arrival piqued the interest of many present. Not long ago, Prince Qingyang had stirred considerable discussion by inquiring about the younger generation of the Spirit Truth Empire. Commencing from the 10th position, he challenged the prodigies of the Spirit Truth Empire, achieving victory after victory, and only recently, he had defeated Guyu, the 2nd-ranked prodigy of the Spirit Truth Empire, in a mere 3 strikes. This event caused a sensation throughout the 7 nations. Guyu, hailed as the 2nd prodigy beneath the Cloud Garment Fairy, was thought capable of defeat, yet none anticipated such a resounding loss. He could not withstand even 3 moves against Prince Qingyang. Following this battle, Prince Qingyang's fame skyrocketed. Everyone knew that his next challenge would undoubtedly be directed at the Cloud Garment Fairy, the acclaimed 1st prodigy of the Spirit Truth Empire. And indeed, this was the case. However, just as Prince Qingyang was poised to confront her, the unexpected opening of the Burning Heaven secret realm delayed this anticipated clash. Upon her arrival, Prince Qingyang raised an eyebrow, directing a gaze tinged with provocation towards her. In stark contrast, the Cloud Garment Fairy never cast a glance in his direction. Prince Qingyang had already bested 9 of the Spirit Truth Empire's prodigies, even defeating Guyu, the 2nd-ranked youth of that empire, in merely 3 moves. The outside world generally perceives that the impending battle will favor Prince Qingyang, yet what remains unbeknownst to the masses is that she has never regarded him as a rival. Ever since she grasped the essence of the Qin, Yunyi's vision has transcended the confines of the 7 nations of Yingwei. Whether it be Prince Qingyang or that figure from the Dawn Empire, both seem pitifully weak in her eyes. This fact, however, remains hidden from the public, which is precisely why they eagerly anticipate her confrontation with Prince Qingyang. As Yun-Yi disregarded him, Prince Qingyang let out a cold snort. Had it not been for the sudden opening of the secret realm of Burning Heaven, which disrupted his plans, she would have already fallen before him. The two did not engage in direct combat, much to the disappointment of many onlookers who thrived on the spectacle. Yet soon, a flicker of anticipation ignited within them. Although they did not clash head-on, the upcoming trial of the ancestral tree would undoubtedly provide ample opportunity for subtle skirmishes between the two. Their presence had undoubtedly captured the attention of the crowd, with only a handful occasionally glancing at Lin Xian, who was immersed in contemplation. The number of individuals gathered here had multiplied several times over, most of whom were newcomers who had not witnessed Lin Xian vanquish the bronze-armored wooden man with a single strike. Thus, they regarded Prince Qingyang and Yun Yi as the most likely contenders to defeat that formidable wooden adversary. Little did they know, prior to their arrival, someone had already triumphed over the bronze-armored wooden man. In their eyes, the seemingly invincible wooden man had rarely been bested, yet not long ago. He had proven to be utterly defenseless before Lin Xian, who had effortlessly crushed him as if he were a mere plaything. The fervor of the crowd reached its zenith with the arrival of Prince Qingyang and the celestial Yun Yi, with Prince Qingyang taking the stage first. Upon his arrival, he had heard countless tales of the wooden man's strength, with few managing to withstand even a single blow, let alone defeat him, a feat deemed nearly impossible. However, in Prince Qingyang's view, it was not that the wooden man was too powerful. Rather, the challengers before him had simply been too weak. It was said that the wooden man's power would adapt to the realm of the challenger. Whatever level the challenger possessed, the wooden man would match. Regardless of whether the wooden man could comprehend, Prince Qingyang murmured to himself, "This means it is at my level. How fortuitous! For I have yet to encounter a worthy opponent within the same realm." With that thought, a glimmer flickered in Prince Qingyang's eyes, and a long spear abruptly materialized in his hands. Chapter 25. Invincible? A sharp gleam shot forth as Prince Qingyang surged forward like a released arrow. In the face of the prince's fierce advance, the copper-armored wooden man remained utterly impassive, delivering a simple yet powerful punch, identical to the strikes that had previously vanquished other challengers. Clang! The collision of fist and spear resonated with tremendous force. A muffled grunt escaped the lips of Prince Qingyang as the heat surged through his hands gripping the long spear, causing him to stagger back 3 or 4 steps before he could regain his footing. His eyes were wide with astonishment. He had initially believed that the previous challengers were merely weaklings, mistaking the copper-armored wooden man's strength. Yet now, it was evident that this was far from the truth. Although his initial strike had not been delivered with full force, it still possessed 70% of his strength. That thrust alone should have been enough to defeat even the top-tier prodigies from the 7 kingdoms in an instant. Yet the copper-armored wooden man not only stood his ground, but actually repelled him. This scene was anticipated by some. The proud and self-assured prodigies who had previously challenged the wooden man all believed that it was not the wooden man's might that was overwhelming, but their own inadequacies. One by one, they had been proven wrong. Now, even the foremost prodigy of the Great Jin Empire was no exception. As the copper-armored wooden man's strength became increasingly apparent, those who had witnessed Lin Xian's singular strike that had defeated the wooden man were left in awe. The greater the wooden man's prowess, the more terrifying Lin Xian's strength was revealed to be. Once more, Prince Qingyang's fighting spirit surged as he transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging at the copper-armored wooden man again. The two combatants clashed once more. This time, Prince Qingyang held nothing back, unleashing his full power as he wielded his spear. The faint sound of dragon's roar echoed forth. However, while Prince Qingyang was formidable, the copper-armored wooden man was even more so. He displayed no extravagant techniques, yet the sheer simplicity of each punch and movement was sufficient to force Prince Qingyang into continuous retreat. Ultimately, after nearly 10 exchanges, Prince Qingyang was sent flying off the wooden platform defeated. The spectators were left in profound shock. They were not only astonished by Prince Qingyang's formidable strength, but also by the terrifying power of the copper-armored wooden man. Under full exertion, Prince Qingyang, at the 7th level of the heavenly profound realm, was capable of contending with those at the 9th level. Even those at the pinnacle of the 9th level would hesitate to claim they could defeat him. Yet the copper-armored wooden man had accomplished just that. In that moment, the surroundings felt eerily silent, particularly for those who had recently arrived. If even Prince Qingyang had been bested, who else could hope to conquer this wooden man? The thoroughly defeated prince now found himself engulfed in deep self-doubt. This battle marked the first time he had ever faced defeat against an equal. Though his opponent was not a living being, he still found it difficult to accept. Your Highness, do not doubt yourself. If I may speak candidly, the esteemed Lord of the Burning Heavens devised this trial with no intention of allowing anyone to succeed. Even if the Lord were still among us, would he dare claim he could defeat this wooden man in a fair contest? Indeed, Your Highness, do not succumb to despair. The trial of the ancestral tree may not be one that can be conquered through sheer force, but rather through cunning and strategy. To endure until the 10th strike before succumbing. Who among us could achieve such a feat? You have already proven yourself remarkable. Observing the despondent Prince Qingyang, who has fallen into self-doubt after being struck down, several cultivators from the Great Jin Empire began to speak up. The Prince Qingyang has long been the pride of countless practitioners within the Great Jin Empire, and is the designated successor to the throne by the emperor himself. To lose his resolve would be an irreparable loss. Thus they felt compelled to offer words of encouragement. There exists indeed a possibility, although it was mere consolation. It served as a reminder that relying on wit rather than brute strength is not without merit. This wooden figure is overwhelmingly powerful, and they could scarcely imagine anyone capable of defeating it. Might there be a possibility that the trial relies not on physical might? Indeed, why had I not considered this before? One individual slapped their thigh, convinced that this must be the case. Yun Yi, similarly lost in thought, had been observing the battle between the Prince Qingyang and the bronze-armored wooden figure. She had underestimated the prince. His arrogance did carry some weight. While she still believed she could overcome him, defeating the wooden figure in 10 strikes was likely beyond her reach. If she were to engage, she might endure more strikes than the prince. Yet ultimately, overcoming the wooden figure would still prove difficult. Thus, her contemplations mirrored those of many others. Perhaps the trial of the ancestral tree does not require brute force, but rather some other method entirely. Had she not witnessed Lin Xian defeating the wooden figure with a single sword strike, she might have been persuaded by the words of others. Only those who had observed Lin Xian's victory over the bronze-armored figure could shake their heads in bitter amusement. If they had not witnessed Lin Xian's triumph, would they truly believe such fanciful claims? It is laughable to seek excuses to comfort oneself when faced with the reality of one's limitations. As their attention turned to Lin Xian, who was engrossed in deciphering the dragon diagram, they noticed he had opened his eyes, gazing intently in a particular direction. Following his gaze, they beheld a strikingly beautiful young woman, carrying a long sword, gracefully approaching. Her beauty was unparalleled, rivaling that of the esteemed Yun Yi from the Lingjin Empire, perhaps even surpassing it. Her arrival went unnoticed by most, save for Lin Xian and those who followed his gaze. Lin Xian was drawn to her because, just moments ago, a familiar aura had resonated within his consciousness. That familiar presence belonged to the young woman bearing the long sword, his disciple, Su Lianxin. However, with so many gathered in the area, Su Lianxin had yet to realize Lin Xian was present. As he watched her approach the platform where the bronze-armored wooden figure stood, Lin Xian refrained from calling out to her. Although her cultivation level had not visibly advanced, remaining at the 3rd level of the Earth Profound Realm, she exuded a sense of strength that was markedly greater than when she had entered the Burning Heaven Secret Realm, clearly having encountered significant opportunities within that realm. This instilled a modicum of anticipation within him regarding Su Lianxin's forthcoming performance. As the young maiden ascended the wooden platform, the gaze of the entire assembly converged upon her, their expressions tinged with a hint of astonishment. Since the dismal defeat of Prince Qingyang of the Great Jin Empire at the hands of the bronze-armored wooden man, no one had dared to step onto the platform again. Even Yun Yi of the Lingjin Empire had not ventured forth. As it had become an unspoken truth, the wooden man was invincible. Its might was beyond the reach of those of similar stature. Even a prodigy like Prince Qingyang had faltered against the wooden man, unable to withstand even 3 strikes. Those who approached merely invited humiliation upon themselves. Should fortune turn against them, a single blow could spell their demise. Hence, Su Lianxin's ascent to the platform elicited their utter surprise. Moreover, upon surveying the crowd, they realized that not a single soul recognized her, implying that she was not one of the renowned talents of the Seven Kingdoms. She appeared to be a newcomer, blissfully unaware of the terror that the bronze-armored wooden man elicited. "Hey, little girl, I advise you to come down quickly. This bronze-armored wooden man is beyond your capabilities." Even the great Jin's Prince Qingyang met a terrible end, some compassionate cultivators urged, unwilling to witness such a beautiful maiden meet a tragic fate. Yet, the girl in white on the platform remained unmoved, slowly drawing the long sword from her back. As they observed Su Yinxin disregard their counsel and prepare for battle, the crowd shook their heads, foreseeing her impending calamity. However, the subsequent scene unfolded in a manner entirely contrary to their expectations. With a low hum, the sword emanated a terrifying aura as it sliced toward the bronze-armored wooden man. The anticipated scenario of Su Yinxin being hurled off the platform did not materialize. Instead, in the initial clash between sword and fist, Su Yinxin stood her ground. The bronze-armored wooden man, however, was sent flying over 10 meters away. This single act starkly contrasted with the earlier encounter of Prince Qingyang, who, after one exchange with the wooden man, had staggered back 3 or 4 steps before regaining his footing. Yet here was this obscure maiden, whose name no one could utter, managing to send the wooden man hurtling through the air in a direct confrontation. The crowd gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape as if one could fit a duck egg within. At that moment, even Prince Qingyang and Yun Yi wore expressions of disbelief, their eyes wide with shock as they beheld the white-clad, sword-wielding maiden on the platform. With a resonant hum, the girl unleashed another sword strike, propelling the bronze-armored wooden man, still unsteady from the previous encounter, off the platform. The bronze-armored wooden man fell to defeat after 2 strikes. Chapter 26: The Sacred Level and the Slaying Immortal Sword Formation. This astonishing scene rendered the surroundings utterly silent, enveloped in a deathly stillness. Not long ago, they had fervently proclaimed that the bronze-armored wooden figure was invincible, asserting that no one within the same realm could possibly defeat it. Invincible? Then what, pray tell, was the spectacle unfolding before their very eyes? Su Yinxin, through her actions, had unequivocally demonstrated a singular truth. The bronze-armored wooden figure was not insurmountable. Their perception of invincibility stemmed solely from their own inadequacies in strength. At this moment, Prince Qingyang's countenance was a portrait of despair, and the cultivators from the Great Jin Empire who had previously offered him comfort felt an acute embarrassment, wishing fervently for a chasm to swallow them whole. The formidable prowess of the young maiden had turned Prince Qingyang, who had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the bronze-armored wooden figure, into a complete farce. Indeed, it is essential to remember that for a swordsman, once the sword is drawn, mountains and rivers may be cleaved asunder. Thus, one must advance boldly. For even the slightest hesitation is a grave misstep. A voice shattered the prevailing quietude. It was Lin Xian who spoke. The maiden's triumph over the bronze-armored wooden figure, viewed by others as flawless, held certain imperfections in Lin Xian's discerning eyes. Although she possessed the strength to conquer the wooden figure with a single strike, she ultimately required 2. Lin Xian's critique, to the ears of the onlookers, was jarringly discordant. They found it outrageous that she could vanquish the bronze-armored wooden figure with 2 strikes. Yet Lin Xian still found fault? Was he deliberately seeking to provoke? Who did he think he was to offer such commentary? Before they could unleash their derision, the next utterance from the white-clad maiden stifled their impending words. "My master has taught me well." The white-clad maiden offered a slight bow to Lin Xian, adopting a demeanor of humility that left those who had harbored mockery in their hearts utterly bewildered. "And master? This young man is her master?" Eyes widened in disbelief. "Let us depart. There are no further opportunities for us here," Lin Xian declared, turning to lead Su Yinxin away from the scene. Once they had distanced themselves, Su Yinxin presented the reward she had received for defeating the bronze-armored wooden figure, a tome of illustrations, respectfully offering it to Lin Xian. Unable to repay Lin Xian's immense kindness, she felt it was finally her moment to reciprocate the gifts bestowed upon her by her master. Without a hint of hesitation, she extended the offering. Lin Xian regarded Su Lianxin with a knowing smile, accepting the tome without refusal. Upon examination, he discerned that this illustration differed from the sword formation diagram he had previously acquired after defeating the wooden figure. It appeared that each individual received a unique reward for conquering the bronze-armored wooden figure. The tome that Su Lianxin had received contained the insights of the renowned swordmaster, Fan Tiandi, regarding the sword path, indicating that he too was a swordsman of considerable merit. After committing the contents of the tome to memory, Lin Xian returned it to Su Lianxin, simultaneously bestowing upon her the sword formation diagram he had obtained from his own victory over the bronze-armored wooden figure. The contents of the sword formation diagram had been firmly etched in Lin Xian's mind, and retaining it served no purpose. It would be better bestowed upon Su Lianxin to see what returns might be garnered. After all, to a certain extent, the stronger the disciple, the stronger Lin Xian would become. Ding! Investment in the Star C sword formation diagram. Return of the Saint-level technique, the Slaughter Immortal Sword Formation. The Slaughter Immortal Sword Formation? A stirring sensation coursed through Lin Xian's heart. A Saint-level technique that dares to invoke the name of Slaughter Immortal? Whether mastering it to perfection would indeed allow one to slay immortals was uncertain, yet he knew this was a Saint-level technique. A complete Saint-level technique. It is worth noting that the Qingdi Sutra Lin Xian had previously acquired, while also of the saint level, was merely a fragmented scripture. Master, what is the matter? At this moment, even Su Lianxin vaguely sensed Lin Xian's emotional fluctuations and inquired. Lin Xian reined in his thoughts and shook his head. In the time that followed, aside from continuing to explore the secret realm with Su Lianxin, Lin Xian devoted all his remaining moments to comprehending the Slaughter Immortal Sword Formation. Once unleashed, Lin Xian could transform his spiritual energy into countless Slaughter Immortal Swords, annihilating all adversaries that dared to approach. Though Lin Xian was not yet capable of such feats, the prospects it offered filled him with boundless imagination. The might of the Slaughter Immortal Sword Formation hinged upon the quality of the sword employed as its foundation. At present, the finest sword in Lin Xian's possession was merely a Tier 5 sword, one he had painstakingly crafted with significant resources and the expertise of a renowned swordsmith from the Tangqing Empire. Using this sword as the foundation, Lin Xian could summon only 100 or so Slaughter Immortal Swords. However, should he replace it with a Tier 6 sword, he could simultaneously manipulate 1,000 or even several thousand Slaughter Immortal Swords, and they would be far more formidable. Lin Xian let out a wry smile. Ultimately, it still came down to being impoverished. A Tier 5 sword, while barely sufficient for Lin Xian in his previous state, had become somewhat subpar after his ascension to the King realm. Yet the price of a good Tier 6 sword was often astonishingly high. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, his current strength, bolstered by the acquisition of the Slaughter Immortal Sword Formation, had witnessed a tremendous enhancement. Presently, it was challenging for Lin Xian to estimate the extent of his power when exerting himself to the fullest. Thus far, he had not encountered an opponent capable of compelling him to unleash his full strength. As Lin Xian and Su Lianxin intended to continue their explorations, they were suddenly engulfed by a powerful pull. Lin Xian recognized this as an omen of the secret realm's impending closure. Sure enough, merely after a short incense sticks burning, the two found their vision darkening, and then they exited the secret realm. At the entrance of the burning sky secret realm, individuals were continuously being teleported out, including Lin Xian and Su Lianxin. Upon emerging, Lin Xian extended his spiritual awareness and noticed Wang Yan's figure among them. The three had entered almost simultaneously and were now exiting at the same time. However, Wang Yan's expression appeared somewhat grim. Upon seeing Lin Xian and Su Lianxin approach, he immediately displayed signs of panic, his gaze evasive. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What is the matter?" Wang Yan stammered, "Master, I seem to have caused some trouble." Lin Xian remained silent, gesturing for him to continue. "In the secret realm, I discovered a rare, high-grade spiritual herb. Just as I was about to harvest it, another person arrived, and without uttering a word, he attempted to seize it from me. Naturally, I refused, leading to a confrontation. In the heat of battle, I did not anticipate his weakness. He could not withstand even a single strike from me. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian found it somewhat amusing. Is it not a possibility that he is not too weak, but rather you are too strong? Although Wang Yan's strength does not compare to that of his senior sister, Su Yinxin, he has cultivated the Qingdi Scripture and has comprehended the essence of sword intent. Despite being at the 9th level of Qi gathering, his power far exceeds that of an ordinary practitioner at the 2nd or 3rd level of Earth Profound. Wang Yan's voice grew heavy as he continued. I later learned that the person I had slain hailed from the Dawn Empire and belonged to a formidable force within it, possessing an exceedingly noble status. Master, I have caused great trouble for the sect and for you. Please punish me. As he spoke, Wang Yin knelt before Lin Xian, seeking forgiveness. I initially thought it was a grave matter. Punishment? Who said I would punish you? With a wave of his hand, a tremendous force lifted Wang Yin from the ground. Not to mention that the fault does not lie with you. Furthermore, he dared to attack you, indicating he was prepared for the consequences. Had he been significantly stronger than you, it would have been you who perished. Therefore, what wrongdoing is there on your part? Wang Yin stared at Lin Xian in astonishment. In his heart, he believed he had brought disaster upon the sect and had wronged his master by killing someone he should not have. Yet, to his surprise, he heard no trace of blame from Lin Xian. This revelation left him both shocked and profoundly moved. Rest assured, should the sky fall, I shall bear the weight. You need not worry about this matter. Focus on your cultivation, and do not let this incident hinder your progress. Lin Xian reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Several days later, Lin Xian returned to the Qingyang Sword Sect with his 2 disciples. Others from the sect also returned in succession. Some were filled with joy, while others bore expressions of sorrow. Some returned from a secret realm laden with rewards, while others came back empty-handed and disheartened. However, Lin Xian still did not catch a glimpse of Chu Yumeng within the Starfall Peak. Could it be that she had perished in the secret realm? Unlike Su Yinxin and Wang Yin, there was no deep master-disciple bond between Lin Xian and Chu Yumeng. Their relationship was merely one of title. Lin Xian had taken her on as a disciple primarily for the enhancement of his own cultivation speed. Nevertheless, upon glancing at the system's disciple list, he noted that Chu Yumeng's name remained, indicating she had not fallen but had simply not returned. Following the secret realm incident, the grand competition of the Qingyang Sword Sect swiftly approached. The rivalry between Saintess Li Fufeng and Saint Sun Lu Tianqing promised to make this year's competition extraordinary. With the anticipation of countless spectators, the sect's grand competition commenced as scheduled. Both Su Yinxin and Wang Yin achieved breakthroughs just before the competition began. Su Yinxin first advanced from the 3rd level of Earth Profound to the 5th, while Wang Yin successfully broke through from the 9th level of Qi Gathering to the Earth Profound realm. Such astonishing advancements left both of them in awe. Upon the grand plaza of the sect's main hall, numerous arenas constructed from gold and stone rose from the ground. Surrounding these platforms stood a throng of disciples from the Sword Sect, eagerly rubbing their fists and gazing upward, their eyes glimmering with fervor and determination, having devoted years of cultivation for this very moment. Above, on the elevated platform, the leaders of each peak and high-ranking members of the sect took their seats. Among them was Lin Xian, albeit positioned somewhat further back. Alas, the arrangement of seats was dictated by the rankings of each peak, and the Starfall Peak was ranked 36 from the bottom, so a forward position was naturally unattainable. As a radiant beam of 7-colored light descended from the heavens, it ultimately landed upon the high platform, silencing the multitude of disciples below, all eyes converging upon the newcomer. He was a middle-aged gentleman clad in elegant robes, exuding an aura of authority simply by standing there. His appearance prompted the leaders from various peaks and high-ranking officials seated in the viewing area to rise in unison and bow respectfully. The reverence shown towards this gentleman revealed his esteemed status. Indeed, this individual was none other than the lord of the Qingyang Sword Sect, Xianyang. In the absence of the ancient sword ancestor, he was the most formidable figure in the Qingyang Sword Sect. It was said that his cultivation had reached the 4th level of the King Realm, stepping into the mid-stage of the King Realm. The grand competition of the Qingyang Sword Sect was about to commence. After Xianyang's arrival, the elder presiding over the competition wasted no time and proclaimed the commencement of the event. As for the rules, they had been sufficiently elaborated upon beforehand. The first round of the competition would be determined by a draw. Each disciple possessed a unique token, and when the time came, the one drawn would take to the arena. Number 136 versus number 225. As the elder responsible for the draw called out the two numbers, Su Yinxin, amidst the crowd, was momentarily taken aback, for she was indeed number 225, and she had not anticipated that her first battle would be against herself. A disciple from the 5th peak, Qianling Peak, leaped onto the arena. Naturally, Su Yinxin was not one to shy away, and with a delicate step, she too appeared on the platform. Was that not Yang Jin? TSK. The fortune of this young lady from Starfall Peak truly seemed to be lacking. The disciples from various peaks were not well acquainted with Su Yinxin, yet they were quite familiar with Yang Jin, the prodigy from the 5th peak, Qianling Peak. His prowess ranked within the top 5 among all disciples of Qianling Peak. Perhaps it would be wiser to concede gracefully and conserve energy for later rounds. If fortune permits a draw against someone of lesser or equal strength, there might still be a chance to advance. While some lamented Su Yinxin's misfortune, others began devising strategies for her. Almost everyone believed that Su Yinxin stood no chance of victory. They did not know her, but they certainly knew Yang Jin. One hailed from the bottom of the 36 peaks of the Qingyang Sword Sect, and the circumstances of Starfall Peak over the years were well known to them as disciples. They had few members, let alone prodigies. The other hailed from a top-ranking genius of the 5th peak. The disparity in strength was glaringly apparent. Yet, standing opposite Su Yinxin was Yang Jin, a prodigy hailing from the 5th peak who harbored an entirely different sentiment. As he ascended the arena, brimming with confidence, he was resolute in his ambition to secure a triumphant debut. However, upon recognizing the challenger as Su Yinxin, a chill coursed through him, leaving his heart heavy and his scalp prickling. How could it be her? Indeed, Yang Jin was well acquainted with Su Yinxin, and the memory was etched vividly in his mind. He had witnessed her, in the depths of the burning heaven's secret realm, single-handedly vanquishing 5 adversaries who sought to claim a treasure, defeating them with a single, masterful stroke of her sword. The elegance of that strike lingered in Yang Jin's thoughts, replaying like a vivid dream. It was worth noting that each of those 5 assailants possessed strength that far exceeded his own. At the time, he had been intensely curious about the identity of this sword-wielding maiden, clad in the garb of the Qingyang Sword Sect. He could not recall any semblance of familiarity with her. When had the Qingyang Sword Sect produced such an unparalleled talent? Could she possibly be a direct disciple of a venerable elder? Now, Yang Jin could hardly fathom that his very first match in this sect competition would be against her. Such was the capriciousness of fortune, particularly as he listened to the effusive praises surrounding him. Yang Jin could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Taking a deep breath, he seemed to arrive at a resolute conclusion. I concede. Chapter 27. Chu Yuming versus Su Yinxin. 3 simple words, uttered from Yang Jin's lips, brought an abrupt silence to the cacophony surrounding the arena. Almost everyone stood in astonished disbelief, their gazes fixed upon the stage where Yang Jin, having declared his surrender, leapt down from the platform. Wait, what? Surrender? Did they truly hear that? While they had anticipated that someone might yield in this battle, no one expected it to be Yang Jin. The one conceding defeat was Yang Jin, not the female disciple from Starfall Peak. How could this be? How could it possibly be him? Confusion and bewilderment reigned. At that moment, even the esteemed elders and peak masters atop the platform were momentarily taken aback. Clearly, this outcome had surpassed their expectations entirely. Surrender? How could you even utter such a thing? You brought shame upon Qianling Peak. Among the disciples of Qianling Peak stood a younger, strikingly handsome youth named Chu Xiao, whose cold gaze bore down on the returning Yang Jin. Like Yang Jin, he was a true disciple of Qianling Peak, and his prowess was no less formidable. The two had never been on amicable terms, and seeing Yang Jin capitulate without a fight naturally invited a scathing remark. As for Yang Jin, he merely cast a dispassionate glance in Chu Xiao's direction, choosing to ignore him. His surrender was grounded in reason. Facing Su Lianxin, he had no chance of victory. Even with all his might, he could not prevail, and he might not even withstand a single strike, ending up severely injured. Rather than risk such an outcome, it was wiser to conserve his strength for the forthcoming matches. As for others' opinions, whether they deemed him cowardly or thought him a disgrace to Qianling Peak, that was their concern. And had he truly brought shame upon Qianling Peak? Perhaps not. In due time, when the crowd comprehended this woman's true strength, they would realize how astute his choice had been. Finally catching up, a striking figure appeared at the periphery of the plaza, panting heavily. It was none other than Chu Yumeng, who had not been seen at Starfall Peak or even the Qingyang Sword Sect for quite some time. Lin Xian, positioned atop the platform, sensed her presence instantly and turned his gaze, only to be taken aback. It was not Chu Yumeng's arrival that surprised him, but rather the absence of the celestial-level soul's resonance that he once felt emanating from her. Had that celestial soul within Chu Yumeng perished, or was it something else? With curiosity, Lin Xian scrutinized Chu Yumeng's current condition. Her realm remained at the 4th level of the Earth Profound Realm, unchanged. Yet her aura was undeniably far stronger than it had been a few months prior. Clearly, she must have encountered significant opportunities during this time. However, as he considered this, Lin Xian couldn't help but chuckle. While Chu Yumeng may have experienced considerable fortune these past months, in comparison to Su Lianxin and Wang Yin, if Chu Yumeng had practiced the Qing Emperor's scripture from the outset, with her innate talent, achieving the heavenly profound realm would not have been out of reach. Alas, such was her choice. At this moment, Chu Yumeng seemed to sense something and turned to look. Upon recognizing Lin Xian, she immediately clasped her fists and bowed respectfully from a distance. Although this mentor was merely a nominal figure in their master-disciple relationship, maintaining appearances at the Qingyang Sword Sect was still necessary. With her master in a deep slumber, the time of awakening remained uncertain. However, she felt no concern. Given her current prowess, securing the first place in this grand competition would be effortless. Master, await your disciple's good news, Chu Yumeng thought confidently. The master she referred to was not Lin Xian, but rather the celestial soul residing within her. On Arena 1, contestant number 365 was set to face off against number 255. When Su Lianxin ascended the stage and beheld her upcoming opponent, both were momentarily taken aback. Senior sister? Junior sister? Su Lianxin gazed at Chu Yumeng across the arena, offering a resigned smile. Despite being initiated into their master's teachings at the same time, she knew little about this enigmatic junior sister, who rarely appeared within the sect. Though they shared the title of sisterhood, they had exchanged scarcely a few words in the past months. With only 3 disciples from the Qingyang Peak, the odds of drawing a fellow sect member were exceedingly slim. The mere chance of encountering one another was indeed remarkable. Chu Yumeng had not anticipated that her first battle would be an internal conflict. Forgive me, senior sister, she thought, understanding that despite their nominal relationship, she would hold nothing back. After all, she was vying for first place and had promised her master that she must achieve it. At that moment, a commotion erupted around them. It turned out that Arena 5 was hosting a spotlight battle. Shihao from the 5th Peak was set to compete against Jiang Lan from the 6th Peak. Both were formidable opponents. Shihao was hailed as the chief disciple of the 5th Peak, while Jiang Lan held the same title at the 6th Peak. Their imminent clash instantly became the focal point, drawing the attention of everyone present, including the elders and peak masters seated on the high platform, who diverted their gaze solely to Arena 5, neglecting the outcomes of the other 4 arenas entirely. This battle symbolized not only a confrontation between the strongest disciples of the 5th and 6th Peaks, but also the inaugural pinnacle clash between the Holy Maiden faction and the Holy Sun faction. Indeed, the 5th Peak aligned with the Holy Maiden, while the 6th Peak supported the Holy Sun, which was the primary reason for the intense scrutiny of this battle. The outcome would significantly impact the pride and morale of both factions, striking a heavy blow to the losing side, regardless of who triumphed. Chu Yumeng was acutely aware of this atmosphere. She shrugged, unfazed by the attention of others. Fixing her gaze on the girl opposite her, sword in hand, she couldn't help but find it amusing. Would her nominal senior sister still dare to draw her sword, if she were aware that Chu Yuming's true cultivation was not merely at the first level of qi gathering, but rather at the fourth level of earth profound? Be cautious, junior sister, she thought. The disdain in Chu Yuming's eyes did not escape Su Lianxin's notice. Naturally, she possessed her own ground for pride. At the fourth level of the earth profound realm, had it not been for the true blood of the ice phoenix granted by her master and her cultivation of the Qingdi Sutra, she might not have been a match for her junior sister, Chu. Yet, it was a pity that the current her was no longer the same as she had been 6 months prior. The sword quivered slightly as Su Lianxin took the initiative, sweeping her blade forward with a swift motion that resonated with the sound of Phoenix's cry, slicing towards Chu Yuming at an astonishing speed. The rapidity of the attack momentarily caught Chu Yuming off guard, but she quickly regained her composure, lightly tapping her foot against the ground. Instead of retreating from the incoming strike, she advanced, raising her sword to meet it head-on. This clearly demonstrated her confidence in her own abilities. Although Su Lianxin's sword strike was unexpectedly swift, Chu, brimming with self-assurance, had no intention of evading. She was determined to confront it boldly. She wished to conclude this battle swiftly, and as for revealing her strength, so be it. She had no intention of concealing it any longer. To claim the top spot in the competition, revealing her power was inevitable. Clang! The clash of metal echoed sharply, and a figure was sent flying, hurtling off the stage and leaving a long trail upon the ground. In just a single strike, the victor had been determined. Su Lianxin's right arm tingled slightly, still trembling, nearly losing its grip on the sword. Chu Yuming stared blankly at Su Lianxin, who stood unwavering on the stage, not a step back. The shock in her eyes was unmistakable. Have I lost? Chapter 28. Regret she could hardly fathom her defeat, especially at the hands of Su Lianxin. A senior sister she had never regarded highly. Moreover, it had only taken a single stroke. This was a reality she found difficult to accept. Furthermore, the surge of spiritual energy that erupted at the moment Su Lianxin unleashed that strike surpassed her own earthly profound realm. At the very least, it was at the fifth level of the earthly profound realm. Chu Yuming's mind was a blank slate. Fifth level of the earthly profound realm? How could this be? Just a few months prior, she distinctly remembered her junior sister only having reached the 9th level of body refinement, not even able to gather qi. How could she have ascended to the 5th level of the earthly profound realm in such a short span of time? She could not comprehend how such a feat was accomplished. In merely half a year, transitioning from the 9th level of body refinement to the 4th level of the earthly profound realm? What a staggering leap in realms. What was even more absurd was that she had just contemplated ending the battle with a single strike. Indeed, the battle concluded with a single strike. Yet the victor was not Chu Yuming. Junior sister, I concede, as she gazed at Chu Yuming, who had been thrust off the stage by her own strike. Disbelief etched across her face. Su Lianxin shook her head. Had you practiced the Qingdi Jing, I would undoubtedly have been no match for you. Indeed, her junior sister had possessed a far superior cultivation level just months ago, and now she had inexplicably surpassed her. How remarkable! With this thought, Su Lianxin turned her gaze to her master, Lin Xian. All of this was a gift from her esteemed teacher. The Qingdi Jing? Chu Yuming was not foolish. Su Lianxin's words clearly hinted at the reason behind her extraordinary advancement over the past 6 months. However, what exactly was the Qingdi Jing? Wait a moment. Que you m'en regarde something. Half a year ago, Lin Xian, her own rather unremarkable master, had bestowed upon the three of them a certain cultivation method. At that time, having just received the transcendent technique from her master, Yunjing Tianzuan, she had dismissed Lin Xian's gift as inconsequential, casting it aside like refuse without even a glance. After all, she had deemed Lin Xian merely a peak master of the Qingyang Sword Sect, and one of the least esteemed at that. Surely, the technique he offered could not be of any significance, likely not even reaching the rank of a royal-level technique. Compared to the revered technique bestowed upon her by Yunjing Tianzuan, it was nothing but trash. With this realization, Chu Yuming's consciousness swiftly delved into her storage ring. And soon enough, she unearthed the technique that Lin Xian had once given her, tucked away in a corner. The words Qingdi Jing were distinctly visible, causing her eyes to widen in astonishment. As she opened the text, the more she read, the more astounded she became. Since becoming a disciple of Yunjing Tianzuan, her horizons had undoubtedly broadened, rendering ordinary techniques unworthy of her attention. Yet, the Qingdi Jing, further she read, the more she was filled with awe. No, it could even be described as shock, for she discovered that the quality of this technique far exceeded her wildest imaginings. Even the Xianbing Ju, granted by her master, could not hold a candle to it. It is essential to recognize that the profound ice art is already a pinnacle technique of the esteemed rank. Beyond this lies the imperial rank technique. En impérial technique? Is this Qingdi Scripture truly an imperial technique? Chu Yoming's breath faltered, her eyes alight with astonishment. Did Lin Xian bestow upon the three of them an imperial technique just half a year ago? Is this scripture the reason for Sister Su Lianxin's remarkable progress over the past months? Yet, how could Lin Xian, the mere peak master of the Qingyang Sword Sect, possess son impérial technique? Regardless of her disbelief, the evidence lay bare before her. The Qingdi Scripture, an imperial technique. Chu Yuming suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Why had she not examined this scripture when it first came into her possession? A mere glance would have revealed its extraordinary nature. As Sister Su Lianxin remarked, had she also practiced the Qingdi Scripture back then, she might be in a different position now. A profound sense of regret enveloped her. The outcome of the battle on Arena Number 1 went largely unnoticed by all except a few, including Lin Xian. Disciples and elders alike were fixated on the intense duel occurring on Arena Number 5, where Shihao faced Jianglan. As the combat approached its climax, both opponents revealed their hidden strengths. It was Jianglan who ultimately triumphed, sending Shihao flying from the arena. Victory belonged to the 6th peak, where Jianglan hailed from the Sun's faction. Impressive. Zianglan. Zianglan. Well done, brother Jianglan. The morale of the Sun's faction surged, and countless voices erupted in cheers. The most formidable battle between the factions concluded with a resounding victory for the Sun's side. In stark contrast, the morale of the daughter's faction plummeted. Even Li Fufeng's enchanting eyes reflected a hint of reluctance. This battle was of paramount importance to her and her faction. Shihao had several opportunities to defeat Jianglan, but ultimately failed to seize them. Closing her eyes, Li Fufeng attempted to shield herself from the discouragement. It was not yet time for despair. If she could vanquish Lu Tianxing, there would still be a chance for redemption. Upon opening her eyes, she found Lu Tianxing gazing at her, a mocking smile gracing his lips, as if to convey that this was merely the beginning. Their gazes clashed, sparks igniting in the air. At that moment, an elder on the high platform called out two numbers once more. Arena Number 1, contestant number 13, against number 79. As the elder announced the numbers, a hint of uncertainty crept into his voice. The audience fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, the stillness almost eerie. All eyes turned in shock towards Li Fufeng and Lu Tianxing. While they might not remember others' numbers, the identifiers of Li Fufeng and Lu Tianxing were engraved in their memories. Indeed, Li Fufeng was number 13, and Lu Tianxing was number 79. What was happening? What a coincidence! Li Fufeng matched against Lu Tianxing. The final battle was unfolding ahead of schedule. Chapter 29. Master Lin Feng, are you satisfied? At this moment, even Li Fufeng and Lu Tianxing wore expressions of slight astonishment. Yet, in the next heartbeat, both men darted forward, almost simultaneously appearing on the first arena. A terrifying aura erupted from the two of them. Li Fufeng had reached the 5th level of the Earth Profound Realm, and so too did Lu Tianxing. In terms of cultivation, they stood unrivaled among the younger generation of the Qingyang Sword Sect. To attain the 5th level of the Earth Profound Realm at such a tender age is a rarity within the entire sect. Unexpectedly, the battle commenced so swiftly, yet it suited Lu Tianxing's intentions perfectly. It was time for a resolution between them, and before the esteemed elders and disciples. He aimed to demonstrate that he alone was the most qualified candidate for the position of a young sect master. While Li Fufeng was unworthy, Lu Tianxing smiled, undeterred by the early onset of this confrontation. To him, irrespective of timing, the outcome remained unchanged. For Li Fufeng, it was merely a question of whether he would fall sooner or later. The matter of qualification would be resolved through their contest. As he spoke, a chilling sword intent erupted from within Li Fufeng, causing many observing disciples to shudder, feeling the temperature around them plummet. This was the embryonic form of sword intent. Gasps of astonishment echoed from the crowd, even drawing the attention of several elders. Within the Qingyang Sword Sect, only the venerable elder Xianjian had comprehended sword intent. Furthermore, those who grasped its embryonic form were scarce, numbering less than 10. Li Fufeng and Lu Tianqing were among them. The Qingyang Sword Sect, predominantly comprised of sword cultivators, revered the understanding of sword intent as the highest aspiration of countless disciples. However, comprehending sword intent is as daunting as ascending to the heavens. Many devote their entire lives without even scratching the surface. For instance, among the elders seated on the high platform, the vast majority had studied the sword path for years, yet had never grasped even the embryonic form of sword intent. Suffering Xuanyang, Sen Xing Li Fufei's Tilling Sword Intent, raised an eyebrow. Impressive. At such a young age, he had understood sword intent to this extent. The peak masters and elders of the Saintess faction exchanged knowing smiles. The stronger Li Fufeng became, the more it affirmed that they had chosen wisely. However, Lu Tianqing, facing this sword intent on the arena, did not retreat in fear. Instead, he stepped forward, his sword trembling lightly. Instantly, a more formidable sword intent surged forth, aiming directly at Li Fufeng's face, sweeping across the entire plaza in a heartbeat. Compared to Li Fufeng's sword intent, Lu Tianqing's was even more frigid, sharp, and imposing. Although both were merely embryonic forms of sword intent, discerning eyes could easily perceive that, at least in this contest of sword intent, Li Fufeng was at a disadvantage. This sword intent surpassed that of the Saintess, with the Saint's son present. The future ranking of the Qingyang Sword Sect within the Tangqing Empire might very well shift. The clash of sword intents lasted but a moment. The exchanges among the elders and peak masters did not affect Li Fufeng in the slightest. Her gaze remained calm, her footwork an intricate and profound dance, akin to a startled swan or a roaming dragon, directly targeting Lu Tianqing's vital points. When she struck, she would show no mercy. This was the essence of Li Fufeng's swordsmanship. Nevertheless, Lu Tianqing was no ordinary opponent. With a swift motion of his fifth-tier spirit sword, he conjured a dazzling array of afterimages, unleashing a ferocious aura that indiscriminately assaulted all living beings on the arena. In an instant, the two had clashed. Their realms were comparable, yet Li Fufeng found herself at a disadvantage due to her slightly inferior sword intent, resulting in an impression that she was perpetually on the defensive against Lu Tianqing. Although Lu Tianqing had the upper hand, he struggled to defeat Li Fufeng, and for a time, neither could overpower the other. Suddenly, in a moment of vulnerability, Li Fufeng let out a faint sigh. She had prepared for this confrontation for so long, yet in terms of cultivation and sword intent, she still fell short of Lu Tianqing. Reluctantly, she had to acknowledge that his innate talent indeed surpassed her own. A hint of crimson appeared at the corner of her lips, which she bit down on tightly, harboring a sense of unwillingness. If she had any hidden cards, it was time to reveal them, lest she face defeat. A hint of provocation slipped from Lu Tianqing's lips. For ages, he and Li Fufeng had been hailed as the twin prodigies of the Qingyang Sword Sect. While he was unaware of her feelings regarding this title, he found it utterly distasteful. In his eyes, what merit did Li Fufeng possess to be considered his equal? Today, he would make it known to all that there were never two prodigies in the Qingyang Sword Sect. Only he, Lu Tianqing, deserved the title of a true genius. After a fierce exchange, Li Fufeng found herself retreating to the edge of the arena. Unfazed by Lu Tianqing's taunts, her expression remained impassive as she took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, a chilling aura emanated from her being. As you wish. Li Fufeng's lips parted slightly, and a sudden surge of spiritual energy erupted, causing many spectators to change countenance, their eyes widening in astonishment. Even an elder rose abruptly, trembling in disbelief and excitement. With a sharp crack, Lu Tianqing had no time to react, as he beheld Li Fufeng grasping the sword hilt, her her sword intent ascending with each passing moment. Thousands of sword lights and illusions enveloped the arena, nearly drowning Lu Tianxing, spilling over the edges of the stage. The disciples surrounding the perimeter filled with trepidation, instinctively recoiled, yet could not resist glancing upward, witnessing Li Fufeng poised gracefully above, her aura having transformed into a palpable sword intent. Was this sword intent? No, it was the Qing Mountain Sword Technique, the ultimate secret art of the Qingyang Sword Sect, the final form of the Qing Mountain Sword Technique, Long Sword Waterfall. Incredibly, the Holy Maiden had actually comprehended the highest level of the Qing Mountain Sword Technique. At that moment, even the sect leader of Xianyang found it hard to remain composed, his gaze flickering as he observed the serene young woman on the arena. One of the sect's ultimate arts, the Qing Mountain Sword Technique, at its pinnacle could purify sword intent, rendering it tangible and as controllable as an extension of one's own limbs. However, the requirements for comprehension were exceedingly high. Even a slight deficiency in talent could thwart one's progress. Yet once successfully grasped, the likelihood of truly understanding sword intent in the future would increase dramatically. Elders within the sect, those of slightly lesser prowess, had reached no further than the third level of the Qing Mountain Sword Technique. Yet Li Fufeng, at her tender age, had astonishingly attained the fifth pinnacle. What a prodigy! The celestial maiden murmured softly, her delight evident in her expression. As the third peak master observed Li Fufeng revealing her unparalleled skills, a slight furrow formed on his brow. He had underestimated her. However, the astonishing revelation was that she had mastered the Qing Shan sword technique. The holy maiden, silent and composed, had acquired a sacred art that none of them had fully comprehended, a feat that had previously gone unheard of. Her depth of understanding was profound. Clearly, the holy maiden was indeed superior. The elders on the stage expressed their astonishment, while the disciples of the sect below were left utterly awestruck. As they witnessed the myriad sword shadows cascading like a waterfall, the resplendent light of the swords left them with a singular feeling of reverence. The Qing Shan sword technique, and not just any level, but the fifth level. Such comprehension was terrifying. They could not help but feel envious, though such envy was futile. Had the holy maiden not fallen, she would undoubtedly become the second descendant of the Xianjian ancestor, a true blessing for our sect. The elevated threshold of mastery meant that even if the Qing Shan sword technique could be exchanged for contributions to the sect, many disciples remained stuck at the first or second levels, unable to grasp its essence. The holy maiden had regained her confidence, shedding her earlier gloom. She was certain that Lu Tianxing would face defeat. Yet, just as they thought this, an unsettling realization struck them. Where was Lu Tianxing? Each of the cascading sword shadows was not an illusion. To touch them would result in injury. The sword shadows enveloped the arena, dense and impenetrable. Yet, Lu Tianxing was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that he had already fallen to the holy maiden? Speculation ran rampant among the crowd. But the peak master of Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. Among the thousands of sword shadows, one figure emerged, untouched and unscathed. The calm expression that appeared after he brushed his palm across his face was nothing short of astonishing. It was Lu Tianxing. Not only had he emerged uninjured from Li Fufeng's onslaught, but he also seemed to thrive within it, his aura rising steadily. Impossible. At that moment, Li Fufeng's fingers trembled, her gaze shaken, as if she had witnessed something beyond comprehension. Having grasped the fifth level of the Qing Shan sword technique, she knew its terrifying power better than anyone. Yet why? Not only had she failed to defeat him, but she had not even managed to wound him. Lu Tianxing effortlessly evaded the sword shadows, his sword poised with intent directed at Li Fufeng, his expression revealing no trace of astonishment, only a serene confidence. Are you surprised? The Qing Shan sword technique is not solely yours to wield. Clad in white and striking as a coal pine, Lu Tianxing bore a faint smile as he stepped forth from the multitude of sword shadows, only to vanish in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already behind Li Fufeng. Drop after drop of blood fell from the tip of Lu Tianxing's sword. In an instant, a shocking crimson mark appeared at the collarbone of Li Fufeng. Li Fufeng had been defeated. The sect leader of Qingyang felt the sword intent lingering in the air and suddenly burst into laughter. This was the 6th level of the Qingyang Sword technique. Although he had only caught a glimpse of its form, Tianqing had flawlessly fused sword intent with the sword itself, penetrating to the very core. Before them lay no sword intent, yet it permeated everywhere. The peak master of Xianyu landed beside Qingyang, her expression inscrutable. But isn't the Qingyang sword technique limited to 5 levels? Where did this 6th level come from? Had it not been for this, the match would have been an assured victory for the Holy Maiden. In the presence of such formidable beings, one need not deliberate extensively to discern the outcome of the contest. Yet, it is precisely due to this certainty that their discontent brews even stronger. Within the scripture repository, the Qingyang sword technique is explicitly recorded to comprise only 5 tiers. This assertion, however, is misleading. The master of Tianjian Peak, in high spirits, cast a glance at his opponent and noticed the ashen hue of their face, akin to sipping a frigid spirit on a sweltering summer day. Unable to conceal his delight, he elucidated, indeed, when the ancient ancestor of Qingyang devised the Qingyang sword technique, it encompassed merely 5 tiers. The so-called 6th tier is the sword of heart and remains unwritten. Tianqing's ability to grasp the 6th tier showcases his extraordinary comprehension. Implicit in his words was a pointed critique of the saintess's unstable resolve. The master of Xianyu Peak discerned this nuance. Yet, feeling inferior, a flicker of suppressed fury crossed her visage as she retorted with a cold laugh, a petty individual reveling in his triumph. The master of Tianjian Peak replied with a chuckle, "No offense taken. Feel free to vent your frustrations. I cannot deny the vanquish their moments of bravado." This remark rendered the master of Xianyu Peak's expression even more dismal. On the stage, Li Fufeng's lips were pale. "I have been defeated." The overwhelming pressure she faced was palpable. She had been utterly unable to retaliate against Lu Tianqing, who had crushed her with ease. The prior stalemate in battle now appeared to her as nothing short of a farce. A profound sense of resentment flickered in her eyes as she clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white, only to relent moments later. The notion that the Qingyang sword technique had but 5 tiers while Lu Tianqing had discerned a 6th was astonishing and unfathomable. She had experienced a fortuitous encounter to successfully comprehend the 5th tier, but what of Lu Tianqing? Did he too encounter fortune, or was his innate talent simply unparalleled? Lu Tianqing observed Li Fufeng's expression for a spell before sheathing his sword, teasingly remarking, "Did you truly believe victory was assured? Alas, in terms of prowess, you cannot rival me. In the essence of swordsmanship, I surpass you. Even the Qingyang sword technique has yielded to my mastery." Is this not despairing? He relished the array of emotions playing across Li Fufeng's face, feeling as though the frustrations of years spent in her shadow had finally been released. A sense of relief washed over him, and he sensed his own strength surging, as if on the brink of a breakthrough. Witnessing Lu Tianqing's minor yet significant advancement, Li Fufeng heavily closed her eyes, obscuring the despondency within. Her figure trembled lightly, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. After striving for so long, it seemed all her efforts were ultimately in vain. The aspiration she held had dissolved into mere illusions, and the grand competition of their sect had transformed into a means of elevating another to the position of the junior sect master. How infuriating and tragic. The abrupt shift in the battle's tide caught not only the surrounding disciples off guard, but also left the peak masters momentarily stunned. Initially, as Li Fufeng unveiled her hidden capabilities, the supporting peaks erupted in fervent cheers for the saintess. However, following Lu Tianqing's decisive victory over Li Fufeng, the enthusiasm rapidly dissipated, plunging the atmosphere to an icy chill. The saintess has lost. The peaks, 1st, 5th, 10th, and 14th, all supporting the saintess, were engulfed in disbelief, their morale plummeting instantaneously, leaving countless disciples in a state of disarray. They are acutely aware of the implications should the saintess falter, particularly for her devoted disciples. A wave of sorrowful despondency spreads. Yet none can stem its tide. In stark contrast, the supporters of the saint's son are ablaze with excitement. The contest for the position of a young sect master has finally reached its conclusion. The saint's son, truly deserving of his illustrious title, has astonishingly comprehended the sixth layer of the Qingyang Sword technique, a revelation that resonates profoundly. The title of young sect master is indeed well earned. Although Li Fufeng has made every effort to conceal his emotions as he turns to descend the stage, the disappointment reflected in the eyes of those close to him is unavoidable, causing his gaze to falter momentarily. Upon witnessing this, the master of the third peak shakes his head gently. He had anticipated such an outcome and was not surprised. Earlier, he had promised the saintess that if she emerged victorious in the sect's grand competition, he would consider remaining neutral. However, despite his assurances, he never truly believed she could surpass Lu Tianxing, and it now appears she has indeed failed to provide him with any astonishment. Alas, it is a matter of timing, fate, and destiny. The divine mandate has fallen upon the saint's son, though the elders have yet to announce the final results. The discerning can see the victor has already emerged. The master of Xianyu Peak exhales a heavy sigh, gazing at the spirited Lu Tianxing, her expression darkening further. This contest, while seemingly a battle among the youth, is far from simple. It is a clash between her and the master of the second peak. An overt struggle, coupled with covert machinations. The defeat of the saintess leaves her unwilling to accept such a conclusion, filled with resentment. The duel between the saintess and the saint's son has captured the attention of everyone within the sect. With the outcome now apparent, the master of the ninth peak lets out a hearty laugh, casting a provocative glance toward Lin Xian, who stands not far away, and sneers. What do you think? Are you satisfied with this contest, Master Lin? He then taps his head in a mock gesture of regret, yet the malice lurking in his eyes is unmistakable. Oh, how could I forget, Master Lin? I almost overlooked that you sided with the saintess. I wonder, do you now regret your initial choice? Your position as peak master may well be an end. What a pity. Regret is a luxury that cannot be purchased, and alas, it is too late for you to reconsider. Chapter 30. Su Lianxin, Prepare for Battle. Regret? Lin Xian found amusement within himself. Throughout the encounter, his gaze remained fixed, never once straying towards the master of the ninth peak. The latter's mocking derision failed to elicit even the slightest emotional response from Lin Xian. Instead, he continued to observe the unfolding battle with keen interest, seeing Lin Xian disregard him entirely, treating him as though he were but air. The master of the ninth peak felt a slight sting to his pride. He snorted disdainfully, harboring malicious thoughts within. Just wait and see. You can maintain your nonchalance for now. He was eager to witness Lin Xian's reaction when his position as peak master was snatched away by an elder inferior to him. Imagining that scenario caused the corners of the ninth peak master's mouth to curl into an involuntary smile, and his spirits lifted considerably. He was filled with anticipation. After a brief period of despondency and emotional fervor, the disciples within the sect regained their confidence, eager to compete for their rankings. The 5 arenas were once again filled with contenders, each vying for supremacy as dazzling sword lights danced in the air. A few disciples of notable talent caught the attention of some elders, who discreetly nodded, contemplating the possibility of taking them as apprentices. Everything was returning to normalcy. Once the first arena was cleared of both victors and vanquished, the elders on the high platform soared forward, announcing the next match. Arena 1. Contestant 79 versus Contestant 129. Contestant 79, of course, was the Holy Sun. Lu Tianxing was taken aback by the swiftness of his next draw. A look of surprise crossed his face, quickly replaced by a relaxed smile. Tossing aside his snow-white crane cloak, he exuded an air of ease, stepping onto the stage with a flourish of his sword, radiating the unique grace and charisma befitting the Holy Sun. Aside from the expressionless faces of the Saintess faction and Li Fufeng, most disciples exhibited admiration and reverence. Who could this contestant 129 be, encountering the Holy Sun? They could only hope for a worthy opponent, one strong enough to withstand the Holy Sun's blade, allowing them to observe his sword intent more closely. Each viewing was a profound benefit to them. You are overly optimistic. Even the Saintess was easily defeated by the Holy Sun. Who else could stand a chance? Indeed, The Holy Sun is unparalleled and deserves to be regarded as the foremost among us. But who is contestant 129? Which junior disciple could it be? Following Li Fufeng's defeat, few within the sect believed anyone could challenge Lu Tianxing. With each subsequent announcement, for Lu Tianxing, it was merely a matter of formality, as every disciple who faced him promptly conceded. The title of champion of the sect's grand competition was undoubtedly destined for Lu Tianxing. There were no doubts about it. Even Lu Tianxing himself regarded the impending match with little seriousness. Below the arena, Su Lianxin glanced at the number tag in her hand, 129, unfazed by the weight of expectations. She nodded slightly in Lin Xian's direction. "Master, I am going." In the next moment, Su Lianxin leaped onto the stage, maintaining a demeanor of humility yet confidence. Clasping her hands in greeting as she announced, "I am Su Lianxin, the direct disciple of the master of Qingyang Peak. I seek guidance from the Holy Sun." With her back straight and sword in hand, she was clearly poised for combat. Qingyang Peak? Lu Tianxing's expression darkened, as a shadow fell upon his previously buoyant mood. Is this not the infamous 33 Peaks, which rejected his invitation, failing to recognize his worth? Indeed, from top to bottom, both Lin Xian and this Su Lianxin are particularly irksome. Su Lianxin's ascent to the stage caused quite a stir, not only due to her rare beauty within the sect, but also because of the name she boldly proclaimed. The falling star peak within the Qingyang Sword Sect is notorious, albeit for unsavory reasons. The peak master failed to break through, resulting in a decline in rank, while the most talented disciple, Nangong Yaoyue, abandoned him, leaving behind only a group of ordinary and mediocre disciples. Some disciples opine that the falling star peaks fall from once being a contender for the top 10 to nearly the bottom, along with Nangong Yaoyue's departure, is solely due to the incompetence of peak master Lin Xian. If he were not inept, would Nangong Yaoyue have left? Of course, this is merely the perspective of a small faction. As for Su Lianxin, she is not entirely unknown within the sect. Her only claim to fame rests upon her beauty, accompanied by a meager strength and limited talent. Her decision to challenge the Holy Sun without conceding was truly unexpected. Is this junior sister lacking in judgment, possessed by the audacity to confront the Holy Sun? Does she believe that her beauty would compel him to show mercy? How foolish! The falling star peak has indeed grown more desolate, and its disciples appear increasingly deluded. While courage is commendable, it lacks wisdom, given the Holy Sun's prowess. Even a casual strike would be beyond her capacity to withstand. Should she sustain injuries, the subsequent matches would become exceedingly difficult. To concede and preserve one's strength is the path of wisdom. The unforeseen scene left Lu Tianxing momentarily stunned, narrowing his eyes slightly. "You refuse to concede?" he queried, met with a gaze from Su Lianxin that suggested he was a fool. "Why should I concede? Merely because you're the Holy Sun?" Witnessing this, Lu Tianxing's irritation at the provocation deepened, though his expression remained one of amusement. He shrugged and said, "Interesting, but I will not hold back. However, in light of your commendable courage, I shall grant you the opportunity to strike first." He feigned contemplation, adding, "Given the falling star peak's decline, if you can force me back a step within 10 moves, I shall personally invite you to join the second peak." Suliandin smilet ten mauvaise. "No, one sword will suffice." As her words fell, before Lu Tianxing could utter another syllable, Su Lianxin, without hesitation, unsheathed her sword with remarkable precision. This strike seemed to create no ripples, lacking the deadly calm of Lu Tianxing's concealed menace or the turbulent force of the Holy Maiden. Light as a feather, it appeared inconspicuous, yet in the blink of an eye, the sword's brilliance reached him. Lu Tianxing instinctively attempted to counter, only to feel a sudden heaviness in his hand and a chilling sensation in his chest. He looked down in astonishment, realizing he was perilously close to the edge of the arena. He'd been unwittingly forced off the stage. A searing pain throbbed in his palm, bringing him back to reality. He had lost. Lu Tianxing could hardly believe it, his eyes widening in disbelief. Su Lianxin calmly sheathed her sword and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." Upon finishing her words, she swiftly turned to glance at Lin Xian. Upon noticing the admiration in his eyes and his gentle nod, A small smile of joy blossomed on her face. However, the crowd's attention had shifted entirely from this master-disciple pair. When Lu Tianxing stepped off the arena, they were all taken aback, rising in astonishment. The entire assembly was in shock, including the leader of the Qingyang sect. Defeated, Lu Tianxing had comprehended the sixth stance of the Qingyan Sword technique and effortlessly vanquished the holy maiden, rising to become the foremost disciple of the Qingyang Sword Sect. He was actually defeated, and by Su Lianxin, with a single strike. How could this be possible? Chapter 31. A resounding slap in the face. Li Fufeng stood in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. She rose abruptly from her seat, only to slowly sit back down as the gravity of the situation sank in, yet the astonishment in her gaze remained unabated. How could the illustrious saint's son, Lu Tianxing, whom she regarded as insurmountable, have lost? It was simply inconceivable. Her eyes fixated on the enchanting young woman on the stage, unable to reconcile her appearance with the capacity to defeat Lu Tianxing. Yet, the reality was undeniable. Moreover, she had dispatched him with but a single move, rendering him utterly defenseless. This was a being she had thought invincible, one whom she could scarcely hope to best even with her utmost effort and all her trump cards. How could he have been vanquished so effortlessly? The stark contrast of the situation was difficult for Li Fufeng to accept. The master of the Sword Peak, equally overwhelmed, nearly tore his own magnificent beard in astonishment. He struggled to maintain his composure as the shock and disbelief in his eyes betrayed him. Were it not for the presence of the other elders, who stood as stunned as he might have thought himself hallucinating, as if caught in a dream. Lu Tianxing had easily triumphed over the saintess, yet was defeated by a disciple of the Starfall Peak. And what a devastating defeat it was. He was struck down by a mere sword stroke before he even comprehended what had transpired. How could this be possible? The saint's son had fallen? He had even grasped a hidden technique of the Qingyan sword art, had never known defeat since embarking on his path, and had long since perceived the embryonic form of sword intent. Yet, no amount of words could alter the fact of Lu Tianxing's loss. I have lost. The realization dawned slowly upon Lu Tianxing, the three words crashing into his mind like a heavy blow, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. He could not suppress the shock on his face as he turned to gaze at Su Lianxin, still standing on the stage. He was compelled to acknowledge that even from a vantage point of admiration, her features were flawless, as radiant as jade, with a complexion akin to blooming peach blossoms. But was this some form of jest? The words he had uttered earlier felt like stinging slaps across his face, each one a painful reminder of his hubris. I concede, repel me within 10 moves, and I shall permit you to enter the second peak. Your courage is commendable. I shall grant you an opportunity. Reflecting upon these absurd declarations, he realized the truth. It took but one move not to defeat him, but to unceremoniously usher him off the stage. The gazes around him seemed to morph in a mockery, each look a palpable sting that left Lu Tianxing feeling utterly humiliated. Anger and shame engulfed him, and he clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, yet he felt no pain. With his disheveled hair, he resembled a madman, struggling to retain his composure. Su Lianxin, observing the dramatic shift in the saint's son's expression, had no desire to relish the moment. She sheathed her sword and, with a graceful stride, leapt down from the stage. As she passed by Lu Tianxing, she left him with a parting remark. Excessive pride is hardly a virtue. With a wave of her sleeve, she departed, while the others remained ensnared in their astonishment. The astonishing sword strike shattered Lu Tianxing's defense and transformed the long-held perceptions of the Starfall Peak among the sect members. It was only when Su Lianxin descended the arena that they collectively regained their composure, erupting into a flurry of discussions. This junior sister is a disciple of Starfall Peak. ISNT that the notoriously low-ranking peak among our sect's 36 peaks? How could we have never heard of Su Lianxin before? This seems rather extraordinary. As Chu Xiao listened to the waves of astonishment surrounding him, he remained in a state of disbelief, his gaze fixed on Su Lianxin, unable to contain his own amazement. Could this be the reason for Yang Jin's concession? Previously, he had remarked that Yang Jin's surrender was a disgrace to Xianling Peak. At that moment, He had wished to take Yang Jin's place and personally compete to restore their peak's honor. Now, upon reflection, Chu Xiao was drenched in cold sweat. If even the Holy Sun could not withstand Su Lianxin's might, what chance did he stand? Others, including himself, began to grasp the reality. Yang Jin, a top talent of Xianling Peak, chose to concede against Su Lianxin, a relatively unknown disciple from Starfall Peak, not out of cowardice or weakness, but rather an acute awareness of his own limitations. The crowd, still in a daze, realized that if the Holy Sun had been bested by a single strike, Yang Jin would only face a more devastating defeat. Did you already know the true extent of Su Lianxin's power? Chu Xiao could not help but lower his voice to inquire. The other disciples of Xianling Peak perked up their ears, eagerly awaiting Yang Jin's explanation. Yet deep down, they had already arrived at their own conclusions. Yang Jin must have been aware of Su Lianxin's prowess, which is why he chose to yield. Surrender may be the act of the weak, deserving of scorn and disdain, but to concede against an insurmountable foe and preserve one's strength is indeed a prudent strategy. After all, defeat was inevitable. It would be wiser to conserve one's energy for the subsequent matches in hopes of achieving a commendable rank and bringing glory to Xianling Peak. The disciples of Xianling Peak gradually understood this as well. Initially sharing Chu Xiao's perspective, they had cast scornful glances at Yang Jin following his concession, feeling he had brought shame to their fifth peak. Now, they realized the enormity of their error. Yang Jin, I am sorry, Brother Yang. Each voice carried a tone of contrition, and even those who had been hesitant to speak now cast apologetic glances. Yang Jin remained silent, merely snorting in response. He had awaited this moment for a long time. He was no saint. How could he remain indifferent to the mockery and derision of others? In the face of a monster of Su Lianxin's caliber, his concession was a wise decision. If anyone felt the most incredulous and distressed, it was undoubtedly the master of the ninth peak. Just moments ago, he had been gloating and ridiculing Lin Xian, never anticipating that the slap in the face would come so swiftly, nearly causing him to choke from the shock. This humiliation was indeed resounding. He stood there, awkward and rigid, his aged face wrinkled, unable to calm the tumultuous emotions within, as waves of humiliation surged forth like a spring. From beginning to end, Lin Xian never cast a glance at him, whether it was his prior grandiloquence or the humiliation of being soundly rebuffed. It did not elicit so much as a single look or a word of derision from Lin Xian. It was as if, to Lin Xian, everything was merely ephemeral, devoid of distinction. In that moment, the master of the ninth peak truly comprehended the essence of profound shame and indignation. He felt like a jester, performing a farcical act in solitude, while the audience remained unmoved, not even deigning to acknowledge him with a single glance. The master of the ninth peak's face flushed a deep crimson. Chapter 32. The True Essence of Sword Intent. The Holy Sun has actually lost. The numerous elders atop the platform remained in a state of shock, unable to comprehend the terrifying reality before them. They were immersed in a recent duel, reminiscing over each move executed by Su Lianxin while grappling with the Holy Sun's defeat. Lu Tianxing stood rigidly beneath the arena for an extended period. As time passed, his complexion darkened further, and his fingers, gripped tightly, were stained with crimson as a result. Even after a considerable duration, he could not come to terms with the fact that he, a distinguished Holy Sun, had been bested by an ordinary disciple. How could he possibly accept such a notion? He was the Holy Sun, the very hope of the Qingyang Sword Sect. After years of arduous cultivation, with not a moment's respite, he had devoted himself to comprehending the Qingyang sword technique, enduring countless hardships, and even facing backlash that nearly led him to madness. He had finally mastered the sixth dance, only to be dealt a crushing blow in less than half a day. Defeated by a disciple from a lesser peak, a nameless female disciple. How could he reconcile with this? How could he endure it? The Holy Sun, the usual entourage surrounding Lu Tianxing, was now silent, their breaths held in apprehension. One of them cautiously approached with his ceremonial cloak, fearful of provoking him even slightly. Lu Tianxing, hearing the sound, cast a cold glance their way. The nervous expressions on their faces nearly ignited his fury once more. But recalling that this was a grand competition of the sect, he suppressed the simmering rage, darkening his countenance as he turned back to his seat. He could neither vent nor dare to express his anger here, seated amidst the scrutinizing gazes from all directions. The turmoil within him swelled, yet he could only clench his fists tightly within his sleeves. The atmosphere of the grand sect competition grew increasingly peculiar. Even when others took to the stage to duel, enthusiasm was lacking, and even the sword techniques carried an air of cautiousness. After all, it was evident to all how dismal Lu Tianqing's mood was. With a frosty expression and silence that stretched on, the joy of having defeated an old rival had long since dissipated. His fingers tapped rapidly against the chair's back, betraying his agitation and frustration. He desperately sought an outlet to release the pent-up fury within him. On Arena 1, the announcement of the duel number echoed. It was here. Upon hearing his number called, Lu Tianqing straightened his back, his penetrating gaze sweeping across the disciples of other sections. Who was it? Regardless of who it was, his rage finally had a means of expression. Duel 222. HM. Upon hearing the number, Wang Yin, situated below the stage, was momentarily taken aback, then filled with excitement. At last, it was his turn. Rising to his feet, he imitated Su Lianxin's manner, bowing to Lin Xian with a smile. Master, I shall secure a victory for you. After receiving Lin Xian's nod, Wang Yin joyfully leapt onto the stage, bowing with his sword in hand. Wang Yin, a direct disciple of the Starfall Peak, seeks the Holy Sun's guidance. Lu Tianqing, who had just stepped onto the stage, muttered darkly, Starfall Peak. A surge of hatred welled up within him as he glared at the unremarkable Wang Yin in the distance, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Once again, it was Starfall Peak. Lu Tianqing, in a fit of rage, nearly lost his composure as the Holy Sun, laughter tinged with fury escaping his lips. Su Lianxin dealt him a crushing defeat. This loss disrupted all his meticulously laid plans. The situation, once in his favor, where every advantage he had worked tirelessly to achieve, now lay in ruins. As he ascended the stage, he instinctively cast a glance at the third peak master above. Alas, fate did not align with his desires. The third peak master, upon meeting Lu Tianqing's gaze, promptly averted his eyes, staring instead at the distant sect monument. This evasive demeanor extinguished the remnants of Lu Tianqing's lingering hope. A heavy dismay settled in his heart, and an uncontrollable fury nearly erupted. Turning back to the stage, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. Starfall Peak. Everything stemmed from Starfall Peak. It thwarted his ambitions. Caught off guard, Lu Tianqing recalled recent events, particularly the time he had dispatched the ninth peak master to win over Lin Xian. Lin Xian's rejection had not troubled him. Whether the attempt succeeded or failed was of little consequence. A peak ranked at the bottom, like Starfall Peak, could not alter the grand scheme. He had thought. He never anticipated that Lin Xian and his Starfall Peak would become the greatest obstacle to his ascension to the position of submaster. Gazing at the unremarkable Wang Yin before him, a blend of old grievances and new animosities surged within Lu Tianqing, breaking down his defenses and channeling his rage. With a sharp sound, he unsheathed his fifth-tier sword, unleashing a tempestuous aura that swept across the arena, instilling dread in the hearts of numerous weaker disciples. It was clear that this battle would not merely be about overcoming an opponent for Lu Tianqing. Wang Yin, confronted with Lu Tianqing's ferocity, adapted well. This meager sword intent paled in comparison to the prowess of his master, who had slain that scorpion. As the violent sword energy surged toward his face, the warm smile on Wang Yin's visage gradually faded, replaced by a steely resolve. He scoffed softly, grasping the hilt of his sword with determination in his gaze. Indeed, he may not possess the talents of his junior sister Su Lianxin, nor was his aptitude remarkable. But what was Lu Tianqing, really? If he could not best junior sister Su, must he vent his frustrations upon him? Slowly, Wang Yin drew forth his long sword adorned with azure tassels, resolute in his assertion that Lu Tianqing had chosen the wrong adversary. Wang Yin was not one to be trifled with. Neither was his Starfall Peak. No one paid heed to Wang Yin's internal musings. Upon his appearance, as a disciple of Starfall Peak, and in light of the power he displayed, many spectators silently mourned his fate. They knew he was in for a dire outcome. A mere first level of the Earth profound realm, pitted against the furious Saint Son of the fifth level, Wang Yin was likely to meet a grim end. As anticipated, upon their entrance, the enraged Lu Tianxing wasted no time, launching a brutal assault without so much as a greeting. The embryonic sword intent swirled around him as he initiated his attack with the sixth form of the Green Mountain sword technique, leaving Wang Yin no opportunity to respond. The fury that poured forth made Lu Tianxing appear almost deranged, causing the onlookers to tremble in fear, most retreating several steps to evade his menacing presence. In such a state, Wang Yan's stillness became particularly conspicuous. Why did he not move? Perhaps he was paralyzed with fear. One can only attribute the blame to his origins at Starfall Peak. There are those who, in their disdain for Lu Tianxing's actions, direct their ire towards other disciples of Starfall Peak, exhibiting a behavior that is rather contemptible. Only the recent master of Qingyang seems to sense something amiss, suddenly furrowing his brow, though none take notice. On the arena, confronted by the fierce and silent onslaught of sword light, Wang Yin exhaled softly, retracting his right leg to firmly anchor himself in place. With a tightened grip, he abruptly drew his long sword, standing resolute, exuding an aura of terror that surged forth in waves. Lu Tianxing initially believed that with this strike, he would effortlessly crush Wang Yin and avenge his previous humiliation. If he could not contend with Su Lianxin, how could he be bested by someone merely at the first level of Earth Profound? Yet, an inexplicable sensation arose within him, causing his sword hand to tremble slightly, as if the weapon were slipping from his control. Amidst his astonishment, Lu Tianxing heard Wang Yin's low murmur from across the arena. I am not as adept as junior sister Su. Thus, I shall unleash my full strength. The breathtaking sword strike that Su Lianxin delivered to defeat Lu Tianxing was a manifestation of pure swordsmanship. Although Wang Yin did not consider himself weaker than Lu Tianxing, he recognized the slight disparity in their realms. Even with the cultivation of the Qingdi Scripture, uncertainty lingered in his heart. He dared not underestimate his opponent if he sought a firm and steady victory. Consequently, Lu Tianxing launched his most formidable attack right from the outset. And so did Wang Yin. When his sword was completely unsheathed, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Particularly on the elevated platform, many elders rose to their feet, their faces contorted in shock and disbelief. The nascent form of sword intent? No, it is true sword intent. Chapter 33. Who regrets? The essence of the sword is familiar to all. At the Qingyang Sword Sect, the name alone carries the weight of a sword sect, and it is only natural that the entire congregation focuses on the mastery of the sword. Most of the elders within the sect are also sword cultivators. However, while becoming a sword cultivator is relatively easy, requiring merely a sword, achieving mastery over the sword is exceedingly challenging. Throughout the entirety of the Qingyang Sword Sect, few can even grasp the rudimentary forms of sword intent, with only a handful able to comprehend it fully. In truth, there exists only one individual within the sect who has truly comprehended the essence of sword intent, the unparalleled Su Ng Laozu. The others, including even the sect leader, have only managed to grasp the rudimentary forms of sword intent. Even if one achieves perfection in this rudimentary form, it remains merely a shadow of true sword intent, lacking its profound resonance. All the elders and peak masters stood in astonishment. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they fixated on the figure within the arena. It could not be mistaken, as they felt the pervasive aura of sword intent surrounding them. Composure was lost. Even the peak masters could not stifle the jealousy that surfaced on their faces. This young man, not yet 20 at the first level of Earth Profound Realm, had already comprehended sword intent? This was astonishing. The disciples gathered around the arena could hardly believe their eyes. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would never have accepted the notion that a 19-year-old at the first level of Earth Profound Realm had grasped sword intent. This was no trivial matter. It was the very essence of the sword. Even upon witnessing it, they found it difficult to accept that someone could quietly comprehend sword intent, only revealing their strength during the sect competition. The sect leader, Su Nying gazed intently at Wang Yan, feeling the increasingly rich and profound sword intent in the air. After the initial shock, admiration and delight became evident in his expression. Standing at the edge of the arena, his gaze towards Wang Yan was filled with an uncontainable fervor and excitement. Could it be that within the sect there existed such a prodigy? With Su Lianxin having previously defeated the Saint's son with a single strike, and now Wang Yan, at such a tender age, comprehending sword intent, truly, fate has favored the Qingyang Sword Sect. Su Nying's eyes flickered with contemplation, his thoughts racing. In stark contrast to his admiration and joy, the Peak masters and elders from the Saint's Son faction quickly regained their composure, their expressions betraying their astonishment. Faced with Wang Yan, who had grasped sword intent, did the Saint's Son truly stand a chance? Even if he were several realms above Wang Yan, the odds seemed slim. On the arena, the violent sword intent erupted forth as Wang Yan brandished his sword in front of him. With a swift step, he surged forward, enveloped by a torrent of sword intent and brilliance, launching a relentless assault. In that moment, he was the sword, and the sword was he. The terror of sword intent was palpable. Upon realizing Wang Yan's mastery, Lu Tianxing felt a wave of panic wash over him. Despite being several realms above Wang Yan, he was no match for the furious and rapid onslaught Wang Yan unleashed. He found himself retreating step by step, soon covered in myriad wounds, his fine robes stained crimson. Boom! With each strike, each move, Wang Yan's sword was fierce and sharp, radiating an overwhelming aura. In less than the span of half a stick of incense, Lu Tianxing, who had been desperately holding on in the arena, was sent flying out of the ring by a single strike. Unlike his previous confrontation with Su Lianxin, when he could at least leave the arena on his own feet, this time he was sent hurtling backwards. The moment he struck the ground, a dull thud reverberated as Lu Tianxing braced himself with his arms, collapsing half onto the ground. He immediately flipped over and violently expelled a mouthful of blood, his breath rapidly weakening. A devastating defeat. Not only was it a crushing loss, but he also bore serious injuries. Alas, the blades and swords are blind. The only rigid rule of the sect competition is that one must not harm fellow disciples fatally. No matter how much resentment Lu Tianxing harbored, he could only swallow it down. The blood staining the bluestone slabs was a vivid crimson, and an endless shock filled Lu Tianxing's eyes as he glared at Wang Yan, his emotions fluctuating wildly, with frustration and hatred flickering furiously within him. He had intended to vent his anger on Wang Yan, yet he found himself ruthlessly beaten, left in utter disgrace. The surging malice and humiliation nearly drove Lu Tianxing to madness. This outcome was entirely beyond his expectations. Was this still the familiar Qingyang Sword Sect? One Su Lianxin was not enough. Now, there was Wang Yan as well. How dare they humiliate him to this extent? Clutching his chest, Lu Tianxing suddenly coughed up another mouthful of blood. Others believed it to be merely stagnant blood. Yet he alone understood that it was the result of his frustration forced out in a fit of rage. Conceding, "Your Highness the Holy Sun," Wang Yan said, cupping his hands and leaping off the stage with his sword. He too had not anticipated that the esteemed Holy Sun would prove so fragile, unable to withstand his own sword intent and directly forced to vomit blood. They were several minor realms apart, after all. He had overestimated the Holy Sun while underestimating the might of the Qingdi Scripture and sword intent. Victory for contestant number 222. The referee, appearing somewhat dazed, finally regained his composure, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he announced the subsequent match. Next up on the second arena, contestant 65 versus contestant 89. Meanwhile, Lu Tianxing was assisted back to his position and given a healing elixir. He gradually calmed the tumultuous energy surging within him. His injuries healed swiftly, for he was a holy son, and the resources at his disposal were undoubtedly ample. Yet, the humiliation he had suffered would not fade. Rather, it was indelibly etched into his heart. His fingers curled tightly into a fist as he expelled the stagnant energy from his chest, silently soothing his restless spirit. On the third arena, contestant 79 versus contestant 255. The draw concluded, and the two summoned contestants wore expressions as cold as ice. Upon stepping onto the stage, Lu Tianxing squinted slightly at the opponent who leapt onto the platform. He could not tell if it was sheer fortune or misfortune, but he found himself once again facing a disciple from Starfall Peak. This time it was Guanzhong. Not again. Starfall Peak? This was the sole thought occupying Lu Tianxing's mind at that moment. This time, surely he would not be defeated again? The surrounding disciples, watching the match, were in a state of shock. Lu Tianxing had already suffered 2 defeats. Should he lose yet another match? The truth proved that the more one fears something, the more it comes to pass. Against Chu Yumeng, Lu Tianxing was defeated even more decisively this time. 2 swords. Chu Yumeng required only 2 strikes to swiftly vanquish Lu Tianxing. Had it not been for a timely intervention, his neck might have been severed. As she sheathed her sword, Chu Yumeng cast not a single glance at Lu Tianxing, lowering her gaze and gracefully stepping off the stage. There was no joy in her demeanor. She was still preoccupied with the previous defeat she had suffered at the hands of Su Lianxin. The onlookers, disciples and elders from various sects, had become numb to the unfolding events. The leaders of the Tianjian Peak wore expressions as heavy as lead, their faces etched with disbelief and resentment. It was only at this moment that they abruptly realized a grave truth. The Holy Sun had suffered 3 consecutive defeats and would not contend in the final battle. How? Then, would the matter of the competition for the position of the young sect master be resolved? Lu Tianxing, the Holy Sun, an exceptionally gifted disciple, had failed to even reach the finals, suffering 3 consecutive losses that were hard to fathom. Who would dare to believe such a tale? And now, with 3 defeats, Lu Tianxing was assuredly barred from the finals. Before the sect competition commenced, who could have anticipated this outcome? Who would have dared to envision it? Until now, Lu Tianxing had been heralded as a prodigy with a high likelihood of seizing the top position in the competition. After his victory over Li Fufeng, the first match had seemed almost effortless, and he had appeared to be the designated winner. Yet here he stood, unable even to step into the finals. This must be a dream. The disciples of the second peak were lost in thought, pinching themselves in disbelief, reluctant to confront the harsh reality. It felt surreal, like a fleeting dream. All shared a singular thought. How could this be possible? Their gazes turned towards the Starfall Peak, filled with awe and incredulity. 3 prodigies from a single peak had decisively defeated the Holy Sun, with one among them surpassing the majority of the peak lords and elders. Having comprehended the essence of the sword at the tender age of 19, what was the secret of Starfall Peak? Why had it remained so inconspicuous until now? Perplexity abounded. Many turned their eyes towards Lin Xian on the high platform, their expressions growing increasingly intricate. This was the seemingly inconsequential peak lord they had dismissed, whose 3 disciples had outperformed their most favored Holy Sun, an utterly fantastical turn of events. Especially poignant was the sentiment among those disciples who had previously left Starfall Peak in search of what they believed to be more promising opportunities. Their emotions now a tumultuous mix. Did others not recognize the truth? Were they oblivious? Su Lianxin and Wang Yin had once been regarded as unremarkable, their talents mediocre at best. Without Su Lianxin's striking appearance, they would have been utterly forgettable. But now, they had transformed dramatically, leaving all others far behind. Their dust barely visible, an ineffable sense of regret began to take root, spreading like wildfire. None felt this turmoil more acutely than Yang Hao. Once, he had deemed Starfall Peak devoid of prospects and had resolutely chosen to depart, driven by his admiration for Su Lianxin, wishing to spare her from languishing in obscurity. He had implored her to leave with him, only to be met with rejection, his anger simmering beneath the surface. He had anticipated a moment of glory, heroically rescuing her as Starfall Peak crumbled. Yet upon their next encounter, everything had changed. He remained the same Yang Hao, with little progress to show, while the woman he had admired had blossomed into someone he could only look up to. To call it admiration now felt almost insulting. A myriad of complex emotions swirled within him, like colors in a dye vat, spreading and intertwining in his heart. He could not help but chuckle bitterly, engaging in self-deprecating thoughts. What can one say that would lead her to regret it in the future? It seems that I am the one who ought to feel remorse. The grand competition among the sects has concluded, devoid of suspense yet rife with the extraordinary. Even the venerable leader of the Qingyang sect, having weathered numerous storms, could not help but cast lingering glances in the direction of Lu Tianxing upon witnessing the list of victors. Lu Tianxing, with his downcast gaze, revealed only the tightly pressed corners of his lips, his expression inscrutable. Yet one could surmise that his spirits were utterly shattered. The grand competition has drawn to a close. With a sigh, the leader of the Qingyang sect ascended the high platform, surveying the eager faces of the disciples, particularly those gathered, including Su Lianxin and her companions. After a brief pause, he spoke with authority, announcing the results. Gradually, he called out the names, and those who heard their names could hardly contain their excitement, while others held their breath in anxious anticipation. Finally, as the top 5 were revealed, 4th place, the saintess Li Fufeng. 3rd place, Wang Yin of the Xingyang Peak. 2nd place, Chu Yumeng of the Xingyang Peak. And 1st place, Su Lianxin of the Xingyang Peak. Despite the foreknowledge of this outcome, the onlookers could not resist glancing at Lu Tianxing. He remained expressionless. Yet the tension in his tightly pressed lips and the veins throbbing on his forehead betrayed the turmoil within. Wang Yin, however, took the results in stride. He had not expected to secure a commendable position. Attaining a spot among the top 3 exceeded his expectations, bringing him unrestrained joy. Losing to Chu Yumeng did not trouble him, for they were both disciples of the same peak, both students of their revered master. As for the saintess Li Fufeng, she listened intently as her name was called, her eyelids slowly lowering, her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. After dedicating herself tirelessly to her studies and practice, day and night, to find herself in 4th place, her exquisite features twisted into a faint smile of bitterness. Truly, fate is a capricious mistress, and this outcome was likely unforeseen by anyone. Yet, as she regained her composure after hearing the names of the top 3, Li Fufeng accepted the reality with a light chuckle, exhaling the pent-up frustration that had been building within her. What did it matter that she was 4th? Lu Tianxing had not even reached the finals, while the top 3 were all from Xingyang Peak, her own faction. The spoils of victory, after all, remained within her own household. Moreover, today had significantly quelled the arrogance of the Sun S faction. Henceforth, it was unlikely that Lu Tianxing would be able to hold his head high for some time. The dynamics of their respective factions had irrevocably shifted. The roles of offense and defense had been reversed. In her relief, Li Fufeng also felt a twinge of apprehension. She had not regarded Xingyang Peak as a formidable opponent. Yet, unlike Lu Tianxing, she had not allowed arrogance to cloud her judgment. She had considered even the smallest of gains valuable, and thankfully, she did. Otherwise, had Lin Xian joined the Sun S faction, the thought alone sent shivers down her spine. She had no desire to endure the fate that befell Lu Tianxing. For every ounce of relief, there lies a counterpart of regret. For instance, Lu Tianxing, who suppresses madness within a calm demeanor, exudes fury amidst that madness, intertwined with humiliation, resentment, and indignation. Furthermore, consider the master of the 9th peak. When the results of the competition were unveiled, darkness enveloped him once again. At that moment, he sat not far from Lin Xian, suddenly realizing that it was perhaps for the best that Lin Xian regarded him as inconsequential, as it spared him a modicum of embarrassment. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he was startled by a soft chuckle from beside him. The source of the laughter was none other than Lin Xian, and as the master of the 9th peak turned to look, he found Lin Xian gazing at him with a smile that was neither fully amused nor entirely serious. Slowly uttering a phrase, "I fear my position as peak master may never reach its conclusion. It has become abundantly clear who has regretted their choices. Woon, do you agree?" Chapter 34. The Return. The body of the netherworld flame. The expression on the 9th peak master's face was as somber as still water. Instead of delivering a slap to the face, he found himself on the receiving end of one, his countenance turning the color of liver in front of the gathered crowd. The grand competition concluded with an outcome that none had anticipated, yet no one dared to question it. After the assembly dispersed, Lu Tianxing remained in silence for a considerable time, gazing at the departing figures of the Starfall Peak disciples, his expression darkening as he turned to leave. Following this event, Starfall Peak underwent a remarkable transformation, shedding its previous desolation to become a bustling hub. The newcomers were predominantly those disciples who had previously distanced themselves from Starfall Peak. To outsiders, the emergence of the exceptional talents Su Lianxin, Wang Yin, and Chu Yumeng from Starfall Peak seemed attributed solely to their innate gifts. However, those who had once belonged to Starfall Peak understood the truth all too well. Not to mention Chu Yumeng. When Su Lianxin and Wang Yin were still part of the Peak, they were merely ordinary disciples, not even the most esteemed ones. Yet now, they had soared to heights that eclipsed even the holy suns. It would be implausible to claim that the Peak Master Lin Xian played no role in their ascension. Their intentions were unmistakable. They sought to return to Starfall Peak. Their prowess and potential were commendable, at the very least surpassing that of the former Wang Yin, and they were willing to offer their loyalty and trust to the current Starfall Peak, all for a chance at redemption. Among them was Yang Hao, who, after much effort, finally located Su Lianxin. Su Jr.'s sister Yang Hao nervously swallowed, his eyes betraying his unrestrained yearning. Yet before he could utter a word, Su Lianxin interrupted him. "Brother Yang, you haven't come to ask for me to plead your case to our master, hoping for a return to Starfall Peak, have you?" Caught in the act of having his thoughts laid bare, Yang Hao's face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, that had been his intention, and the abruptness of her revelation left him feeling quite awkward. Nevertheless, he felt no shame in his desire. It is only natural for water to flow downward and for people to strive upward. His previous departure was a common occurrence, especially considering his commendable talent that even Elder Huang had praised. If Brother Yang shares this sentiment, then perhaps it is best to reconsider. Su Lianxin regarded Yang Hao with a cold gaze. Although he had yet to voice his thoughts, she saw through him instantly, her tone growing increasingly frigid. With resolute clarity, Su Lianxin rejected his plea without hesitation. Starfall Peak is not a place where one may come and go at will. Since you have chosen to forsake Starfall Peak and betray our master, we shall not welcome such treacherous individuals back. Brother Yang, safe travels. I shan't see you off. Her words hung in the air, her expression unyielding, leaving no room for negotiation. Yang Hao's expression darkened, engulfed by the embarrassment of his failure. Yet he understood that Starfall Peak had indeed transformed since his departure. Even in his shame and indignation, he found himself powerless, ultimately turning to leave. As he departed, Su Lianxin's voice echoed softly. "Brother Yang, were you not the one who urged me to leave with you back then? You said I would come to regret it. Now, I return those words to you. Do you regret it now?" Regret? Yang Hao paused momentarily, neither turning back nor uttering a word, departing in silence. Regret, of course, lingered within him. Had it not been for this remorse, he would not have returned. Alas, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. After watching Yang Hao leave, Su Lianxin turned back to seek Lin Xian. Facing her master within the hall, Su Lianxin bowed respectfully. "Master, Wang Yin and I have intercepted all those disciples wishing to return, rejecting them so that they would not disturb your tranquility." "Excellent. Lin Xuan gemendith Su Lianxin, affant." Indifferent smile gracing his lips. Since the conclusion of the sect competition, he had come to a clear realization. Neither he nor the Starfall Peak required an abundance of disciples. He had no need for many direct apprentices. What he sought was for each disciple, whether his own or those of Starfall Peak, to become an unparalleled paragon of excellence. Starfall Peak accepts only the extraordinary. Those wishing to re-enter the sect have been halted, ensuring Lin Xian's peace was not disrupted, yet tranquility eluded him for long. "Master, the Holy Maiden seeks an audience." Wang Yin had prevented other disciples from intruding, but brought news of the Holy Maiden and the leader of Xian, Yu Peak, wishing to meet. Only after Lin Xian granted permission did he usher them in. Unlike the previous occasion when an inconsequential Peak Master was sent to negotiate, this time, it was Li Fufeng and the first Peak Master who came in person. "Greetings, Peak Master Lin," Li Fufeng said respectfully, adhering to all formalities. Despite her esteemed position as the Holy Maiden, which exempted her from bowing to Lin Xian, she still performed the customary greeting. Raising her head, Li Fufeng articulated her purpose. Today, I come to present a gift to celebrate the commendable achievements of your 3 disciples in securing the first place. Her smile was gentle and soothing, her attire of moon-white silk accentuating her graceful stature, embodying the essence of a celestial being. With a delicate gesture, a jade box appeared in her hands. Her demeanor was solemn as she handed the jade box to Su Lianxin, who would present it to Lin Xian. Once the jade box was in Lin Xian's possession, Li Fufeng continued to explain. This is a top-grade 5th-tier healing elixir, a precious item I acquired a few years ago at an auction. I present it to you, Peak Master, as a token of my gratitude. Had it not been for Starfall Peak's assistance, I would have undoubtedly found myself in an irretrievable predicament, for which I am immensely thankful. This was her greatest blessing. Had she misstepped, allowing Lu Tianxing to gain power, and had the 3rd Peak Master sided with him, her situation would have been perilous. Reflecting on the 3rd Peak Master, Li Fufeng could not help but recall how he had initially rebuffed her overtures. After the competition, however, he had taken the initiative to approach the 1st peak, speaking with sincerity and no longer showing any inclination towards Lu Tianxing. The drastic change was so remarkable that one might suspect he had become an entirely different person. It was worth noting that when she had sought an audience with the 3rd Peak Master, she had made 3 trips to his abode before he finally agreed to meet her. Now, it seemed he was doing everything possible to see her. Truly, it was a matter of fate. All of this transpired solely because of Starfall Peak. A glimmer of brilliance danced in Li Fufeng's eyes. She is certainly not the fool Lu Tianxing, who would carelessly offend seemingly unremarkable sect leaders. Over the years, the cultivation world has seen its fair share of dark horses emerging unexpectedly. She has an inkling that the individuals from Qingyang Peak will undoubtedly overturn everyone's perceptions, leaving all in astonishment. And she, too, shall rise with the tide. The position of the young sect master will not fall into Lu Tianxing's hands. With ambition in her heart, Li Fufeng departed, yet today, Qingyang Peak was destined for turmoil. After her departure, the head of Qingyang Sect arrived, albeit fashionably late. The sect leader, whom they had seldom seen before, now exuded a remarkable warmth, gazing at Wang Yin with an intense fervor. However, as the sect leader, he possessed both composure and grace. After a few lingering glances at Wang Yin, he shifted the conversation to the purpose of his visit. I have come to present the rewards of the sect competition to the victors. The head of Qingyang Sect smiled, producing 3 storage bags. His demeanor was exceptionally cordial as he handed the bags to the 3 disciples of Qingyang Peak, without uttering a single unnecessary word. These exemplary disciples, nurtured by Peak Master Lin, truly bring honor to my Qingyang Sword Sect. Lin Xian was also pleased to exchange a few compliments, noting that thus far, he had not faced any malice from the sect, save for the arrogant Lu Tianxing, which attests to the adept governance of the Qingyang Sect leader. After a brief exchange of praise, the sect leader made an excuse to take his leave, as if his sole purpose for coming was merely to deliver rewards, an endeavor anyone could undertake. He spoke little, and Lin Xian refrained from probing further. Master, once the sect leader departed, Su Lianxin eagerly presented the contents of her storage bag to Lin Xian. Her sincerity radiated from her doe-like eyes, filled with warmth and respect. I have not disgraced your teachings, Master. I have secured first place in the sect competition, and I wish to present this reward to you. I hope you will not find it lacking. The elixir she offered was the long-anticipated reward for the sect competition, a 6th-ranked Dan, the Xianlong Dan. This time, the sect had indeed made a significant investment, offering such a precious elixir as a reward for its disciples. Lin Xian accepted the elixir without hesitation and inquired, "What is it that you desire?" Meanwhile, he perused the storage bag, contemplating what he could bestow upon Su Lianxin, but she promptly declined. She shook her head gently, a hint of embarrassment gracing her features as she stated, "Disciple requires nothing. It is said that a master has their affairs, and a disciple bears their burdens. I have always caused you concern, Master. The Xianlong Dan is what I wish to offer you. If I were to accept further rewards, I would be ungrateful." She bit her lip, her eyes glistening with determination, her stance resolute. Lin Xian felt a warmth in his heart. Su Lianxin, his disciple, was indeed well suited to him, grateful and deserving of the investments he had made in her. However, his desire to reward Su Lianxin was not purely for the sake of recognition. The most important aspect was reciprocity. The Qianlong Dan was a gift from Su Lianxin, and bestowing it upon her again would not trigger any rewards. Lin Xian pondered briefly before extracting the 5th grade elixir from the jade box. Without waiting for Su Lianxin to decline, he stated, "This 5th grade elixir serves no purpose for me. You must venture out for your training. It would be prudent to keep it for self-defense. This is not a reward, but a token of my concern as your master." Having just received the elixir from Li Fufeng, he felt no remorse in giving it away. After Su Lianxin gratefully accepted it, he immediately received a return. Ding! Investment in the return elixir yields 1 Su Yuan Ling Dan, 8 patterns. The Su Yuan Ling Dan, an ancient elixir of the 7th grade, can assist an individual in reconstructing their physical form. Although this 7th grade elixir is precious, it holds no utility for Lin Xian, and thus he cast it into his storage ring. After instructing Su Lianxin to summon Wang Yin, Lin Xian, without hesitation, withdrew the Qianlong Dan. The singular Dan pattern of the Qianlong Dan marked it as an absolute treasure, which Lin Xian generously awarded to Wang Yin to encourage his continued efforts. In the midst of Wang Yan's grateful gaze, Lin Xian activated the return of the Qianlong Dan. Ding! Investment in Qianlong Dan yields 1 Jiuyu Xianming Yin Dan. The Jiuyu Ming Yin Dan, an exceptionally rare ancient elixir, has no immediate effects upon consumption, but can awaken a unique constitution known as the Jiuyu Ming Yin Body. Although the Jiuyu Ming Yin Body is merely a 3rd grade destiny, in the expansive realm of Xian, it far surpasses Nangong Yaoyu. This elixir is perfectly suited for Wang Yin, whose name also contains the character Yin, indicating a fateful connection. In a fleeting moment of thought, Lin Xian retrieved the Jiuyu Ming Yin Dan once more and presented it to Wang Yin. "What is this?" Wang Yin inquired. Glancing down at the porcelain vial containing the unfamiliar elixir, his confusion evident. "This is the Jiuyu Ming Yin Dan. Consuming it will awaken a special spiritual body, a reward for your excellent performance in the recent sect competition. A special spiritual body, despite being aware of his master's generous nature towards his disciples." Wang Yin was nearly breathless with shock, his heart racing. It is well known that a special spiritual body signifies extraordinary talent. Could it truly be bestowed upon him so casually? "Master," Wang Yin was overwhelmed with excitement. His face flushed, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Lin Xian. "Thank you, Master, for your nurturing. I vow to serve you faithfully and face any challenge in return for your life-changing grace." Though not as gifted as Su Lianxin, Wang Yan's honest disposition and loyal character made him a reliable disciple. Lin Xian waved his hand, encouraging him to consume the elixir and transform his constitution. Wang Yan's eyes glistened with emotion. Currently, all 3 of Lin Xian's disciples were far from being inept. Each possessed a destiny surpassing the orange grade, rendering them unmatched across the entire Xian realm. Not to mention Su Lianxin's golden 9th grade Icewind True Blood and Wang Yan's impending awakening of the golden 3rd grade Jiuyu Ming Yin Body. Even Chu Yoming's orange 9th grade Yu Shui Xian Body exemplified an extraordinarily rare spiritual form. Ironically, this placed Chu Yuming, originally the most talented, at the bottom of the hierarchy. One wonders how she would feel if she were to learn of this. Chu Yuming found herself at a loss regarding Wang Yan's fluctuating talents. Yet despite this uncertainty, a sense of joy eluded her. Ever since the grand competition, even though she had secured the 2nd place prize, she remained despondent, unable to shake off her gloom. While others would undoubtedly revel in such an achievement, her aspirations were solely aimed at the 1st position. Only by attaining it could she gain entry into the Qingyang secret realm. How could she find happiness in her current standing? Although the rewards for 2nd place were indeed generous, they held no significance for her. Furrowing her delicate brows, she sat at the table, consumed by her thoughts, increasingly feeling the sting of dissatisfaction. When Yunli Tianzuan awakened, the sight that greeted her was one of her disciple in such a state. "Disciple," she called gently, pulling the contemplative Chu Yuming back to reality. Initially, joy flickered across her features, but as a thought crossed her mind, her expression swiftly turned bittersweet. "What troubles you, my disciple? Why do you appear so melancholic?" Accompanying the melodious voice of the woman, a figure adorned in pure white materialized gracefully beside Chu Yuming in the form of a spiritual entity. This ethereal being seemed to be in her early 20s, possessing a slender figure and a serene countenance. Upon closer inspection, she surpassed Chu Yuming in beauty, who herself was a rare beauty. Yet this soul, with an enchanting allure, resembled a fairy descended from the heavens. She was none other than the revered spiritual entity residing within Chu Yuming, her master. With the conclusion of the Great Sect competition, she had finally awakened. The first thought upon regaining consciousness was accompanied by a flicker of confusion as Yunli Tianzuan mused, "Have I truly slumbered for such an extended period? Disciple, has the sect competition concluded? Did you secure the first place?" Chapter 35. The astonishment of the celestial master Yunli. What is destined to come must inevitably arrive. Chu Yuming, with a hint of guilt, averted her gaze and shook her head dejectedly. She felt she had disappointed her master, expressing remorse for failing to secure first place in the grand competition. Oh, the celestial master Yunli was caught off guard. She had not anticipated such a response. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed her eyes, but upon seeing Chu Yuming's remorseful demeanor, she gently sighed, refraining from uttering any words of reproach. "It is of no consequence. I understand you have done your utmost. Do not be too hard on yourself. However, if it is not you who claimed first, then who could it possibly be?" The celestial master Yunli was genuinely intrigued. She was well aware of the so-called geniuses from the Qingyang Sword Sect. Even the two holy sons and daughters lacked the strength to rival her disciple. Moreover, she was acutely aware of her disciple's prodigious talent. There should not have been anyone capable of challenging her in this sect competition. Chu Yuming, upon hearing this, showed a fleeting expression of embarrassment. "The first place is Sister Su Lianxin." Now it was the celestial master Yunli's turn to be astonished. "Su Lianxin? Sister?" She was familiar with her disciple's pride and was taken aback that she would sincerely refer to someone as sister. Was this the same Su Lianxin she knew? But wasn't he, that Su Lianxin, merely a little girl at the 9th level of body refinement? How could she possibly influence her disciple's victory and to claim first place? How could this be? She was perplexed. It is essential to understand that the gap between the 9th level of body refinement and the 4th level of the Earth Profound realm is not merely a few small stages, but several significant realms apart. To triumph through sheer strength would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. No, one might even say it was utterly impossible. Moreover, she knew her disciple well. Having learned many of her techniques, Chu Yuming could contend not just with the Qingyang Sword Sect, but even with the top talents of the same realm within the Xian domain. Thus, her unexpected defeat at the Qingyang Sword Sect competition seemed even more unfathomable. Guanzhong, recognizing the absurdity of her second-place finish, sighed helplessly and began to explain. "Master, the situation is as follows." After a brief moment, Chu Yuming's bitter smile reflected her growing despair as she recounted the entire sequence of events from the Qingyang Sword Sect competition. Only after hearing her explanation did the celestial master Yunli finally comprehend the circumstances, and the ensuing shock nearly caused her to lose her composure. An imperial-level technique? The profound astonishment within the celestial master Yunli was unparalleled. The technique bestowed upon her disciple by the master of Qingyang Peak. Was it truly an imperial-level technique? This was astonishing. Even in her prime, at the peak of her powers, she had never possessed an imperial-level technique. Such techniques were typically confined to the exalted imperial palaces and sacred grounds, far beyond the reach of a mere celestial master. Though she had attained the celestial master realm, the chasm separating her from the imperial realm was vast, a truth she alone truly understood. Though he has reached the pinnacle of the revered realm, before the might of an imperial-level powerhouse, he is akin to an insignificant insect. As one ascends through the ranks, the chasm between each major realm grows increasingly daunting. For countless years, the number of those who attain the status of emperor has been exceedingly scarce. Such beings are either the heads of grand sects or lords of sacred lands, each a titan capable of subduing entire regions. The imperial-level techniques, comparable to those of the imperial realm, are exceedingly rare. Astonishingly, the unassuming master of the Qingyang Sword Sect, at the humble foot of the mountain, possesses the ability to wield imperial-level techniques, even imparting them to disciples. It is well known that even within the most esteemed sects and imperial courts, imperial-level techniques are treasures of immense value, accessible only to the most central figures. Who then is this Lin Xian? Little does Yunji Tianzuan know that the Qingdi Sutra is not merely imperial level but sacred level. However, the Qingdi Sutra in Chu Yoming's possession is merely the first tier of this text. The Qingdi Sutra contains 7 tiers. The first 3 are of imperial level, while the 4th and beyond descend to sacred level. Yu Ming, take me to meet your master. Meanwhile, after sending Wang Yin away to cultivate, Lin Xian soon found himself face-to-face with a girl whose expression was fraught with difficulty. This beautiful maiden was none other than Chu Yuming, Lin Xian's nominal disciple. Lin Xian was not surprised by her appearance. He glanced at the virtual frame above her head, fully aware of her current state. Name: Chu Yuming. Age: 17. Realm: Earth. Profound 4th level identity. Disciple of Xingyun Peak. Fate: Yushui Shuani. Orange. Grade 8. Recent events: disheartened after failing to secure first place in the sect competition due to the awakening of her celestial spirit within. Master. Chu Yuming slowly began as she stepped into the hall, realizing she had only uttered this title once or twice in the past few months. In contrast to Su Lianxin and Wang Yin, she not only felt a lack of presence, but had also deliberately distanced herself from everything related to Xingyun Peak. In her mind, she believed she would not remain at Xingyun Peak, or even within the Qingyang Sword Sect for long. Thus, there was no need to forge deep connections with the people here. A bitter smile escaped her lips as she confronted the arrogance nestled deep within her heart. Despite having taken Lin Xian as her master, she had never truly regarded him as such. A mere tribulation realm cultivator, not even at the kingly level. Why did he have to be called master? In her heart, only the celestial spirit, Yunji Tianzuan, residing within her, was the true powerhouse, the one she acknowledged as her master. Yet, she now realized her grave error. Especially after perusing the Qingdi Sutra, she grasped that her seemingly unremarkable master was far from simple. Indeed, the term not simple scarcely sufficed to encapsulate his essence. The Qingdi Sutra, not only is it an anomaly within the Qingyang Sword Sect, but it should not exist even in the entirety of the Xian region. Even her master, Yunji Tianzuan, would be profoundly astonished by its existence. Lin Xian gazed at the awkwardly speaking Chu Yuming, effortlessly perceiving the turmoil within her heart. This revelation came as a result of Su Lianxin's subtle hint, prompting a review of the Qingdi Scripture, which led to his self-surrender. Whether this surrender is genuine is of little consequence. What truly matters is, your address of me as master feels rather forced. Very well, if you're unaccustomed to it. Simply refer to me as Peak Master. I fear that the more you utter the term master, the more displeased your true master within you may become. With unreserved candor, Lin Xian unveiled the deeply concealed secret of Chu Yuming, laying it bare for all to see. As his words fell, Chu Yuming, who had been bowing her head, suddenly looked up in disbelief, her pupils constricting, her complexion turning an unnatural shade of pallor as she gazed at Lin Xian with terror. The presence of a true master within her. Lin Xian knows. He is aware that a soul of the celestial realm resides within her. How is this possible? The terror within Chu Yuming surged to its peak. Had she not possessed sufficient composure, she might have instinctively fled. Her master had once assured her that even a being of the celestial realm would struggle to detect her presence if she remained vigilant in concealment. What then is the reality of Lin Xian before her? Not only was Chu Yuming taken aback, but even the celestial venerable Yun Li found herself equally astonished. She nearly believed she had failed to conceal herself adequately, only to dismiss that thought, gazing in horror at the serene visage of Lin Xian. How could he possibly know of her existence? Do not panic. I harbor no ill intent, Lin Xian reassured. his calm demeanor evident even without perceiving the expressions of the celestial venerable. It was clear how startled this master-disciple pair was. Qingyang Sword found it difficult to articulate her thoughts, and, after a long pause, she hesitantly inquired, "Master, has Peak Master known all along?" "Indeed," Lin Xian replied with an easy nod, adding, "although I am unaware of your intentions. It is evident that you mean no harm and that your actions do not adversely affect me. Hence, I shall let it be. After all, who among us is not utilizing one another?" Lin Xian, too, was leveraging her talents to aid in his cultivation. Naturally, he had offered compensation in the form of the first layer of the Qingdi Scripture, which Chu Yuming had regrettably overlooked in her haste, only now recognizing the scripture's profound intricacies. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Chu Yuming could not help but take a deep breath. "Master, it seems your existence has long been known to Peak Master." A wave of inexplicable shame washed over her. How foolish they had been to believe that within the confines of the modest Qingyang Sword Sect, no one could influence them, nor discover their secrets. In truth, their arrogance had blinded them. Watching the myriad of emotions flicker across Chu Yuming's face, Lin Xian leisurely added, "Since I have bestowed it upon you, I shall not take it back. You may cultivate the Qingdi Scripture, but should you wish to attain the subsequent portions, you must truly pledge yourself as my disciple. Of course, this is contingent upon the consent of your other master." The latter layers of the Qingdi Scripture would not be granted lightly. The initial 3 layers, being of imperial rank, were manageable, but those beyond the 4th layer transcended to the realm of sacred techniques. Unless absolute loyalty was assured, Lin Xian would not bestow them. Having referred to herself several times, the esteemed Yun Li Tianzuan let out a soft sigh within the body of Chu Yuming, fully aware that Lin Xian longed for her declaration. With a graceful motion, she emerged from Chu Yuming's form, gliding elegantly into the grand hall of Xingyan Peak, where she respectfully acknowledged Lin Xian. "Yin Li, it is an honor to meet a fellow Taoist. I have not greeted you previously and have kept my identity hidden until now. I hope you can forgive me." She understood that, once exposed by Lin Xian, both she and her disciple had fallen to a subordinate position, but at this juncture, she had no alternative. Now, she could only muster the courage to ask whether this Lin Taoist would be willing to extend a hand of assistance to her. The graceful celestial maiden who emerged from Chu Yuming gave a slight nod to Lin Xian, her expression calm and amiable. She was indeed Yun Li Tianzuan, a sole entity of the revered realm, and the true master that Chu Yuming had concealed. This was the first time Lin Xian had genuinely encountered this illustrious soul. She did not appear as ethereal as he had envisioned, but was undeniably a remarkable beauty. Her demeanor was not one of arrogance. Addressing him as a fellow Taoist placed them on equal footing, demonstrating her humility. Despite her past as a Tianzuan, in the presence of the enigmatic Lin Xian, she could not afford to adopt a haughty posture. "Are you the master of Yuming?" Neither Lin Xian nor Yun Li Tianzuan harbored intentions of conflict. Their meeting was exceedingly amicable. Yet, one point piqued Lin Xian's curiosity. Though you were a sole entity, you were once a Tianzuan. Why remain concealed within this humble Qingyang Sword Sect of the Tangqing Empire? Surely, even if drawn by Chu Yuming's potential, you could have taken her to a more prestigious sect in the Xian domain for superior cultivation. Upon hearing this, a trace of a bitter smile appeared on Yun Li Tianzuan's face as she slowly shook her head. "I cannot conceal the truth from you, dear Taoist. The reason for my actions lies within a certain treasure in the Qingyang secret realm." She spoke candidly, revealing her intentions. The Qingyang secret realm of the Qingyang Sword Sect is accessible only to its members, and within it resides a precious artifact that could aid me in reconstructing my physical form. However, her countenance bore a hint of melancholy and despondency. "As you can see, I am indeed not from the Xian domain. I hail from beyond it. However, due to a betrayal by my disciple and scheming from several adversaries, I fell and lost my corporeal body." At this juncture, she chuckled wryly, regarding Lin Xian. "It seems I share a similar fate with you, Lin Taoist." Yun Li Tianzuan's words stirred a sense of sympathy within Lin Xian, bringing to mind the betrayal from Nangong Yaoguang of Xingyan Peak. He gazed at this regal Tianzuan before him, a sigh escaping his lips. She, too, was a figure deserving of pity. While he had merely faced betrayal, Nangong Yaoyue had not resorted to extreme measures against him. In terms of tragedy, it was indeed Yunli Tianzuan who had endured far greater suffering. After losing her physical form and narrowly escaping with her soul, she had wandered the Xian domain until she encountered Yu Meng, drawn by her innate talent. Their bond as master and disciple blossomed after a series of trials. Chu Yu Meng, having been named, straightened her back and gazed at her semi-transparent master. Concern etched upon her brow. Master, has her spirit become even more tenuous? The celestial master Yun Li remained oblivious to her disciple's concerns, recounting her journey with a tranquil yet helpless demeanor. Subsequently, I sensed that within the Qingyang Sword Sect, there exists an object capable of aiding me in the reconstruction of my physical form. Thus, I allowed Yu Meng to temporarily join this place, intending to acquire that treasure before devising further plans. I initially believed this would proceed smoothly, but unexpectedly. With a sigh, the celestial master Yun Li lamented. Over the years, her dedication to nurturing Chu Yu Meng had been nothing short of exhaustive. Although she harbored intentions of resurrecting herself, she genuinely regarded Chu Yu Meng as her beloved disciple, imparting her knowledge without reservation. However, fate took a cruel turn. Chu Yu Meng was slain by an unforeseen adversary, rendering her unable to enter the Qingyang secret realm and obtain the coveted treasure. Thus, her yearning for the reconstruction of her physical form transformed into a distant and elusive aspiration. Yet, the celestial master Yun Li recalled Su Lianxin, her gaze shifting, her graceful swan-like neck bowing as she implored softly. Fellow Taoist Lin, I have an ungracious request. If you would be so kind as to lend me your assistance in retrieving the treasure from the Qingyang secret realm that can aid in the reconstruction of my physical form, I am willing to offer a corresponding reward. After my resurrection, I shall protect your path for a century. A protector of the celestial master level is indeed a rare gem. Not only can the Qingyang Sword Sect not find one, but even the Tangqing Empire or the Xian domain would struggle to present a single individual of that caliber. One could practically stride through with such power. A celestial master offering a century of protection is a testament to sincerity. Aware of the generous terms she had proposed, the celestial master Yun Li gazed expectantly at Lin Xian, yearning for the response she longed to hear. Under the hopeful gazes of Chu Yu Meng and the celestial master Yun Li, Lin Xian slowly shook his head. In an instant, both the celestial master and Chu Yu Meng were engulfed in disappointment, their expressions revealing a bittersweet sorrow. Yet, they could not hold Lin Xian accountable. It was clear, why would anyone risk their safety for an ethereal promise? The treasure required for reconstruction was not so easily obtained. Just as their disappointment settled, Lin Xian spoke again. I cannot assist you in retrieving the object. However, if it is merely the reconstruction of the physical form you seek, I possess alternative methods. Upon hearing this, the celestial master Yun Li was taken aback, gazing at Lin Xian in disbelief. Did he truly comprehend the implications of his words? Even if she were to acquire the treasure within the Qingyang secret realm, it was no guarantee of her resurrection. That object was merely one of the many essentials needed for her physical reconstruction, a process that would inevitably be protracted. She had already resolved to devote decades, if not centuries, to this endeavor, aiming to reconstruct her body and embark upon the path of cultivation anew. But what was Lin Xian implying? He claimed that reconstructing the physical form was straightforward. Merely reconstructing the physical form? This was utterly absurd. It was no wonder the celestial master Yun Li's initial reaction was disbelief. After all, the difficulty of reconstructing the physical form was no trivial matter. It was akin to resurrection. Not only did it require several precious items, but it also necessitated the intervention of an emperor-level powerhouse. The cost of enlisting such a formidable figure was unimaginable. Yet, as doubt flickered and faded, the celestial master Yun Li quickly recalled Lin Xian's enigmatic nature. He was capable of presenting emperor-level techniques. Although it is not the realm of emperors, it possesses an extraordinary mystery. Perhaps he truly has a means to assist me? Do you genuinely have a solution? Lin Xian refrained from elaborating on his words and, with a swift motion, retrieved the Source Recasting Pill. This pill, known as the Source Recasting Pill, is a pinnacle-grade 7th-tier elixir capable of aiding individuals in the reconstruction of their physical forms. Even the soul entity can consume it, allowing you to once again return to the mortal realm. The delicate and exquisite pill rested in Lin Xian's palm, emanating potent waves of spiritual energy. In that fleeting moment, even the esteemed Yin Li felt the extraordinary nature of this elixir. Though it is merely a 7th-tier pill, its spiritual fluctuations surpass those of certain 8th-tier elixirs, however. The Source Recasting Pill? She had never encountered such a thing. Yet in the next instant, the esteemed Yin Li noticed the distinct pill patterns clearly etched upon the surface of the elixir. Chapter 36. The News of Nangong, Yaoyue, the 8-Pattern Spirit Pill. Hiss. Even the venerable Yin Li, who prided herself on her extensive knowledge, could not help but draw in a sharp breath, her eyes brimming with astonishment. 8 distinct pill patterns. Was she truly not mistaken? Was this an object that should exist within the Xin domain? No wonder this pill emanated a resonance more potent than some 8th-grade pills. It was indeed an 8-pattern spirit pill. What does this signify? Even at the pinnacle of her former glory, she had never encountered such a marvel. 7th-grade pills were trivial to her, but 8 patterns. While lower-tier pills could occasionally exhibit a few patterns with sufficient refinement, the higher the grade, the more challenging it was to produce and the rarer the patterns became. Otherwise, why would the 6-pattern Xianlong pill of the Qingyang Sword Sect provoke such astonishment? Yet this pill, a 7th-grade high tier with 8 patterns. Could it be that the pill emperor himself crafted it? No. The moment that thought flickered into her mind, it was swiftly eradicated by Yin Li herself. Even if the pill emperor were to personally refine a 7th-grade pill, could it truly possess 8 patterns? She had believed she had overestimated Lin Xian. Yet it seemed she had underestimated him still. Who was he truly? An imperial-level technique, an 8-pattern 7th-grade pill. This was far beyond the reach of an ordinary peak master. Yin Li was rendered speechless by her shock, while Lin Xian merely smiled, seemingly indifferent to the pill in his hand. This pill, I can give to you. Observing the spark of hope igniting in her eyes, Lin Xian leisurely continued with his unfinished words. However, the terms must be altered. A century is too brief. Let it be 500 years of protection. This request, was it not excessive? Lin Xian had his considerations in making this demand. 500 years, though not overly lengthy, for a venerable. Considering that an ordinary venerable's lifespan hardly exceeds a few thousand years, was an exceptional bargain for Yin Li. This was not merely a small favor. It was a rare opportunity to resurrect and reshape her physical form, if she were to seek out the necessary materials for her rebirth herself. Not to mention when she might successfully gather the myriad treasures of heaven and earth. Procuring the assistance of an imperial-level expert would be no simple feat. Those at the imperial level had transcended the mundane. They were perpetually enigmatic, wholly devoted to the pursuit of the Great Dao, and elusive. Without some bond or karmic connection, they were exceedingly difficult to locate. Furthermore, persuading them to assist in reshaping another's body and bear the weight of karmic consequence was an endeavor as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Yet all these difficulties had been alleviated by Lin Xian, transformed into a singular pill, round and resplendent before Yin Li. This 7th-grade 8-pattern spirit pill, possessing such an abundance of patterns, if its efficacy truly matched Lin Xian's claims, would undoubtedly aid her in reshaping her perfect form. Yin Li could not help but let her imagination wander. Should she succeed in the rebirth of her body, she would undoubtedly surpass her prime. Moreover, the path ahead would be considerably smoother, and there might even lie a glimmer of hope for attaining the status of emperor in the future. All of this could be acquired merely by consuming a single pill. Should she venture forth to gather those extraordinary treasures on her own, even with the most fortuitous of circumstances leading her to summon an imperial realm powerhouse capable of reconstructing her corporeal form, she would merely attain an ordinary vessel, no more remarkable than an average mortal. Not only would she have to commence her cultivation anew, but she would also need to devise means to harmonize and enhance her innate gifts. Even if she were to reach the pinnacle of her former glory, the years required for such an endeavor are incalculable. Were it not for Lin Xian, the esteemed Yun Li would not have pondered these matters at all. The act of dying and being resurrected, of remaking one's flesh, is inherently a defiance of fate, and enduring myriad tribulations is merely to be expected. Yet, when a celestial path lies before her, why should she tread the treacherous road of hardship? After a mere moment of contemplation, Yun Li resolutely nodded. Very well. I shall pledge 500 years of guardianship. Upon the restoration of my corporeal form, I will stand by your side for 500 years, with heaven and earth as my witnesses and my heart's demons as my vow. 500 years is no trifling span, but in comparison to the reconstitution of her body, all is worthwhile. At this moment, Yun Li found herself contemplating whether 500 years might be too long, unaware that in the not-so-distant future, she would not only find 500 years insufficient, but she might also regret not having committed to a millennium, or even a 10,000-year pact. With her heart's demons sworn to this promise, Lin Xian readily presented her with the source-refining elixir she so ardently desired. Gazing at the pill, radiating potent spiritual energy, a tempest brewed within her heart. The waves of hope crashed upon her soul, igniting a thirst for revenge. The betrayal she suffered was a wound she could not afford to forget. Stripped of her body and forced into a desperate flight to the Xian domain, Yun Li could not erase from her memory the identity of the one who had orchestrated her downfall. Thank you, Lin Daoyu. Yun Li expressed her heartfelt gratitude, her lips curling into a subtle smile as she regarded the elixir in her hand. She had long proclaimed that one day she would personally address the traitorous disciple. That disciple had likely ascended to the position of the master of the Cloud Sea Palace by now. Deceiving and manipulating, their ambitions were vast. How amusing! With such tactics, the denizens of the Cloud Sea Palace would likely believe their unexpected demise to be their fate, blissfully unaware of the expression that would grace the traitor's face upon witnessing her survival. As her emotions surged, Yun Li's gaze toward Lin Xian grew even more sincere. Meanwhile, Lin Xian turned his attention to the side, where Chu Yumeng stood. Chu Yumeng felt a touch of embarrassment, yet with Yun Li having secured the opportunity for her rebirth, her revered master could finally live again. A wave of relief washed over her, and her eyes turned toward Lin Xian with increased warmth. Master! The sweet, melodious call prompted a slight nod from Lin Xian, his tone laced with playful teasing. This utterance was far sweeter than before. Indeed, he chuckled, harboring no resentment toward Chu Yumeng. She was inherently gifted, having never received any protection from the Starfall Peak. The bond of affection between Yun Li and herself was evident in their occasional interactions, revealing the genuine care Yun Li held for Chu Yumeng, imparting her knowledge freely. Had Chu Yumeng chosen to turn against Yun Li, Lin Xian would not have accepted her. A disciple who lacks gratitude, regardless of their innate talent, is destined to merely become a second-rate version of Nangong Yaiyue. The Starfall Peak has no need for treacherous hearts. Lin Xian's playful banter caused Chu Yumeng's cheeks to flush. Her face puffed in a charming pout as she turned to the side, revealing a rare, girlish demeanor towards her master, the esteemed Yun Li. This call of master came from her heart, and was indeed met with the master's acknowledgement. No, not merely acknowledgement, but an indication. In Yun Li's eyes, what harm is there in having two masters? Chu Yumeng's extraordinary talent, comparable to the top prodigies of the Xian domain, makes her the only beloved disciple at present. She wishes for her cherished pupil to seize such an opportunity. Lin Xian's enigmatic nature eludes her understanding. Failing to grasp this chance would surely lead to lifelong regret, not only for Chu Yumeng, but for herself as well. It is merely a matter of 500 years. A life-saving grace is worth 500 years. After briefly comforting her disciple, Yun Li turned her gaze towards Lin Xian and took the initiative to bid farewell. Friend Lin, the matter of the protector should be expedited. I shall return with Yumeng to enter seclusion and absorb the medicinal power. Upon completion, I will promptly come to your aid. Without hesitation, Lin Xian nodded slightly, watching the master and disciple depart. Reconstructing one's physical body requires a measure of time. Given Yun Li's level, it would not be excessively long. Thus, it is wise to commence as soon as possible. Once they had left, Lin Xian casually fiddled with his storage bag, a contemplative glimmer crossing his eyes. To date, he possessed over 10 million spirit stones, not overly abundant, yet not insignificant either. At the very least, it was sufficient for him to acquire a 6th-tier royal spirit sword. A 5th-tier spirit sword would be somewhat inadequate for him now. Lin Xian was eager for a 6th-tier spirit sword as the foundation for deploying the immortal slaying sword array. At that juncture, the array's might would undergo a transformative enhancement. Perhaps even the emperor could be challenged. Just as Lin Xian was considering the timing of the auction, yet to finalize any plans, Su Yinxin hurriedly approached, carried by the winds. "What is the matter?" In the hall, Su Yinxin sought an audience, but appeared hesitant, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Several breaths passing without her uttering a coherent sentence. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, entirely at ease with his most favored disciple, offering her comfort and reassurance. "What has transpired? Speak plainly. There is no need for hesitation." After a moment of further uncertainty, Su Yinxin finally found the courage to speak, her lips trembling. "Master, I have received some news. Would you like to hear it? It concerns Nangong Yaoyue." Nangong Yaoyue, that name seemed almost distant. Lin Xian's expression remained unchanged as he slightly raised his hand, inquiring as usual, what has happened to her? He had long since let go of their master-disciple bond. Hearing news of Nangong Yaoyue now elicited no emotional response from him, much less an attachment that would lead to concern. It was utterly impossible. Observing Lin Xian's indifference, Su Yinxin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Clearing her throat, she stated plainly, a few days ago, Nangong Yaoyue defeated several top prodigies from the Hidden Dragon rankings, forcefully entering the top 10, crafting an undefeated legend through her own strength. This matter has become a topic of fervent discussion in the Xian domain, with many setting up platforms to wager on how far Nangong Yaoyue can advance. Is that so? How intriguing. After hearing this, Lin Xian merely smiled, as if he had merely encountered an inconsequential piece of news. Indeed, he was indifferent to it. No matter how formidable Nangong Yaoyue may be, she is not his disciple. Moreover, Lin Xian does not believe his own disciples to be lacking in any regard. Observing the serene expression of his master, Su Yinxin closed her mouth, refraining from further remarks. Yet in her heart, she silently took note and vowed quietly, "It is merely the potential dragon ranking. Master, rest assured, I shall trample Nangong Yaoyue beneath my feet, making her regret betraying our Starfall Peak. She will regret betraying you even more." In her eyes flickered a concealed flame, potent enough to scorch the very dome of the Xian domain. She understood that Lin Xian no longer cared about the betrayal of Nangong Yaoyue. Yet her master's magnanimity was not a reason to lightly forgive a traitor. Over the years, she has witnessed her master's decline, engraved it in her heart. Anyone who dared to harm her master became her adversary. While her master bore no grudges, she would. She was determined to ensure that Nangong Yaoyue would lament for a lifetime, personally offering apologies before her master. The news Su Yinxin brought regarding Nangong Yaoyue, though it did not disturb Lin Xian's composure, did cause him to temporarily set aside his plans for the auction. Before he could resume them, he received an urgent summons from the head of the Qingyang sect. Such summons are rarely issued unless in matters of great importance. When invoked, it signifies a dire situation, though it is seldom related to the sect's safety. Upon receiving the urgent summons, Lin Xian furrowed his brow. Not only was he requested to appear, but he was also instructed to bring Wang Yan. The brief message conveyed little, yet it was evident that something significant had transpired. Bringing Wang Yan, Lin Xian pondered thoughtfully before ultimately rising, taking Wang Yan along as they proceeded toward the main hall. Upon their arrival, even before stepping inside, Lin Xian sensed an unusually tense atmosphere, far more serious than usual. As he entered, he beheld the upper echelons of the sect, the various peak masters, the head of the Qingyang sect, and even a venerable elder, whose presence radiated formidable energy. This elder was none other than the most powerful figure of the Qingyang Sword Sect, the old ancestor Qingyang, typically elusive. It was surprising to find the old ancestor present today. It was evident that whatever had occurred was of great consequence. The solemn expressions of those present further confirmed this. As Lin Xian and Wang Yin stepped into the main hall, all eyes were drawn to them instantaneously. The gazes varied in emotion: accusation, inquiry, disdain, hatred, mockery, ridicule. A myriad of complex sentiments was palpable. Unlike Lin Xian, who maintained composure in such grand situations, Wang Yin was momentarily taken aback, his face paling before he belatedly swallowed hard, a vague suspicion surfacing in his mind. Before either of them could utter a word, a thunderous voice erupted in Wang Yan's ear. "Wang Yan, do you comprehend your transgressions? Let me ask you, did you not murder the young master of Lingyu sect? How audacious you are! What punishment do you deserve?" Upon the onset of the discourse, the inquiries were unrelenting. Wang Yan's complexion turned ashen, his gaze frenzied. Even without uttering a word, the gravity of the situation was palpable. The expression of the elder of the Qingyang Sword Sect darkened, akin to ominous clouds looming over a city before a tempest. He and Qingyang were utterly oblivious to the unfolding events, particularly him. The elder had long ceased to concern himself with sect affairs, dedicating his efforts to cultivation in pursuit of transcending to immortality. However, not long ago, he unexpectedly received a message from an old acquaintance. The communication was terse, comprising merely 2 sentences. "My friend, a formidable presence from the Lingyu sect approaches your sect's mountain gate with haste. It is reported that a disciple of the Qingyang Sword Sect has slain the young master of the Lingyu sect. True or false? Regardless, the Lingyu sect is incensed and expects preparations to be made forthwith. Within the sect, a disciple has slain the young master of the Lingyu sect." Upon comprehending the situation, the elder was consumed by an overwhelming fury. Who possessed such audacity to dare commit such an act? The Lingyu sect, while not among the top 10 sects of the Morning Dawn Empire, was nonetheless a distinguished entity, renowned far and wide. In contrast, the Qingyang Sword Sect, although bearing the title of one of the top 10 sects of the Tangqing Empire, lacked any semblance of comparison. The Morning Dawn Empire stood as the preeminent nation among the 7 kingdoms, whereas the Tangqing Empire languished at the bottom. One a phoenix's tail, the other a chicken's head. Is there truly any comparison? Even if the Lingyu sect did not rank among the top 10 in the Morning Dawn Empire, and the Qingyang Sword Sect was one of the 10 of the Tangqing Empire, the disparity between the two was akin to that between a chicken's head and a phoenix's tail. Among the top 10 sects of the Morning Dawn Empire, even the lowest-ranked sect boasted a 7th-level monarch. The Lingyu sect, as a first-rate sect of the Morning Dawn Empire, although lacking a 7th-level monarch, possessed a 5th-level monarch in full mastery. As for the Qingyang Sword Sect, its mightiest individual was none other than him. The elder of the Qingyang Sword Sect was at the 4th level of the monarch realm, although his sword intent allowed him to dominate most rivals of the same tier. He was no match for those at the 5th level. Most crucially, this calamity was entirely unwarranted, and he remained in the dark regarding the events that had transpired. Wang Yan's pallor deepened, unable to meet the elder's gaze, yet he struggled to articulate an explanation. However, before he could voice his defense, Lin Xian interjected, calmly stating, "The demise of that young master is not the fault of my disciple Wang Yan. It was he." Enough. The elder of the Qingyang Sword Sect interrupted Lin Xian harshly before he could finish his thought. His gaze was piercing, his tone brooking no dissent, each word deliberate. At this juncture, right and wrong were of little consequence. What mattered was that the young master of the Lingyu sect had perished at the hands of a disciple of the Qingyang Sword Sect. The wrath of the Lingyu sect was palpable, and they were on the verge of descending upon the Qingyang Sword Sect. The potential consequences were dire. He exhaled slowly, striving to quell his inner fury, casting not a glance at Wang Yan, but surveying the assembly. Today, esteemed elders and peak masters had gathered here. What are your thoughts on how we should address this matter? Should we resort to violence or concede? If we choose to fight, is it worth the risk? If we concede, how do we placate the ire of the Lingyu sect? What complexities lie within this dilemma? Suddenly, a voice interjected, laced with a subtle mockery. drawing the attention of all present. One must take responsibility for their own actions. Since Wang Yin has slain the young master of the Lingyu sect, the blame rests solely upon him. Regardless of whether he was aware of the victim's identity prior to the act, a murder is a murder. Thus, it is imperative for Wang Yin to personally seek forgiveness from the Lingyu sect. Lin Xian turned his gaze toward the source of the voice, discovering Lu Tianxing, whose injuries had healed, smiling lightly, unabashedly revealing the malice and arrogance in his eyes. As Lu Tianxing noticed Lin Xian's attention, the smile upon his lips widened further. How could one individual's transgression implicate an entire sect? Surely, sect leader Lin would not allow us all to bear the burden of your transgressions. Chapter 37 I Depart from the sect. Lu Tianxing bore a provocative expression, and when Wang Yin glanced his way, his resentment intensified. The emergence of Lin Xian and his disciple disrupted his plans, and he already harbored deep-seated grievances. Whether it was Lin Xian's refusal or his 3 defeats in the arena, he regarded the third peak master's avoidance of him as a profound humiliation. His hatred for Lin Xian and the Starfall Peak had reached its zenith. Now, having finally stumbled upon an opportunity to exploit, he would not let it slip away easily. Following Lu Tianxing, many elders voiced their opinions, most of whom aligned with the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun was correct. Why should the sect bear the burden for Wang Yin's actions alone? Surrendering Wang Yin would quell the anger of the Lingyu sect, a resolution so straightforward. To mobilize the entire sect against the Lingyu sect for the sake of one individual would be profoundly unjust and unwarranted for the other disciples. The sect leader should have considered this matter sooner. The peak masters aligned with Lu Tianxing all favored his stance, their words only adding to Wang Yan's distress. However, after a moment of hesitation, the sect leader Xingyang furrowed his brow slightly and whispered a word into the ear of the elder Xinjian. This Wang Yin is no ordinary disciple. He is the young man I mentioned earlier, who shone brilliantly in the sect's grand competition and grasped the essence of sword intent. Elder Xinjian paused, casting a deep glance at Wang Yin. To comprehend sword intent at such a young age is to be a prodigy among prodigies, with proper cultivation. He would surely surpass me one day, becoming a formidable pillar of the Qingyang Sword Sect. Yet, the Lingyu sect. Before Elder Xinjian could respond, the woman standing opposite Lu Tianxing stepped forward, her anger palpable. Lu Tianxing, how can you utter such words? What is your true intent? Li Fufeng's just hava. Her porcelain face flushed with indignation. Clenching her jaw, she glared fiercely at Lu Tianxing before turning to the sect leader Xingyang. This is by no means Wang Yan's fault. In the trials of the outside world, how can one expect not to face danger? Blades are indiscriminate. It is merely that the young master of the Lingyu sect was outmatched. If we surrender Wang Yin, how will the outside world perceive our Qingyang Sword Sect? Who would dare to join us in the future? They might well mock our sect for lacking the ability to protect even a single disciple. Such an act would only dishearten our members. Her words rang with conviction, her gaze unwavering, refusing to cast another glance at the visibly perturbed Lu Tianxing. Li Fufeng pronuncia emphatically, y proposha. We should engage in a fierce battle with the Lingyu sect. Though the Lingyu sect is powerful, our Qingyang Sword Sect is not without the strength to fight back. Moreover, the Lingyu sect is a force of the Morning Dawn Empire. Once war is declared, the imperial court will not sit idly by. Li Fufeng's conviction was palpable, her eyes sincere and resolute. It was not merely because Lin Xian stood by her that she spoke in support. Today, even if the one at fault were an ordinary disciple, Li Fufeng would still rise to defend him. Her beliefs were unwavering. One might call her foolish. Yet she steadfastly maintained that if a sect could not safeguard its own disciples, what purpose did its existence serve? Even ordinary disciples should never be surrendered simply because another sect demanded their presence. However, Li Fufeng lowered her gaze slightly, noting the oppressive silence enveloping her surroundings, a chill settling in her heart. Despite her earnest proclamations, no one stepped forward to support her. In that moment, she suddenly grasped the true nature of the sect and, just as abruptly, realized that the position of junior sect leader, which she had longed for, no longer held the importance she once attributed to it. It even began to evoke a sense of revulsion within her. How naive! Before long, a voice erupted from within the hall. But it was not the response Li Fufeng had hoped for. The peak master who confronted her wore a scowl, unable to suppress his derision. The saintess has likely been perched atop her lofty pedestal for too long, oblivious to the sufferings of the world, and unaware of the complexities of sect management. What contributions has Wang Yin ever made to the sect? To sacrifice countless lives for the sake of one. How foolish. How naive. His tirade echoed throughout the hall, nearly drowning out all other voices. Even so, some peak masters and elders who aligned with the saintess refrained from interjecting, unwilling to stand alongside Li Fufeng in a united front against the opposition. Clearly, to the majority, this matter was of little consequence. If it did not concern them, they naturally remained indifferent. Was it truly necessary to risk the entire sect's existence for one disciple? Even if that disciple possessed extraordinary talent, so what? Countless prodigies existed in this world, yet only those who survive are deemed geniuses. How many talented individuals have fallen before they could rise? If blame were to be assigned, it should fall upon him for his lack of discernment, for having harmed those who should never have been harmed. Ultimately, it was merely their belief that Lingyu's sect was too powerful, and that once conflict erupted, Qingyang Sword Sect stood no chance of victory. To hope for intervention from the Tang Qing royal family? Such a notion was incredibly naive. Upon contemplating this, numerous peak masters and elders could no longer contain themselves, voicing their dissent. Your Highness, the saintess, we are unwilling to sacrifice our lives for the mistakes of others. Indeed, if one seeks death, let them step forward alone, without dragging the innocent into their plight. One must bear the consequences of their own actions. The saint's son rightly asserted. In an instant, the hall erupted into fervent debate, emotions running high. Yet as Li Fufeng absorbed these words, her heart grew colder and heavier. A wry smile crossed her face, tinged with bitter irony. Was this truly the sect she had yearned for all this time? Suddenly, amidst the clamor, the venerable ancestor of the Xian Jian interrupted, commanding silence from all present. His authority was such that none dared to challenge him. In that moment, the hall was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Li Fufeng could not help but feel a flicker of anticipation. What were the ancestors' thoughts? Since there are differing opinions, let us proceed to a vote. Those in favor of surrendering Wang Yin, please step forward. With a resounding clap, the crowd turned their gazes. Lu Tianxing, unflinching, stepped forward first, resolutely ignoring the figure standing at the center of the hall. Immediately following was the master of the second peak, then the master of the ninth peak. The majority of the masters swiftly positioned themselves behind Lu Tianxing, including some who belonged to the Sanus faction. The light in Li Fufeng's eyes extinguished. The masters, unwilling to meet her gaze, felt no remorse. They believed they had done nothing wrong. What fault lay with them? Even if they were aligned with Li Fufeng, they found Lu Tianxing's reasoning more persuasive. Sacrificing a disciple to quell a disturbance seemed a most reasonable trade. After all, it was Wang Yin who had instigated the violence, and surrendering him was entirely justified. The outcome was already evident. Observing all this, along with the masters who dared not look her way, Li Fufeng was utterly disheartened. She had not anticipated that the sect she had devoted herself to for so many years, the one she had risked everything for, could be so callous and ungrateful. Did they not consider that if the sect could forsake a Wang Yin today, they could easily abandon them tomorrow? No, it was not that they were oblivious. Rather, they believed that this fire would never scorch their own skins. Li Fufeng scoffed at the irony. She had once fiercely contested with Lu Tianxing for the position of the young master, only to realize the absurdity of it all now. At that moment, a clear voice suddenly shattered the silence within the hall. There is no need for any further deliberation. I, Lin Xian, alongside my disciples, hereby withdraw from the Qingyang Sword Sect. From this day forth, life and death shall be matters of individual concern, completely unrelated. Chapter 38. The doomed Lin Xian uttered a single sentence and turned away without a glance, leaving directly. Wang Yin followed closely behind, mirroring his steps. He opened his mouth, intending to say something, but before he could utter a word, Lin Xian halted him. What good would it do to speak further? Since it served no purpose, silence was the better option. Guilt flickered in Wang Yan's eyes as he reluctantly closed his mouth. He did not wish for his own shortcomings to burden his master. Yet in Lin Xian's perspective, how could he blame his disciple for an unfounded accusation, even to the point of abandoning him? He found it inconceivable. What crime had Wang Yan committed? Moreover, it was merely the Lingyu sect. What was there to fear? The Qingyang Sword Sect might tremble. But Lin Xian had never known fear. Initially, Lin Xian had intended to represent the Qingyang Sword Sect at the Seven Nations tournament, striving for a commendable standing for his sect. However, it now seemed unnecessary. Neither master nor disciple looked back, harboring no lingering affection for this cold and unfeeling sect. As they departed, Lu Tianqing stared at the receding figures of Lin Xian and Wang Yan, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. He opened his mouth to speak, but was silenced by the Xianjian ancestor, who gently shook his head. Let them go, he decided, for they were no longer connected to the Qingyang Sword Sect. In his eyes, Lin Xian had embarked on an irretrievable path. For the sake of a disciple, even one with considerable talent, what did it matter? Whether it was Wang Yan or Lin Xian, they had become marked for death. Thus, there was little to be gained from further deliberation. They could be allowed their fate. Without the Qingyang Sword Sect, they were nothing more than ants easily crushed by the Lingyu sect, pitifully unaware of who had once given them the audacity to challenge the Lingyu sect. Severing ties with the Qingyang Sword Sect might awaken them to reality, preventing them from living foolishly in their final moments. Although Lu Tianqing felt a pang of dissatisfaction, he could only silence himself and retreat to the background at the Xianjian ancestor signal. Little did they know, they should be grateful for not having forcibly retained Lin Xian and his disciple, for otherwise, a graceful figure brushed past them, moving in the opposite direction to stand before the Xianjian ancestor and Lu Tianqing. Li Fufeng, expressing her gratitude for the sect's nurturing over the years, respectfully beseeched the sect leader and the ancestor for understanding, declaring her desire to leave the sect alongside Lin Xian and the others. Her choice shocked all present, rendering them momentarily speechless. She offered a graceful bow to the sect leader, glanced back at the Lord of Xianyu Peak with a hint of reluctance and a casual smile, then bowed to the ancestor before resolutely turning to pursue Lin Xian. The sect's ideology was vastly different from her own aspirations. She refused to compromise her values, unwilling to be merely the young master of the Qingyang Sword Sect and succumb to its assimilation. Li Fufeng understood well that she was no significant figure. Her words carried little weight. However, there was a world of difference between speaking and remaining silent, between action and inaction. She was unwilling to become complicit in wrongdoing and did not wish to remain in such a sect. As Fufeng departed in a huff, the Lord of Xianyu Peak furrowed her brow slightly and opened her mouth to call out. Li Fufeng heard his voice and froze for a moment. Yet before she could utter a word, the master of Qingwei approached helplessly, blocking her path. The fairy of Qingwei gazed at Li Fufeng with concern, her delicate brows furrowing. Fufeng, must it truly be this way? Do not act rashly in a moment of passion. However, before she could finish, Li Fufeng resolutely interrupted her. She shook her head. Master of Qingwei, Master of Xianmun, I am grateful for your support over the years, but my mind is made up. There is no need for further persuasion. I shall take my leave. I hope you both take care. In her eyes, there was not a trace of reluctance, only a faint sense of relief. She bowed to the Master of Xianmun and the Master of Qingwei before stepping away once more. Observing the ethereal silhouette of Li Fufeng as she departed, the expression of the elder Xianjian darkened, a sentiment echoed by the Master of Xianyang. The departure of Wang Yan and Lin Xian was somewhat acceptable, yet Li Fufeng, no matter how one viewed it, she was the holy maiden of the sect. Her abrupt departure was undeniably disheartening. Very well, let her go. Elder Xianjian slowly narrowed his eyes, and once Li Fufeng was out of sight, he turned abruptly to the others in the hall, posing a sudden inquiry. Aside from us, is there anyone else wishing to depart? If you wish to leave now, I shall permit your exit without any conflict. As his words settled, several breaths passed, yet no one stirred or responded. Master of Qingwei lowered her head, gently biting her lip, her mind swirling with countless thoughts, but ultimately, she remained silent. Unlike Li Fufeng, who was youthful and impetuous, capable of leaving with a mere flick of her hand, she had her own reasons that bound her here, despite her disagreement with Elder Xuanjin's actions. Fufeng. A sense of profound loss filled the heart of the master of Qingwei, as if she had inexplicably lost something precious. In this moment, the most pleased of all was undoubtedly Lu Tianxing. The most detested Qingyun Peak had disbanded, leaving him elated. The prodigious talent Wang Yan, who had previously overshadowed him, had been expelled from the sect, and it was likely that Su Lianxin and Chu Yumeng would also depart alongside Lin Xian. With Li Fufeng, who had always opposed him, gone as well, the position of young sect master, which had once eluded him, now seemed destined to fall into his lap. How utterly delightful! A radiant joy lit up Lu Tianxing's face, which he struggled to suppress for some time. Only the master of Xianyang sighed sincerely. What a pity for Wang Yan. Such exceptional talent. It is truly unfortunate. There is nothing to lament, Elder Xianjian retorted curtly. Out with the old, in with the new. The Qingyang Sword Sect possesses the fortitude to endure loss, and besides, a genius must be able to survive to be deemed a genius. Those who perish are merely a regret. Moreover, Elder Xianjian paused slightly, producing several items that caught the attention of all present. A hint of smug satisfaction flickered across his expression. These are treasures I acquired recently from the Burning Heaven Secret Realm. We have merely lost a few disciples. It is of no consequence. As he spoke, Elder Xianjian turned his hand and displayed a jade-white porcelain vial. What could this be? As the crowd collectively held their breath, witnessing the treasures in the hands of the Grand Master of the Mystic Sword, joy almost overwhelmed their senses. Such an abundance of riches. The Grand Master had truly encountered numerous fortuitous opportunities within the secret realm of Burning Heaven. Names like Wang Yan and Li Fufeng were now cast aside, their attention fixated on the coveted gifts bestowed by the venerable ancestor. Among them was Lu Tianxing, who shared in this fervent desire. To his astonishment, the Grand Master's gaze fell upon him. Tianxing, take these 2 elixirs and keep them safe. The porcelain vial landed in Lu Tianxing's hand, and before he could ponder the nature of the potions, the Grand Master spoke with calm assurance. These are 2 dragon soul pills, each possessing a singular pill pattern. Refine them well. The ancestor looks forward to your growth. Dragon soul pills. Lu Tianxing nearly dropped the vial in sheer amazement, his heart racing with shock and elation. Dragon soul pills. These were exceedingly rare, capable of enhancing one's innate talent and significantly augmenting power. They were 7th grade elixirs. How could he have so effortlessly obtained such a precious 7th grade spirit pill? In disbelief, yet overwhelmed with joy, Lu Tianxing nearly burst into laughter. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he composed himself, lowering his head to mask his expression, and clasped his fists in gratitude. Indeed, Tianxing will not disappoint the expectations of the ancestor. He felt a surge of gratitude towards Li Fufeng. Had she not departed, he might never have encountered such an opportunity. He could hardly wait to see how regretful Li Fufeng would feel upon learning of this. Surely, she would be filled with profound remorse. Chapter 39. Today, we shall flatten the Lingyu sect. The fervent gazes of the congregation within the sect converged upon Lu Tianxing's hands. This was, after all, a 7th grade elixir. Moreover, it bore a unique alchemical pattern, a treasure that would tantalize even the most exalted of sovereigns. The esteemed Elder Xianjian had acquired such a rare artifact, and to possess 2 of them was nothing short of extraordinary fortune. At this moment, the thoughts of the other peak masters aligned with those of Lu Tianxing in unison. How would the holy maiden lament upon learning of this? Elder Xianjian's imperious gaze swept through the hall, and when it rested upon Lu Tianxing, a flicker of emotion stirred in his otherwise indifferent eyes. Originally, these 2 elixirs were intended for you and Fu Feng. His words trailed off, yet the implications were clear to all present. If blame were to be assigned, it could only fall upon Li Fufeng for her lack of fortune. The countenance of the Xianyue Peak Master darkened further, regret gnawing at her heart as she cursed herself for not having urged Li Fufeng to remain. Unperturbed by the thoughts swirling in the minds of the Peak Masters, Elder Xianjian regarded Lu Tianxing with a steady gaze, His eyes, deep and tranquil like an ancient well, seemed capable of penetrating the very depths of one's soul. These two elixirs possess the potential to transform your innate talents. The future of our Qingyang Sword Sect rests upon your shoulders. His words ignited a wave of elation within Lu Tianxing. Indeed, he could hardly contain his joy. With Li Fufeng and Wang Yin departed, his talents would multiply, and with Elder Xianjian's declaration, his position as the future sect master was all but assured. No one could now challenge his standing. How could he not feel exhilarated? However, I have a stipulation. Elder Xianjian's tone shifted, his gaze sharpening as it bore down upon Lu Tianxing. In the forthcoming Moonlit Seven Nations tournament, I expect you to secure a place within the top 100. The reward for this tournament are extraordinary, particularly for the top 100 ranks. As the holy son of our Qingyang Sword Sect, it is only fitting that you make your mark and claim a distinguished position. Can you achieve this? The mention of the Seven Nations tournament sent a ripple of astonishment through the assembly. Securing a position among the top 100 was akin to scaling the heavens. Since its founding, the Qingyang Sword Sect had participated in every iteration of the Seven Nations tournament, yet never had a prodigy emerge to claim a spot in the prestigious top 100. The best ranking achieved was merely over 200. Were it not for extraordinary fortune in acquiring 2 Dragon Soul elixirs within the Inferno Secret Realm, Elder Xianjian would scarcely dare to entertain such aspirations for a top 100 finish. Even the royal family of the Tangqing Empire or the foremost disciples of its top 3 sects would not confidently assert their ability to secure a position in the top 100. Historically, the top 100 spots have been monopolized by prodigies from the Morning Dawn Empire, the Holy Sun Empire, and other prominent realms. For the lesser empires, including the Tangqing Empire, to vie for even a single spot is fraught with challenges. However, should the Qingyang Sword Sect manage to attain a top 100 ranking in the Seven Nations tournament, it would emerge as an unexpected dark horse, destined to shine brightly and restore the sect's reputation, compensating for the loss of talents like Li Fufeng. Moreover, the departure of Li Fufeng may not necessarily be a misfortune. Rather, it has conveniently benefited Lu Tianxing, sparing him the need to share the Dragon Soul Pill. By consuming the pill alone, and given his already exceptional aptitude, he is assuredly destined to surpass Wang Yin and Su Lianxin. Contemplating this, the heart of the elder Xianjian felt a tinge of regret dissipate markedly. Only recently had he shattered the ancient storage ring acquired within the Burning Heaven Secret Realm, yielding 2 7th-tier Dragon Soul Pills. Consequently, he had missed the Grand Sect competition and had only heard a brief account from the master of Xinyan. Initially, he intended to focus on cultivating Wang Yin, yet unforeseen events had transpired. Upon receiving the elder Xuanjin's instructions, Lu Tianxing did not hesitate, bowing deeply. Rest assured, elder, I shall not disappoint you, nor will I squander these 2 Dragon Soul Pills. The top 100 is far from my limit. Had this been his former self, he might have lacked confidence, but from this day forth, he would be a changed man. Observing Lu Tianxing's spirited and confident demeanor, Elder Xianjian nodded, a sense of expectation blossoming within him. The top 100 in the grand competition of the Seven Nations. This time, the Qingyang Sword Sect must surpass the various sects of the Tangqing Empire. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had returned to the Starfall Peak, closely followed by the anxious and apprehensive Wang Yan. Upon seeing Lin Xian, Su Lianxin hurried to greet him, while Chu Yuming happened to be by her side. Both women, glistening with perspiration and still infused with the lingering fervor of battle, had evidently been engaged in sparring prior to Lin Xian's arrival. Master, you have returned. Lin Xian regarded his 3 disciples and contemplated before stating, effective immediately, I shall depart from the Qingyang Sword Sect. Before he could finish, Su Lianxin interjected hastily, wherever you go, master, I shall follow. Chu Yuming echoed the sentiment. Master, my intentions for coming to the Qingyang Sword Sect were never pure. I have no emotional ties to it. Wherever you go, I shall naturally follow alongside Master Yunli. Lin Xian withheld the reasons for his departure. They did not inquire further, nor did they seem to care. Once they had left the confines of the Qingyang Sword Sect, Lin Xian adjusted his pace slightly and spoke slowly. Although I am leaving the Qingyang Sword Sect, I will still participate in the grand competition of the 7 nations. For this competition, I set for you the objective of securing a place in the top 3. He had unwavering faith in his disciples. With the Ice Phoenix True Blood, the Dark Water Profound Body, and the 9 Nether Inferno Body, along with the Qing Emperor Scripture he bestowed upon them. If they could not even claim a spot among the top 3 in this minor competition, how could they hope to rival the prodigies of the Xian domain? I shall not disappoint, Master. The 3 responded in unison. Lin Xian, too, had no intention of concealing the reasons for his departure from the Qingyang Sword Sect and offered a calm explanation. Despite his measured words, they still incited the ire of Su Lianxin and Chu Yuming. They were ashamed to be associated with such individuals. Master, where shall we go next? They inquired. To participate in the grand competition of the 7 nations, we must belong to a sect that has available slots for participation, as loose cultivators cannot enter the competition. This was precisely the dilemma Lin Xian was contemplating. They currently find themselves without direction or affiliation, and naturally, there are no available positions. However, the notion of casually joining another sect may lead to a fate akin to that of the Qingyang Sword Sect, for relying on others ultimately pales in comparison to self-reliance. Why not? Establish a sect of one's own. Why must one necessarily join another? Yet, the creation of sect is not a trivial endeavor. Are you considering seeking a place to settle? At this opportune moment, the esteemed Yun Li appeared gracefully from within Chu Yuming, her eyes still carrying a tranquil light. But unlike her previous impatience, a hint of a smile graced her lips. The vexing challenge of reforming her physical form had been resolved, and now she merely needed to find a safe location to assimilate the medicinal power, allowing her to reclaim her own body. The shadows that had long haunted the heart of Yun Li dissipated, and she no longer concealed her presence. During this time, she had become well acquainted with all the disciples under Lin Xian, often personally instructing them, which rendered the sudden appearance of her ethereal form unsurprising to Su Lianxin and Wang Yan. Upon her arrival, Yun Li promptly addressed the matter at hand. If you currently have no place to go, why not consider the Zhonglu Empire? I once established a force there, though I am uncertain if it still exists after all these years. You can find temporary refuge there and plan your next steps. Yun Li's suggestion was indeed commendable, and Lin Xian nodded slightly in agreement. Given that he had nowhere else to turn, and considering his participation in the 7 Nations tournament, he certainly required a few positions. With this in mind, Lin Xian shared his thoughts with several of his disciples. He intended to establish his own force, named the Sword Pavilion. But the pavilion would not easily accept disciples. Only those of extraordinary talent would be permitted to enter. It was not arrogance, but rather a clear consideration that filled Lin Xian's mind as he articulated this idea. He would designate the first 3 levels of the Qingdi Sutra as the primary cultivation method for the Sword Pavilion, allowing disciples to comprehend and practice it. In the future, should he encounter more profound and formidable techniques, Lin Xian would indeed contemplate incorporating the 4th and 5th levels of the Qingdi Sutra into the curriculum. It is worth noting that the 4th and 5th levels of the Qingdi Sutra belong to the sacred tier. If others were to learn of Lin Xian's intentions, they would likely be incredulous, their eyes widening in disbelief. The Qingdi Sutra, though it comprises only the first 3 levels, is an imperial-level technique designated as the primary cultivation method. Truly, what an extravagance! Even some formidable figures in the mystic realm might not dare to entertain such aspirations. It is uncertain whether they possess the audacity, and as for whether they have access to imperial-level techniques, that remains a question. Lin Xian's aspirations were straightforward. He sought to create a sect that would be anything but ordinary. He envisioned the Sword Pavilion as a transcendent force. He did not desire a widespread network of disciples, but he was determined that the mere mention of the Sword Pavilion would instill fear and trepidation in the hearts of the world. The number of disciples within would not be excessive, yet each one must be an unparalleled prodigy capable of dominating their respective realms. However, pondering Yun Li's words, Lin Xian became contemplative. The 7 nations of Yingyue comprised the Morning Dawn Empire, the Holy Sun Empire, the Great Jin Empire, the Lingjin Empire, the Silver Frost Empire, the Tangqing Empire, and the Zhonglu Empire. The power she once established in the Zhonglu Empire is quite unexpected. For the Zhonglu Empire ranks lower than the Tangxing Empire among the 7 nations, occupying the last position. Thus, we shall proceed to the Zhonglu Empire. He turned to his disciples and instructed, "You all shall head to the Zhonglu Empire and await my arrival. I must make a trip to the Qingyang Empire to attend to certain matters." Upon hearing that Lin Xian would personally venture to the Qingyang Empire, Wang Yan's heart stirred, and he hastily inquired, "Master, your journey to the Qingyang Empire is—" For a moment, he found himself hesitating to voice his thoughts. Lin Xian nodded slightly, a chilling smile gracing his lips, his eyes glinting with a cold light. "Isn't the Lingyu sect seeking us? Why complicate matters? I shall deliver myself to their doorstep." Though he spoke with a smile, the underlying frost and depth in his words were unmistakable. "I shall return shortly. In the meantime, you are to accompany Yunjing Tianzuan. Farewell." Songlu. Yes. As they watched Lin Xian depart, a wave of emotions surged within Wang Yan and the others, particularly Wang Yan, whose heart brimmed with gratitude. It was for him that Master personally set forth to the Lingyu sect. They believed that since Lin Xian dared to go, he must possess unwavering confidence. Naturally, they held absolute trust in their master, without a hint of doubt. Thus they whispered, "Farewell, Songlu." A few days later, in the Qingyang Empire, at the entrance of the Lingyu sect, nestled amidst towering mountains, the Lingyu sect is renowned for its superior spirit veins. 8 small floating peaks gracefully surround the main peak, with ethereal spiritual energy permeating the air, shrouded in mist, and countless spiritual flowers and herbs carpeting the ground. The sect is fortified with layers of intricate formations designed to retain the internal spiritual energy and protect the mountain gates and numerous peaks, with dense restrictions preventing outsiders from prying. In stark contrast, the Qingyang Sword Sect pales in comparison, its drab exterior highlighting its inferiority, not to mention the disparity in the strength of its members. Here, a cursory exploration reveals the presence of at least 20 King Realm powerhouses safeguarding the sect and the surrounding mountains, while the Qingyang Sword Sect boasts merely half that number. It is no wonder that when faced with a crisis from the Lingyu sect, the Qingyang Sword Sect would hastily consider capitulation. Though the Lingyu sect is not a top-tier sect and does not rank among the top 10 in the Qingyang Empire, it is infinitely stronger than the Qingyang Sword Sect. Numerous disciples and elders bustle in and out, undertaking sect tasks, often returning with slain spiritual beasts or injuries, yet receiving swift and proper treatment. Even the gatekeepers exhibit a spirited demeanor. However, the tranquility of the outer sect cannot penetrate the heart of the Lingyu sect's master. Over the years, the master has had but one son, whom he has doted upon excessively. He had presumed that others would fear the name of the Lingyu sect, and that even in conflicts involving his only son, the sect would provide adequate protection, ensuring no significant danger. Yet, who could have anticipated that after a single outing, his sole son would never return? How could he remain calm? How could he contain his fury? The uncontrollable rage of the Lingyu sect's master surged forth, his spiritual energy wildly thrumming, and a murderous intent gleamed in his brow. "Calm yourself, sect master." Elder Li and his companions have already set forth to the Qingyang Sword Sect to retrieve the individual, and upon their return to the sect, they will ensure that the wretched creature experiences neither the comfort of life nor the solace of death. The higher echelons of the sect congregated within the hall, soothing the spirit Jade sect's leader. The elder who spoke bore a visage of deep sorrow, for the young master was one he had nurtured with his own hands. How could he possibly relent? The leader of the Spirit Jade sect's eyes glinted with a chilling fury as he forced through clenched teeth, "Who dares to slay my son? I shall have that wretched creature flayed alive, cast into the serpent's den to be forged into elixirs for my son's tomb, to appease his spirit in the heavens." As his words lingered in the air, his countenance abruptly shifted. A terrifying aura surged forth, sudden and overwhelming, sweeping across the entire mountain range of the Spirit Jade sect, unabashedly revealing the malice of its origin. Countless disciples found themselves breathless, gritting their teeth as they gazed upwards, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. At that moment, The anger of the Spirit Jade Sect's leader seemed to find an outlet. He swiftly transformed, darting from the Grand Hall to the main gate, looking skyward. There, in the heavens, stood a solitary figure clad in white, a sword cultivator, hands clasped behind his back, towering beyond the protective array of the sect, surveying the entire Spirit Jade Sect like a deity. Upon witnessing this, the leader's fury surged to new heights, and he bellowed, "What audacity! Who dares to intrude upon the gates of my Spirit Jade Sect?" The figure suspended in the air was none other than Lin Xian. He cast a fleeting glance at the agitated leader of the Spirit Jade Sect, disregarding him entirely, and concentrated his spiritual energy within his throat, allowing his voice to reverberate throughout the realm of the sect. All ordinary disciples vacate the Spirit Jade Sect within the span of a single incense stick. If you remain after that, you shall perish. Today, I shall raise the Spirit Jade Sect to the ground. Chapter 40. A sword shatters the formation. The disciples of the Lingyu sect steadfastly resisted the overwhelming pressure while peering through the protective formation at the white-clad swordsman outside. Fortunately, the protective formation shielded them from a portion of the spiritual power's intimidation. Otherwise, the majority would have found themselves kneeling, unable to rise. How audacious this individual is, daring to challenge our Lingyu sect alone. Fear not, Brother Liu. The sect master and the elders are present. This person cannot stir up any significant turmoil. Such formidable sword intent. Thankfully, we have a protective formation to rely on. The disciples, amidst their suffering, exchanged banter, while the senior members of Lingyu sect seethed with anger at this brazen act. This is the very gate of Lingyu sect. Our own territory is being openly disrespected. How can we endure such insolence? The high-ranking officials of Lingyu sect were infuriated, their hair standing on end, their faces etched with fury. Whether elder or ancestor, all were within the sect, and yet someone dared to exert pressure upon our mountain gate. This is a blatant provocation. If we do not show him a proper response, others may think Lingyu sect is without defenders. In a collective surge of indignation, the elders acted almost in unison, unleashing several beams of golden light that surged toward the mountain gate. Who dares to act so brazenly against Lingyu sect? A reckless fool courting death. One by one, the elder-level figures soared into the air, releasing a terrifying pressure as they advanced toward the white-clad swordsman. Hearing the uproar and furious shouts from within Lingyu sect, the white-clad swordsman, Lin Xian, remained expressionless. He drew his sword with a flick of his wrist and unleashed a cataclysmic strike against the mountain gate that stood in his path, showing no restraint. In that moment, his fourfold sword intent erupted, an overwhelming force that crushed all in its wake, surging forth with the might of 1,000 steeds, intent on smashing through the Lingyu sect's mountain gate. As the sky filled with radiant sword light, it coalesced into a colossal spiritual sword in Lin Xian's grasp, aimed directly at the protective formation that had safeguarded Lingyu sect for over a century. With a thunderous swing, he cleaved downwards. This strike was insurmountable. Like a mountain collapsing under its own weight, the overwhelming power descended, leaving countless disciples of Lingyu sect witnessing this apocalyptic scene, rendered utterly speechless, their eyes wide and mouths agape. The spectacle of this strike was enough to instill terror into the hearts of thousands of disciples. Its dazzling force, coupled with the fourfold sword intent contained within the spiritual sword, rendering them utterly dumbfounded. Some weaker disciples even suffered grievous injuries from merely glimpsing the sword intent, spitting blood on the spot. Audacious! How dare he attack the protective formation of Lingyu sect? The elder-level figures, far beyond the disciples in strength, were both astonished and enraged, their eyes fixed on the white-clad swordsman, longing to see him dismantled and devoured. Such a brazen individual had slapped them all in the face. Without a moment's hesitation, they prepared to retaliate. Were they truly intending to wage war against their sect? Such provocation. It seemed they were ready for a fight to the bitter end. Thus, under the furious, shocked, and awestruck gazes of the entire Lingyu sect, the colossal spiritual sword descended directly upon the protective formation. Crack, crack, before the furious gaze of the elders of the sect, the protective formation of the Lingyu sect has shattered. Countless fissures, resembling a spider's web on the verge of collapse, swiftly spread above the heads of the disciples, accompanied by the sound of crackling, until it disintegrated into a cascade of glistening fragments. The shock was palpable. At that moment, numerous disciples and elders were rendered as if turned into mere plants, overwhelmed by disbelief. How could the revered protective formation of the Qingyu sect be so easily breached? And by a single sword strike, no less. Who is this formidable individual? His strength is simply terrifying. At this moment, a beam of golden light shot forth, heralding the arrival of the Qingyu sect's master, who was already consumed by the anguish of losing a son. Now, faced with this audacious provocation, he felt utterly crushed, for this individual's might was beyond comprehension. Even without a battle, the overwhelming sword intent permeating the air made it abundantly clear to the Qingyu sect's master that he was no match for this foe. Not only him, but even the ancestors of the sect would surely falter before such power. This thought surged within him, nearly causing him to spit blood, his countenance turning ashen. He struggled to suppress his fury, feeling an immense sense of humiliation. The pain of losing a son, the shame upon his sect. Was he not regarded as a human being? He suppressed his indignation and called out to the white-clad sword immortal. Esteemed senior, there are no grievances between Qingyu sect and yourself. Why must you humiliate my mountain gate in such a manner? He felt a profound sense of grievance, as he did not recognize this powerful figure, having never even met him. How could such enmity arise? To his astonishment, the white-clad sword immortal did not meet his gaze. Instead, he chuckled. Indeed, when one is far superior in strength, they begin to discourse on principles. It is laughable. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, observing the Qingyu sect's master, who wore an expression of restrained fury. No grievances, you say? Was it not you who sought me out for trouble? Now that I arrive at your doorstep, you claim there are no grievances? Ha! A series of retorts, accompanied by Lin Xian's mocking smile, made it hard for anyone not to feel incensed. And the Qingyu sect's master felt that indignation all the more acutely. Trouble with a senior? You jest, esteemed senior. How could Qingyu sect dare to? His words faltered as a sudden realization flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning, causing him to abruptly cease speaking. He looked up in astonishment at the white-clad sword immortal. His gaze shifted several times, finally settling on sheer terror as he contemplated a possibility, his voice becoming exceedingly strained. Senior, may I ask about your connection to Wang Yan of the Qingyang Sword Sect? Lin Xian replied with a calm demeanor. He is my disciple. You, Qingyu sect, wield such arrogance, seeking to confront the Qingyang Sword Sect without understanding the circumstances or discerning right from wrong. Now that I have come personally, what? Are you afraid? With a smile that was neither warm nor cold, yet carrying a hint of mockery, Lin Xian's voice dripped with scorn. The Qingyu sect's master, under the weight of that indifferent gaze, was drenched in a cold sweat. This person was actually Wang Yan's master? How could this be? Previously, he had conducted a personal investigation into Wang Yan, who was merely an ordinary disciple within the Qingyang Sword Sect. Even the Starfall Peak he belonged to was unremarkable, ranking near the bottom. How could he possibly have a master of such formidable strength? The prowess of this white-clad sword immortal was such that, not only within the Qingyang Sword Sect, but throughout the entire Tangqing Empire, it should not exist. The mind of the Qingyu sect master was nearly overwhelmed. His thoughts were in disarray, and he could hardly attend to his grief over his lost son. With an awkward smile, he stammered in an attempt to regain his composure. Senior, you jest. This is all a misunderstanding. How could I dare to ask you for? Yist. Lin Xian interrupted him directly. Who is jesting with you? Before he could finish his words, he unleashed another strike, decisive and merciless, leaving no room for the Qingyu sect master to defend himself. He was an extremely protective individual. How could he not defend his own disciple? To seek the death of his disciple was tantamount to declaring oneself an enemy. Lin Xian had never known mercy towards foes. The Qingyu sect master's display of weakness was ultimately a result of Lin Xian's overwhelming strength. Had his power been insufficient, it was clear that the attitude of the Qingyu sect would undergo a dramatic transformation today. It would not be the Qingyu sect that perished, but rather he and Wang Yan. To show kindness to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. Thus, Lin Xian offered no greetings. The sword in his hand fell with the swiftness of thunder, descending with unerring precision. No one anticipated his audacity to strike without warning, providing the Lingyu sect members no time to react. Senior wait, the Lingyu sect master let out a heart-wrenching roar. Yet he garnered not a shred of pity from Lin Xian. Lin Xian remained indifferent. The time he had allotted had come to an end. From this moment forth, the fates of all within the Lingyu sect rested solely in destiny's hands. The sword fell. Chapter 41. Is reasoning possible now? It is too late. With a devastating stroke, the oppressive sword strike erupted, and as the Lord of Lingyu sect had anticipated, no one possessed the strength to resist. Under the force of this attack, several elders of the King realm were instantly slain, and the Lord himself suffered grave injuries, his arm nearly severed, blood spewing forth as he collapsed, rendering the once mighty Lingyu sect a mere shadow of its former self. Surveying the surroundings, the once prosperous and flourishing Lingyu sect had been reduced to ruins. The main gate lay in shambles. Countless disciples caught in the aftermath of the sword's fury fled in terror, the ground soaked with blood and filled with cries of agony. Those who survived fell to their knees, repeatedly bowing in desperation, pleading for mercy. Senior, please spare us. We acknowledge our faults. Senior, please cease your wrath. This matter has nothing to do with us. The plaza of Lingyu sect lay in disarray. Observing the scene, Lin Xian found it amusing. Did these individuals truly not take their previous words to heart? Was it possible that he had not allowed them the time to escape? The Lord of Lingyu sect, forcing down the pain, swallowed a healing pill and rose, his voice trembling with anguish. Senior, you have slaughtered my Lingyu sect, committing heinous acts without fear of retribution from the other sects of the Seven Kingdoms. Do you not possess a sense of right and wrong? Do you not discern between justice and injustice? He accused in indignation, I indeed harbor resentment towards your disciple for slaying my son. Yet it was your disciple who struck first. I merely sought to reclaim justice. Lin Xian was nearly amused, yet found the entire exchange tiresome. Now, to discuss right and wrong. When he had sent someone to take the person away, had he ever considered his own righteousness, his own sense of justice? What he spoke of now was nothing but nonsense. The so-called principles have always been founded upon strength. When one wields power, that alone becomes the principle. Lin Xian had long grasped this truth. The current Lord of Lingyu sect merely feigned a posture of reasoning because he could not match him in strength. Had Lin Xian's sword lacked its sharpness today, no matter how many arguments he possessed, the Lord of Lingyu sect would not have granted him the opportunity to speak. At that moment, the Lord of Lingyu sect, his face twisted in anguish, believed he was concealing his true emotions well. Yet his eyes suddenly gleamed with a cruel delight and excitement. Behind Lin Xian, an elderly man with a head of white hair and a gaunt visage appeared silently, extending a hand toward the back of Lin Xian's head. His hand resembled an eagle's claw, imbued with a deceptive power, inching closer, causing the Lord of Lingyu sect's nostrils to flare with exhilaration. Ancestor. The wind stirred silently. No one witnessed how Lin Xian moved. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared some distance away, while the elder who had stood behind him. The round head of the elder rolled to the feet of the Lord of Lingyu sect, his aged face frozen in a sinister smile of triumph, now eternally locked in a gaze of terror and disbelief. Ancestor. The Lord of Lingyu sect cried out in despair, nearly fainting at the sight. That was their sect's ancestor, a being of the fifth stage of the King realm. How could he have perished so easily? Not only was the Lord of Lingyu sect heartbroken, but even the other disciples and elders who remained conscious were rendered speechless by the shock. This was indeed the ancestral patriarch of their sect, the very source of their confidence. Yet he was slain by a single sword? Was this a dream? The patriarch struck down by a single stroke? Unbeknownst to the speaker, whose voice echoed with a dreamlike quality. This despairing truth shattered the profound silence that enveloped the scene. Salt, terror. These emotions descended simultaneously, leaving all disciples in a state of mourning, their hearts trembling with fear. Flee, flee. A voice, unknown to many, ignited the chaos. For every soul that ran for their life, there were 10, 100 more. Countless disciples, disregarding the honor of their sect, focused solely on their own survival, fleeing in disarray, their bodies smeared with blood. The farther they escaped, the better. Today, the Lingyu sect would surely be annihilated. Many disciples, tears streaming down their faces, glanced back at what once was their sect, only to behold a desolate wasteland. Who could have imagined that not long ago, the Lingyu sect, a prestigious sect of the Morning Dawn Empire, would be laid to waste by a solitary, enigmatic sword cultivator? Gazing upon the figure standing amidst the ruins, numerous disciples shivered, a chilling dread seeping into their hearts, compelling them to flee even faster. This scene, this individual, would undoubtedly cast a long shadow over their lives, potentially evolving into a haunting inner demon. Yet Lin Xian remained utterly indifferent. He paid no heed to the fleeing, ordinary disciples, for those who had caught his gaze would not escape unscathed. Senior I, the sect master of Lingyu, upon Lin Xian's gaze falling upon him, felt a warning bell ring in his mind, instinctively uttering words in a desperate attempt to secure a moment of reprieve. Noise. Lin Xian, however, had no desire to listen to the final murmurs of the doomed. Without hesitation, he drew his sword, its intent razor-sharp, severing the head of the Lingyu sect master, reuniting him with his ancestral patriarch in the afterlife. Then, the wind ceased, the sword halted. Many elders heaved a sigh of relief, secretly wiping the cold sweat from their brows. With the instigator now deceased, surely this harbinger of death would relent? Those elders who had once stood united in their disdain for Wang Yan now cursed the fallen sect master for bringing such a slaughterer upon the Lingyu sect, conveniently forgetting their earlier words. Yet their relief was short-lived. The sword, hovering beside Lin Xian, moved once more. By the time everyone realized the impending doom, it was already too late. The explosive sword light engulfed the entire Lingyu sect in an instant, silencing all who remained within its borders, plunging them into eternal silence. A moment, an eternity. As the sword light dissipated, the true visage of the Lingyu sect's stronghold gradually revealed itself. Witnesses collectively gasped in astonishment. The mountain gate of the Lingyu sect was gone. The entire entrance, along with the task hall behind it and the outer Disciples' Peak, all had vanished. Amidst the suffocating ruins, the most striking figure was that of the white-clad sword immortal. He remained unblemished, casually traversing the debris, drifting away. The white-clad sword immortal moved with an ethereal grace, yet his presence was indelibly etched into the minds of all who beheld him. No, it could even be said that this is an unforgettable scene. A solitary figure with a single sword has vanquished a force that could be deemed a top sect within the Morning Dawn Empire. Amidst the swirling dust and profound silence, an individual cautiously swallowed hard, trembling as they retrieved a communication talisman from their storage pouch. It is I. This is monumental news, truly monumental. The spirit jade sect of the Morning Dawn Empire has been obliterated, vanished. The identity of that person remains shrouded in mystery. All that is known is that, with just one sword, he has flattened the spirit jade sect, resembling a sword immortal. Chapter 42. You hail from the Jade Balancor Palace? In the borderlands of the Zhonglu Empire, after several days of arduous travel, Lin Xian finally arrived at his destination. This was a frontier city known as Zhengcang City, strategically located adjacent to the Silver Frost Empire. Given the recent deterioration of relations between the Zhonglu Empire and the Silver Frost Empire, the city was heavily fortified. It was also the designated meeting point for him, the esteemed Yunli, Tianzuan, and several disciples. Upon Lin Xian's arrival, Su Lianxin, who was staying at an inn within the city, sensed his presence and hurried to welcome him, promptly ushering her master into the temporary lodging. The moment they laid eyes on their master, safe and sound, the disciples rose to their feet, a collective sigh of relief washing over them as their anxieties dissipated. Although they harbored confidence in Lin Xian, they were ultimately unaware of his true strength, and worry was an inevitable companion. Their journey to the Morning Dawn Empire would see their master wielding a single sword. Moreover, the Lingyu sect was undeniably a more formidable entity than the Qingyang Sword Sect. Master Wang, Yan inquired, his voice tinged with apprehension. What of the Lingyu sect? Annihilated, Lin Xian replied, the two simple words reverberating with profound impact on his disciples. Wang Yin and Su Lianxin exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. The mere utterance of such a monumental event, as if it were a trivial matter, belied the gravity of an entire sect's destruction. This was no minor power. It was a sect mightier than the Qingyang Sword Sect that had been obliterated by their master. The enormity of this revelation was terrifying. At that moment, all three disciples found themselves pondering a singular question. Just how powerful was their master? The Lingyu sect, not only superior to the Qingyang Sword Sect, boasted an ancestral figure at the fifth realm of the King's domain, a being more formidable than the Xianjian ancestor of the Qingyang Sword Sect. The fifth realm of the King's domain was a rarity throughout the entire Tangqing Empire, found only within the royal family or the upper echelons of sections. While the disciples speculated in a flurry of thoughts, the one most profoundly shaken was Yun Li Tianzuan, who had yet to successfully reform her physical body. She remained within the ethereal confines of Chu Qiuming, fully cognizant and alert, having overheard their conversation. Unlike her younger counterparts, Yun Li Tianzuan had once stood as a paragon of the Tianzuan realm. In her illustrious existence, she had encountered countless prodigies, and her perspective far exceeded that of these young ones. The talents she had witnessed were nothing short of extraordinary, each capable of sweeping across the Xian domain. Even the foremost figures on the Xian rankings paled in comparison. Yet, despite her elevated standards, she had never encountered a prodigy of such magnitude. The second realm of the King's domain, annihilating a sect guarded by a fifth realm ancestor, was this truly a prodigy born of the Xian domain? Such a sect was a first-rate force. Even among the seven nations, the Morning Dawn Empire stood as a premier power. Logically, even a sixth realm master would find it a challenge to extinguish the Lingyu sect, while supreme combat prowess could crush foes. One must not forget that a sect comprises more than just a handful of individuals. In the Lingyu sect, apart from the ancestral master who possesses the strength of the fifth realm, there are also masters of the fourth and third realms, with elders firmly seated in their positions. The number of formidable warriors at the king's realm within the sect undoubtedly exceeds 20. Otherwise, the Lingyu sect would not be able to maintain its status as a first-rate power within the esteemed Morning Dawn Empire, the leader among the seven nations. Furthermore, with the existence of the protective Grand Formation, the Lingyu sect stands as a fortress, impervious to threats. Yet, this remarkably powerful sect was annihilated. How much time did Lin Xian spend to achieve this? Merely a single day. Even the venerable Yun Li, with her vast experience, could not help but inhale deeply. She had encountered many prodigies, yet one of such extraordinary caliber as Lin Xian was unprecedented, even for her. Could this truly be a genius born from the Xian domain? Surely, the disciples of the supreme imperial palaces and the grand sacred grounds could not compare to such a prodigy. Thoughts surged within her mind as she endeavored to suppress the cacophony of her reflections and chose to manifest in the external world. She bowed gracefully to Lin Xian and began to address the matter at hand, congratulating her companion on a safe return and stating that she had recently gathered some insights regarding their previous discussions. As they gathered around the table, the venerable Yun Li, with a hint of nostalgia reflected in her gaze, recounted, "Years ago, I casually established a sect called the Yuheng Sword Palace. By a stroke of fortune, it still exists today. Moreover, after years of development, the Yuheng Sword Palace has risen to become one of the seven major sects within the Zhonglu Empire. Within the sect, there are three masters at the king's realm, with the strongest being the deputy palace master, Han Yu, whose cultivation is at the second realm." Wang Yin scratched his head, feeling perplexed. If the deputy palace master is the strongest, then what the palace master? Typically within a sect, the most powerful figure is the master or the supreme elder, not the deputy. Chu Qiuming cast him a sidelong glance, speechless. Fool! The palace master is naturally far removed from the ordinary, yet ever close. The venerable Yun Li couldn't help but smile wryly, her eyes lowering slightly, revealing a warm glimmer. The information she had gathered indicated that the authority within the Yuheng Sword Palace lay with the deputy palace master, Han Yu, who has identified herself as such since the sect's inception. The palace master has never been seen, and her existence remains uncertain. Although doubts have been raised, Han Yu has quelled them all. Yet, unbeknownst to others, Yunli was fully aware of the reason behind Han Yu's self-identification as the deputy palace master. That once petulant girl had now matured to the point of standing on her own. A wave of affection escaped her lips, laden with nostalgia for her past companion. Upon learning that there was only Han Yu as the deputy palace master in the Yuheng Sword Palace, she realized that time had passed. Yet the girl had never ceased to cherish her memories. Truly, Yunli shook her head, a gentle smile gracing her features as she stood. Let us depart. Lin, my friend, has arrived, and we must set forth to the Yuheng Sword Palace. She was eager to reunite with that young girl. After years apart, she wondered what expression would grace the girl's face upon seeing her again. The venerable Yun Li was filled with anticipation. Upon mentioning the jade-balanced sword palace, a gentle warmth enveloped the eyes of the celestial master Yun Li, as if he had made a resolute decision. He spoke. This journey will likely take some time. With my friend Lin by my side, I shall take the opportunity to consume medicinal pills to reconstruct my physical form. I entrust the forthcoming journey to you, Lin. Naturally, Lin Xian responded without hesitation. In the vicinity of the Zhonglu Empire, near the Xianyu Forest. Cease your futile struggles. Chun Xiong, your time has come. You cannot escape. Chun Xiong. Shadows flickered as a group of figures traversed the tranquil forest, their forms darting among the towering mountains. At the forefront was a robust man with sinewy muscles and a bronze complexion, his tattered robe stained with blood that trickled along his beard. He gasped for breath, yet endured the pain to hasten his pace. Judging by the fluctuations of his aura, he was at the first level of the King realm. A formidable figure within the Zhonglu Empire, yet his current predicament was far from dignified. Unfortunately, the two pursuers behind him were both at the second level of the King realm. Despite Chun Xiong's desperate flight, the distance between them was steadily diminishing, and it would not be long before he was overtaken. When Lin Xian sensed the surging energies ahead, he swept his consciousness over the scene, absorbing everything with indifference. Having no intention to intervene, he was not one to meddle in the affairs of others. Suddenly, a disheveled figure burst forth from the woods. He cast a hurried glance at Lin Xian and the others by the roadside, intending to disregard them and continue his escape. But he keenly sensed the aura emanating from Lin Xian. Recognizing him as a King realm practitioner, filled with elation, Chun Xiong cried out, Friend, please save me. Could you lend me a hand to escape from my pursuers? I shall reward you with all my possessions, and I will be eternally grateful." As he spoke, two more men emerged behind him, both also of King realm cultivation. They too noticed the unexpected presence of Lin Xian, and upon sensing his power, regarded him warily. Frowning in caution, Lin Xian, however, paid them little mind, ignoring the pleas for help as he continued on his way without a moment's pause. He was unafraid of trouble, but also disinclined to court it. Moreover, he found little value in aiding a practitioner of merely the first level of the King realm. Observing Lin Xian's lack of response, a look of despondency and despair crossed Chun Xiong's face. He was consumed by grief and fury. His injuries worsened, and his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Soon, only death awaited him down this path. Was today the day fate sought to end him? What cruel fate! Seeing Lin Xian's indifference, the two King realm practitioners felt reassured and approached Chun Xiong with cold laughter. Chun Xiong, stop struggling. Your demise is inevitable. Before you meet your end, let me reveal a secret that is no secret at all. It is not just my illusory feather sect that has targeted your jade-balanced sword palace, but also the Lingxiao sect. Have you not always been curious about the identity of the man beside me? Today, I shall enlighten you. This is Elder Han Guang of the Lingxiao sect. Lingxiao sect. Elder Han? Chun Xiong's expression shifted abruptly, soon revealing a trace of desolation in his eyes. The strength of the illusory feather sect was, in truth, comparable to that of the jade-balanced sword palace. Had it been solely the illusory feather sect, he would not have descended into such despair. However, with the addition of the Lingxiao sect, that was a prestigious faction within the top 3 tiers of the Zhonglu Empire, presided over by a formidable 4th-level King realm expert. In comparison to the newly ascended jade-balanced sword palace, It was an entirely different realm of colossal power. He had not anticipated that the individual beside the elder of the illusory feather sect was, in fact, a king realm figure from the Lingxiao sect. Initially, he had speculated that it was someone from the Thundercloud Pavilion. No wonder. Qingyang's countenance grew increasingly grim, his grip on the sword in his hand weakening as a profound sense of despair and oppression threatened to engulf him. How could he possibly escape? What chance did he have for survival? At that moment, Lin Xian, who was preparing to depart, suddenly halted his steps, turning back with a look of confusion directed at Qingyang. You, hail from a Jade Balanced Sword Palace? Chapter 43. Why not greet the sect master? In utter despair, Qingyang felt utterly powerless, awaiting the inevitable end of his path. However, at that moment, Lin Xian unexpectedly halted his steps. Qingyang was taken aback, unable to respond in time, as the two pursuing him, both at the king realm, regarded Lin Xian with cold, piercing gazes, issuing a stern warning. Esteemed friend, this matter concerns the Lingxiao sect and the Huanyu sect. It does not involve you. We kindly ask you to leave at once. Do not seek unnecessary trouble. The implications of their warning were unmistakable. Their introduction served to inform Lin Xian that if he wished to meddle, he ought to consider his own strength carefully, lest he jeopardize his own life. Upon hearing this, the two expected Lin Xian to retreat. While the Huanyu sect might not pose a significant threat, the Lingxiao sect was a top-tier sect within the Zhonglu Empire, and few dared to interfere in its affairs. Yet, Lin Xian paid them no heed, raising a hand to lightly point into the void. Two invisible sword energies erupted from the air. Blood gushed forth. The two king realm practitioners, who had boasted about the Lingxiao sect and Huanyu sect, had no time to react or defend themselves before they fell lifelessly to the ground. Swift, precise, and merciless, the sword energies descended, accompanied by Lin Xian's calm voice, devoid of any emotion, yet brimming with authority. Did I grant you permission to speak? As his words echoed, two bloodied heads rolled away, their eyes wide open in death. Two king realm practitioners eliminated. There was no room for argument, nor any chance to resist. Witnessing this scene, Qingyang stood frozen in shock, his eyes reflecting boundless astonishment. How formidable! Though the aura emanating from Lin Xian was similar to his own, how could he so effortlessly slay two king realm practitioners? What extraordinary power was this? And at such a young age, when had such a figure emerged in the Zhonglu Empire? These were veterans in the king realm who had tormented him for a long time, and despite his myriad strategies, he had been utterly powerless against them. Thank you immensely for your timely intervention, esteemed elder. I, Qingyang, am willing to offer my entire fortune in gratitude. In a world where strength reigned supreme, even though Lin Xian appeared remarkably youthful, he was still an elder and had saved his life. Thus, Qingyang addressed him with genuine respect. While expressing his profound gratitude, he began to retrieve his storage bag, intending to present all his valuables as thanks for saving his life. However, Lin Xian raised a hand to refuse him. Are you from a Yuhing Sword Palace? Lin Xian inquired again. Lin Xian had no interest in Qingyang's wealth. His motive for intervening stemmed from a mention of the Yuhing Sword Palace. Qingyang quickly realized this and nodded vigorously, responding, in reply to the esteemed elder, I am Qingyang, the second elder of the Yuhing Sword Palace. A flicker of realization crossed his mind. Could it be that this esteemed elder had past connections with their Yuhing Sword Palace, prompting his willingness to assist? If that were the case, he had indeed stumbled upon great fortune. Lin Xian's lips curled into a slow smile, his tone light-hearted. That's correct. He was about to say something more when he suddenly sensed a shift in the air, causing him to chuckle. Isn't this quite fortuitous? Do you understand why I saved you? The latter part of his question was directed at Qingyang. Qingyang replied, Senior, I humbly request your guidance. Just as his words fell, a sudden expression of joy appeared on Chu Yoming's face, for her master had awakened. A figure clad in white gracefully appeared beside Chu Yuming, no longer in a spectral form, but fully corporeal, transcendent, as if a celestial maiden had descended to the mortal realm, rendering her presence almost too radiant to behold. The esteemed Yunli Tianzuan. had successfully reformed his physical body. The elixir had shaped his form, sparing him the arduous journey of cultivation and allowing him to return to humanity. The aura emanating from Yun Li Tianzuan was profound and unfathomable, akin to an abyss. She could not help but feel elated, her gaze towards Lin Xian filled with gratitude. Before Yun Li Tianzuan could express his joy at regaining his corporeal form, Lin Xian raised his hand, pointing towards Chen Xiong. There was a hint of playful mockery in his demeanor, clearly amused, even as an elder of the Yuheng Sword Palace. Should one not pay their respects upon encountering the Palace Master? Chapter 44. The Avatar's Arrival. What a remarkable coincidence. Just as one was saved from the Jade Balanced Sword Palace, the esteemed Yun Li Tianzuan awakens at the same moment. Huh? Palace Master. Chen Xiong, with a bewildered expression, gazed in disbelief at Yun Li Tianzuan, momentarily dazed. Performing a salute was a trivial matter. He would gladly bow his head, for his life had been spared by her. Yet, the notion of a palace master, how could that be? He had never encountered the leader of the Jade Balanced Sword Palace since joining, nor did he have the audacity to inquire about the existence of such a figure from the deputy palace master, Han Yu. Now, suddenly, a person appeared, claiming to be the palace master of the Jade Balanced Sword Palace. How could he possibly accept this? Beside him, under the gentle explanation from Chu Yuming, Yun Li Tianzuan had come to understand the situation. She had no intention of putting Chen Xiong in a difficult position. With a soft smile, she raised her hand and tossed a jade token towards him. Do you recognize this item? As the token appeared, Chen Xiong hurriedly caught it. Upon discerning its appearance, his pupils widened in astonishment. He was exceedingly familiar with this jade token. It resembled the one worn by Deputy Palace Master Han Yu, though this one bore even more exquisite and noble patterns. He cautiously infused a strand of spiritual energy into it and felt the familiar resonance of spiritual patterns within, along with the unique aura of the Jade Balanced Sword Palace. Any doubt dissipated instantly. Elder Chen Xiong of the Jade Balanced Sword Palace pays respects to the Palace Master. Without hesitation, Chen Xiong performed a grand gesture of reverence, his heart brimming with excitement. The enchanting figure before him was indeed the elusive Palace Master of the Jade Balanced Sword Palace, whose name he had only heard whispered in tales. Overcome with emotion, his speech quivered, and before he could formulate his thoughts, an irresistible force gently lifted him, preventing him from kneeling. Astonished, Chen Xiong looked up to see Yun Li Tianzuan retracting her delicate hand. She gently shook her head. There is no need to kneel. Rise and speak. Her gaze fell upon the token in Chen Xiong's hands, and a warm reminiscence flickered in her eyes. Initially, she had never envisioned the Jade Balanced Sword Palace becoming such a formidable force, nor had she provided extensive guidance or resources to Han Yu. The arduous journey to elevate the Jade Balanced Sword Palace to its current esteemed position among the 7 major sects of the Zonglu Empire was a struggle known only to Han Yu. At that moment, Chen Xiong was profoundly shaken. Not only was the Palace Master breathtakingly beautiful, but her realm. That power rendered him incapable of harboring any rebellious thoughts. Was she at the 5th level of the Wang realm? Perhaps even higher? Before Chen Xiong could fully grasp the implications, he heard Yun Li Tianzuan's gentle inquiry. Is that little girl Han Yu currently within the sect? Is everything well with the Jade Balanced Sword Palace? And those 2 individuals, why were they pursuing you? Speak freely, and I shall take charge on your behalf. Little girl? Chen Xiong shivered. She must be referring to the Palace Master. Otherwise, who would dare call the renowned ice beauty a little girl? He swallowed hard. Reporting to the Palace Master, the Deputy Palace Master is currently not within the sect, and the reason those 2 pursued me is a lengthy tale. Thus, he hurriedly recounted the events, striving to keep his explanation concise, and finally conveyed the circumstances surrounding Lin Xian and the others. The pursuit of wealth has led many to their demise, just as birds perish for food. Within the realm of the Zonglu Empire, the Zonglu 7 sects stand as the lesser factions, with only 7 premier sects in existence. Among them, the Huanyu sect and the Yuheng Sword Palace are both part of the Zonglu 7 sects, with the former holding a slight edge in strength. The 2 sects, one situated in the north and the other in the south, have historically had little interaction. resulting in a lack of conflict among their disciples. One could say there exists no enmity between them. However, the allure of wealth can stir the human heart. Recently, the secret realm of the Burning Heaven opened, leading two elder kings from both sects to engage in a fierce competition for treasures, resulting in injuries on both sides. Upon exiting the realm, each elder presented their version of events, making it difficult to determine who was in the right. Nevertheless, the elder from Qingyang Sword Palace was indeed fortunate, having secured the coveted treasure. Fueled by resentment, the elder from the Huanyu sect, along with several other king-level members from his sect, descended upon the Qingyang Sword Palace, exerting pressure to compel the palace to relinquish the treasure. Naturally, the elder of the Qingyang Sword Palace refused, and thus conflict erupted. Although the Huanyu sect boasted 4 king-level members, the formidable Lady Han Yu single-handedly faced the sect's leader and deputy, even gaining the upper hand and ultimately driving the Huanyu sect back in a powerful display of strength. Despite their reluctance, the Huanyu sect had no choice but to withdraw in disappointment. Yet, this was not the end of the matter. Just a few days prior, the Qingyang Sword Palace received intelligence that the Huanyu sect was conspiring with the Thundercloud Pavilion, another of the 7 sects, to launch an attack against them. The Thundercloud Pavilion, ranked above the Huanyu sect and also superior to the Qingyang Sword Palace, posed a significant threat. Should the Thundercloud Pavilion join the fray, the situation would become dire for the Qingyang Sword Palace. Upon learning of this development, Lady Hanyu knew she could not remain passive. She promptly dispatched Chen Xiong to seek assistance from Cangnan City. Although not one of the 7 sects, Cangnan and the Qingyang Sword Palace have maintained a cordial relationship. The city is home to a solitary king-level expert, the city lord of Cangnan, who has reached the 3rd level of King Realm. His unique cultivation technique renders him extraordinarily powerful, making him a figure that even the 7 sects would hesitate to provoke. Meanwhile, Lady Han Yu set off for the Enfrost Empire, where the Qingfeng Valley, a king-level sect, owes a favor to the Qingyang Sword Palace. If she could persuade them to lend their support, the Qingyang Sword Palace would stand a fighting chance against the combined forces of the Huanyu sect and the Thundercloud Pavilion. However, little did she anticipate that en route to Cangnan, Chen Xiong would fall prey to an ambush by 2 king-level assailants. One of them was an elder from the Huanyu sect whom he recognized, while the other was unfamiliar yet formidable, a 2nd-level king realm expert beyond his capabilities. Had it not been for Lin Xian, he surely would have met his end. To his shock, the unfamiliar king realm assailant was not dispatched by the Thundercloud Pavilion, but rather from the Lingxiao sect. The Lingxiao sect? Upon realizing this, Chen Xiong nearly lost his composure. Unlike the Thundercloud Pavilion and the Huanyu sect, the Lingxiao sect ranks among the top 3 super sects in the Zhonglu Empire. How could they ally with the Huanyu sect solely to target the Qingyang Sword Palace? In that moment, despair washed over Chen Xiong. If the Huanyu sect had allied with the Thundercloud Pavilion, the Qingyang Sword Palace still held a glimmer of hope for battle. But with the Thundercloud Pavilion replaced by the Lingxiao sect, what could the Qingyang Sword Palace possibly do? Even the combined strength of the Qingyang Sword Palace would not suffice to contend with the Lingxiao sect. If the Lingxiao sect were to ally with the illusory Feathergate, any appeal for assistance from the Qingyang Sword Palace would be utterly futile and devoid of meaning. Even if the city lord of Cangnan and the Qingfeng Valley extended a helping hand, it would be of no avail. With a bitter expression, Chen Xiong shook his head and sighed. The deputy palace master has already exerted every effort, and the Qingyang Sword Palace has mobilized all available resources. Yet, how do we possibly stand against the Lingxiao sect? A sense of despair enveloped him. Understanding dawned upon Lin Xian and his companions, as they began to comprehend the intricate power dynamics within the Zhonglu Empire. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xian produced a black jade containing a shadow clone and handed it to Chen Xiong, instructing him, "You shall make a trip to the illusory Feathergate. Take this black jade, and upon arrival, shatter it." Chen Xiong caught the black jade, but was momentarily taken aback by Lin Xian's words. Him? Go to the illusory Feathergate? As someone at the 1st level of the Wang realm, would he even return alive? However, upon raising his gaze to meet Lin Xian's, Chen Xiong clenched the black jade in his hand and resolutely nodded. "Yes, I shall obey." This man was his savior. And beside him stood the palace master of the Yuheng Sword Palace, suggesting a close bond. He would not be harmed. Moreover, his life had been saved by Lin Xian, and he trusted that this senior would not send him on a futile errand. With that, Chen Xiong took the black jade and, after bowing to the others, departed. To an outsider, his self-sacrificial demeanor might suggest he was heading towards certain death. Although he did not believe Lin Xian would send him to his demise, he still felt a twinge of uncertainty, especially since he was heading alone to the illusory Feather Gate. He hurried along and, after what he considered the swiftest journey, finally arrived at the illusory Feather Gate's stronghold. Chen Xiong did not conceal his presence, nor did he possess any techniques to do so upon his arrival. The formidable forces of the illusory Feather Gate sensed his aura almost immediately. Who dares intrude upon the gates of the illusory Feather Gate? 3 streaks of light shot forth, landing before the entrance with overwhelming might. No, not 3, but 4. Following the 3 auras of the Wang realm, a 4th streak surged forth, landing behind the gate master and deputy master. Yet the newcomer bore no attire or insignia of the illusory Feather Gate. For figures, all at the Wang realm, Chen Xiong's heart quivered slightly, and he gritted his teeth, suppressing his inner trepidation and confusion. Facing 4 Wang realm warriors was a daunting prospect. Had it not been for Lin Xian's instructions, he would never have dared to approach recklessly. Against such a formidable quartet, he would have no chance of escape. However, among these 4, only 3 belonged to the illusory Feather Gate. Who was the unfamiliar Wang realm expert? The Lingxiao sect? They had previously dispatched a Wang realm warrior to eliminate him, who had unfortunately met his demise at Lin Xian's hands. Had they truly sent 2 Wang realm experts to assist the illusory Feather Gate against the Yuheng Sword Palace? With a slow exhalation, Chen Xiong steeled himself. He thought to himself, it matters not. The palace master and senior Lin would not wish me harm. The 4 kings of the illusory Feather Sect emerged in unison, their overwhelming strength ready to crush all opposition. One of the kings stepped forward, squinting at Chen Xiong before suddenly breaking into a cold smile. Chen Xiong, how is it that you still live? Truly, you possess remarkable luck. This man was none other than the leader of the illusory Feather Sect, a consummate master at the 2nd level of the King realm. Although he was not as formidable as the Frost Moon Fairy, the sharpness of his aura sent shivers down Chen Xiong's spine. He suppressed his inner turmoil and retorted, "What? Are you disappointed that I'm still alive?" With a sneer, the sect leader regarded Chen Xiong with a disdain one might reserve for a dead dog, carelessly waving his hand. The foolish rants of a naive child carry a certain charm. I am unaware of how you managed to escape from Elder Han, yet here you are, audaciously approaching the illusory Feather Sect. It seems you have a death wish. His eyes flashed with murderous intent as his aura surged to its zenith. As he spoke, he struck with ferocity, his face a mask of cruelty and malice. Since you have come today, you shall not leave. Prepare to pay with your life. At that moment, the other 2 kings coordinated their assault, encircling Chen Xiong from 3 directions, effectively sealing his escape routes. Fear gripped Chen Xiong. Yet even faster than his fear was the movement of his hand. With a barely audible crack, he crushed the black jade given to him by Lin Xian, and an intense, inky shadow materialized before him, standing as a barrier against his foes. This shadow was none other than Lin Xian, or rather, Lin Xian's shadow clone. Upon its emergence, the leader of the illusory Feather Sect and his companions sensed something was amiss. The sudden appearance of the shadow did not stir any of them. But what was this entity? It bore no aura of technique, nor did it resemble a spirit weapon or a weapon spirit. What exactly was this? Who are you? Why do you lurk in the shadows? Are you afraid to reveal your true form? Yet, Lin Xian paid him no mind. Without a moment's hesitation, the shadow clone descended and struck at the sect leader with a sword. It showed no intention of holding back. Its first move was a lethal strike, aimed to obliterate the enemy. In an instant, a vast radiance of sword light erupted, engulfing the leader of the illusory Feather Sect entirely. There were no screams, no curses, and not even a sound. As the blinding light of the sword dissipated, the once living leader of the illusory Feather Sect had simply vanished, leaving no trace behind, neither remnants nor soul. The leader of the illusory feather sect was dead. All present, including Chun Xiong, stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The leader was a powerful figure at the pinnacle of the second level of the Qing realm, renowned throughout the entire Zhonglu Empire. Yet, with a single stroke of a sword, his physical form and reputation had been obliterated. The other two kings, as well as the unknown king, were engulfed in profound astonishment. A single sword strike to slay the sect leader? What kind of power was this? Such strength could not be matched, even by the ancestors of their sect. The unknown king pondered in silent amazement. He is not a member of the Phantom Feather sect, but rather one of the elders of the Lingxiao sect. He has come here on the orders of the sect leader to discuss the distribution of interests following the annihilation of the Yuheng Sword Palace. The elder accompanying him was dispatched to hunt down Qin Xiong, but has yet to return. While the discussions are still ongoing, that is not the crux of the matter. What is perplexing is how he could encounter such an outrageous incident. Who exactly is the shadowy youth? Qin Xiong's astonishment and confusion are no less than anyone else's. He knows that the elder who saved him is formidable, but he did not anticipate such astonishing power. Others may be oblivious, but does he remain unaware? The figure cloaked in shadow bears an uncanny resemblance to that elder, unmistakably a mere avatar, yet capable of vanquishing a sect leader in an instant. That leader was a seasoned powerhouse at the second level of the Qing realm. How powerful must that elder truly be? In an instant, the presence of the shadowy figure instilled a sense of dread, rendering the entire assembly silent. Not a soul dared to make a move. After effortlessly dispatching the leader of the Phantom Feather sect, Lin Xian's voice resonated softly from within the darkness. Within 7 days, the Phantom Feather sect, and Lin Xian paused momentarily, casting a glance at the unfamiliar Qing realm figure who remained motionless. He immediately noticed the hidden patterns on the hem of his robe, which were identical to those of the Lingxiao sect elder he had previously slain. The Lingxiao sect is to carry 10 million spirit stones to the Yuheng Sword Palace as an apology. Otherwise, neither the Phantom Feather sect nor the Lingxiao sect would have any reason to exist. Remember, this is limited to 7 days. Chapter 45, Dominance. As the words fell, Lin Xian's figure dissipated, and the pitch-black shadow transformed into a black jade, once again falling into Qin Xiong's hands. At that moment, despite being surrounded by 3 formidable kings, Qin Xiong felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. This was bestowed upon him by the black jade from Lin Xian. One might ponder, as long as he clutched the black jade, who among them could survive? With the prowess of Lin Xian's avatar, neither the 2 kings from the Feather Transformation sect nor the elder from the Lingxiao sect could withstand a single strike from Lin Xian's avatar. He surveyed his surroundings, leaving no words behind, like a messenger conveying orders, and turned away calmly, with no one daring to impede his departure. The moment he distanced himself from the Feather Transformation sect, Qin Xiong nearly lost his composure from exhilaration. He had single-handedly infiltrated the Feather Transformation sect, faced 5 kings, slain 1, and departed unscathed, with no one daring to stop him. What is strength? This is strength. What is dominance? This is dominance. The elders of the Feather Transformation sect, along with the deputy sect leader and the elder from the Lingxiao sect, were left in silence, exchanging glances. Eventually, the deputy sect leader, the highest-ranking individual present, broke the stalemate. Elder Zhou, what should we do next? You ask me, and I ask whom? Elder Zhou shot a cold glance at the deputy sect leader, consumed by worries of how to report to the sect leader upon returning. The death of a king was unbearable, even for the Lingxiao sect. At that moment, he was too preoccupied to concern himself with the affairs of the Feather Transformation sect. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned and left, intending to return to the Lingxiao sect immediately to inform the sect leader that the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace, regardless of past grievances, was now an entity they could not afford to provoke. 10 million spirit stones after Elder Zhou's departure. A bitter smile crept onto the deputy sect leader's lips. With the sect leader fallen, they now had to pay 10 million spirit stones, even for the Feather Transformation sect, one of the 7 major sects. 10 million spirit stones was no trifling sum. Who could have anticipated that matters would unfold in such a manner? Before even embarking on the expedition to the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace, they encountered this calamity. At the mountain gate of the Lingxiao sect, as the grand tournament of the Seven Nations approached, the high-ranking officials of the Lingxiao sect, with the exception of those in closed-door cultivation, gathered in the Grand Hall to discuss the upcoming tournament. The Grand Tournament of the Seven Nations was no trivial matter, and the Lingxiao sect was keenly aware of its significance. In contrast, the matter of allying with the Feather Transformation sect to confront the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace was of little concern. No senior member of the Lingxiao sect regarded this issue seriously. The Jade-Balanced Sword Palace was a weak entity, merely squeezing into the ranks of the seven sections. To the outside world, the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace was considered one of the seven major sects, on par with the Lingxiao sect. But in the eyes of the Lingxiao sect members, they could easily dispatch a few elders to annihilate the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace. As their discussions reached a fervent peak, a figure suddenly burst into the Grand Hall. It was Elder Zhou returning from the Feather Transformation sect. His countenance bore a grave expression. Upon seeing this, the sect leader and the high-ranking officials of the Lingxiao sect were taken aback. Was Elder Zhou's return a bit too swift? Could it be that the illusionary feather sect is so accommodating, swiftly resolving the matter of profit distribution? Yet, it stands to reason. It was the master of the illusionary feather sect who approached the Lingxiao sect, and considering the overwhelming strength of the Lingxiao sect, what objections could the illusionary feather sect possibly raise, even if they were granted a greater share of the benefits? Elder Zhou, how is it that you have returned so promptly? Has the negotiation with the illusionary feather sect concluded? Upon hearing this, Elder Zhou shook his head, his expression stern as he bowed respectfully to the esteemed sect leader, speaking candidly. Sect leader, an unforeseen incident has occurred. Elder Han has unfortunately fallen, and furthermore, he briefly recounted the events regarding the shadow demon, his demeanor heavy with gravity. That individual has brazenly demanded that you personally bring 1 million spirit stones to the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace to atone for our grievances, or else annihilate our Lingxiao sect. Outrageous. How audacious. Do they think of the Lingxiao sect as trifling? How dare they threaten us so? Elder Zhou's words ignited a tempest of fury. In that moment, it was not only the sect leader who was incensed. The other senior elders echoed their outrage, the scorn and disdain evident on each of their faces. This was no mere provocation, a profound humiliation. What stature does the Lingxiao sect hold across the entire Songlu Empire? Even the two leading sects would not dare to speak so brazenly unless they wished to incite turmoil. The Lingxiao sect is no minor faction. It ranks among the top 3 sects, possessing numerous formidable figures within its ranks. What audacity for any insignificant entity to threaten them so casually. Elder Zhou listened to the fervent outrage of his former colleagues, maintaining a composed silence, somewhat dismissive of their remarks. For they were unaware of the true prowess of that robed youth. Otherwise, with their meager courage, they would not dare utter such words. The clamorous calls for retribution continued unabated, but Elder Zhou chose to disregard them, instead retrieving a recording stone from his storage pouch and presenting it to the sect leader. Unwilling to elaborate further, the sect leader, his anger still simmering, accepted the recording stone and instinctively delved into it with his spiritual sense. Upon viewing its contents, he was rendered speechless. In an instant, the sect leader, holding the recording stone, deflated like a punctured balloon, all his fury dissipating as he stared at the stone in a daze, his pupils trembling as if witnessing the unimaginable. Silence ensued, a prolonged stillness. The depth of his previous anger was now matched only by his silence. Prepare 1 million spirit stones. I shall personally visit the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace to offer my apologies. All the enraged elders were taken aback at that moment. What? Had they misheard? This was entirely contrary to their expectations. They had anticipated the sect leader would personally issue orders to confront the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace. Yet, unexpectedly, the sect leader genuinely intended to carry the spirit stones to offer an apology. What could this mean? All the elders were bewildered, but observing the sect leader's inscrutable expression, some began to grasp the situation, instinctively glancing at the recording stone held tightly in the sect leader's grasp. From the moment, just now, the demeanor of the sect leader had taken a turn for the worse, an unsettling shift that began the instant he laid eyes on the recording stone. Previously, the leader had shared their indignation, seething with rage and wishing to rend asunder anyone who dared to disrespect their Lingxiao sect. Yet now, there was a problem with the recording stone. The gazes of several elders burned with intensity. The sect leader did not intentionally keep them in suspense. Instead, he remained silent as he cast forth the recording stone. As the stone soared through the air, it was struck by spiritual energy and shattered, instantly revealing the images contained within. The scene depicted only a young man clad in black robes, surrounded by individuals rushing towards him. The elders of the Lingxiao sect immediately recognized the figures. The leader of the illusory feather sect and its elders, 3 of whom were at the king level. Before they could utter a word of commentary, the young man in black nonchalantly drew a sword and, with a single stroke, swiftly dispatched the grim-faced leader of the illusory feather sect, accomplishing the feat in the blink of an eye. In that instant, the entire grand hall of the Lingxiao sect fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 46, Ancestor, Something Major Has Occurred. The reaction of the elders mirrored that of the previous master of Lingxiao sect, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. To slay a powerful warrior at the pinnacle of the second realm with a single stroke, even their venerable ancestor would find such a feat unattainable. What kind of strength is this? Most importantly, some of the more astute elders discerned that the slain individual was none other than the leader of the illusory feather sect, and the one who dispatched him seemed to be merely a projection. At this moment, Elder Zhou spoke. This must be a mere avatar, summoned by an elder from Qingyang Sword Palace using an unusual stone. This revelation plunged the senior members into an unfathomable shock. If a mere projection possessed such formidable power, one could only wonder how powerful the original entity must be. Just contemplating this sent shivers down their spines. An elder immediately rose and declared, "Master, I shall promptly arrange for 10 million spirit stones to be prepared for." Qingyang Sword Palace. They were not foolish, nor did they doubt the veracity of the Shadow's words. If they failed to present 10 million spirit stones as an apology, the Shadow's arrival at Lingxiao sect would spell disaster. The sect master did not intervene. Fatigued, he waved his hand to dissolve the meeting. Alone in the hall, he reflected on the visage of the young man in the black robe, his expression inscrutable as he exhaled slowly. The absence of any sect insignia on the young man's attire, coupled with his unfamiliarity and his unprecedented sword technique, suggested that he was likely not from the Zhonglu Empire. Yet, how could such a formidable being be connected to Qingyang Sword Palace? He found himself perplexed and bewildered. Meanwhile, in the Tangxing Empire, at Qingyang Sword Sect, the elders of Lingyu sect could not find peace without the arrival of their representative for even a single day. Their resentment towards Lin Xian and his disciples grew exponentially, blaming them for the immense trouble they had inadvertently attracted to Qingyang Sword Sect, while they themselves seemed to walk away unscathed. They could not fathom why the sect master and the ancestor allowed Lin Xian and his disciples to depart unimpeded. In their view, they should have apprehended a few individuals and, upon the arrival of Lingyu sect, handed them over to quell their ire, lest Qingyang Sword Sect become the target of their wrath. Now, they could only pray that Lingyu sect would refrain from misdirecting their anger towards Qingyang Sword Sect after realizing that Lin Xian and the others had severed ties with them. The grand ancestor of Xiankong also found no inclination to enter seclusion, opting instead to remain within the sect, awaiting the potential crisis that loomed. Ancestor, Sect Master, a grave situation has arisen. A disciple assigned to intelligence duties rushed in, panting heavily upon encountering the grand ancestor of Xiankong and Sect Master Xianyang. His demeanor a mix of panic and inexplicable excitement. Sect Master Xianyang furrowed his brow, reprimanding softly, "What has transpired? Why the frantic demeanor? This is unbecoming." The intelligence officer struggled to catch his breath, his words tumbling forth in haste. "Master, Ancestor, a calamity has struck. Lingyu sect has been annihilated." "What?" The grand ancestor's expression shifted dramatically as he stepped forward, locking his gaze onto the reporting disciple. "Is what you say true?" "Indeed, The intelligence officer hurriedly affirmed, eager to explain. It is said that not long ago, the entire sect was annihilated, reduced to ruins, with disciples either dead or fleeing. The Tangqing Empire is distant, which delayed the arrival of the news. Hence, we only learn of it now. The elder from the Lingyu sect, who intended to come to our sword sect to capture someone, turned back halfway, and now no one knows his whereabouts. Rumor has it that he is an unparalleled sword cultivator, wielding a single sword to eradicate the Lingyu sect, slaughtering nearly all its high-ranking members. Including the ancestor of the Lingyu sect, all are dead, completely dead. What? The Xianjin ancestor and the Qingyang sect master were taken aback, their hearts filled with profound shock. The ancestor of the Lingyu sect is a being at the 5th level of the Wang realm, said to be on the verge of breaking through to the 6th level. Just like that, he perished, not even given a chance to escape. Taking a deep breath, the Xianjin ancestor felt as though a colossal stone weighed heavily upon his heart. The unpredictability of worldly affairs is indeed alarming. Even the Lingyu sect, far more powerful than the Qingyang Sword Sect, was obliterated overnight. The Qingyang Sword Sect. At this moment, the Xianjin ancestor increasingly believed that his initial choice was the correct one. This world is perilous. A single misstep could lead to a fate as tragic as that of the Lingyu sect. Choices outweigh everything. Yet, it remains a mystery how the Lingyu sect managed to provoke such an extraordinary sword cultivator. In this light, Lin Xian and his disciples have indeed escaped with their lives. After dismissing the disciple who had come to report the intelligence, the Qingyang sect master let out a sigh. He always felt that the sect should not abandon Lin Xian and his disciple Wang Yan, but despite being the sect master, he had no authority over major sect affairs. That lay with the Xianjin ancestor. The news of the Lingyu sect's annihilation swiftly spread throughout the Tangqing Empire, and Lu Tianqing received the news as well. At that time, he was digesting the remnants of medicinal pill effects, and upon hearing the news, he suddenly opened his eyes, a shadow of gloom crossing his brow. What stroke of luck, huh? Calm yourself. The master of Tianjin Peak approached Lu Tianqing, gently shaking his head. They are merely a few disgraced dogs, not worth worrying about. What is most important now is the competition among the 7 nations. Lu Tianqing nodded in agreement, exhaling softly to settle his mind. Yet he could not suppress a sardonic remark. Rest assured, Master, I have no intention of holding a grudge against them. However, should fate allow me to encounter them again in the future, I shall ensure their demise. As he spoke, a glint of icy determination flashed in Lu Tianqing's eyes, harboring lingering resentment over how Lin Xian's 3 disciples had humiliated him during the sect competition. It is good to have such resolve. By the way, remember, while the guidance the ancestor has provided you during this time, do not let him down. The ancestor has high hopes for you. Steady your mind and fully absorb the effects of the long Padan, leaving no remnants behind. The 2 one-pattern long Padan symbolize the ancestor's heavy investment, vowing to shine brilliantly in the 7 nations competition and let the name of the Qingyang Sword Sect echo throughout the 7 realms. Lu Tianqing nodded slightly, closing his eyes once more to absorb the medicinal power, a confident smile playing at the corners of his lips. Although this significant enhancement does not rely solely on his innate talent, what does it matter? He felt no shame, but rather an indescribable delight. Such is fate. Wang Yin and Su Lianxin, both endowed with remarkable talents. Yet what does it matter? Presently, they are left far behind by my own strides. I understand that if they were to challenge me once more, I could easily vanquish them. In the grand competition of the 7 kingdoms, I shall undoubtedly represent the Qingyang Sword Sect and secure a position within the top 100, perhaps even beyond. As for them, they shall never again have the opportunity to compete alongside me in this lifetime. Chapter 47. The enemy approaches. Chun Xiong, having been pursued relentlessly, had long distanced himself from the Yuheng Sword Palace. Thus, the location where Lin Xian encountered him was still a considerable distance from the palace. As Lin Xian and his companions made their way toward the Yuheng Sword Palace, the celestial maiden of the cold moon had also traveled 1,000 miles, arriving at the Qingfeng Valley in the Silver Frost Empire. Qingfeng Valley is nestled within a verdant gorge rich in wind spiritual energy, primarily cultivating the path of wood, and boasts formidable strength. The celestial maiden did not wait long before meeting the master of Qingfeng Valley. She spoke candidly, revealing the dire predicament facing the Qingyang Sword Palace. Her slight anxiety evident as she articulated the purpose of her visit. If Qingfeng Valley could extend a helping hand to the Qingyang Sword Palace, it would repay the favor owed to me from years past. Moreover, the celestial maiden once again produced several jade vials, each containing valuable elixirs. The essence emanating from them hinted at their exceptional worth. To persuade the master of Qingfeng Valley, the celestial maiden was indeed willing to invest significantly. The master of Qingfeng Valley listened intently, his brow furrowing slightly as he fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, the celestial maiden's delicate brows knitted together, uncertainty gnawing at her. Although the master of Qingfeng Valley owed her a substantial favor from years ago, the trouble confronting the Qingyang Sword Palace was indeed grave, and a slight misstep could lead to its destruction. Had she not been driven to desperation, she would not have resorted to this. After a moment of deep thought, however, the master of Qingfeng Valley gently shook his head at the celestial maiden. "I am sorry, celestial maiden, but I cannot acquiesce to this request." He sighed, a tone of sympathy mingled with helplessness in his voice. The matter between the Qingyang Sword Palace and the illusory feather sect is a conflict among sects, a strife within your Zhonglu Empire. As an external force, we cannot intervene. Furthermore, the favor I owe you is personal, not representative of Qingfeng Valley. Should I assist you now and involve myself in your struggle against the illusory feather sect, it would imply that Qingfeng Valley is participating as well. I cannot jeopardize the future of my sect for this. However, if you face other challenges, I may be able to offer assistance. His words were filled with righteousness. Yet upon closer examination, it was evident that his reluctance was merely masked by excuses of propriety. In his view, while he indeed owed the celestial maiden a considerable favor, it was not of a magnitude that warranted offending both the illusory feather sect and the Thundercloud Pavilion on behalf of the Qingyang Sword Palace. Though he held the position of master of Qingfeng Valley, the decisions of the sect were not solely within his purview. Moreover, to embroil Qingfeng Valley in the sectarian strife for the sake of a personal favor was, in his estimation, utterly inconceivable. Master Yang. The celestial maiden felt a surge of urgency within her. Her brow furrowed as she sought to speak again, but the master of Qingfeng Valley raised his hand, interrupting her. "There is no need for further discourse, celestial maiden. My mind is made up. Please take your leave." He then retrieved an item from his storage pouch and tossed it to the celestial maiden. This object was also a rare treasure, intended to settle the debt he owed her from years past. The celestial maiden caught it, gazing at the precious item in her hand, her heart a tumult of emotions. Indeed, the master of Qingfeng Valley had not spoken falsely. The item was indeed valuable. Yet, with her sect on the brink of annihilation, what use would additional treasures serve her? However, the master of Qingfeng Valley resolutely shut the doors to guests, clearly dismissing them and unwilling to engage in further conversation. Even if she spoke until her voice was hoarse, it would be futile. With despair enveloping her heart, she clenched her hands tightly and left with gritted teeth. At this juncture, her only hope lay with Elder Qin, praying he could persuade the Lord of Sangnan City, for otherwise, the Qingyang Sword Palace would face dire peril. With Qingfeng Valley refusing to intervene, the Cold Moon Fairy no longer attempted to persuade Master Yang, hastening her return to the Qingyang Sword Palace. Upon her return, she did not disturb any disciples. Yet, witnessing the harmony within the sect brought her an unbearable pang of sorrow, her countenance darkening. The Qingyang Sword Palace. She had devoted so much time guarding it. How could it perish before her return? But what could she possibly do now? In the council chamber of the Qingyang Sword Palace, all the elders, including those of great seniority and management, had gathered. Each wore a heavy expression, their faces etched with worry and despair. Just then, upon seeing the Cold Moon Fairyess return, they turned to her with anxious questions. "Deputy Master, what news? Is Qingfeng Valley willing to assist us?" Initially silent, Cold Moon then sat down and shook her head. Her silence cast a shadow over the questioning elder. who returned to his seat, his face ashen. What? What shall we do now? A bitter smile tugged at the corners of Cold Moon's mouth as despair permeated the council chamber, creating an atmosphere of profound melancholy. She gently pulled at her lips, asking with a tinge of bitterness, what has been the disciples' reaction in private? They remain unaware of the situation. Elder Li and I have sealed the information. The collusion between the illusory Feather Sect and the Thundercloud Pavilion regarding our sect has not yet leaked. One elder answered, though he soon expressed some lingering hope. Is it true that Qingfeng Valley refuses to lend us aid? We can offer spirit stones. We can provide pills. Any resources we can muster. Before Cold Moon could respond, a stern-faced elder sighed and interjected, it is already meaningless. Even if Qingfeng Valley changed their mind now, it would be of no consequence. At these words, Cold Moon froze, bewildered. What do you mean? The deputy master may be unaware, but shortly after your departure, our informant relayed news that it was not the Thundercloud Pavilion collaborating with the illusory Feather Sect, but rather, the Lingxiao sect. What? The Lingxiao sect? Cold Moon Fairy repeated in disbelief, her expression dazed as if struck by lightning. How? How could it be the Lingxiao sect? Her incredulity deepened. Already driven to despair by the threats from two sects, the switch to the Lingxiao sect from the Thundercloud Pavilion plunged her deeper into hopelessness, leaving her feeling as if her heart had turned to ashes. Did the Yuheng Sword Palace truly have no salvation? It seemed as if heaven itself sought to annihilate them. Yet, this was not the most disheartening news. What of Elder Chun Xiong? Since his departure, he had fallen silent, likely facing grave dangers. This thought, though unspoken, was understood by all. Silence enveloped the hall, a profound stillness spread, and despair hung heavily in the air. The situation was dire. There was no resolution in sight. In the realm of the Mystic Feather Sect, coupled with the Lingxiao sect, two formidable sects have joined forces. What can the Yuheng Sword Palace possibly contend with? Their very lives, perhaps. Yet, even in a life-and-death struggle, the odds seem insurmountable. At that moment, the celestial maiden of Cold Moon abruptly lifted her gaze, her expression shifting dramatically. Without hesitation, she soared from the conference hall, standing resolutely outside the main peak, furrowing her brow with concern as she gazed toward the horizon. The other elders hurriedly followed her lead, and before they could inquire about her distress, their faces paled. They sensed it, the presence of several powerful auras approaching from beyond the Yuheng Sword Palace. Among them, Wang Jing's aura surpassed 10 others combined. Activate the protective formation of the sect. Instruct the disciples to form ranks and ensure the lower-ranked disciples find safety. The members of the Mystic Feather Sect and the Lingxiao sect were drawing near. They swiftly organized themselves, hurrying alongside the celestial maiden of Cold Moon to the mountain gate, only to be struck with shock upon their arrival. Before them stood 3 members of the Wang realm from the Mystic Feather Sect, although the sect leader was absent. The vice leader and others were present. The Lingxiao sect, on the other hand, boasted a full 10 members of the Wang realm, including their sect leader, all gathered in force. They have arrived. The hearts of the elders of the Yuheng Sword Palace and the celestial maiden of Cold Moon sank, their faces betraying despair. Separated by the protective formation, the celestial maiden of Cold Moon took a deep breath, her expression resolute, prepared to sacrifice herself for righteousness. Yet, before she could draw her weapon, she witnessed the Lingxiao sect leader acting swiftly, reaching for. No, he did not draw a weapon. Instead, he produced 2 storage rings and, with a respectful gesture, bowed towards the celestial maiden of Cold Moon within the gates of the Yuheng Sword Palace. Chapter 48. The astonishing Cold Moon Fairy, the Lingxiao sect, and the Handyman have complied with our request, delivering a total of 20 million spirit stones. We humbly ask the Cold Moon Fairy to accept this gesture to resolve the misunderstandings between our two parties. A statement laden with regret left everyone from the Yuheng Sword Palace, including the Cold Moon Fairy, utterly bewildered. What is the meaning of this? According to whose request? 20 million spirit stones. For them, the Yuheng Sword Palace? One elder from the Yuheng Sword Palace stumbled, his face reflecting sheer disbelief. Am I dreaming? The elders of the Yuheng Sword Palace were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances filled with confusion. The individuals before them were indeed from the Lingxiao sect and the Huanyuan. Yet they were not here to stir trouble, but rather to offer an apology? How could this be? All the elders of the Yuheng Sword Palace were incredulous. They knew their own sect well, and they did not believe that the Yuheng Sword Palace possessed anything that would instill fear in the Huanyuan and the Lingxiao sect, particularly the Lingxiao sect. To put it bluntly, facing off against the Lingxiao sect was akin to an insignificant insect attempting to shake a tree. That was the Lingxiao sect, one of the top 3 powers in the Zhonglu Empire. What do they possibly have to fear, including the Cold Moon Fairy? Everyone was left speechless as they gazed at the storage ring presented by the sect leader of the Lingxiao sect. None of the elders dared to reach out and accept it. They even suspected whether this was a ploy devised by the Lingxiao sect and the Huanyuan to humiliate them. Until the situation was clarified, no one would dare to make a premature move, seeing that the Cold Moon Fairy was reluctant to accept. The sect leader of the Lingxiao sect and the deputy leader of the Huanyuan grew anxious. "Fairy, please accept this offering. We are genuinely here to make amends. We hope you can convey to that esteemed elder that this matter indeed arose from our ignorance regarding the connection between the elder and the Yuheng Sword Palace. We present this apology with sincerity, and we pledge to keep our distance from the elder in the future." His words were earnest, yet the Cold Moon Fairy felt even more perplexed. What esteemed elder? As the deputy leader of the palace, how was she unaware that their sect had such a formidable elder? Was there some misunderstanding? However, their grand display of apology could not possibly be a mere mix-up. Just as the Cold Moon Fairy remained bewildered and hesitant to act, a streak of light swept across the sky, and a figure appeared before everyone. None other than the long unreachable Elder Qin Xiong. "Elder Qin, you are alive?" The elders of the Yuheng Sword Palace were taken aback, a mixture of surprise and joy flooding over them. Qin Xiong scratched his head, chuckling. "Of course. I lost my communication talisman while being pursued, which is why I have not contacted the sect. We can discuss the details later, Deputy Leader, but you really should accept their apology. If you do not, they may not be willing to leave." The higher-ups of the Yuheng Sword Palace thought Qin Xiong had perished, yet they were astonished to see him again, only to be left perplexed by his words. "Elder Qin, what do you mean by this?" Faced with the confusion of his fellow sect members, Qin Xiong glanced at the external sect leaders and elders nearby, shaking his head with a smile. "This matter is rather lengthy to explain. Please accept this spirit stone for now. I shall elaborate later. In any case, the crisis facing our sect has been resolved. Henceforth, the Lingxiao sect and the Huanyuan shall no longer dare to trouble my Yuheng Sword Palace." His confidence radiated from him, his demeanor exuding pride. Yet it left the senior members of the Yuheng Sword Palace in a state of anxiety. After all, the higher-ups of the Lingxiao sect and the Huanyuan were present. Such words felt akin to slapping them in the face. However, what transpired next left the elders of the Yuheng Sword Palace utterly bewildered. The deputy leader of Huanyuan and the leader of Lingxiao sect exchanged glances, and a shared, bitter smile crept onto their lips. "Indeed, we truly do not dare to provoke your esteemed sect any longer. The previous incidents were our wrongdoing." The leader of Lingxiao sect wore a countenance filled with bitterness, hastily agreeing. With such an expression, who would believe he was the leader of Lingxiao sect? After a moment of hesitation, the Fairy of Cold Moon extended her hand and ultimately accepted the storage ring. "Very well, then I shall accept it." The leader of Lingxiao sect sighed in relief as he watched her take the storage ring. "With the apologies delivered, we shall not impose further. Farewell." He hurriedly took his leave, accompanied by the elders of his sect, while Huanyuan, having lost their leader, lacked even the right to speak, hastily trailing behind. A multitude of powerful figures transformed into streaks of light, vanishing in an instant, leaving the senior members of the Yuheng Sword Palace in a state of confusion. Shall we still activate our protective formation? It seems unnecessary now. Amidst the haste and uncertainty, the protective formation was closed just as it had been opened, while Qin Xiong was surrounded and led to the assembly hall. Faced with a sea of eager eyes, he promptly recounted his experiences along the way. "During my journey to Cangnan," he narrated with great detail, though spoken in simple terms. The audience could not help but feel a chill when they heard of Qin Xiong being pursued by two formidable foes. Recollecting the perilous moments, Qingyang himself was somewhat astonished, filled with gratitude. Although fraught with danger, fortune smiled upon me when I encountered Senior Lin and the palace master. Otherwise, I fear I would not have returned to the palace today. He shook his head in lamentation, overwhelmed with a sense of dread. Yet, the listening elders keenly seized upon his choice of words. Palace master? They exchanged surprised and perplexed glances, turning their attention to the Fairy of Cold Moon. The elders present had been part of the Qingyang Sword Palace for many years, yet they had never seen the palace master, nor had they heard of any deeds attributed to her. All they knew came solely from the mouth of the deputy palace master, leading many to believe that the palace master had long perished or perhaps never existed at all. The concept of a palace master was merely a ruse employed by the Fairy of Cold Moon to deter prying eyes from certain factions. Upon hearing the term palace master, the Fairy of Cold Moon's expression transformed, becoming intensely eager as she stepped forward, urgently inquiring. You met the palace master? You truly saw her? Qingyang, not daring to delay, nodded and recounted in detail all that he had witnessed regarding Lin Xian and her entourage, particularly emphasizing the appearance and demeanor of the white-clad palace master. Upon hearing Qingyang's description, a glimmer of crystalline joy sparkled in the eyes of the Cold Moon Fairy, her excitement and elation nearly overwhelming her to the point of tears. The palace master. Truly, it is the palace master. After so many years of absence, has she finally remembered herself, recalling that there exists a Qingyang Sword Palace within the Zhonglu Empire? It was as if heaven had opened its eyes, responding to the innermost feelings of the Cold Moon Fairy. Just as she could scarcely contain her delight, several formidable presences surged into the Qingyang Sword Palace, landing directly outside the main hall. Prior to this, even the elders had not reacted, only coming to their senses when the foreign energies approached the main hall. Who could it be? Chapter 49. The quota is announced. All the high-ranking members emerged in succession, yet the foremost among them, the Frost Moon Fairy, was rendered momentarily speechless upon encountering one of the intruders. Qingyang, brimming with excitement, quickly called for the elders around him to halt. Stop! Do not offend the palace master and Senior Lin. They are esteemed guests of our Qingyang Sword Palace. The visitors were none other than Lin Xian and his companions. Due to certain circumstances, they had been delayed on their journey. Otherwise, they would have arrived much earlier. However, it was not too late now. The Frost Moon Fairy, jolted by Qingyang's exclamation, regained her composure and beheld the stunning woman not far away, whose laughter was as warm as spring. Her eyes immediately welled with tears, and without hesitation, she knelt down. Palace Master, you have finally returned. Yun Li, the heavenly sovereign, bestowed a gentle smile upon the elated yet tearful young woman. Her heart stirred with emotion. The little girl from years past had grown into such a remarkable figure. With a casual wave of her hand, an invisible force gently lifted the Frost Moon Fairy, asserting its undeniable presence. You have grown, she remarked, almost causing the Frost Moon Fairy's tears to overflow. The elders nearby were deeply moved, astonished by the might of the heavenly sovereign, and for a moment they were rendered speechless. After a brief reunion, they entered the main hall, and Yunli wasted no time, immediately addressing the matter at hand. She solemnly dropped a bombshell upon the assembly of Qingyang Sword Palace members. From this day forth, you need not refer to me as Palace Master any longer. Frost Moon, you may dispense with the title of Deputy Palace Master. Before the Frost Moon Fairy could express her anxiety, Yunli introduced the young man beside her, reigniting the crowd's astonishment. This is Lin Xian, the master of the Lin Pavilion. As of now, I'm under the command of Master Lin as the Sword Pavilion's first Sword Master. Upon her declaration, a wave of shock swept through the assembly. For the first time, they regarded Lin Xian and his companions with a discerning gaze. Initially, they had presumed these individuals to be disciples or subordinates of Yunli. They never anticipated that the tables had turned, with the Palace Master now serving under him. The Frost Moon Fairy opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately shook her head, conceding, I shall defer to the Palace Master's wishes. Yunli, slightly exasperated, looked at the now grown-up yet still somewhat naive girl, chuckling softly as she shook her head. You, my dear. I have already said there is no need to call me Palace Master. Nonetheless, returning to the matter at hand, I have yet another purpose for my return, to secure 3 slots from the Yuheng Sword Palace for the 3 esteemed disciples of Master Lin to participate in the 7 Nations Grand Competition. It is widely known that the 7 Nations Grand Competition is a contest among the 7 nations, strictly limited to disciples of the sects from those nations. And slots are required for participation. As one of the 7 sects of the Zhonglu Empire, the Yuheng Sword Palace possesses a limited number of slots. The allocation of these slots is contingent upon the strength of the sect, and the Yuheng Sword Palace has only 10. Upon hearing this, the Frost Moon Fairy immediately responded. Of course, that is not an issue. Moreover, you are the Palace Master. This is a trivial matter. Why should you consult me, the Deputy Palace Master? The other elders remained silent, clearly in agreement with this decision. How absurd. They were not fools. Had it not been for the Palace Master and the Venerable Lin, the Yuheng Sword Palace might have already vanished. They merely sought 3 slots. Even if they claimed all of them, it would not have elicited any objections. Noticing the consensus among the crowd, the esteemed Yun Tan nodded slightly. Thus it is settled. A few days later, in the martial arts arena of Yuheng Sword Palace, a place where numerous disciples engage in competition, the grounds have been cleared for a significant announcement. All disciples were present, brimming with excitement. For the forthcoming event would determine their future honor. Today, the slots for the 7 Nations Grand Tournament would be revealed. Silence. As the time approached, Chun Xiong focused his spiritual energy to amplify his voice, commanding the raucous crowd to quiet down. Standing tall, with a serious countenance, he embodied the authority of a senior elder. Today, I shall announce the candidates from Yuheng Sword Palace participating in the 7 Nations Grand Tournament. Henceforth, all disciples whose names I call shall ascend the stage. Ao Fengyi, present. Qingyu, present. Han Fuang, Su Yongxing, Wang Yan, Guyumo. Very well. The aforementioned 10 shall prepare diligently and accompany me to the Dawn Empire in 1 month's time for the tournament. Chun Xiong, a relentless name-calling machine, paid no heed to what might ensue after announcing the 10 slots, promptly descending the stage to fulfill his duty. However, the list he presented sent ripples of astonishment throughout the assembly. The initial 7 names were expected, all renowned talents within the sect. Yet, when the names of Su Lianxin and her companions were uttered, a wave of bewilderment washed over the crowd. Who is Su Lianxin? Is there such a person in our sect? What of Xian Mo? How could he be absent? Mo Qingyun was also not on the list, which was unexpected. Liang Chu Tu, what is happening? Su Yongxing, Wang Yan, Guyumo. Who are these individuals? Why have we never heard of them? Are they truly disciples of Yuheng Sword Palace? The crowd erupted in disbelief. Not only the others, but even the 3 named, Xian Mo and his companions, stood frozen, their faces marred with astonishment. They had anticipated their names would surely grace the list, yet what was this? Their names were absent, supplanted by 3 unfamiliar figures who had seemingly materialized from nowhere, usurping their rightful slots. How could they endure such an affront? The trio struggled to comprehend the situation. Casting incredulous glances at the unfamiliar Su Lianxin and her companions, their feelings of discontent and indignation palpable. How could they accept this? They had dedicated so much time in preparation for the 7 Nations Grand Tournament, eager to showcase their skills and shine brightly. But now, what did this mean? What were the higher-ups of the sect thinking? Regardless of their profound shock and distress, once Chun Xiong finished reading the names, he departed swiftly, leaving no room for suspense. Xian Mo wore a cold expression as he gazed at Su Lianxin and the others for an extended moment, before abruptly turning away, his demeanor exceptionally frosty. This matter must be addressed. The other 2, filled with indignation, did not hesitate to follow suit, directly confronting Elder Chun. Elder Chun, we fail to comprehend why those 3 were permitted to seize our rightful places. Xian Mo, suppressing his rage, fixed his steadfast gaze upon Chun, yearning for an explanation. However, to his surprise, Chun merely cast them a fleeting glance. Why? There are no myriad reasons. This is the decision of the Palace Master. I am aware of your discontent, yet you must trust that the Palace Master has her reasons for such arrangements. There is no need for further inquiries. Chun, known for his usually amiable temperament within the sect, did not lose his composure even when faced with the disciple's offense. After all, the quotas belonged to the sect, not to any individual disciple. The allocation was solely at the discretion of the sect. Nevertheless, Xian and his companions nearly erupted in frustration. How could this be fair? Those were our entitlements. Yet, they realized that further questions would yield no answers, and they could only watch in sullen indignation as Qin departed, disregarding the significance of the term Palace Master in his words. Thus far, the Jade Balanced Sword Palace had only one deputy Palace Master, and many disciples privately referred to Han Yu as the Palace Master, leading the three to instinctively presume that the Palace Master Qin mentioned was indeed Deputy Palace Master Han Yu. They were not alone in their confusion. The entire Jade Balanced Sword Palace shared their bewilderment, including the esteemed prodigy Chu Jianshan, who was also Han Yu's direct disciple and held in high regard for his potential. Unlike Xian and the others, he approached Han Yu directly, softly inquiring, "Master, there is something I do not understand. Why did you allow those three to replace Xian and his companions? Have you forgotten our bet with the Jade Xian Sword Palace?" The Jade Xian Sword Palace was once a part of the Jade Balanced Sword Palace, specifically its foremost peak, Jade Xian Peak. However, the Peak Master held radical views that starkly contrasted with those of Han Yu, resulting in a significant rift. Following a bitter split, Jade Xian Peak declared its independence, relocating to the Silver Frost Empire. Despite their departure, Jade Xian Peak took with it numerous formidable warriors from the Jade Balanced Sword Palace, significantly diminishing the latter's strength. Had it not been for this loss, the Jade Balanced Sword Palace would have ascended among the 7 sects of the Zhonglu Empire long ago. Meanwhile, the seceded Jade Xian Peak thrived, evolving into one of the top 10 sects in the Silver Frost Empire over the years. Although both sects had a shared history, their long-standing enmity ensured that any encounter was fraught with open and covert strife. The master of the Jade Xian Sword Palace had not forgotten the conflict of yesteryear and sought to demonstrate that Han Yu was in the wrong. Thus, a year prior, during a friendly contest between the two sects, a wager was established. The duel was a profound humiliation for Chu Jianshan. At that time, both the Yuheng Sword Palace and the Yushuan Sword Palace dispatched 10 disciples for the contest. Regrettably, the outcome was less than favorable, with Yuheng Sword Palace suffering a defeat of 4 wins to 6 losses against Yushuan Sword Palace. This loss weighed heavily on the entire Yuheng Sword Palace, leaving its members unable to hold their heads high in the presence of those from Yushuan Sword Palace. It was during this incident that the two sects established a wager, agreeing to hold a friendly contest at Silver Egret Sacred Mountain following the grand competition of the 7 nations. The disciples participating in this duel would be the same ones competing in the grand competition. Therefore, those sent by Yuheng Sword Palace not only had the obligation to compete, but also bore the weight of avenging the old grievances and securing victory in the wager. As the day approached, unexpectedly swapping familiar juniors for unfamiliar faces left Chu Jianshan struggling to accept the change. He had prepared diligently, mustering all his strength, eagerly awaiting the chance to redeem the shame of the previous year and regain their honor, aiming to surpass Yushuan Sword Palace. He had initially been brimming with confidence. Yet suddenly his master replaced the trio he knew, Xian and his companions, with 3 disciples he had never heard of. To Chu Jianshan, this felt akin to dousing his fervor with a bucket of cold water. Had it been Xian and the others, he was certain of victory in the contest. However, with these unknown substitutes, he felt an unsettling doubt about their capabilities, leaving him with little confidence. When he expressed his frustration, the Fairy of Cold Moon merely cast a mild glance at her disciple and gently shook her head. "You will understand in due time. There is no need for further discussion. My decision is final. Do not attempt to persuade me. Go now." "Understood." Chu Jianshan inhaled deeply, recognizing his master's unwavering resolve. He understood that no amount of protest would change her mind, and he masked his disappointment, turning away in silence. His heart felt heavy with unease, yet he could not express his frustration. He could only suppress his discontent and pray that the substitutes for Xian would not be too inadequate. Watching Chu Jianshan's retreating figure, the Fairy of Cold Moon shook her head in resignation. Her disciple possessed considerable talent, but was overly earnest and impulsive, traits she deemed unwise. As for the contest, she harbored no concerns. With the 3 esteemed disciples of Elder Lin present, this upcoming grand competition, as well as the duel against Yushuan's Sword Palace, would not simply be about winning. It would be far more significant. She had witnessed their prowess firsthand. Moreover, the reason Yushuan's Sword Palace triumphed last year was not lost on her, despite her disciples' ignorance. A smirk danced on her lips as a cold glimmer flickered in her eyes. Since Yushuan's Sword Palace chose to disregard the rules, she had no intention of adhering to them either. If you invite external assistance, then I shall do the same. Let us see who can summon the most formidable ally. Chapter 50. The Cloud Garment seeks a master. With the 7 Kingdoms Grand Competition still some time away, Su Yinxin, Wang Yan, and Chu Yumeng found themselves subjected to countless unfriendly gazes as they traversed the halls of the Yuheng Sword Palace. Xian Mo, Qingyang, and Liang Chu were renowned prodigies within the palace, their prowess firmly placing them among the top 10 of the younger generation. Known for their gallant actions, they commanded a considerable following within the sect. To their admirers, the trio of Su Yinxin appeared out of nowhere, usurping the opportunities that rightfully belonged to senior brothers like Xian Mo. Thus, it was only natural that they received no warm reception. Nonetheless, Su Yinxin and her companions remained unfazed. Although it seemed they had claimed 3 spots in the Yuheng Sword Palace, it was, in fact, the palace that had profited immensely from their presence. The following day, Senior Lin, I wonder if you might be interested in a particular matter? The figure of the Cold Moon Fairy flickered into existence before Lin Xian, her demeanor one of utmost respect. Despite her seemingly similar age, the youth before her far surpassed her in both strength and status. Even the palace master was merely one of his subordinates. In the heart of the Zhonglu Empire, a grand ascension ceremony was to be held atop the silver egret sacred mountain. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Ascension ceremony? The Cold Moon Fairy paused, then quickly recollected that this esteemed Senior Lin was not a native of her country. She hastened to explain. The Ascension ceremony was a grand gathering of the 7 major sects of the Zhonglu Empire, a prestigious event for recruiting disciples. It took place annually, during which representatives from all 7 sects would attend, and prodigies from across the empire would seek the opportunity to join one of the sections. The 7 sects monopolized all cultivation resources within the Zhonglu Empire and possessed an unfathomable wealth of advanced techniques. 4 talented individuals without affiliations. Being chosen by one of the 7 sects would be akin to ascending to the heavens, gaining a formidable backing, abundant resources, and liberating themselves from the trials of solitary struggle. They would also naturally acquire access to numerous sacred cultivation sites, which were otherwise inaccessible to those outside the sections. Senior Lin, might you be interested? The Cold Moon Fairy extended her utmost courtesy toward the formidable Lin Xian, mindful of Chun Xiong's words regarding his ability to slay 2 kings with a single sword strike, a feat beyond her capacity to provoke. Naturally, upon hearing the Cold Moon Fairy's explanation, Lin Xian's interest was piqued, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Thus far, he had only 3 disciples, yet his disciple slots numbered 10, leaving 7 vacancies. The more disciples he acquired with exceptional talent, the swifter his cultivation would progress. Should he fill all 10 slots with gifted individuals, his advancement could be described as nothing short of meteoric. Of course, only prodigies would suffice. With the system at his disposal, Lin Xian was capable of discerning the destinies and experiences of others, allowing him to identify those with unique attributes or extraordinary talents that had been overlooked. The Grand Ascension ceremony, teeming with potential, was indeed fortuitous for him. Noticing Lin Xian's growing interest, the Cold Moon Fairy refrained from further elaboration and retrieved a token from her storage pouch. This token represents my Yuheng Sword Palace. If you're interested, esteemed senior, you may take this token and proceed to the Silver Egret Sacred Mountain. Lin Xian accepted it without hesitation, contemplating the time available. With the 7 Nations Grand Tournament still some distance away, this journey would not cause any delays. It was perfectly timed. Han Yu seized the opportunity to add, the rules at the Silver Egret Sacred Mountain are few. but having someone familiar with the place will make it more convenient for you, esteemed senior. Let Qin Xiong accompany you on your journey. Lin Xian naturally had no objections to this. Very well, I shall prepare for your journey to the Silver Egret Sacred Mountain. Meanwhile, at the border of the Conglu Empire. At last, we have entered the territory of the Conglu Empire. The clouds drift lazily above, as a small spiritual vessel glides across the sky, seemingly at a slow pace, yet moving with remarkable swiftness. At the bow of the vessel sits a graceful woman, her back adorned with an ancient zither. Yunyi, the foremost talent from the Lingzhen Empire, specializes in the art of the zither and has already grasped the essence of its music at a young age, leaving many in awe. She had crossed paths with Lin Xian and Su Lianxin in the Burning Heaven Secret Realm. For Lin Xian, that encounter bore little significance. Yet for Yun Yi, it remained an indelible memory, often revisited in her thoughts, as if etched in her mind. The image of that white-clad, sword-wielding girl, who effortlessly defeated the bronze-armored wooden man with just 2 swords, and her formidable master. What kind of being could nurture such an extraordinary disciple? Yun Yi found it unfathomable and unforgettable. This journey into the secret realm fundamentally altered her perspective. Initially, she had intended to venture beyond the 7 nations to join Qingdi Pavilion, one of the great sects of the Xian domain, but after her experiences within the secret realm, her plans transformed entirely. Once indifferent to the sword path, she now harbored a profound interest in swordsmanship, even contemplating the fusion of zither and sword. Upon entertaining this thought, Yun Yi found herself restless. She yearned to take that master as her teacher. Alas, such aspirations were met with vehement opposition from her clan. Yet, it mattered not. The woman aboard the spiritual vessel lightly plucked the strings of her zither, raising her gaze to the clouds nearby. What did their disapproval matter? Her will remained unyielding. Once she set her mind to something, no one could sway her, not even her father or the elders of her family. Previously, Yun Yi had planned to seek a master at the Qingyang Sword Sect, but upon receiving news that Lin Xian and Su Lianxin had departed from the sect and journeyed to the Yuheng Sword Palace in the Conglu Empire, she altered her course and came to the Conglu Empire instead. The Qingyang Sword Sect, how foolish. As she recalled the news she had received, a fleeting expression of disdain crossed her face, but as the mountains of Conglu loomed closer, her demeanor returned to its usual coolness, save for the confident curve of her lips. Silver Egret Sacred Mountain, the Ascension Ceremony. I have arrived. Chapter 51. The Madwoman at Silver Egret Sacred Mountain nestled in the heart of the Conglu Empire. The Silver Egret Sacred Mountain serves as the venue for the Grand Ascension Ceremony held annually at this time, bustling with an extraordinary vibrancy and throngs of visitors. Almost every notable faction within the empire attends. Yet this year, a curious absence is noted. The 7 great sects are represented by only 5, a stark deviation from tradition. Where are the renowned Huanyu sect and Yuheng Sword Palace? Whispers of confusion circulate among the crowd. I have heard some intriguing tidbits regarding the Huanyu sect. One man interjects. It appears they have encountered unforeseen circumstances and have sealed their mountain. Huh? To seal their mountain at such a time? What could have transpired? Pray, enlighten us. The others gaze at him with eager anticipation. Alas, the details remain elusive. I had hoped to join the Huanyu sect myself. The conversation among the cultivators surrounding the Silver Egret Sacred Mountain grows animated, with the 2 most frequently mentioned sects being the Yu Su Sword Sect and the Qingyang Pavilion, ranked 1st and 2nd within the Conglu Empire, surpassed only by the imperial family. Both sects boast profound foundations and formidable strength, consistently dominating the upper echelons of the empire. In recent years, the Lingxiao sect has subtly posed a challenge to the Qingyang Pavilion's supremacy, though it remains merely a threat. For the Conglu Empire's populace, the Yu Su Sword Sect and the Qingyang Pavilion epitomize the sanctuaries of cultivation. Above the Silver Egret Sacred Mountain, streams of light flicker as elders and leaders from various factions arrive. Lin Xian accompanies Qin Xiong, and their presence swiftly draws the attention of many cultivators. While Lin Xian is a stranger to them, Qin Xiong is well known. Being a formidable figure in the Wang realm, he commands respect throughout the Conglu Empire. The Yuheng Sword Palace has finally arrived. We feared they would not show. Someone remarks. They seem to have come a bit late this year. Usually, they're the most enthusiastic and the first to arrive. That must be Chen Xiong, the second elder of the Yuheng Sword Palace, one of its 3 Wang realm experts. And who might that young individual beside him be? He looks unfamiliar. Perhaps he is Elder Qin's disciple. Chen Xiong enjoys a measure of renown. After all, he is one of the 3 Wang realm experts of the Yuheng Sword Palace. And in the context of the Zhonglu Empire, the weakest among the 7 kingdoms, it is a position of significant power. As for Lin Xian, he remains unnoticed, no one paying him much heed. Upon overhearing some disrespectful remarks, Chen Xiong feels a flicker of annoyance and turns to confront the speaker, but is halted by Lin Xian's gentle intervention. There is no need for that. Lin Xian replies nonchalantly, unfazed by the slights. Chen Xiong chuckles wryly, shaking his head. Senior Lin, you truly seem indifferent to such trivial fame. As the 2 individuals had just alighted upon the elevated platform prepared by the Yuheng Sword Palace, a figure clad in earthy hues approached, his demeanor disheartened, and his expression a mixture of apprehension and awkwardness. Chen Xiong, my fellow Taoist, and also Lin. Senior Lin, he stammered. The attire of this individual bore the emblem of a soaring cloudhawk entwined with eternal green vines, unmistakably signifying his affiliation with the Lingxiao sect. He was Elder Yin, dispatched by the Lingxiao sect to recruit disciples, and being at the King realm, he hurried over to greet upon seeing the young man in the projection stone. Lin Xian offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Although he was unfamiliar with this elder from the Lingxiao sect, he appreciated the cordiality and was not inclined to disregard such courtesy. For it is often said one should not strike a smiling face. As for prior grievances, they belonged to the past. Lin Xian had no desire to dwell on them. The sect master of the Lingxiao sect had personally visited to express contrition and had presented reparations as per Lin Xian's request, thus resolving any animosities. At that moment on the sacred silver egret mountain, aside from the sequestered Huanyu sect, representatives from all 6 major sects were present, predominantly of elder rank. After all, this was merely an ascension conference. It was uncommon for sect masters to lower themselves to attend, as the elders of the King realm sufficed. Elder Yin, wary of intruding too much upon Lin Xian, hovered near Chen Xiong, engaging in casual conversation that elicited some surprise from those around them. Though the specifics of their dialogue were inaudible from a distance, Elder Yan's affable demeanor did not go unnoticed. Elder Yin, as cultivation, might not be insignificant, being at the 2nd level of the King realm, but his esteemed status was undeniable, hailing from the Lingxiao sect, second only to the Yushu Sword Sect and the Qingyang Pavilion. His standing far surpassed that of an ordinary 2nd-level King realm elder. Even the leaders or vice-leaders of the lesser-ranked sects would treat him with deference, if not outright respect. The fact that Elder Yin was so unpretentiously engaging with an elder from the relatively obscure Yuheng Sword Palace was indeed unexpected. While the presence of the Cold Moon Fairy from the Yuheng Sword Palace might have been somewhat justifiable, the surrounding discussions and astonishment did not escape Elder Yan's notice. Yet he chose to remain indifferent. What others were oblivious to, he was acutely aware of. The Yuheng Sword Palace was no longer the entity it once was. The current Yuheng Sword Palace was a force to be reckoned with. It was not merely he who could not provoke them, even their sect master, and indeed the entirety of the Lingxiao sect, were similarly apprehensive. Following the sect master's visit of apology, he had sternly cautioned all members that henceforth they must not offend the Yuheng Sword Palace, and, if possible, should seek to foster goodwill. Elder Yan's fervor was not driven by a desire to ingratiate himself with Lin Xian, but rather a hope to leave a favorable impression. Engrossed in animated conversation with Chen Xiong, he discreetly observed Lin Xian's countenance, and upon noting a lack of discontent, he felt a surge of relief, recognizing that his strategy had proved astute. However, just as Elder Yin was in high spirits, an unwelcome voice intruded upon the atmosphere. Who might this be? Has the Yuheng Sword Palace truly run out of capable individuals? They've only sent a mere 1st-level King realm elder. How utterly pitiful. The Yuheng Sword Palace has indeed fallen to such depths that it invites mockery. This ill-timed remark, laced with derision, echoed behind Elder Yin. As the crowd turned to discern the source of the voice, a look of understanding washed over their faces upon recognizing the speaker. It was none other than Elder Feng, the representative from the Qingyang Pavilion tasked with recruiting disciples, whose cultivation was at the second level of the King realm. Although there was ostensibly no animosity between Elder Feng and the Jade Balanced Sword Palace, a significant rift existed between her and the enchanting Cold Moon Fairy. The particulars of their discord remained a mystery to outsiders, likely known only to the two female cultivators themselves. Each time they crossed paths, Elder Feng's demeanor soured, akin to one who had ingested gunpowder, unleashing a torrent of ridicule and derision. Conversely, the Cold Moon Fairy, renowned for her icy beauty, rarely acknowledged Elder Feng's provocations. Yet, despite her indifference, the animosity in Elder Feng's gaze towards the Cold Moon Fairy never waned. During the annual ascent ceremony at the Silver Egret Sacred Mountain, attendees were accustomed to witnessing the classic spectacle of Elder Feng's scorn directed at the Cold Moon Fairy. This year, however, with the absence of the Cold Moon Fairy, Chun Xiong and Lin Xian from the Jade Balanced Sword Palace naturally became Elder Feng's primary targets. Upon laying eyes on Elder Feng, Chun Xiong's expression flickered with disdain as he coldly turned away. "What does it matter to you who we send from the Jade Balanced Sword Palace?" He was acutely aware of the enmity between the Cold Moon Fairy and Elder Feng. Indeed, aside from Lin Xian, it seemed everyone present was privy to this knowledge. Thus, Chun Xiong was particularly irked by this woman, who sporadically exhibited her madness. Elder Feng regarded Chun Xiong with contempt, rolling her eyes in disdain. "Irrelevant to me? Aside from the absent Phantom Feather Sect, which of the 6 major sects has not dispatched at least one elder at the second level of the King realm? Only your Jade Balanced Sword Palace has sent someone like you. TSK, you truly diminish the prestige of our 6 sections. What is the matter? Can't you find another second-level King realm cultivator now that that woman, the Cold Moon, is absent? Is that old dog, Lu Ming, dead?" She scrutinized Chun Xiong with disdain, her gaze shifting, her lips curling in disgust as if she had encountered something loathsome. Chun Xiong clenched his fist tightly, casting a venomous glance at the loquacious Elder Feng, wishing he could silence her with a couple of swift blows. However, he understood that such an action was unwise. Not only was this the venue for the ascent ceremony, but his strength also paled in comparison to that of this deranged woman. He turned away in annoyance, treating Elder Feng as if she were merely a figment of the air. This woman, year after year, raged like a lunatic, never tiring of her venomous tongue. At times, Chun Xiong even wondered if Elder Feng had forsaken her meditation and cultivation over the years, instead honing her verbal skills to ensure her insults were fresh each year. One could only speculate what grievance the Cold Moon Fairy had inflicted upon her. Had she slain her family or stolen her lover? Such bitterness was inexplicable, as she lunged at any opportunity to attack like a rabid dog, resembling a toad clinging to a calloused foot. The onlookers observed Elder Feng's tirade, casting sympathetic glances at Chun Xiong, the elder from the Jade Balanced Sword Palace, who appeared quite unfortunate, deprived of the Cold Moon Fairy's presence. Elder Feng had unleashed her fury entirely upon Chun Xiong. "Elder Feng, perhaps you should temper your words a bit," Elder Yin interjected, frowning in concern. He bore no animosity or affection towards Elder Feng, yet given the relatively cordial relationship between Lingxiao Sect and Qingyang Pavilion, he felt compelled to offer a word of caution. The current situation of Yuheng Sword Palace was no longer what it used to be. Lingxiao Sect was not to be trifled with. Although Qingyang Pavilion boasted a slightly superior overall strength, it was merely marginal. In the face of the present Yuheng Sword Palace, they would undoubtedly be crushed. Should Elder Lin be inadvertently provoked, even her affiliation with Qingyang Pavilion would not save her from certain doom. Were it not for the ties between the two sects, Elder Yin would have refrained from uttering such advice. His intentions were benevolent, yet it was uncertain whether the recipient would appreciate his goodwill. "Begone!" Elder Feng shot him a fierce glare, offering no semblance of respect to Elder Yin. Witnessing this, Elder Yan's expression shifted dramatically. Being humiliated in front of so many was intolerable. This woman was beyond redemption. Humph. With a cold snort, Elder Yin ceased his words. He had delivered his warning. Yet the other party remained ungrateful, leaving no further discourse necessary. As long as things went awry, he would not be held accountable for his prior counsel. Elder Lin, let us depart and disregard this madwoman, Chen Xiong discreetly communicated to Lin Xian. He shared Elder Yan's sentiments, reluctant to engage in a petty exchange of insults with a woman, and swiftly took his seat alongside Lin Xian. Elder Yan offered a slight bow before making his way to his position within Lingxiao sect. With all 6 sects present and the ascension incense consumed, the grand ceremony commenced. Atop Silver Heron's sacred mountain, the 7 sects were positioned in a formation reminiscent of the 7 stars, with other first-rate factions occasionally descending behind them. Though they lacked the strength of the 7 sects, many were still bolstered by formidable monarch-level entities. The conspicuous empty space at the summit of Silver Heron Sacred Mountain drew much attention, particularly regarding the absence of Illusory Feather Sect. Speculation ran rampant among the crowd. Yet only Chen Xiong and Elder Yin understood the true reasons for their non-attendance. With the sect leader deceased, it was hardly surprising that Illusory Feather Sect was in no state to participate. The demise of their leader left only 2 monarchs within the sect, a level of strength insufficient to support them, causing Illusory Feather Sect, once stronger than Yuhing Sword Palace, to plummet to the lowest tier among the 7 sections. Moreover, the Zhonglu Empire harbored numerous ambitions toward the positions of the 7 sections. For the current Illusory Feather Sect, securing their precarious standing should take precedence. Elder Yin contemplated this with a mix of trepidation and relief. It seemed that Illusory Feather Sect would remain absent from the public eye for some considerable time. The process of the Ascension ceremony was not particularly complex. It resembled a joint disciple recruitment ritual among the 7 sections. Once the ceremony commenced, there was but a single segment, the assessment of aptitude. In cultivation, one's innate quality remained paramount, while other factors held significance. None could rival the importance of innate talent. At the center of the plaza, constructed atop Silver Heron Sacred Mountain, stood a massive spiritual monument. This monument served as the apparatus for testing aptitude, featuring 10 radiant pillars. The number of pillars illuminated by a tester would signify the extent of their inherent talent. The spirit testing steel is an exceedingly rare artifact. Apart from the esteemed Yushu Sword Sect, only the Zhonglu Sacred Mountain possesses one, meticulously encased within formidable formations, rendering it nearly indestructible. The elder in charge of presiding over the Ascension ceremony has taken the stage. Each year, a different elder is selected from the 7 sects, ensuring a fair and impartial rotation. Thus, the Ascension ceremony commences. The spirit testing steel has been activated, and esteemed participants, prepare yourselves. As the ceremony unfolds, the Silver Heron Sacred Mountain falls into a profound silence, with only the elder on stage reciting the rules. This is a customary practice. Although most have heard it numerous times before, no one interrupts, instead choosing to listen attentively. As you can see, the spirit steel is adorned with 10 luminous pillars. By reaching out to touch the steel, should one successfully ignite a pillar, it signifies the possession of innate cultivation talent, thereby granting the opportunity to enter a sect and seize a fortuitous fate. Conversely, failing to illuminate the steel is merely a matter of destiny. There should be no grievances or disturbances. Should one light 4 pillars, it indicates exceptional aptitude, allowing entry into our 7 sections. 5 or 6 pillars signify eligibility for the inner sanctum and the position of a true disciple. 7 pillars, however, are exceedingly rare. The young master of our Yushu Sword Sect and the saintess of the Qingyang Pavilion both achieved this remarkable feat in their youth. They are now both at the 4th level of the Earth Profound Realm, truly embodying the essence of prodigious talent. This year's elder conducting the tests hails from the Yushu Sword Sect, and naturally, their tone reflects pride when mentioning their own young master. Chapter 52. Do you wish to perish? The audience erupted in a cacophony of chatter. Even the young sect master and the holy maiden of the Qingyang Pavilion had only managed to illuminate 7 light pillars. The spirit testing monument featured a total of 10 light pillars, Was there truly anyone capable of achieving such a feat? This question lingered in the minds of many, presenting a conundrum that seemed insurmountable. After all, the two prodigies from the Yushu Sword Sect and Qingyang Pavilion had barely reached 7, leaving one to wonder if anyone could possibly reach 8, 9, or even 10. The elder on stage appeared to sense the curiosity that permeated the crowd. A question often revisited, and with a slight smile, he offered an explanation. In the annals of the Zhonglu Empire, only one individual had ever illuminated 8 light pillars, our very own Yushu Sword Sect's founder. It is said that he once ignited 8 light pillars. This statement was primarily directed toward the uninformed and the outsiders present. As the elder's words resonated, the audience was astounded. The founder of the Yushu Sword Sect, a legendary figure who, according to lore, was already half a step into the imperial realm. To grasp the significance, one must understand that in the current 7 nations of Yingwei, no one had yet reached the imperial realm. The possibility that someone could indeed achieve 8 light pillars was utterly breathtaking, igniting a fervor among the listeners. However, records of 9 and 10 pillars were non-existent. Throughout history, no such accomplishments have been documented. Even if such extraordinary individuals did exist, it was unlikely they hailed from our Zhonglu Empire. The testing elder sighed softly, pondering that perhaps only the prodigies listed on the Qianlong and Xian rankings possessed such exceptional talents. The Qianlong and Xian rankings were familiar to the people of the 7 nations of Yingwei. The Qianlong ranking cataloged geniuses under the age of 20, while the Xian ranking included those between 20 and 30. As of now, not a single individual from the 7 nations had managed to secure a place on either list, underscoring the immense difficulty involved. The 7 nations of Yingwei, when viewed from the broader expanse of the Xian domain, appeared as a remote and inconsequential corner. Having concluded his remarks, the testing elder refrained from further elaboration and reignited the incense of ascension, calling out with authority. Let the testing commence. Those wishing to be tested, please step forward. The spirit testing monument was both impartial and relentless. Not only did wandering cultivators attempt to seize this opportunity to join the 7 sects, but countless young men and women gazed at the monument with longing, hoping to ascend to greatness. Yet, Yuchong did not illuminate a light pillar. Yang Wenmao did not illuminate a light pillar. And I Zhongzhen managed 1 light pillar. Su Xier did not illuminate a light pillar. The multitude of test takers was vast, yet those who could cause even a single light pillar to glow were exceedingly rare. Illuminating 1 light pillar merely indicated the possession of some cultivation talent. However, the 7 sects sought far more than such mediocrity. Even 2 or 3 light pillars fell far short of the entrance criteria for the 7 great sections. Then came Yun Qingji, illuminating 5 light pillars. As time progressed, candidates worthy of the 7 sects' attention began to emerge. He was a young boy clad in coarse linen, with a sun-kissed complexion and a pair of remarkably bright eyes. The elders of the 7 great clans gazed upon the prodigious talent of the youth, casting their attention towards him. One elder, with a slow smile, took the initiative to speak. 5 beams of light nearly illuminated 6th. Indeed, Yin Qingji. I must inquire, do you wish to join my Yiling sect? Upon entering the sect, you shall be a true disciple, receiving guidance from the master, and in addition, you may procure a medicinal pill suitable for your needs from our pill peak. The Yiling sect ranks 4th among the 7, boasting considerable strength. The other sects also extended their olive branches, vying for his allegiance. Yet, given that he had merely manifested 5 beams of light, they all proceeded with caution. Yin Qingji hesitated little, directing his gaze towards the elder of the Yiling sect who had first spoken, and bowed respectfully from a distance. Disciple Yin Qingji, I am willing to join the Yiling sect. The elder of the Yiling sect immediately beamed with joy, waving his hand and saying, Come, step forward to my Yiling sect. Once the grand ceremony concludes, I shall personally accompany you to select your medicinal pill. Following his instructions, Yin Qingji approached steadily, each step firm and resolute. Observing the fervent competition for Yin Qingji among the 7 great clans, the other candidates felt deep envy. If only they could also manifest 5 beams of light, they would surely receive similar treatment. Alas, after Yin Qingji, it seemed that the feng shui of the Zhonglu Empire was not favorable this year. As for a considerable duration, no other tester emerged with 5 beams of light. Lin Xian did not remain idle. While the elders scrutinized the testing spirit monument, he utilized his system to scan the candidates below. However, the results were far from ideal. White, black, green. Was there no blue at all? The scanning results left Lin Xian feeling somewhat disheartened. The system could not scan the entire area at once. He had to examine each candidate individually. Yet, after half a day's time, he had seen nothing but the most ordinary of talents, with only one green destiny present. Yin Qingji. It was somewhat expected. Green talent was comparable to his former self, although he had cultivated to a high level of tribulation realm, not solely relying on talent. Possessing green talent at least indicated the possibility of reaching the celestial realm or even the tribulation realm. As Lin Xian continued to feel dismayed while scanning with the system, his attention was suddenly caught by a fleeting glimpse at the spirit monument in the square, causing him to focus intently. Wait, is that purple? Lin Xian could not help but feel intrigued, shifting his gaze to the youth approaching the testing spirit monument. A purple talent, while not surpassing that of his own disciples, was noteworthy in comparison to others. Against the young master of the Jade Void Sword Palace and the saintess of the Qingyang Pavilion, this talent was indeed superior. It was a rarity for the Zhonglu Empire to produce a genius with purple destiny. Lin Xian felt curiosity rising. How many beams of light would this youth manifest? 8, 9, or perhaps 10? As the youth ascended the platform, he placed his hand upon the testing spirit monument, concealing a subtle tension and anticipation in his demeanor. However, moments later, the testing elder cast a brief glance, announcing the final result. Shihuan, no light beams have illuminated. What? In that moment, Lin Xian could not help but sit up straight, casting an unexpected glance at the Supreme Elder. A purple talent, yet the testing spirit monument remained unlit? This was perplexing. According to the system's standards, individuals who could be detected with purple talent possessed immense potential to ascend to the imperial realm. It was inconceivable that not a single beam of light would illuminate. 8 beams of light could be deemed ordinary, and even 9 beams were not beyond the realm of possibility. Maintaining his composure, Lin Xian scrutinized the information of the youth before him, and after a moment, he comprehended the situation. Name, Shihuan. Age, 15 realm, 7th layer of body refinement identity, side branch of a third-rate family in Dong'an City. Zhonglu Empire destiny, clear wind spirit body, due to an attack in his youth. His constitution was destroyed and requires wind recovery pills or misty 9 bamboo grass for restoration recent events. Bullied by his family's direct line, he resolved to strive for strength and journeyed to Silver Egret's sacred mountain, vowing to cleanse the shame. No wonder Lin Xian was no longer surprised as to why Shihuan had failed to illuminate the beam. His constitution had been ruined, and despite once being a prodigious talent, the destruction of his spirit body rendered him no different from an ordinary person, perhaps even weaker. The clear wind spirit body was notoriously difficult to detect, and activating it required an abundance of wind-attributed treasures, let alone the challenges of restoration following its destruction. At the very least, the wind recovery pills and misty 9 bamboo grass mentioned by the system were unheard of to Lin Xian in the mystic domain. Moreover, the testing spirit monument could not discern the damaged spirit body. In comparison to Lin Xian's system, the spirit monument fell woefully short. A mere scan from him could uncover the secrets of anyone before him. Observing the youth standing before the testing spirit monument, his face pale with despair yet tinged with unyielding determination, Lin Xian nodded slightly. The talent was commendable. Although his constitution had been ruined and the wind recovery pills and misty 9 bamboo grass were exceedingly precious and elusive for one endowed with a system like Lin Xian, it was of little consequence. This youth could indeed be worthy of consideration as a disciple. Without hesitation, Lin Xian stepped forward and inquired with a voice resonating from the high platform, "Would you be willing to take me as your master?" The voice descending from the platform sounded like celestial music to the youth's ears, causing him to momentarily freeze before being overtaken by boundless joy. Was it him? Was this esteemed senior inquiring about him? His entire being trembled in disbelief. And only upon sensing the envious gazes of those around him did he finally confirm that it was indeed himself. He abruptly lifted his gaze toward Lin Xian's position, his eyes brimming with fervor and profound gratitude. Although he did not know this esteemed senior, the position he occupied clearly belonged to the Yuheng Sword Palace, one of the 7 great sects. The Yuheng Sword Palace, while the least among the 7 sects, was still one of the prominent sects of the Zhonglu Empire, boasting more than one ruler-level figure. Regardless of which elder he could become a disciple of, merely entering their ranks would be a significant fortune. Shi Huan could scarcely believe it. To think he, who had not illuminated a single beam of light, was actually chosen. A stroke of unimaginable fortune had fallen upon him, nearly overwhelming him. Those surrounding him gazed on with envy and jealousy, casting glances at Shi Huan, who had yet to descend from the stage, wishing they could take his place. What incredible luck was this? To be recognized without illuminating a single beam of light? Had this young man perhaps been a savior in his past life? It is worth noting that some testers, who had previously illuminated light columns, were ultimately not chosen by the 7 sects due to the scarcity of their light columns, and thus ended up in lesser sects beneath the 7. Elder Yin, situated in Lingxiao sect, could not help but feel a tinge of envy. While others remained oblivious, he was acutely aware of the truth. They merely saw a young man of mediocre talent being favored by the 7 sects, yet he perceived that this young lad had garnered the attention of Elder Lin, which indeed stirred envy within his own heart. The mere record of the Shadow Stone, depicting Lin Xian's decisive strike against the leader of the illusory feather sect, revealed that this individual was not only a sword cultivator, but an unparalleled one at that. He undoubtedly mastered sword intent, and it was highly likely that he possessed not merely 1, but perhaps 2 or even 3 layers of sword intent. Though both individuals were at the king realm, the distinction in their prowess was palpable. Were it not for his own insufficient talent, Elder Yin might have even considered shamelessly seeking to become a disciple. The exhilaration within Shi Huan was palpable, and amidst the envious gazes of the onlookers, he took a deep breath, prepared to kneel in reverence to his master. Yet, at that moment, a jarring voice erupted in his ear. "Young man, I am Elder Feng of the Qingyang Pavilion, and I have intentions to accept you as my disciple. Would you be willing to join the Qingyang Pavilion? I can offer you a position as a core disciple." The voice belonged to Elder Feng, who had previously clashed with Chen Xiao. She stepped forward, chin held high, a hint of disdain curling her lips as she cast a glance towards the jade-balanced sword palace, and then fixed her gaze on Shi Huan, exuding an air of determination. Her proposal left the audience momentarily breathless. The Qingyang Pavilion, a core disciple, the core disciple status of the Qingyang Pavilion, ranked second among the 7 sects, was undoubtedly of immense value. Even Shi Huan, who was on the verge of kneeling, could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, his knees stiffening in place. The Qingyang Pavilion was second only to the Yushu Sword Sect in the Zhonglu Empire, boasting profound foundations and a long lineage, far surpassing the jade-balanced Sword Palace, which ranked lowest among the 7 sects. Not to mention, Elder Feng's cultivation level was comparable to that of the renowned fairy Han Yue from the jade-balanced Sword Palace. Yet she held merely the status of an elder in the Qingyang Pavilion, illustrating the latter's formidable strength. Furthermore, should he accept, he would gain the coveted position of a core disciple in the Qingyang Pavilion, an opportunity that countless others would envy. To enter such a sect and receive focused cultivation as a core disciple could be likened to ascending to the heavens in a single step. Accepting this offer would not only allow him to retaliate against those who had previously looked down upon him, but it would also pave the way for his family to ascend to the ranks of a first-rate clan. With such a tempting offer presented, it was inconceivable that anyone would remain unmoved. Even among the 7 sects, the disparity was vast. Instinctively, Shi Huan swallowed hard, his eyes reflecting a struggle of indecision. Meanwhile, the expressions of those surrounding him transitioned from envy to intrigue. They had all witnessed Elder Feng's previous altercation with the jade-balanced Sword Palace, and it was widely known that she harbored deep-seated grievances against Fairy Han Yue. Elder Feng's actions were overtly transparent. She was not genuinely seeking a disciple, but rather intending to provoke the Jade-balanced Sword Palace, to vex Qin Xiong and Lin Xian. It was a blatant and malicious maneuver. Otherwise, how could a mere youth, who is yet to illuminate even a single beam of light, provoke the Qingwan Pavilion to contend for him? Is it an attempt to claim him, or merely to offend? This is quite evidently the case. Otherwise, why did she only mention the matter of taking him after Lin Xian spoke up? Upon hearing Elder Feng's words, Elder Yan's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively glanced towards the Yuheng Sword Palace, and, upon seeing Lin Xian's displeased expression, immediately abandoned the thought of persuading Elder Feng further. Truly reckless. He shook his head in exasperation. Even a clay figurine retains a modicum of spirit. How much more so a formidable elder like Lin? Lin had previously chosen not to hold her actions against her, viewing her merely as a foolish jester unworthy of his attention. Yet, her repeated provocations towards Lin Xian. Elder Yin felt it was beyond mere folly to comment further. Lin Xian had never anticipated that someone would dare to contend with him for a disciple, particularly one deemed a useless sling in the eyes of many. He cast a glance at Elder Feng, only to find her unrepentant, her eyes shimmering with defiance as she disdainfully curled her lips at Lin Xian. The intent was blatant and unmasked. With a slight raise of his brow, his chilling gaze narrowed, fixating on Elder Feng with an icy intensity. Do you seek your own demise? Chapter 53. No one to collect? Lin Xian's audacious declaration rendered the entire venue silent, with a palpable tension settling like a heavy mist. On the high platform, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard as all eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on Lin Xian. This unfamiliar youth exuded an unparalleled boldness. From Lin Xian's tone, it became evident to the crowd that he was not the disciple of Qin Xiong as they had speculated, but likely an elder from the Yuheng Sword Palace. However, how could an elder from the Yuheng Sword Palace dare to threaten Elder Feng of the Qingwan Pavilion? Had they not witnessed Qin Xiong's previous humiliation, which he had to endure? Was he perhaps out of his mind? It was common knowledge that the Yuheng Sword Palace had only 3 realm kings. Although they could not discern Lin Xian's level, they certainly would not consider him a king. Moreover, everyone present was familiar with the 3 realm kings of the Yuheng Sword Palace. Qin Xiong was right there, the Cold Moon Fairy was a female cultivator, and Lu Ming was already a white-haired elder. This individual was exceedingly audacious. After all, even Qin Xiong beside him did not dare to speak so boldly. The onlookers regarded Lin Xian with a mixture of pity and disbelief. To threaten Elder Feng, known for her fiery temper and unpredictable nature, was tantamount to courting disaster. Surely, he could not believe that his association with the Yuheng Sword Palace would shield him from retribution. A madman indeed, one possessed of reckless audacity and a complete lack of self-awareness even if Elder Feng were to slay him. What could the Yuheng Sword Palace do? Elder Feng did not fear even the deputy head of the Yuheng Sword Palace. Could it be that the Yuheng Sword Palace would dare to confront the Qingwan Pavilion? The crowd buzzed with incessant chatter. Yet Elder Yin felt a shiver of apprehension. He clearly heard Lin Xian's voice, which, despite its calmness, harbored an unmistakable undertone of malice. Elder Feng, too, grasped the gravity of the situation. She stared at Lin Xian in disbelief, never having imagined he would dare to threaten her so openly. A smile crept across her face. Though it was laced with fury, her expression was chilling, her gaze fixed on Lin Xian, rage radiating from her being like an uncontrollable storm. Everyone could sense the wrath of a king-level cultivator, surging forth like a tempest, aimed directly at the Yuheng Sword Palace. Fortunately, Qin Xiong reacted swiftly. Rising from his seat, his eyes wide with shock. With a flick of his sleeve, he unleashed his own aura and shouted, "Impudent! Is this not sheer insolence? To show disrespect to Senior Lin is to seek death." The 2 auras clashed mid-air, creating a tremendous explosion that sent shockwaves through the crowd, causing them to stagger and squint against the overwhelming intensity of the confrontation. As the tension dissipated, Elder Feng disregarded the glaring Qin Xiong and fixed her unwavering gaze on Lin Xian. "If you possess the courage, repeat what you just said." Lin Xian chuckled, uninterested in engaging with the furious woman. He raised his hand to draw his sword, preparing to take action. However, just as he was about to unleash his sword's energy, the observing, testing elder on the high platform suddenly stepped forward, reluctantly interjecting. "Gentlemen, this is neither the time nor place for your quarrels and altercations. Should you wish to engage in battle, I implore you to wait until the conclusion of the ascension ceremony. Consider it a favor to the Yushu Sword Sect. We have gathered here, not for personal grievances, but to honor disciples of exceptional merit. I beseech you, please cease hostilities." The formidable aura of Wang Jing, a peak master of the third layer, radiated from his every step, as solid as the earth itself, quelling the unrest in the hearts of those present. This elder of the testing committee, the most powerful among the 7 sect elders, hailed from the esteemed Yushu Sword Sect, the foremost of the 7 sections. Thus, his words carried significant weight. Elder Feng snorted coldly and closed her folding fan. While she could disregard the face of others, she could not dismiss the authority of this elder from the Yushu Sword Sect. Though slightly deranged, she was not foolish. The Yuheng Sword Palace, whether it be the Frost Moon Fairy or the 2 individuals before her, she could afford to offend, but the Yushu Sword Sect was a different matter entirely. Although she restrained her aura, her gaze remained fixed upon Lin Xian as she enunciated each word with precision. Were it not for the sacred Silver Heron Mountain and the intervention of Elder Li, you would already be dead. Lin Xian, indifferent to her threats, sheathed his sword and returned to his seat, considering Elder Feng as good as dead in his mind. He refrained from combat, wishing not to mar the ascension ceremony, as he still intended to take on a disciple. Elder Feng, feeling slighted by his disregard, cast a resentful glare at Lin Xian's retreating figure before turning her attention to the pale-faced youth on the high platform. Moments earlier, the clash of energies between her and Qingyang had sent shockwaves that affected Qihuan. Although the protective formations near the testing spirit monument mitigated the impact, his distance had still left him slightly injured. Such trivial disturbances could inflict harm. Elder Feng found herself disdainful of this weakness. Yet, having spoken, she could not retract her word for the sake of humbling the Yuheng Sword Palace. "Let me ask you, do you wish to join my Qingyang Pavilion?" Qihuan glanced between Lin Xian and Elder Feng, the turmoil in his eyes reaching a crescendo. After a brief moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and bowed before Elder Feng. "Disciple Qihuan, I wish to join the Qingyang Pavilion." "Excellent," Elder Feng responded, finally smiling as she raised her chin defiantly towards Lin Xian. Her ire diminished slightly as she gestured for Qihuan to stand behind her. Observing the youth approaching the Qingyang Pavilion, Lin Xian felt no particular emotion. It was merely his choice to make. He could only hope that the young man would not come to regret it in the future. His rejection and subsequent decision to join the Qingyang Pavilion were not losses for Lin Xian, but rather for Qihuan. Or perhaps the youth truly believed that by joining the Qingyang Pavilion and securing a position as a core disciple, the pavilion would invest resources in his development. The more prestigious the sect, the more competitive the allocation of resources became. Ultimately, talent remained paramount. The youth's spiritual body could only be restored by someone with a system like Lin Xian's. He had never even heard of the wind restoration pill, which was likely an ancient elixir. The matter of his spiritual body being destroyed is not something that even the Qingyang Pavilion is aware of. Even the ancestors of the pavilion would find it difficult to perceive even a hint of it. Only the Celestial Emperor might be able to detect a trace, but that would merely be a perception. Assisting the young man in restoration would be as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Without his spiritual body, Qihuan is essentially no different from an ordinary person. This life will simply unfold as such. However, Lin Xian would naturally refrain from discussing these matters, for they hold no significance. Ultimately, everything is a personal choice. Despite Lin Xian maintaining a composed demeanor, Elder Feng could not help but imagine the frustration boiling within him, while she herself could only suppress her disdainful laughter. Her antics successfully irked the jade-balanced Sword Palace, which significantly improved her mood. The grand ceremony continued onward. Regrettably, after Qihuan, Lin Xian did not witness another prodigy of such caliber. Just then, a brilliant light suddenly erupted before the spirit testing monument, with beams of light soaring into the sky. 3, 4, 5, 5 beams of light. This had already matched the highest achievement to date. Yet, the spectacle was not over. The 6th, the 7th. The beams trembled and faltered, extinguishing just before illuminating the 8th beam, stabilizing at 7 beams of light. 7 beams. The audience erupted in astonishment. Even the usually stoic elders of the Yushu Sword Sect opened their eyes, prepared to recruit disciples. However, Lin Xian waited for a moment, and the arena fell into an eerie silence. 7 beams of light, yet none of the 6 sect elders uttered a word. The atmosphere had inexplicably grown cold. Chapter 54. The 4th disciple, a chilling atmosphere enveloped the stage as the tester slowly lowered his hand, neither surprised nor disheartened, as if he had anticipated this outcome. When the elders discerned his identity, they swallowed their words, their expressions complex and varied. It was Qin Feng, so it was him. The others also recognized the tester and displayed expressions of understanding. Given his presence, it was hardly surprising. Only Lin Xian remained puzzled. This individual possessed extraordinary talent, rivaling the young master of the Yushu Sword Sect and the saintess of the Qingyang Pavilion. Yet no sect had made an effort to recruit him. This was most unusual. Previously, even those who had manifested merely 5 beams of light were fervently sought after by various sections. Yet now, this young man had ignited 7 beams, and yet no one desired him? Such an anomaly. An eerie silence prevailed on the stage, while whispers and murmurs reverberated among the spectators below. What was he doing here? Did he truly believe that the 7 great sects would welcome him? A troublesome presence? Alas, it was pitiful. If I were in his position, I would have accepted the Red Ghost King's offer. He is nothing but a harbinger of disaster. Who would wish to associate with him, preferring instead to keep their distance? Surprisingly, many recognized this young man, pointing and gossiping as they observed his reluctance to descend from the stage. However, the expressions they wore suggested that none were his friends. All exhibited a tendency to avoid him, darting away with apprehension. Even the elders on the high platform averted their gazes, with the one responsible for recruiting disciples for the Yushu Sword Sect closing his eyes once more, as if he had never opened them at all. Only Lin Xian fixed his unwavering gaze upon Qin Feng. Senior Lin, you cannot be considering taking him as your disciple, can you? Chun Xiong, standing beside Lin Xian, remarked with a wry smile upon noticing the direction of Lin Xian's attention. Although he was aware of Lin Xian's formidable prowess, he felt compelled to voice a warning. Senior, your cultivation is profound, and I should not overstep, but I must advise you, if possible, it is best to steer clear of Qin Feng. Chun Xiong spoke earnestly. Once involved, one might invite peril. This individual has previously spurned the Red Ghost King's offer, inciting his wrath. The Red Ghost King declared that anyone who dares to take in Qin Feng would be opposing him. His intent is to torment Qin Feng, leaving him no choice but to kneel and plead for acceptance. This was precisely why none dared to accept Qin Feng, not even the Yushu Sword Sect, which was unwilling to grapple with such a troublesome predicament. Lin Xian listened attentively for a moment, and when Chun Xiong concluded, he posed a single question. The Red Ghost King, who is he? Chun Xiong was momentarily taken aback. Senior Lin was unaware of the Red Ghost King. He quickly regained his composure, remembering that Lin Xian was not from the Zhonglu Empire and thus unfamiliar with the Red Ghost King, which was understandable. Hence, Chun Xiong began to elucidate. The Red Ghost King is one of the foremost powers in the Zhonglu Empire, ranked 2nd. Or perhaps he is even the strongest in the entire Zhonglu Empire. However, his character is abominable. He has committed countless vile acts, his temperament unpredictable. He extinguishes entire families at a whim, treating people like mere livestock, relishing in the drama of betrayal and the suffering of the loyal. He is undoubtedly a being of sinister prowess, terrifyingly powerful, within the Zhonglu Empire. No one can contend with him, not even the venerable ancestors of the imperial lineage. In the past, the Crimson Demon King clashed with a certain ancestor of the Zhonglu Empire, resulting in a mutually devastating encounter. However, it was that very clash that irrevocably established his formidable stature. Aside from the imperial ancestor, Even the venerable master of the Yushu Sword Sect is no match for him. The imperial ancestor stands at the pinnacle of the fifth realm of kingship, which implies that the Crimson Demon King possesses at least the same level of cultivation, if not potentially a complete mastery of it. Such strength begs the question, who would dare provoke him? Moreover, the Crimson Demon King maintains a delicate equilibrium with the seven great sects, ensuring that no alliance could form against him. Whether they could defeat him is one matter. The repercussions of such an attempt, including the casualties among the seven sects and the subsequent shifts in their rankings, is quite another. Thus, even the Yushu Sword Sect is loath to offend the Crimson Demon King. Consequently, as it stands, no one dares to take in Qin Feng, who has been marked by the Crimson Demon King, regardless of his extraordinary talent. Indeed, Qin Xiong affirmed with unwavering certainty, whoever accepts Qin Feng as a disciple would incur the wrath of the Crimson Demon King. One must ponder, who in the Zhonglu Empire would dare do such a thing? Observing the contemplative expression on Lin Xian's face, Qin Xiong exhaled quietly in relief. His intent in conveying this was to advise Lin Xian to reconsider. Offending Elder Feng of the Qingyang Pavilion might be manageable, but to tangle with the Crimson Demon King, one should avoid such perilous entanglements. He is not a figure to be trifled with like Elder Feng. A single misstep could lead to utter calamity. Ah, I see. Lin Xian nodded in understanding. No wonder he had pondered why the elders showed no inclination towards Qin Feng's remarkable talent. It turns out their hesitation stemmed from fear rather than indifference. Just as Qin Xiong believed he had sufficiently dissuaded Lin Xian from the idea of taking Qin Feng as a disciple, Lin Xian's voice resonated across the mountaintop plaza. Qin Feng, do you wish to take me as your master? The declaration plunged the gathering into an astonished silence, erasing even the faintest whispers. Everyone, including the elders on stage, turned to Lin Xian in disbelief. Even Elder Feng, who had previously vied for a disciple, stood frozen in shock. Elder Yan, who feared Lin Xian's exceptional capabilities, was equally taken aback. He was fully aware of Lin Xian's formidable strength, yet, that was the Crimson Demon King. Madness. Pure madness. Everyone believed Lin Xian had lost his senses. How could he dare utter such a challenge? Did he comprehend the implications of his words? By accepting Qin Feng, he would be positioning himself against the fifth realm of kingship, the Crimson Demon King. Qin Xiong, standing beside Lin Xian, was equally dumbfounded. Senior Lin, this. Did he not heed my warnings? Even Qin Feng, the focal point of this momentous decision, gazed up at Lin Xian in bewilderment and confusion. He had come here merely to numbingly attempt, harboring no real hope. Time and again, all his friends and relatives met their demise at the hands of the Red Demon King. The few who remained shunned him as if he were a plague, wishing fervently for him to bow his head, or, better yet, to perish. Yet, unexpectedly, someone was willing to take him in. He stared blankly at the dark figure before him and instinctively inquired, "Senior, do you not fear the Red Demon King?" He certainly yearned to become a disciple, but he would never wish to involve the innocent. If this esteemed individual was unaware of the peril, he would have to refuse. Painful though it would be, Lin Xian offered a reassuring smile and said, "You need not concern yourself with this matter. Simply answer me. Do you wish to accept or not? Are you willing?" Of course, he was willing. Gazing into Lin Xian's profound eyes, Qin Feng inhaled deeply. "I am willing." "Excellent," Lin Xian replied without hesitation. "From this day forth, you shall be my fourth disciple." No one dared to intervene as Lin Xian made his declaration. All present stood in stunned silence, unsure whether Lin Xian had lost his sanity or whether they themselves had. He had truly accepted Qin Feng. Observing the scene, Elder Feng let out a cold laugh, swiftly opening her folding fan to obscure half her face, concealing the malice that lurked within. Initially, she had intended to wait until after the ascension ceremony to personally eliminate this audacious individual. However, it now seemed that her efforts would be spared, for the Red Demon King's prowess and ruthlessness far exceeded her own. To dare ignore the Red Demon King's warning? Truly, one must possess the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard. She was curious to see if he had the audacity to accept Qin Feng as a disciple and whether he possessed the ability to teach. Yet Lin Xian remained unfazed by such thoughts. Were he to discern Elder Feng's current musings, he would only chuckle. This deranged woman wished to witness how he would instruct his disciple? Apologies, but once the ascension ceremony concluded, it would be her demise. She might not even have the opportunity to behold the dawn of the following day. As he summoned the hesitant Qin Feng to his side, the ascension ceremony continued amidst an odd atmosphere. At that moment, a spirit vessel flashed across the horizon, and a stunningly beautiful woman descended from the mountains, swiftly approaching the vicinity of the square, dressed in a flowing pink and white gown, cradling an ancient guqin. Her eyes sparkled like rippling waters as she gazed at the testing spirit monument still standing on the stage, suddenly breaking into a smile reminiscent of a celestial being from a painting. Thankfully, I'm not too late. I have made it just in time. Chapter 55, Yunyi. Meeting the master, the young woman who approached uninvited exuded an ethereal grace, cradling an ancient guqin that was unmistakably a treasure of great worth. As she glided through the crowd, not a soul dared to impede her passage. They instinctively parted to create a pathway. With her eyes half closed, she scanned the platform and, upon spotting Lin Xian, a flicker of amusement danced in her exquisite gaze. Lin Xian, too, recognized her, momentarily taken aback. Was it truly her? His memory served him well. This was indeed Yun Yi, the most gifted prodigy of the Lingzhen Empire, whom he had encountered in the Burning Heaven secret realm. Adept at grasping the essence of the guqin. What could have brought her to this place? Just as Lin Xian was enveloped in confusion, the girl with the guqin stepped onto the high platform and approached the spirit testing steel. She extended her delicate hand and lightly pressed it against the steel. In an instant, radiant beams of light erupted. 1, 3, 6, 8, 10. The unexpected occurrence left the onlookers momentarily stunned, gazing in astonishment at the scene before them. As realization dawned upon them, the atmosphere erupted into a frenzy, with countless individuals rising to their feet, their eyes filled with fervent admiration for the breathtaking maiden on the stage. 1, 2, 3. A full 10 beams of light. There could be no mistake. It was indeed 10. The founder of the Yushu Sword Sect had only managed to manifest 8 beams in his youth, and he was a half-step into the imperial realm. The 9th and 10th beams had no record of existence. Was this not the first individual in the Zonglu Empire to achieve the extraordinary feat of 10 beams in the test? What extraordinary talent must she possess? The words of the testing elder echoed in their minds, repeatedly emphasizing 8 beams, 8 beams. And they stared at the elegantly antiquated young woman with a mixture of awe and bewilderment, even a tinge of fear. Fear of the incomprehensible and awe at her dazzling gift. The 9th and 10th beams, heights unattained even by the most formidable former masters of the Zonglu Empire, have been effortlessly reached by this young girl. What a celestial being she must be. No matter if it was the taciturn elder of the Yushu Sword Sect, the eccentric matron of the Qingwan Pavilion, or the ever-spectating elder Yin, nearly all the elders present were swept into a frenzy. They rose simultaneously, their eyes ablaze with passion and excitement, fixated on the ethereal figure before them. Would you consider joining the Yushu Sword Sect? I can take you on as a disciple in the name of our esteemed ancestor. Furthermore, you may select any elixirs or cultivation techniques you desire, and our sect shall devote all its resources to nurture your potential, in a bid to convey the worthiness of their sect to the young girl. The elder of the Yushu Sword Sect frantically presented a plethora of high-grade elixirs and techniques, rattling off names that would make anyone envious, all as an olive branch to entice the guqin maiden. Elder Feng of the Qingwan Pavilion, unwilling to be outdone, quickly followed suit, promising an array of benefits akin to a market vendor listing wares. In her eyes flickered a hint of madness as she gazed at the guqin maiden, as if wishing to devour her whole. If she could secure such a prodigy, the Qingwan Pavilion would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the Zonglu Empire. No, what is the significance of merely being the foremost in the Zonglu Empire? If one is to compete, let it be for the supremacy among the 7 kingdoms of Yingwei. Elder Yin was no exception. All the elders were nearly in a frenzy to claim her, simultaneously utilizing communication jade talismans to send out frantic messages. A calamity has struck. Ancestor. Sect Master. Hurry. This is a once-in-a-century. No, a once-in-a-millennium talent. We must bring her to our sect. However, the Guqin maiden seemed to have anticipated their reaction, her gaze steady and unperturbed. Upon hearing the enticing offers, she exhibited no emotional turmoil. In full view of the crowd, she gently shook her head, lifting her chin to look towards the direction of the Yuheng Sword Palace, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Senior, would you accept me as your disciple? Lin Xian was taken aback, surprised that Yuan Yi had come for him. To take him as her master? He found it difficult to comprehend the thoughts of this young girl. It was not that he doubted his qualifications to teach her. Rather, the most crucial point was that he practiced the sword while she mastered the Guqin. His understanding was entirely rooted in sword intent, whereas she had already grasped the essence of the Guqin. These were two distinct paths, and she should be well aware of that. Why would she entertain the notion of becoming his disciple? Lin Xian felt astonished, but for the others, it was sheer shock. Had they misheard? The extraordinarily gifted Guqin maiden disregarded the invitations from the Yushu Sword Sect and Qingyang Pavilion, choosing instead to seek out the Yuheng Sword Palace. Moreover, she was not opting for the renowned Qin Xiong, but rather the youth who had offended Elder Feng. Was the world going mad, or were they? How could anyone forsake the prestigious Yushu Sword Sect and Qingyang Pavilion to approach the Yuheng Sword Palace, which was ranked at the very bottom? What was she thinking? Elder Feng was equally dumbfounded. What was happening? Had she not made herself clear? This prodigy actually wished to take that fellow as her master? Blindness. It was utterly absurd. The elders of the 7 sects had promised such bountiful treasures, techniques, and even offered to have their respective sect masters or ancestors take her as a disciple. Yet she disregarded these easily attainable benefits to approach a youth who had yet to utter a word. Furthermore, he belonged to the weakest Yuheng Sword Palace among the 7 sects. Was this not sheer folly? Elder Feng found it hard to believe that such a minor sect could produce any formidable talents. She could not help but exclaim, "Little girl, have you truly considered this? The person you refer to is merely from the Yuheng Sword Palace, the lowest ranked among our 7 sects, while my Qingyang Pavilion stands at 2nd place. Talents abound." But before Elder Feng could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Yuan Yi. Her master was not someone just anyone could qualify to be. With a single sentence, she left Elder Feng speechless. Yuan Yi's intentions were crystal clear. It was Lin Xian she sought. If not, why would she leave the grand sect of Qingyang Pavilion to travel thousands of miles to this place? Faced with Yuan Yi's captivating gaze, Lin Xian did not hesitate for long and readily agreed. Very well, henceforth, you shall be my 5th disciple. Simultaneously, the system scanned her details. Name, Yuan Yi. Age, 19 realm. 8-fold earth mystic identity. Disciple of the Sword Pavilion Destiny. Dual mastery of the Qin and Sword. Orange grade 1. Recent events. Shocked by the prodigious Su Lianxin in the Burning Heaven Secret Realm, she defied her clan's opposition and declined the invitation from Qingyang Pavilion, opting instead to seek Lin Xian as her master in the Zhonglu Empire. Orange grade 1. Dual mastery of the Qin and Sword. How extraordinary! Her talent rivals that of Nangong Yaoguang. As Lin Xian spoke, Yuan Yi, cradling her Guqin, approached him with a bright, cheerful smile. Yuan Yi pays her respects to master. She walked lightly, disregarding the complex gazes of those around her, leaving many to sigh and lament. Such a talented disciple. How could she, at such a tender age, have erred in judgment and joined the Yuheng Sword Palace? It was akin to a golden phoenix nesting in a chicken coop. By accepting Yuan Yi as his disciple, Lin Xian emerged as the most triumphant victor of the ascension ceremony. From time to time, curious glances were cast toward him from behind, one with 7 beams of light, another with 10. Even if the one with 7 beams was embroiled in great troubles, it could not be denied that Qin Feng was a genius. How perplexing it was that this young man had such fortuitous luck in acquiring disciples. Until the conclusion of the ceremony, Lin Xian did not find a 3rd disciple who met his expectations. There were indeed talents with 5 or 6 beams of spiritual light. But even if Lin Xian wished to accept them, they preferred to apprentice under other grand sects rather than a man like Lin Xian who was on the brink of death. Everyone knew he had offended the Red Ghost King. As the ceremony concluded and everyone returned to their sects, Chun Xiong followed Lin Xian with a worried expression, wanting to speak but unsure how to begin, his face a mask of unspoken words. Elder Feng stood far from the Yuheng Sword Palace, casting a distant glance at Lin Xian, her lips curling into a mocking sneer before she turned away without hesitation. Initially, she had intended to confront Lin Xian after the ceremony, but this fool had unwittingly spared her the trouble by accepting Qin Feng, thus avoiding the need to deal with the aftermath. The Red Ghost King would undoubtedly not let him off easily. If she were to preemptively kill the target of the Red Ghost King's wrath, it would not only provoke his ire, but also bring calamity upon Qingyang Pavilion. A dead man is but a dead man, regardless of whose hand ends his life. Let's depart. Elder Feng called out casually, leading her few disciples and leaving. Yet she failed to notice that although Lin Xian did not look in her direction, he seemed to sense her malevolent gaze. His fingers twitched slightly, and a shadow of darkness sank into the ground, surging towards the direction where the members of Qingyang Pavilion had retreated. Elder Feng was correct in one regard. A dead man is merely a dead man, regardless of whose hands he falls into. Naturally, whether she died at the hands of her true self or her doppelganger, death remains death. Chapter 56. Do you know who she is? On the return journey, the spirit vessel of the Jade Balance Sword Palace glided leisurely through the skies, its pace unhurried. Lin Xian sat at the bow, gazing calmly at the shifting clouds. Behind him were Chun Xiong, whose face was etched with concern, and Qin Feng, who appeared hesitant to speak. Observing them was Yun Yi, who was scrutinizing her senior brother. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng could no longer contain himself. Senior, I believe, perhaps it would be best to reconsider, although my talent is respectable. The Red Demon King is undoubtedly a formidable adversary. If you were to accept me as your disciple, he would certainly not spare you. At the mention of the Red Demon King, a flicker of anguish crossed Qin Feng's features, yet he persisted in dissuading Lin Xian, unwilling to endanger his benevolent senior. Without turning his head, Lin Xian held a fishing rod, casting it into the clouds. I have already stated that this matter is of no concern to you. Since I am willing to accept you, I shall not fear the Red Demon King. Seated nearby, Yun Yi meticulously polished her guqin, her demeanor serene as she listened intently to the exchange between her senior brother and master. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, Master, who is the Red Demon King? He sounds rather formidable. Unfamiliar with the identity of the Red Demon King, Yun Yi, being from outside the Zhonglu Empire, required clarification. Clearly, it was not Lin Xian's role to explain, as Chun Xiong seized the opportunity to elaborate, his expression grave. He recounted the heinous deeds committed by the Red Demon King, emphasizing that he was a powerful figure at the pinnacle of the fifth realm of the King's domain. After hearing this, Yun Yi nodded thoughtfully, observing the bitterness and trepidation etched on Qin Feng and Chun Xiong's faces, and found the situation somewhat amusing. A smile tugged at her lips as she proposed, Master, should I arrange for someone to slay the Red Demon King? Yun Yi's words were striking, leaving Chun Xiong wide-eyed in astonishment and Qin Feng utterly flabbergasted, staring at his junior sister in disbelief. Send someone to slay the Red Demon King? Does she truly comprehend the gravity of her words? The Red Demon King is a being whose strength rivals that of the royal ancestors of the Zhonglu Empire, and after all these years, he may have reached the fifth realm of the King's domain, far beyond what we could contend with. Yet from her tone, it seems she perceives the Red Demon King as merely an inconsequential foe, easily dispatched. Is this even reasonable? Lin Xian, acknowledging Yun Yi's good intentions, offered a faint smile and shook his head casually. There is no need. This trouble was caused by your senior brother, and I shall handle it. If he dares to come, I will personally deal with him. Not to mention that Lin Xian himself was unperturbed by the Red Demon King, his protector, the esteemed Yunzi Tianzuan, the first master of the Sword Pavilion, though not at his peak, had attained a royal level of cultivation. Just a mere Red Demon King. What is there to fear in eliminating him? Of course, Lin Xian did not perceive Yun Yi's words as mere bravado. He was well aware of the truth. Yun Yi undoubtedly possesses remarkable capabilities, After all, she is regarded as the foremost prodigy of the Lingzhen Empire, hailing from a lineage of considerable significance. The information provided by the system reveals that the Yun family, to which she belongs, is a reclusive, noble clan of the Lingzhen Empire. Her assertions alone suffice to indicate that, in her eyes, a formidable being such as the Red Ghost King, a fifth-level sovereign, is merely an existence that can be effortlessly crushed. Upon Lin Xian's refusal, Yun Yi did not press the matter further. Instead, she remained beside him, resting her chin in her hand as she gazed at the boundless sea of clouds below, engaging in casual conversation. The master and disciple shared a harmonious rapport. However, as they exchanged their banter, Chen Xiong and Qin Feng, positioned behind them, were utterly bewildered. To them, the Red Ghost King seemed like an inconsequential pawn, an ant that could be squashed at will, rather than a dreaded fiend that instilled fear throughout the Zhonglu Empire. One suggested sending someone to slay him, while the other proposed to do it personally. Was this truly normal? The two were momentarily rendered speechless, an avalanche of words stuck in their throats. Their faces flushed with disbelief. Observing their expressions, Lin Xian could not suppress a chuckle. He shook his head. Do you truly believe Yun Yi is jesting? Chen Xiong and Qin Feng remained silent. How could they dare to speak? They not only perceived Yun Yi's claims as a joke, but they also regarded Lin Xian's words as mere folly. After all, the Red Ghost King was the very terror that had plagued Qin Feng for an indeterminate span, a being of complete mastery at the fifth level of sovereign power. As if sensing their thoughts, Lin Xian reeled in his fishing line, pulling up a cloud-winged fish and tossing it into an adjacent empty bucket, shaking his head dismissively. If you were aware of her true identity, your perspective would surely shift. Chapter 57. Here you are. Chen Xiong was contemplating how to prepare a delectable dish using the cloud-winged fish for Senior Lin. This fish, residing within the clouds and composed entirely of spiritual energy, was an extraordinary delicacy. Upon hearing the words, he instinctively responded, filled with confusion. Could it be that she harbored another identity? Yun Yi, the foremost prodigy of the Lingzhen Empire, was indeed she. Leaving behind a remark, Lin Xian casually set down his fishing rod and walked into the cabin. Yun Yi also offered a slight bow to the two, smiling as she said, Yun Yi greets Elder Chun and Senior Brother Qin. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Although she doubted that the two could offer her any instruction, she understood the importance of etiquette. After her words, she followed Lin Xian back into the cabin. Left behind were only Chen Xiong and Qin Feng, who remained engulfed in bewilderment and disbelief. Though Lin Xian and Yun Yi had departed, their words echoed in the ears of the two. Yun Yi is the greatest talent of the Lingzhen Empire. She is Yun Yi. Chen Xiong stood there, dazed, murmuring to himself, while Qin Feng, perhaps unfamiliar with Yun Yi's name, recognized the significance of the Lingzhen Empire and its foremost prodigy. He was utterly speechless in his astonishment. Such a remarkable talent had become his junior apprentice? A junior apprentice? Even now, he found it hard to believe. This he truly was, unworthy of such an honor. Thus, when Yun Yi commanded someone to eliminate the Red Ghost King, she was neither jesting nor boasting. She genuinely possessed that capability. Feeling somewhat numb, Qin Feng struggled to regain his composure. Yet, the first thought that surged into his mind was, what kind of being is his master? That the foremost prodigy of the Lingzhen Empire would personally come to seek him as her teacher? If Yun Yi were aware of his doubts, she would likely shake her head and chuckle. The title of foremost prodigy was merely a distinction of the Lingzhen Empire. She never took pride in her status, for she understood that those accolades meant little in the presence of her master, not to mention her extraordinary senior sister, the sword cultivator she encountered in the burning heaven's secret realm, who surpassed her by leaps and bounds. Even though much time had passed, the prowess of Su Lianxin remained deeply etched in Yun Yi's heart. In her dreams of midnight, she would still recall the splendor of those two swords, which also inspired her decision to become Lin Xian's disciple. Qin Feng stood in place, braving the cold wind, hesitating and struggling for quite some time before finally gritting his teeth and stepping into the cabin, a hint of caution etched upon his face. Master, I cannot return with you just yet. I have a matter to attend to. After a prolonged moment of indecision, he gazed at Lin Xian's impassive countenance and, with a bitter smile, briefly unfolded his personal affairs. The matter I wish to address concerns the last remaining relative in this world, my sister. Upon mentioning his sister, Qin Lan, a shadow of guilt clouded Qin Feng's eyes. He constantly felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness towards her, a debt that mere words could scarcely articulate. This feeling intensified particularly after Qin Lan's marriage, spiraling into an inescapable anguish. Several years prior, Qin Lan had wed the heir of a noble family in the Zhonglu Empire, and at that time, both he and Qin Lan believed him to be a commendable individual, which led Qin Feng to arrange this union for his sister. However, everything changed after Qin Feng rejected the Red Ghost King. For Qin Lan, the once gentle partner transformed abruptly into a monstrous fiend, hurling verbal insults and presenting her with a divorce decree, urging her to leave as far as possible, fearful of being associated with her. The venomous words recounted by Qin Lan left both siblings in disbelief. The terror of the Red Ghost King instilled a psychological pressure that compelled avoidance, a sentiment both Qin Feng and Qin Lan could comprehend. Yet, the stark shift in the heir's demeanor, his eyes now resembling those of a plague, revealed a grotesque nature that was hard to fathom. It became evident that love could indeed be feigned. Qin Lan did not wail or lament. Instead, she quietly departed for the noble family, harboring no hatred toward her heartless husband, only resentment towards her own blindness, and returned silently to Qin Feng's side. To Qin Feng, however, it was heart-wrenching to see his once vibrant and radiant sister reduced to such a serene and silent state. He pressed his lips together, unable to disguise the bitterness in his expression. I have wronged Lan, and I have brought her harm. Master, I cannot abandon her. I must first pave a path for her before returning to the sect with you. For the first time, Qin Feng laid bare his inner turmoil to another, his demeanor suffused with affection and anguish. What he did not voice was that he had contemplated more than once whether it would be prudent to submit to the Red Ghost King, if only for his sister's sake. After all, those who are alive are of utmost importance. The world deemed him proud and stubborn, unwilling to witness his kin suffer rather than bow his head. Yet, they were oblivious to the countless times he yearned to lower himself before the Red Ghost King, only to find the latter perpetually elusive. It was then that Qin Feng comprehended the Red Ghost King's unwavering intent to torment him, to render him forsaken by all, to make him acutely aware of the consequences of his refusal. Upon hearing Qin Feng's heartfelt plea, Lin Xian nodded slightly. Since it concerns your sister and you are so troubled, let us bring her to the Yuheng Sword Palace. It is merely an additional person. A pie seemingly descended from the heavens nearly left Qin Feng in a daze. He stammered as he spoke. Is that truly possible? Was it not said that the 7 great sects do not nurture idleness? This time, Lin Xian remained silent, simply nodding in response to Qin Feng. Upon confirming the authenticity of the news, an overwhelming wave of euphoria surged within him, prompting him to hastily kneel, his expression brimming with gratitude and tears. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Were it not for the consideration that he was still aboard the spirit vessel, he would have been unable to contain his eagerness to return and share this splendid news with Qin Lan. As the spirit vessels of various sects surged through the air, the party from Qingyang Pavilion, led by Elder Feng, was also en route back to their abode. Sitting aboard the spirit vessel of Qingyang Pavilion, Shihuan was filled with excitement. The vessel sped along swiftly. However, due to its defensive formations, not a single breeze penetrated the interior. Not only was there an absence of wind, but he could also sense that the concentration of spiritual energy within the vessel was significantly higher than that of the outside world. This vessel must have been enhanced with a gathering formation. Truly, the second-ranked sect, Qingyang Pavilion, lives up to its reputation. The mere thought of soon becoming a core disciple of Qingyang Pavilion, stepping into the realm of immortals, and embarking on a cultivation journey far surpassing that of the majority, filled him with uncontainable excitement. However, as he glanced toward Elder Feng at the bow of the vessel, the joy on Shihuan's face waned slightly. He was uncertain why he had become the subject of contention between two sects, yet upon being brought back by Elder Feng, he sensed her disdain towards him. Following the initial thrill, an undercurrent of vague apprehension began to creep into his heart. Shihuan stared at Elder Feng's back, opening his mouth to utter some agreeable words. But before he could take a step forward, he heard Elder Feng's sudden and furious shout from a bow. "Who are you?" Startled, Shihuan looked up to find a figure clad in black robes had inexplicably appeared before their spirit vessel. The vessel was forced to halt, and Elder Feng regarded the ominous silhouette with caution, sensing a malevolent aura emanating from the figure, an ominous premonition rising within her. She demanded angrily, "Who are you to dare block our Qingyang Pavilion's spirit vessel? I am Elder Feng of Qingyang Pavilion. If you have any sense, retreat at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." While Elder Feng may have been slightly unhinged, she was by no means foolish. Yet, it appeared as though the figure in black had not heeded her warning. No one could discern how the figure moved. It spared not a single word, merely gliding forward, directly towards the spirit vessel of Qingyang Pavilion, aiming straight for Elder Feng's face. Reacting instinctively, Elder Feng took a step back, her gaze falling upon the flickering array of spiritual light on the vessel, and she quickly regained her composure. "Foolish. Our Qingyang Pavilion's formations are not so easily breached." The final word was swallowed in her throat, the unfinished echo contorted into an eerie sound as it escaped her lips, while the few youths behind her stared wide-eyed in terror and disbelief. The visage of Elder Feng was ensnared in a colossal hand. Her cheeks squeezed until they threatened to overflow. Her pupils dilated in terror as she beheld the silent figure in black robes, who effortlessly shattered the protective formation of the spiritual vessel. She could scarcely muster a response. In less than an instant, the once reliable array that had instilled confidence in Elder Feng and the youths crumbled like fragile parchment. The elder, who presided over the vessel, was seized by the neck without a flicker of resistance, yanked from the craft with overwhelming force, and hurled toward the valley below. Though she wielded the strength of a second-tier Wang realm cultivator, Elder Feng resembled a mere fledgling chick, desperately struggling yet helpless against her impending doom. During her descent, a blade of light erupted from the sleeves of her assailant, piercing her heart and pinning her firmly to the ground of the low-lying valley. A torrent of blood gushed from her mouth and nose, her heart breached, her innards shattered. Her life was forfeit. Yet, she continued to fixate on the figure in black, despair manifesting in a blood-flecked, desperate howl. Who are you?" "I am the one who shall take your life." The voice of the cloaked figure was faint. It stirred an inexplicable familiarity within Elder Feng. The black hood was drawn back, revealing a countenance that caused her pupils to constrict in disbelief, her mind momentarily faltering. It was him. How could it possibly be him? Chapter 58, What Am I Kill? As Lin Xian removed his hood, he gazed upon Elder Feng's contorted, despairing visage, exhibiting neither sorrow nor joy. "I recall, during our encounter atop Silver Egret Sacred Mountain, I inquired whether you wished for death. Your silence led me to presume your acquiescence." In that instant, Elder Feng gasped, struggling for breath, his eyes wide with hatred as they fixated on Lin Xian's countenance. The flicker of life within him extinguished completely. A second realm king elder of the Qingyang Pavilion met his demise in a low hollow without even the chance to resist. Disinterested in the tragic end of Elder Feng, Lin Xian casually brushed off the dust from his black robe, vanishing from the scene. As for how the youths of Qingyang Pavilion would navigate their spiritual vessels back, whether they would assist in retrieving Elder Feng's remains, or if the pavilion would trace the incident back to him, such matters fell beyond his contemplation. A kill is a kill. Should Qingyang Pavilion seek retribution, then they would face annihilation as well. It merely meant they would transition from the second rank of the 7 sects to becoming the second of the illusory Feather Sect. Elder Feng's death left no ripples in Lin Xian's heart. Upon Qin Feng's return with Qin Lan, Lin Xian and Qin Xiong came back from Silver Egret Sacred Mountain, where the Cold Moon Fairy did not even inquire about the disciples' recruitment. She promptly assigned all of them to Lin Xian's Sword Pavilion. This arrangement suited Lin Xian perfectly. He did not disregard the Cold Moon Fairy's dignity. and for several consecutive days, he patiently discussed the forthcoming Seven Nations competition with her and the other elders. Subsequent agendas would be determined by the Pavilion Master, and thus I shall refrain from elaborating further on the Seven Nations competition. Within the conference hall of Yuheng Sword Palace, the Cold Moon Fairy's clear voice resonated like pearls cascading, yet her words abruptly halted mid-sentence, her expression swiftly clouding with frost as she turned sharply to gaze outside. Who approaches? The Cold Moon Fairy flickered, darting outward to confront the powerful aura racing toward her. Upon beholding the white-haired matron hovering in mid-air, her countenance momentarily faltered. Despite her frail appearance, the aura emanating from this elder was indeed unsettling. In that fleeting moment, the Cold Moon Fairy recognized the visitor, and her demeanor shifted. It was none other than the master of Qingyang Pavilion. She quickly extended an invitation. Yuheng Sword Palace, being relatively weak, was bound to bow before a formidable sect like Qingyang Pavilion. The master of Qingyang Pavilion, being a powerful figure and a predecessor to the Cold Moon Fairy. Bowing to her was not a matter of shame. However, the Cold Moon Fairy harbored doubts. The ties between Yuheng Sword Palace and Qingyang Pavilion were at most slight. So why would the master of Qingyang Pavilion pay an unexpected visit? Moreover, the elder's countenance was exceedingly grim. Despite her uncertainties, the Cold Moon Fairy did not overlook the necessary courtesies and respectfully ushered her into the main hall for discussion. The master of Qingyang Pavilion, with a face marked by restrained fury, huffed coldly as she took her seat. Once settled, the Cold Moon Fairy voiced her concerns, inquiring about the purpose of the esteemed elder's unexpected arrival. The mere utterance of her question deepened the shadows upon the master's face. What brings you here? After the conclusion of the immortal ascension ceremony, Elder Feng Zong disappeared without a trace and has yet to return. I fear the news may not bode well. Vice Palace Master Han Yue, what do you believe is the purpose of my visit? Han Yue momentarily appeared taken aback, her brow furrowing in contemplation. That madwoman is dead? Yet, her demise bears no relevance to the Yuheng Sword Palace. Could it be that, due to her animosity with Elder Feng, the leader of the Qingyang Pavilion mistakenly believes that my sect had a hand in it? Absurd. Han Yue's countenance turned cold, her tone losing any semblance of kindness. What is the meaning of this, esteemed elder? Are you insinuating that I, the Yuheng Sword Palace, am to be held accountable? Although she harbors no fondness for that lunatic, she would never resort to murder. Otherwise, she would have acted long ago. What is your intent? The leader of the Qingyang Pavilion, detecting the impatience in Han Yue's voice, let out a cold laugh and revealed his cards. I have heard that during the immortal ascension ceremony, Elder Chunxiong and another elder from your esteemed sect had a confrontation with Elder Feng, and afterward, Elder Feng mysteriously vanished upon leaving the sacred silver egret mountain. Vice Palace Master Han Yue, let me ask you, if you were in my position, would you not harbor suspicions towards your Yuheng Sword Palace? Han Yue opened her mouth, but for a moment, words eluded her. Meanwhile, Elder Chunxiong, whose name was mentioned, underwent a series of fleeting expressions, gradually revealing a glimmer of contemplation. Silence enveloped the hall as the elderly matriarch slowly rose, surveying the room. While I possess no evidence and am unaware of who could have slain Elder Feng, you may choose to disavow responsibility, and I shall not force the issue. However, it would be prudent for you to pray that I do not uncover any truths, for if I do, as her words trailed off, an overwhelming and fierce pressure, characteristic of the fourth realm of the King's domain, swept across the assembly in an instant. The elders within the hall, caught unprepared, turned pale under the weight of the oppressive aura. The fourth realm of the King's domain is a rare and formidable existence throughout the entire Songlu Empire, with no rivals except for the Yushu Sword Sect. The pinnacle of strength within the Yuheng Sword Palace resides in Han Yue and Elder Lu Ming. Faced with such provocation and threat, their expressions darkened. Suppressing the turmoil of blood within their chests, they glared at the leader of the Qingyang Pavilion. Yet, they found themselves powerless to retaliate, struggling to maintain their composure under the suffocating pressure, silently praying for the palace master, who was in seclusion, to emerge and resolve the crisis. Unbeknownst to them, While the revered Yun Li sensed the impending threat posed by the leader of the Qingyang Pavilion, she remained unfazed and did not budge, continuing her meditation to restore her strength. With Lin Xian present, a mere Fourth Realm king could stir no significant turmoil. There is no need for investigation. It was I who enacted the deed. What of it? Chapter 59. Draw your sword and face me. No one anticipated that Lin Xian would suddenly speak. However, what astonished the Lord of Qingyang Pavilion even more than his ability to utter words under such immense pressure was the content of his statement. As Lin Xian's voice echoed throughout the hall, astonishment enveloped the crowd, including the Lord of Qingyang Pavilion, to the extent that even the oppressive aura she exuded faltered momentarily. The purpose of her visit to the Yuheng Sword Palace was never to extract any genuine confessions. After all, a murderer would hardly admit to their crimes unless faced with irrefutable evidence. Yet she never fathomed that the individuals from the Yuheng Sword Palace would dare to acknowledge it outright. A fleeting moment of dread surged within the Lord of Qingyang Pavilion, but she swiftly dispelled it. For in the very next heartbeat after the white-robed youth spoke, an overwhelming surge of sword intent, accompanied by a terrifying force of pressure, surged towards her like an unstoppable tide. The immense pressure caused a sinking feeling in her heart, prompting her to instinctively withdraw her own oppressive force in defense. However, upon encountering that colossal sword intent, her complexion turned pale. How formidable! Even a brief contact confirmed her certainty that she could never match this individual. The Lord of Qingyang Pavilion gazed at Lin Xian in disbelief, struggling to comprehend her recent sensations. How old could he possibly be? Sword intent. How could it possess such terrifying potency? In that moment, despite the mutual cancellation of their oppressive forces, the hall resonated only with the lingering remnants of sword intent. No one was specifically targeted, yet the Lord of Qingyang Pavilion felt as though her heart was firmly gripped by a colossal hand, rendering it motionless, a primal fear in the presence of a true powerhouse. Leaning languidly in his seat, Lin Xian regarded the pale-faced Lord of Qingyang Pavilion and inquired, "Word by word, what is the matter? Do you wish to accompany her?" I. In the conference hall of the Yuheng Sword Palace, the Lord of Qingyang Pavilion gasped for breath, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Had it not been for her steely resolve, she would have likely succumbed to her knees in submission. This left her utterly incredulous. The white-robed youth had not even lifted a finger. Merely the sword energy he casually unleashed prompted her, a consummate practitioner at the fourth level of the Wang realm, to contemplate yielding. What did this signify? What unfathomable strength was this? Even the venerable ancestor of the royal family could not achieve such a feat. Yet here existed a being of such caliber within the Yuheng Sword Palace. With such power, why did they linger at the fringes of the seven sects? The Lord of Qingyang Pavilion, her face ashen, swallowed hard. I leave. The single, emotionless word, devoid of any sentiment, granted this formidable white-haired matriarch a reprieve. Without uttering another word, she hastily departed, her steps frantic, even exhibiting a semblance of panicked retreat. The Lord of Qingyang Pavilion arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Even upon uncovering the true culprit, she refrained from uttering a single threatening word towards the Yuheng Sword Palace. The reason for all this was singular: strength. The strong command respect. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, regardless of the undertaking, no one would dare to interject. The esteemed elders of the Yuheng Sword Palace, though aware of Lin Xian's extraordinary nature, were nonetheless profoundly shocked and awed upon witnessing his prowess firsthand. The master of the Qingyang Pavilion, a formidable being at the pinnacle of the fourth realm of the Wang stage, was someone they could only look up to with reverence. Yet, she retreated in utter disarray, not daring to glance back, even in the knowledge that Lin Xian had slain an elder of her sect. Such is the essence of power. With a rhythmic tapping on the back of his chair, Lin Xian drew the attention of the assembly, indifferent to the rising tension within the hall. From this day forth, I shall enter seclusion. Emerging just prior to the great competition of the Seven Kingdoms, he declared casually before rising and departing. He sensed that the moment for a breakthrough had arrived, and this time it would not merely be a simple elevation of rank. Lin Xian's decision to seclude himself ignited a wave of similar resolutions among the elders of the Yuheng Sword Palace. Witnessing how Lin Xian's mere words had intimidated the master of the Qingyang Pavilion, they gained a clearer appreciation for the paramount importance of strength. Only through strength can one establish a solid foundation. Once Lin Xian departed, Chen Xiong abruptly stood, his voice booming. I too shall enter seclusion. The remaining elders, nearly 70% of them, echoed his sentiment. If a powerhouse like Lin Xian was seizing every moment to cultivate, what excuse did they have for not exerting themselves? The fairy of the cold moon paused, exchanging a glance with Elder Lu Ming, a hint of resignation mingled with a faint smile gracing her lips. This is indeed a positive development, Elder Lu Ming remarked slowly. In that case, the deputy master should also enter seclusion. We shall await the great competition of the 7 kingdoms. The fairy of the cold moon nodded in agreement. Then I shall entrust the sect's affairs to you during this period. Naturally, it is my duty, he replied. With roughly 2 months remaining until the great competition of the 7 kingdoms, the time was neither excessively long nor particularly short. It would pass in the blink of an eye. In these 2 months, Lin Xian immersed himself in seclusion and achieved a remarkable breakthrough, directly advancing through the 5 realms of the Wang stage, shattering 3 barriers in total. He reached the pinnacle of the 5th realm, tantalizingly close to entering the 6th. Such speed is truly remarkable. It is worth noting that for a Wang stage adept, each realm presents an arduous challenge, often requiring years or even decades to transcend. Yet Lin Xian accomplished this in a mere 2 months. This feat defies description. However, he had expended a significant portion of the resources he had previously acquired. While his progress was swift, the consumption was equally substantial. As he observed the dwindling spiritual stones within his storage ring, Lin Xian began to fret. Initially, he had intended to use these stones to procure a high-tier spiritual sword, which would serve as the foundation for his immortal slaying sword array. Now, it appeared that such plans would have to be abandoned in search of alternative methods. The great competition of the 7 kingdoms presented a splendid opportunity, with extraordinary rewards for the top 3 contenders. While the first prize was beyond reach, the second place offered a 6th-tier spiritual sword, precisely what he required. Should he bestow this upon a disciple, it would at least yield a 7th-tier imperial spiritual sword in return. If fortune favored him, perhaps even more. The mere thought filled Lin Xian with anticipation. And thus, the 2 months passed. His disciples exhibited remarkable determination. Su Lianxin steadily progressed to the pinnacle of the Earth Profound Realm, merely a step away from the Celestial Profound Realm. Following his successful fusion with the 9 Nether Inferno body, Wang Yin experienced a significant enhancement in his innate abilities, resulting in a meteoric rise to the 5th level of the Earth Profound Realm. Xu Yuming, endowed with her orange grade talent, benefited immensely from the dual guidance of Lin Xian and the celestial venerable Yun Li, leading her to comprehend her own sword intent. Moreover, after grasping the sword intent and practicing the Qingdi Sutra, Xu Yuming's cultivation soared dramatically, reaching the 8th level of the Earth Profound Realm. Though she did not surpass Su Lianxin, it was understandable, as Su Lianxin's innate talent was truly extraordinary. The Qingdi Sutra had been imparted to these 2 newly initiated disciples by Lin Xian quite some time ago. Among them, Qin Feng, the weakest, had previously endured considerable hardships, leaving him little opportunity for cultivation. In just 2 months, despite his brilliance, his progress was somewhat lacking, currently standing at the 8th level of Qi gathering. However, this was comprehensible. Although he ranked 4th, he was the youngest and had the least time for cultivation. As for Yun Yi, a natural prodigy, she now possessed strength equivalent to Su Lianxin, both having attained the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Earth Profound Realm. It is said that understanding one concept leads to understanding all. With the assistance of the Qingdi Sutra and the guidance of her previously comprehended zither intent, grasping the sword intent posed no challenge for this exceptional talent. Simultaneously mastering both sword and zither intents, Yun Yi ranked just below Su Lianxin among Lin Xian's disciples. She marveled at the caliber of her peers, realizing that none were ordinary. Initially, She believed that with her talent and strength, she would at least rank second or even first under Lin Xian's tutelage. However, she found herself unable to even breach the top 3 among his 5 disciples, surpassing only the newly accepted Qin Feng. This revelation left Yun Yi astounded and reinforced her conviction that rejecting the Qingdi Pavilion in favor of following the protagonist was the right decision. Any of her senior siblings held the potential to become extraordinary talents on the profound rankings. No, perhaps even more than that. The profound rankings might merely be the beginning, especially for senior sister Su Lianxin. Over the past 2 months, Yun Yi had sought to spar with Su Lianxin, only to be defeated effortlessly by a single strike, leaving her with no means of resistance. Previously, during her encounter in the Burning Heaven Secret Realm, she had only glimpsed Su Lianxin's terror. Now, she had gained a profound understanding of her exceptional prowess. This only intensified Yun Yi's competitive spirit. She could not be satisfied with ranking 4th among Lin Xian's disciples. She must not bring shame upon her master. All of her master's disciples were prodigies. She could not afford to lag behind. The most astonishing aspect for Yun Yi was the imperial grade technique bestowed upon her by her master. Even recalling it now, she could not suppress her shock. In this land devoid of even royal-level experts among the 7 kingdoms, an imperial grade technique truly existed? What kind of existence is her master? Upon emerging from seclusion, Lin Xian encountered the celestial venerable Yun Li. Upon seeing Lin Xian, Yun Li smiled gently, raising her hand in salute. Welcome back, esteemed leader. Your emergence from seclusion is most timely, for the great competition of the 7 kingdoms is about to commence, and we are preparing to head to the imperial capital of the Morning Dawn Empire. The venue for this grand competition among the 7 nations is none other than the imperial capital of the Morning Dawn Empire, the foremost among them. Lin Xian comprehended this, but chose not to take on the responsibility of leading the group. You may proceed with them. I shall remain in seclusion for a few more days. Indeed, that is truly splendid news. As expected of the sect master, I extend my early congratulations on your enhanced prowess. Yun Li expressed with astonishment, not anticipating Lin Xian's rapid ascension in strength. Being of a higher realm, she could perceive that, although Lin Xian advanced swiftly, he remained grounded. His progress was not merely a result of alchemical potions and resources. He truly is a prodigious talent, one beyond her reach. After a moment of reflection, Yun Li concluded, in that case, let Han Yu lead the way first. I will stay behind to assist the sect master in breaking through. Lin Xian nodded in agreement, confident that after his breakthrough, he would surely arrive at the competition in due time. Although Su Lianxin and the others felt somewhat disheartened about not accompanying their master, they understood what was of utmost importance. Together with Fairy Han Yu and the 7 outstanding participants from the Jade Balanced Sword Palace, they embarked towards the imperial capital of the Morning Dawn Empire. This time, the Jade Balanced Sword Palace had 11 participants, with the additional one being Yun Yi. Given her lineage from the reclusive, noble family of the Lingzhen Empire, securing a spot in the competition was a trivial matter for her. Moreover, having joined her Master-S faction, it was only fitting for her to compete under the banner of her Master-S current power. As they journeyed to the Morning Dawn Empire, Fairy Han Yu commanded the finest spiritual vessel from the Jade Balanced Sword Palace. The vessel was not only spacious, but also rich in spiritual energy, allowing for cultivation during the voyage without any detriment. However, last-minute preparations were of little use. Thus, the disciples from various sects gathered to discuss and strategize against their anticipated opponents. Yet, this discussion bore no relevance to Su Lianxin and her companions. The 7 disciples from the Jade Balanced Sword Palace, including Chu Jianxin, deliberately isolated Su Lianxin and her friends. While they did not overtly express hostility, their subtle sarcasm was abundant. Clearly, they had yet to accept the situation regarding Su Lianxin and her companions securing their spots. Unfortunately, Su Lianxin and her friends were indifferent to the opinions of others. They paid no heed to their petty schemes, and the veiled mockery and exclusion were of no consequence to them. As disciples of Lin Xian, they were acutely aware of their promising futures, destined for greatness. Their adversaries would only be the top prodigies of the Xian domain. As for Chu Jianxun and his group, labeling them as frogs at the bottom of a well seemed harsh. Yet, they were merely the talents of a third-rate sect from a lesser empire, akin to the most splendid feather on a wild chicken's tail. In the end, they remained nothing more than a feather, while Su Lianxin and her companions remained unfazed. Chu Jianxun and his associates grew increasingly restless. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as someone struck the table beside them, causing the tea to ripple. Qingmao, who had been discussing techniques with Su Lianxin and her friends, halted her words, her delicate face as cold as frost, furrowing her brows at the individual who had interrupted. She and her companions were quietly conversing when Chu Jianxun and his group had refrained from disturbing them, which was precisely to their liking. Unexpectedly, there are those who, lacking foresight, would recklessly collide with others. You, with a sharp sound, the tip of the sword pointed directly at Chu Yoming's nose. The newcomer spoke with an unfriendly tone. Draw your sword and engage in battle with me. I am eager to see what qualifications you possess to replace Xuanma. Chapter 60, Breakthrough. Sixth layer of the Wang realm. The steam from the tea still lingered in the air as Chu Yoming's gaze swept over the spilled white tea, a twinge of regret surfacing within her. The spiritual essence contained in the tea was of secondary importance. What mattered more was that this tea had been shared by Yun Yi, its flavor particularly suited to her palate. Such a disturbance had regrettably spoiled an exquisite brew. She cast a sidelong glance at the man beside her, who was fiercely brandishing his sword. No, she thought. With a disinterested sigh, Chu Yuming rose, intending to depart. To put it bluntly, this man did not even possess the qualifications to compel her to draw her sword. He and she existed on entirely different planes. Even if they were of the same realm, he could never hope to match her, let alone the fact that his cultivation was inferior to hers. As she made to leave, the man initially appeared taken aback, only to be swiftly overtaken by anger. Are you afraid? Huh. I expected a formidable opponent. Yet here you are. He was a close friend of Xian Mo and had long harbored indignation over his friend's plight. Today, he intended to seek justice for Xian Mo. Chu Yoming's refusal to engage only intensified his fury. How could someone so cowardly, who dared not face him in combat, presume to replace his brother Xian Mo? This was utterly unjust. Nearby, Chu Jianxun, who had been observing the unfolding scene, felt a flicker of disappointment. He had initially believed these individuals possessed some degree of strength, but it was now evident that they lacked even a modicum of courage. Any hopes of competing against the Jade Xian Sword Palace seemed futile. Alas! At that moment, Chu Yuming's response slowly emerged. However, unlike the anger or shame that the disciple had anticipated, she simply stated with calm composure, "If you believe so, then so be it." Such a trivial provocation held no sway over her. It failed to pique her interest, even to the extent of wanting to counter it. Provocation was predicated on a foundation of comparable strength. A challenge born of disparity was nothing more than a farce. There was no need for her to witness the folly of her own sect, nor was it entertaining. She would rather reserve her enthusiasm for the prodigies of the Seven Nations competition. Meanwhile, within the Yuheng Sword Palace, the esteemed Yunli Tianzuan sat in her courtyard. Suddenly, her brow twitched, and a glimmer of amusement danced in her eyes. She then lifted her gaze to behold Lin Xian standing before her. With his inky hair and white robes, he resembled a celestial swordsman, embodying the essence of a gentleman as refined as jade. Before she could utter a word of congratulations, she witnessed Lin Xian flash her a subtle smile. Then, he unleashed a sword strike. This strike appeared slow and unremarkable. Yet as the sword intent was unleashed, it bore the sharpness capable of fracturing the heavens. An inexhaustible torrent of sword energy surging forth, inundating the modest courtyard. Though she understood that Lin Xian bore no malice and merely sought to test his current prowess, Yunli Tianzuan instinctively felt her pupils constrict, unwilling to underestimate the situation. In a blink, she vanished from her seat, reappearing a short distance from Lin Xian. With a flick of her delicate hand, countless runes surged forth like flowing spiritual light, coalescing into a colossal, ethereal figure. The figure drew a bow, unleashing a brilliant golden ray. The collision between sword light and arrow light erupted into a tremendous explosion, sending shockwaves rippling through the ground beneath them. Fortunately, this place had long been fortified by the venerable Yun Li with intricate formations, preventing the residual shockwaves from disturbing the external realm of the Jade Balanceor Palace. Otherwise, the aftermath of this collision alone could have devastated a significant portion of the palace. After the sword strike, the mist dissipated and the waves calmed. Yun Li steadied herself, having been forced back several steps from her initial position. Though unscathed, her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. Had she truly found herself at a disadvantage? In this clash, she had unexpectedly faltered, while Lin Xian remained utterly composed. The depth of Yun Li's astonishment was almost palpable. It is important to note that although her strength had not fully returned, she still possessed the prowess of the imperial realm. Moreover, Lin Xian's sudden sword strike had caught her off guard, and she had not held back. Initially, she had been concerned that her attack might inadvertently harm Lin Xian. After all, despite his prodigious talent, he was only at the king realm, and even at the 6th level, he was still far from the imperial realm, a significant chasm that was not to be trifled with. Yet, her imperial strike had been suppressed, recovering her senses. Sharply. During this period, Lin Xian had already left her astounded multiple times. Each time she thought she had gained a clear understanding of his extraordinary capabilities, he would once again surpass her expectations. This truly was remarkable. With a slow exhale, a sincere smile of joy illuminated Yun Li's face as she approached Lin Xian. Congratulations, esteemed leader, on your impressive advancement in strength. The elegance of your swordsmanship genuinely humbles me. Lin Xian, retracting his hand, felt quite satisfied with his own abilities. He had exerted nearly all his strength in that strike. Apart from the immortal slaying sword array, he had utilized nearly all his available techniques, including the Qingdi Sutra and the Qingyang Sword Body. Consequently, Lin Xian had formed a rough assessment of his current capabilities. Now, he could contend with those of the imperial realm, and if he employed the immortal slaying sword array, he could even defeat them. Testing his sword, he found it satisfactory. As he spoke, he walked alongside Yun Li towards the exit. How long had it been since their departure? Yun Li remarked with a smile, "You emerged just in time. Han Yu and the others have likely not yet arrived at the Morning Dawn Empire." Lin Xian nodded slightly, feeling a sense of relief. It appeared that his calculations regarding the timing had indeed been accurate. Without further ado, as Yun Li was his protector, she naturally accompanied him. Since Lin Xian had exited his seclusion, they wasted no time and immediately set off for the imperial city of the Morning Dawn Empire to participate in the grand tournament of the 7 kingdoms. 2 streaks of light darted across the sky, astonishingly swift. They passed numerous spirit vessels along the way, eliciting envy from all who witnessed their passage. Traveling through the air with such speed, it was evident that these were 2 formidable beings. A young man standing on the deck of a cerulean spirit vessel gazed at the fleeting lights with longing, clenching his fists tightly, unabashedly revealing the ambition in his eyes. "I wonder when I will reach such a level. No rush. With my current talent, I shall soon match those powerful figures." The young man murmured softly to himself. Had Lin Xian been attentive, he would have discerned that this azure spirit vessel belonged to the Qingyang Sword Sect. The youth at the prow of the boat was none other than Lu Tianxing. Today, Lu Tianxing has undergone a remarkable transformation. Compared to his former self, both his strength and prowess have seen a substantial enhancement. With the aid of his ancestors, he has fully assimilated the potency of 2 one-pattern dragon soul pills, solidifying his foundation. His realm has ascended considerably, nearing the 8th layer of the Earth Profound Realm. Such a standing places him on par with the foremost prodigies of the 7 nations. Moreover, his combat experience has advanced even more significantly. Beyond the dragon soul pills, he has benefited from the exhaustive nurturing provided by the entire Qingyang Sword Sect. Various spiritual elixirs and medicinal baths have been generously bestowed upon him by the Qingyang Sect Master. Lu Tianxing is acutely aware of the mission he bears, yet he is unperturbed, filled instead with unwavering confidence. As he reflects on his current capabilities, he clenches his fists, harboring an absolute conviction. In this upcoming competition among the 7 nations, my aim extends far beyond merely breaking into the top 100. Chapter 61. 10 million. Too little in the face of Lu Tianxing's grand aspirations. The master of Xianyang stood beside him with an expression of hopeful admiration, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he offered his praise. Indeed, possessing such ambition and a fervent spirit of perseverance, you have become increasingly enterprising, living up to the expectations of our ancestors. This time, the venerable Xianjian did not accompany the team. Having invested considerable effort in Lu Tianxing early on, he held high hopes for Lu's performance in the 7 nations grand competition. Thus, after the conclusion of the Burning Sky Secret Realm, Xianjian did not retreat into seclusion, but devoted himself entirely to mentoring Lu Tianxing. Now, as the seeds he had sown were poised to flourish, he could finally find solace in seclusion to heal the wounds he had sustained in the Burning Sky Secret Realm. Xianjian held more confidence in Lu Tianxing's potential achievements in the competition than Lu himself did. Therefore, he felt no need to be present at the scene, choosing instead to remain within the sect, awaiting the return of the prodigy he had envisioned, eager for the finest news. As the venue for this 7 nations grand competition, the morning dawn imperial city had been swiftly inundated with a multitude of cultivators, filling the city to capacity a month prior. Celestial vessels traversed the skies incessantly, frequently landing at the city gates where disciples clad in sect attire paid their entry fees to flood into the imperial city. According to the prearranged signal with the Fairy of Cold Moon and others, Lin Xian and the celestial Venerable Yunli arrived just in time before the competition commenced, successfully reuniting. The Yunlai Inn, a renowned establishment spanning the entirety of the Xian domain and affiliated with the largest merchant organization, had branches in nearly every empire and city, making it the most fitting place for their gathering. However, when Lin Xian and the celestial Venerable Yun Li located the Fairy of Cold Moon and Qinxiang, they were met with an unexpected guest by her side. A woman clad in a fiery red dress with fox-like eyes approached with a smile, seemingly oblivious to the icy demeanor of the Fairy of Cold Moon. "Long time no see, Hanyu. You've certainly acquired some new faces behind you." She chuckled lightly, her laughter laced with a hint of derision, indicating that she had come prepared. "Why don't we make a wager?" The newcomer was none other than the master of Yuxian Sword Palace, in stark contrast to the serene and moonlit presence of the Fairy of Cold Moon. She exuded the fiery allure of a blazing beauty. However, recognizing that their paths did not align, the Fairy of Cold Moon's voice grew colder upon encountering this seemingly charming adversary. "What do you wish to wager?" "Let us wager 10 million spirit stones, shall we?" The master of Yuxian's Sword Palace eagerly interjected, almost before the Fairy of Cold Moon had finished speaking. The 7 nations grand competition is the perfect opportunity. If any disciple from our 2 sects ranks higher, regardless of who wins, it would certainly be better than your persistent belief that my Yuxian Sword Palace triumphed unjustly last time. Clearly, it was she who came fully prepared, and even the notion of betting seemed to have been premeditated by the master of Yuxian Sword Palace. Her confidence stemmed from the young man who had remained silently behind her. With a cold demeanor, he exhibited none of his master's enthusiasm, his gaze sweeping dismissively over the members of Yu Hung Sword Palace until it finally settled on Chu Jianshun, a distinct look of disdain flitting across his lips. Upon encountering this individual, Chu Jianshun's countenance instantly darkened, his fists clenched tightly. A year had elapsed since he was vanquished by this young man. He had never forgotten the humiliation of that defeat. For this battle, he had prepared meticulously for an entire year. This time, Chu Jianshun was determined to redeem his honor. However, the attention of the other disciples from the Yuheng Sword Palace was captivated by the wager. 10 million spirit stones. A few disciples gasped quietly. This was no trifling sum, especially considering that the Yuheng Sword Palace was notoriously impoverished, ranked at the bottom among the 7 sects of the Conglu Empire. Would the deputy palace master even agree? The disciples looked towards the Cold Moon Fairy, only to find her expression unchanged, seemingly unfazed. She even offered a gentle smile. Such a rare smile from an ice-cold beauty was akin to the melting of the first snow, yet before the audience could fully appreciate it, They were met with her astonishing declaration. 10 million was far too little. If a wager was to be made, it should not be timid. 50 million. Do you dare to bet? 50 million. Not 500,000, nor 5 million, but a staggering 50 million. What does this signify? Even a major sect like Ling Xiao would feel the pinch at parting with 10 million spirit stones. And now a full 50 million. Nearly the entire wealth of the Yuheng Sword Palace. In that moment, those who heard the Cold Moon Fairy's words were rendered speechless with shock. Even the disciples of the Yuheng Sword Palace and the direct disciple Chu Jianshan could only stare blankly at the Cold Moon Fairy's indifferent visage, their minds consumed by a singular thought. Master, Deputy Palace Master. Surely she isn't driven mad by this? Otherwise, how could she utter such words? Even with his resolve to redeem his honor, Chu Jianshan did not possess absolute confidence in defeating his old rival. 50 million. This wager risked the very existence of the sect. Not only were they taken aback, but even the palace master of the Yushuan Sword Palace was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated the Cold Moon Fairy's audacity, yet she quickly regained her composure, regarding her with evident skepticism. 50 million? I have no objections. But can your Yuheng Sword Palace truly produce 50 million? The Cold Moon Fairy cast a dispassionate glance in her direction, her demeanor remaining frosty, merely asking, "What? Are you afraid?" "Huh." The palace master of Yushuan's Sword Palace laughed outright, her gaze shifting with a mocking glint. "You dare, so why should I not? Provocation holds no sway over me. Since you are willing to wager 50 million to bestow upon my Yushuan Sword Palace, I shall gladly accept this windfall." Thus, the wager was made. My Yushuan Sword Palace shall partake. She was utterly confident in her victory. Whether it was 10 million or 50 million, ultimately, it would all belong to her Yushuan Sword Palace. With that, the palace master of Yushuan Sword Palace departed gracefully, her disciples silent yet unable to conceal their disdainful glances towards the Yuheng Sword Palace, which ignited fury among its disciples. Only Chu Jianshan, with furrowed brows, approached the Cold Moon Fairy after the figures of the Yushuan Sword Palace had vanished. "Master, you have acted impulsively this time. I, your disciple, lack full confidence in securing victory." These words, though laden with frustration, cannot alter the reality. The celestial maiden of Cold Moon gazed upon her beloved disciple, perceiving the dissatisfaction simmering within his eyes. She shook her head, having never truly harbored expectations for him. "This matter I shall resolve with my own judgment. Now, return to your quarters and rest well, preparing for the upcoming grand competition. Do not burden yourself excessively. As your master, I would not wager unless I possess certainty." Chu Jinshan's heart brimmed with unspoken words, yet he remained silent, gazing at his serene master. A fire of indignation surged within him, rendering him oblivious to the wisdom in the celestial maiden's words. After taking a deep breath, he turned away, his footsteps echoing his discontent. The celestial maiden remained silent, casting a glance at Su Lianxin and the others who had yet to depart, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly, exuding an air of unwavering confidence. Having tasted defeat last time, she felt a discontent deeper than any other disciple within the sect. If it were a fair contest, she could accept her loss, yet, this time, she was determined to plunge her opponent into despair. Chapter 62. The Imperial Grade Spirit Artifact. The Seven Nations Grand Tournament is a grand gathering that unites numerous prodigies. As all cultivators converge upon the imperial city of the Dawn Empire at the pinnacle of dawn, the Seven Nations Grand Tournament officially commences. The formations illuminate the sky with their radiant brilliance, and the rarely seen ancestors and esteemed elders have all made their appearances. The governor has established layers of formations, isolating the tournament grounds from the outside world, leaving no room for delays. Within the venue, each empire occupies its designated area, further divided among sects. As countless prodigies sit upright, gathered to partake in this grand assembly. The champions of the Seven Nations are thus assembled. As noon arrives, the venue is entirely sealed. Above the grounds, 3 royal elders of the Dawn Empire silently manifest, their formidable aura sweeping across the arena. Their cultivation levels are all above the 7th realm of the King's stage. Such a realm is a pinnacle existence throughout the entire moonlit seven nations. The three elders. With grave expressions, don robes adorned with royal insignia that flutter wildly in the wind. With a collective gesture, they unveil an ancient mirror. As the ornate mirror appears, the breaths of some individuals within the crowd suddenly become heavy. This mirror is recognizable to some. A 7th grade spirit treasure, an imperial grade artifact. The Dawn Empire indeed possesses immense wealth, willing to display such a treasure. Is this the Dawn Empire's 10 Directions treasure mirror? Truly exceptional. Just gazing at it evokes a sensation of being drawn in. The foremost among the seven nations, it undeniably possesses astonishing depth. The prodigies from various nations and sects, possessing keen insight, immediately discern the extraordinary value of the ancient mirror, engaging in fervent discussions. Their voices reach the ears of the uninformed, enlightening them about the mirror's rarity, igniting fervent awe and admiration. An imperial-grade artifact. Anything associated with the imperial path is regarded as almost legendary in their eyes. It is worth noting that within the current seven nations, there isn't a single imperial realm powerhouse. However, not everyone is overwhelmed with excitement. The prodigies of the Dawn Empire maintain a serene demeanor, exhibiting little emotional fluctuation. After all, as the foremost empire of the moonlit seven nations, the prodigies cultivated here cannot be short-sighted. Although imperial-grade artifacts are rare, they're not entirely unfamiliar with them. Lin Xian's disciples also wear calm expressions, revealing little greed or astonishment. Having encountered and cultivated with imperial-grade techniques, what significance does an imperial-grade artifact hold? Compared to imperial-grade techniques, it is utterly trivial. Yet their indifference does not imply that others believe they should be indifferent. Returning to their senses from their astonishment, Chu Jianshan and others glance at the composed Su Lianxin and the others, their brows knitting in displeasure, with some unable to contain themselves and muttering under their breath. What a pretentious display! Enough! Chu Jianshan furrowed his brows and admonished. Regardless of the circumstances, we are teammates. Let us refrain from such harshness. As the eldest disciple within the sect, he typically exudes considerable authority, and though his fellow disciples might harbor discontent, they reluctantly fell silent. Apart from them, there were several individuals present who exhibited not surprise, but rather a mocking demeanor. These people truly seemed to lack worldly experience. The youth clad in silver armor casually toyed with the finger tiger in his hand, contrasting sharply with the poised demeanor of the prodigies from the seven nations. He sat with legs splayed, his expression brimming with derision. It was merely an imperial-grade spirit artifact. These worthless individuals from the seven nations had likely encountered little more than this. The two youths beside him responded with laughter, sharing in his contempt and scorn. A group of frogs at the bottom of a well? TSK, what a waste of our time. However, considering this mirror, the gaze of the last individual fell upon the ancient mirror, his eyes glinting with avarice as he murmured softly. The low-tier imperial-grade, Shifeng ancient mirror, though slightly inferior, could still barely match my stature. Once our divine martial dynasty unifies the moonlit seven nations, this mirror, the prodigies on the ground harbored various thoughts. While the three clan elders had already collaborated to successfully refine the ancient mirror, the archaic and mysterious Shifeng ancient mirror emanated a faint glow, suspended above the crowd, reflecting not a single human figure, but instead revealing a shimmering landscape of forests, swamps, grasslands, and other terrains that constantly shifted. It was then that one of the clan elders announced the rules in a resonant voice. Esteemed prodigies, the grand competition of the seven nations officially commences. I shall now declare the rules for this contest. The first round of the competition takes place within the Shifeng ancient mirror. All prodigies must enter the mirror within the span of a single incense stick, commencing simultaneously. Within the mirror world, countless beasts await. Slaying these beasts will earn points. And the more beasts one vanquishes, the greater the score. Time is limited. When the incense burns out, all participants must immediately exit the mirror to tally their scores, which will determine their rankings. To advance to the second round, a minimum of 10,000 points is required. Now, Let the competition begin. With a wave of the elder's hand, the Shifeng ancient mirror burst forth with radiant spiritual light. As the light surged, jade tokens flew out, landing in the hands of each prodigy. In the blink of an eye, those holding the tokens were orderly drawn into the mirror world. These tokens would record the points of the competing prodigies, with the leaderboard visible for all to see. Once everyone had entered, one elder established a monument for the leaderboard, a grand spiritual tablet devoid of names at that moment, while another elder produced a continuous incense stick, igniting it by the side of the mirror. As the fragrant smoke wafted, the first round of the grand competition of the 7 nations officially commenced. All prodigies began their fierce battles. Su Lianxin and Wang Yan, upon entering, found themselves separated. Though there had been no intention to ally in hunting beasts, Wang Yan felt a fleeting discomfort at being parted from his senior sister. However, as soon as he landed, he quickly found himself surrounded by beasts, leaving no room for anxiety. They were all beasts. The weakest among them were at the earthly, profound realm, and their numbers were vast. Were these truly beasts? No, this was a bounty of points. Tangible points lay before him. How could he not seize them? Wang Yan's gaze burned with fervor, and without hesitation, he drew his sword and charged forth. He parted his lips, a face alight with excitement. At that moment, having followed his master in training for a considerable time, he decided to use you all to hone his swordsmanship. Such an opportunity to assess his true combat prowess was not one Wang Yan would let slip away. However, as he thrust his sword forward, before he could even invoke his sword intent or engage in a fierce contest with the beast, the fox demon appeared oblivious, failing to evade as he had anticipated. Instead, it was struck by his sword, meeting its demise on the spot. Wang Yan was taken aback. Blood flowed from the wound of the fox demon, inciting the remaining beasts to unleash their ferocity, heedless of the danger as they charged at him. Witnessing this, Wang Yan ceased his contemplation and swung his sword once more. After several strikes, the ground was littered with the corpses of the demon beasts, and Wang Yan stood amidst the carnage, somewhat speechless. Were they truly this feeble? No, it was not that they were weak. Rather, was it that I am exceedingly powerful? Wang Yan suddenly realized that after sparring with his senior sister and others, frequently facing defeat had led him to harbor the illusion of his own inadequacy. Little did he know, this perception was merely in relation to his senior sister and junior sister Chu. Wang Yan felt a wave of emotion, for it dawned on him that he, too, was a genius. Chapter 63. First round results in the midst of his fellow disciples. I, the frail one, pondered whether my presence outside was excessively formidable. This thought briefly flickered through Wang Yan's mind. He hesitated for a moment, his gaze drifting toward the distant mountains and forests, shaking off the droplets of blood clinging to the tip of his sword, and stepped deeper into the wilderness. Within the ancient mirror of the 10 directions, waves of monstrous beasts surged forth incessantly. With each movement, one would encounter even more of these creatures. Soon, Wang Yan found himself beset by a horde of beasts leaping from the dense forest. A cluster of cat demons, their features grotesque, bore fangs stained with crimson, yowling as they lunged toward him. Comme fort. Wang Yan's eyes gleamed with excitement, a smile gracing his lips as he unsheathed his sword. In an instant, the blade flashed like a rainbow, blood splattering as a cacophony of startled birds erupted into the air. The ancient mirror of the 10 directions was devoid of the passage of time. There were no cycles of day and night. Everything was suspended at noon. Even if time were to pass, the shadows within the mirror would not shift. All the prodigies were ensnared within, embroiled in relentless battles, striving to enhance their scores. None wished to be eliminated, each aspired for a better rank, except for a few, including Wang Yan. His sword was caked with a thick layer of blood. Standing atop the treetops, he casually wiped it clean, a piece of grass he had found lodged in his mouth, gazing at the hazy canopy with a sigh. How dull. It truly was exceedingly tedious. It had been over a day since he was cast into the ancient mirror, and he surmised that a third of the everlasting incense, which could burn for 3 days, had already been consumed. The first round of the competition was limited to the duration of a stick of this incense. For the first time, he found 3 days to be an interminable stretch. After a full day of hunting, He had confirmed that the beasts within this mystical realm possessed low intelligence and weak combat abilities. Even when he had recklessly plunged into the tide of beasts, surrounded and attacked, he faced minimal risk. Of course, he also speculated that perhaps it was due to his own overwhelming strength. Regardless, his objective of gaining practical combat experience from the first round of assessments had proven futile. The encounters had been mere crushes. Where was the opportunity for experience in that? He could not ascertain whether the world within the ancient mirror was vast or if it simply isolated all the prodigies from one another. But after traversing for so long and slaying so many beasts, Wang Yin had yet to encounter any other contestants. Glancing at the jade token, which prominently displayed a score of 10,078, Wang Yin could not help but marvel. His fellow disciples must have already accrued their qualifying scores as well. Contemplating this, he settled cross-legged atop the treetop. In any case, he had already surpassed 10,000 points, sufficient to advance to the second round. There was little to be nostalgic about in the first trial. It was far more prudent to seize the moment for cultivation. Wasting time in skirmishes with these beasts was hardly worthwhile. He would rather focus and delve deeper into the sword techniques and martial arts imparted by his master. The world within the mirror is woven from the essence of rules, with a particularly profound sword intent. Upon entering, he sensed an extraordinary atmosphere, as if this place were more conducive to the comprehension of martial arts. A mere moment of perception swiftly confirmed his conjecture. Soon, Wang Yin closed his eyes and entered a tranquil state of cultivation. Similarly, Su Lianxin and her companions, gazing at their over 10,000 points, made the same decision. They were unwilling to squander 3 days on meaningless skirmishes. After all, the first round of assessment merely serves as a selection process. No matter how high their scores, they would not influence the final rankings nor yield any tangible rewards. It was merely a matter of superficial prestige. They were not the type to seek the limelight, thus remained indifferent. In this time, rather than studying martial arts, they could rest or rejuvenate. 3 days slipped by in an instant. As disciples under the Lin Xian sect began their meditative practices, the other prodigies were engaged in fierce battles. The leaderboard fluctuated constantly, with names rising and falling in a highly competitive atmosphere. The outside world could not glimpse the realm within the ancient mirror, only inferring the intensity of the battles from the increasingly volatile rankings. As time passed day, by the third day at the hour of the snake, just before the conclusion of the first round of the grand competition, the leaderboard began to stabilize. At this moment, the points of the leading contender had soared to a staggering 100,000. Even those ranked in the top 100 boasted over 60,000 points. Yet, upon a cursory glance at the inscriptions, it was evident that the top 100 were predominantly occupied by the Dawn Empire, the Holy Sun Empire, and the Great Jin Empire, with few representatives from other nations. Even when present, they lingered in the 80s or 90s. The Zhonglu Empire, in stark contrast, had not a single representative, having been left far behind in the rankings. The leaders from the Zhonglu Empire who had come to participate in the grand competition could only sigh helplessly as they scanned the leaderboard, failing to find any familiar names among the top 100. Alas, they had grown accustomed to this. This was the norm for every grand competition among the 7 nations, with no exceptions. Not merely accustomed, but nearly numb to the disappointment. However, as they continued to observe, they could not help but raise their eyes towards the pinnacle of the leaderboard. Historically, many prodigies had gained renown that echoed across nations. For instance, Qing Yuan and Shunli, both firmly established within the top 20, eliciting no surprise from the onlookers. After all, these individuals were renowned top-tier prodigies of the 7 nations, having already attained the celestial profound realm, a level beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. Presently, most prodigies remained at the 7th or 8th level of the earth profound realm, rendering their advantage overwhelmingly significant. Both Qing Yuan and Shun Li were frontrunners for the championship of the grand competition. Yet, beyond these familiar names, 3 others emerged, evoking a sense of surprise and unfamiliarity. Ao Tai, Shi Zhen, and Lin Xingzhou. Who are these illustrious figures? It is quite perplexing that I have never heard their names before, yet they have managed to secure a place among the top 20. Moreover, The gap between them and the exceptional Changxia is merely a few thousand points. How curious it is that such talent has only now emerged without any prior recognition. The crowd gazed at the unfamiliar names inscribed on the monument, engaged in fervent discussions and inquiries, yet they could not arrive at any conclusive understanding. Just as their bewilderment deepened, the elder, who had been seated in meditation above, suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, a resonant chime echoed through the air, and the ancient mirror, suspended in the heights, erupted in a dazzling display of brilliance. Following this, a multitude of individuals was unexpectedly expelled from the ancient mirror onto the previously vacated arena below. Some were seated in meditation with closed eyes. Others wielded their swords aimlessly, and one individual nearly stumbled to the ground in a moment of disarray. One of the elders casually waved his hand, dispelling the chaos that had almost arisen from a sudden shift in scenery. Observing the varied states of the young prodigies, some appearing flustered while others radiated confidence, the elder solemnly announced, "The first round of the Seven Nations Grand Tournament has concluded." Chapter 64. Despair? In the very center of the Seven Nations Grand Tournament venue, the talented individuals who had been teleported began to regain their senses. Once they comprehended their surroundings, most wore expressions brimming with anticipation, lifting their gazes in unison. The disciples from the Qingyang Sword Palace were no exception. They too were eager to ascertain the results of their arduous efforts over the past 3 days. However, the moment they raised their heads to behold the scoreboard, their expressions abruptly froze, disbelief etched across their faces. To their astonishment, the top score on the leaderboard surpassed 100,000 points? How could this be possible? Gasps of shock escaped their lips as the disciples of Qingyang Sword Palace were struck with dismay. They had fought fiercely against the demonic beasts, sparing no effort, and even so, had scarcely managed to accumulate over 10,000 points, barely squeezing into the second round. Yet, the top 10 prodigies all boasted scores exceeding 100,000. This was truly terrifying. The first round had starkly revealed the vast chasm between them and the elite talents of the Seven Nations. Despite being mentally prepared, the blow was still profoundly discouraging. At that moment, even Chu Jinshan found himself momentarily dazed. He lowered his gaze to the jade token in his hand, a wave of defeat and helplessness washing over him, lingering like an unwelcome specter. In the first round, he had achieved a score of 29,300 points, nearing 30,000. This performance was considered commendable among the history of disciples participating from Qingyang Sword Palace. He had felt a sense of pride, believing that while he might not stand out, he would not lag too far behind. Yet now, that pride had crumbled into dust, replaced by a deluge of cold reality that poured over him like a bucket of icy water. Chu Jinshan couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Alas, I never truly expected a place within the top 100. He sighed softly, attempting to console himself. At that moment, several other participants from Qingyang Sword Palace approached him, their faces marred by discomfort and displeasure, lowering their voices as they drew near. "Senior brother, have you seen the scores of those three?" Chu Jinshan turned towards the source of the voice, only to find that the scores displayed on the jade tokens of Su Lianxin and the others barely surpassed 10,000. Among them, Wang Yin had scraped by with a mere few points to enter the third round. Chu Jinshan's mood, already fraught with discontent, darkened further, his dissatisfaction with his master reaching a boiling point. "Master, what were you thinking? A score barely exceeding 10,000 reflects such a lack of strength. It would have been better to send Xian Mo and the others instead. They would surely have garnered more points." Chu Jinshan pinched the bridge of his nose, a shadow falling across his eyes. Accompanying this was a particularly loud sneer. "You talked a big game before, and I thought you would be formidable. Yet your score is only 29,000? How laughable." Chu Jinshan's brows knitted tightly, and he lowered his hand, regarding the newcomer with a wary and defensive expression. "Gong Yuan, what brings you here?" In the Jade Yuan Sword Palace, the foremost disciple participating in the competition, Gong Yuan, bore a delicate visage that exuded both mockery and disdain. "I had initially anticipated that after a year of preparation, you would present me with some surprises. However, the reality has left me profoundly disappointed." With a mere flick of his hand, the jade tablet slipped from his grasp, suspended by an ethereal golden chain. The flickering spiritual light emanating from this chain suggested its extraordinary nature, yet the attention of everyone from the Jade Hung Sword Palace was fixated not on the chain, but on the jade tablet itself. 70,000. 3,300 points? A staggering score exceeding that of Chu Jianshan by more than double, and moreover, it had secured a position within the top 100, and quite prominently at that. In this moment, the disciples of the Jade Hung Sword Palace were enveloped by shock, their disbelief mingling with a profound sense of despair. With such a vast disparity, how could they possibly triumph? How could they compete? Gong Yuan, however, chuckled, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Feeling hopeless? You ought to. Chu Jianshan, do you recall how you lost last time? This time, it will be even more humiliating. As he gazed at their departing figures, Chu Jianshan felt his teeth nearly shatter from the pressure, yet the sense of powerlessness within him was insurmountable. Could they truly still secure a victory? The corner they occupied was sparsely populated, attracting little attention, save for the elders from their respective sects who watched intently. An elder from the Jade, Qingyang Sword Palace, chuckled softly, turning to the side to address the cold moon fairy beside her with a teasing tone. It seems we are in for quite a spectacle. However, Deputy Palace Master, it appears you are destined to lose once again in this contest. The reason for the elder's sudden presence was due to the red-clad Palace Master of the Jade, Qingyang Sword Palace, having attained enlightenment, retreating for seclusion. Although this elder was also a woman, she bore the marks of age, beautiful yet exuding a sharpness that was rather acerbic. What a pity. Originally, you needed only to invest 10 million spirit stones, yet you have escalated it to 50 million. What do you suppose we should do with this 50 million spirit stones? Her smug demeanor was utterly distasteful. The cold moon fairy standing beside her gritted her teeth, her expression tinged with gloom. This is merely the first round. What is there to be so pleased about? These beasts are so weak that even if one were to accumulate 70,000 points, or even reach 100,000, it would hardly be noteworthy. Your joy seems rather premature. Nonetheless, any discerning observer could sense the bitterness and insecurity woven into her words. The Grand Elder of the Jade, Qingyang Sword Palace, burst into laughter, her spirits soaring. Indeed, your words ring true. I concur that these beasts are quite feeble. Yet, one must wonder why none of you have managed to secure 70,000 or even 100,000 points. Is the figure 29,000 considered auspicious? With a chuckle, she continued, however, since the Deputy Palace Master does not accept the results of the first round, I shall eagerly await to see what strategies you may employ next. I hope they are plentiful and not riddled with disgrace, ha ha ha. With that, she laughed arrogantly, turning away with an air of haughtiness. Observing the departing figure of the Grand Elder of the Yushuan Sword Palace, the initial fury etched on the face of Fairy Hanyue gradually dissipated. A subtle smile graced her lips. Naturally, she would not disappoint them. She whispered softly, her voice barely audible to herself, a hint of playful amusement glimmering in her eyes. Although the Palace Master of the Yushuan Sword Palace was in seclusion and could not witness the incredulity on her face stemming from her defeat, Fairy Hanyue had already begun to anticipate the expressions that would adorn the faces of those from the Yushuan Sword Palace once the second round concluded. It was akin to savoring an appetizer before a grand feast. She imagined their expressions would be nothing short of spectacular, bringing her immense satisfaction. The results of the first round of the Seven Nations Grand Tournament had been announced. The disciples belonging to their respective sects returned to their designated areas, some with heads held high and others with downcast spirits. Within the ranks of the Qingyang Sword Sect, a throng of disciples, their faces flushed with excitement, gazed adoringly at the individual they had encircled, their eyes brimming with joy and trust. Senior Brother. Incredible. As expected of Senior Brother Liu, he has secured a place in the top 100 right from the first round. Senior Brother is truly a paragon for us disciples of the Qingyang Sword Sect. The focal point of their praise was none other than Liu Tianxing. With a relaxed expression and a smile, he waved his hand modestly, attributing his success to mere luck. Yet, the pride in his gaze revealed the true sentiments dwelling within his heart. Nearby, the master of Xianyang nodded slightly, his eyes filled with admiration for Liu Tianxing. Well done, Tianxing. However, do not let pride cloud your judgment. The beasts in the first round were not formidable enough to showcase the prowess of a top genius. The upcoming draw for the second round will be markedly different. You will face true peers, competing fiercely against one another. Approach it with caution, and do not be complacent. The events of the Seven Nations Grand Tournament were largely predetermined. The first round involved battling beasts, while the second would see combat against fellow humans. The rules of the Qingyang Sword Sect tournament were not dissimilar, employing a system of random draws for duels, with 5 arenas operating simultaneously. Now, with all the geniuses having departed, only a few elders remained on the high platform, collaborating in threes to demonstrate their skills. Rising from the ground, 5 arenas emerged, arranged in a celestial formation, occupying the central space, poised for the contestants to take the stage. At the very center stood the towering draw platform, alongside a spiritual monument displaying the information of the upcoming matchups. Lu Tianxing's gaze swept across the scene, a confident smile lifting the corners of his mouth as he assured, "Rest easy, Sect Master, I understand." Though he claimed to comprehend, a shadow of trepidation lingered. The first round beasts had not compelled the geniuses to reveal their true capabilities, yet had he truly unleashed all his strength? Lu Tianxing held unwavering confidence in himself. He could not possibly lose. The second round commenced at the hour of the rat. Once it began, the spiritual monument flickered with a dazzling array of names before swiftly confirming the contenders. A total of 10 individuals were selected, pitted against each other in pairs. Lu Tianxing still had a modicum of luck on his side. As he had anticipated in his heart, he was selected to enter the arena at a remarkably early position. His performance indeed lived up to the expectations of the esteemed Master Qingyang. A thunderous sound reverberated across the arena, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries. As the dust settled and the smoke dissipated, on the second stage knelt a proud genius, blood pouring from his mouth, utterly disheveled, while before him stood Lu Tianxing, resplendent and unscathed, his flowing robes untouched. With a flourish, Lu Tianxing twirled his sword and sheathed it, casting a condescending gaze upon his opponent. "My friend, shall we continue?" The injured genius gritted his teeth, endeavoring to rise and continue the battle. But after several futile attempts, his trembling knees betrayed his inability to proceed. With a resounding thud, he collapsed once more, his complexion swiftly paling. "I concede." A hint of a smile graced Lu Tianxing's lips as he clasped his hands in acknowledgement. "I concede to your prowess." He watched as the defeated genius was assisted off the stage, then turned his gaze toward the Qingyang Sword Sect, greeted by a chorus of exultant cheers. "The senior brother has triumphed again. Senior brother, remarkable." The entire Qingyang Sword Sect regarded Lu Tianxing with profound admiration and unwavering veneration. For the second round, the rule for advancement was singular. One must achieve 10 consecutive victories. It was a test of both skill and fortune. Lu Tianxing had already secured 9 consecutive victories. In response to the cheers of his junior disciples, Lu Tianxing offered a modest smile, seemingly unfazed. To him, his victories were merely the expected outcome. Alas, it was regrettable that he had not encountered anyone ranked higher than himself. Lu Tianxing shook his head in disappointment. Among the 9 battles, the 2 strongest opponents had ranked 98 and 97 in the first round, both trailing behind him. Thus far, he had yet to encounter a worthy adversary who could compel him to exert his true strength. He found himself growing somewhat dissatisfied with triumphing over these weaker foes. "Come on," Lu Tianxing mused inwardly. "In the final match, I hope not to be disappointed. I desire an opponent who can make me take this seriously." Just then, the spirit monument he had been observing began to flicker once more. Lu Tianxing's spirits lifted as he focused intently on the name about to be revealed. His next opponent is Wang Yan. Chapter 65. A sword, a voice tinged with disbelief, emerged from Lu Tianxing's lips as he gazed incredulously at the name displayed on the spirit monument, his entire demeanor shifting dramatically. How could it be? This name had long been a nightmare, haunting his thoughts. Could this Wang Yan be the same one he dreaded? What right did he have to participate in the grand tournament of the 7 nations? However, upon noticing the meager score accompanying Wang Yan's name on the spirit monument, Lu Tianxing's expression fluctuated, and he exhaled with a hint of relief, a subtle, cold smirk gracing his lips. With a score just above 10,000, he was still far from the top 100. What was he so anxious about? No matter which Wang Yan it was, he had long since surpassed his former self. If he were to encounter an old adversary, it would be the perfect opportunity to avenge the grudge of that fateful sword strike. The humiliation brought upon him by Wang Yan and his companions at the Qingyang Sword Sect's arena still ignited a surge of anger within him whenever he recalled that day. As he beheld the true visage of the contestant entering the arena, confirming his suspicions that it was indeed the Wang Yan he had anticipated, Lu Tianxing couldn't help but smile. Wang Yan, it has been quite a while since we last met, and yet here you are before me once more. It is a pity, however, that we now reside in entirely different realms. His tone was laden with pity, yet concealed malice and mockery. Just months prior, he had suffered defeat at Wang Yan's hands, an experience etched in his memory. That day, as the holy son of the Qingyang Sword Sect, he had fallen from grace, becoming the subject of ridicule among countless disciples. A nameless underdog had dealt him a profound humiliation. Although he had transformed into someone far removed from his former self, the stain of shame that Wang Yan had inflicted upon him could never be erased, unless he could one day obliterate the memories of all who witnessed that battle. The scene of his dismal defeat would forever linger in the minds of numerous disciples, elders, and even the sect leader of the Qingyang Sword Sect. From that day forth, Lu Tianxing vowed that he would one day redeem himself. Yet, he had not anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. Wang Yan, on the other hand, was not surprised to encounter Lu Tianxing at the grand tournament. Observing the animosity radiating from his opponent, he could hardly be bothered to respond. Instead, he simply raised his spirit sword and gestured for battle. He was merely a former vanquished foe. In the Qingyang Sword Sect, he had not been Lu Tianxing's equal, and on the grand stage of the Seven Nations tournament, he would be even less so. Though he remained unaware of the source of Wang Yan's newfound confidence or the opportunities he had seized, it mattered not. If he could not triumph in this battle, he would be unworthy of being his master's disciple. His master had bestowed upon him so much. If he could not even defeat a once-defeated opponent, he would have no face to present to his master. Today, he would demonstrate to Wang Yan that he had never been his equal in the past, nor would he be now, and in the future. The chasm between them would only widen, with no possibility of narrowing. However, Wang Yan's demeanor was misinterpreted by Lu Tianxing as one of contempt. The expression on Lu Tianxing's face instantly turned frigid as he let out a cold laugh. Surely, he did not believe that the current version of himself was still the same as the one who stood on the Qingyang Sword Sect arena back then. Tianxing relinquished all defenses and swiftly struck, a faint golden radiance shimmering in his eyes. After absorbing the essence of 2 dragon soul pills, his innate abilities and various qualities experienced a significant enhancement. He was filled with confidence, assuring himself that he would not replicate the missteps of the past during the sect competition. On the second arena, 2 figures rapidly closed the distance between them. Then, bang! One figure was sent hurtling backward, soaring over the edge of the arena's railing and crashing heavily to the ground. This scene was not uncommon during the grand tournament of the Seven Kingdoms and did not provoke much astonishment among the spectators. However, the fallen individual coughed up a mouthful of blood, gazing in shock at the unattainable railing, his eyes filled with disbelief. Had he really been struck down once more by a single sword? No, this was impossible. He refused to believe it. Yet, regardless of Tianxing's disbelief, Wang Yan slowly approached the edge of the arena, looking down upon him with the same face that had haunted his nightmares on multiple occasions. Wang Yan casually sheathed his sword, regarding the humiliated Tianxing on the ground with a demeanor devoid of scorn. He simply remarked, "You are quite correct. We are indeed no longer individuals from the same world." Chapter 66. Bad luck? Perhaps not. Wang Yan found no merit in humiliating his former adversaries. Moreover, the only one ensnared in the torment of defeat was Lu Tianxing. Throughout, Wang Yan never regarded him as a true competitor. His genuine aspirations lay with those at the pinnacle of the leaderboard. He turned away, not even deigning to cast a glance at Lu Tianxing. who remained dazed beneath the ring, his sword hand hanging limply. Failure is indeed painful. Yet what is more excruciating is realizing that one's perceived rival has never truly acknowledged one's existence. A few months prior, Lu Tianxing had also tasted defeat, but he still possessed the strength for another fight. However, today with a single strike, he was vanquished. This was not how Lu Tianxing envisioned his fate. He could never have anticipated that the one to fall by a mere sword stroke would be himself. Suddenly, a sound of spitting blood echoed behind Wang Yan, prompting him to glance back in astonishment. He saw Lu Tianxing, blood gushing from his mouth, collapse to his knees with a dull thud. Bewilderment washed over Wang Yan. Wait, was that sword strike truly so formidable? That cannot be right. My control should not have faltered to such an extent. Senior brother, what has happened to you? Are you all right? The disciples of the Qingyang Sword Sect rushed to Lu Tianxing's side, assisting him as they prepared to take him away. Everyone assumed he had been injured, but only Lu Tianxing understood that he was enraged. Months had passed without him closing the gap with Wang Yan. Instead, Wang Yan had only widened the chasm. How could this be? Why was this happening? He had consumed 2 dragon soul pills and received extensive guidance from the venerable Xianjian ancestor, along with various elixirs and remedies. Yet Wang Yan? He and his master were mere lost dogs. Lu Tianxing was perplexed by Wang Yan's prowess. However, one truth resonated within him. It was likely that he would never again catch up to his rival in this lifetime. As this realization struck him, Lu Tianxing coughed up another mouthful of blood, and with a final gasp, he lost consciousness. In that moment of fainting, he vaguely heard the cheers and gasps of the crowd around him, but his consciousness sank into a dark abyss, severing his ties to the world outside. Meanwhile, Wang Yan, now a distance away, slowed his pace, glancing up in surprise at the first ring not far off. It was uncertain whether Lu Tianxing's fainting was a boon or a bane. Even if he had remained conscious and won the match, he would still have garnered no attention, because an upset had occurred, and it was a rare, astonishing upset. Defeated, the renowned Shun Li had actually been bested. How could this be? Who was this individual, and what made them so formidable? As Wang Yan raised his gaze, he witnessed a young man, pale and staggering, being ejected from the ring. This youth was the very reason for the astonishment, a top-tier genius from the 7 nations with a cultivation in the Tianxian realm, Shun Li, who had been anticipated as a leading contender. Logically, he should have secured a place in the top 20 without issue, if not the top 10. But how could he have lost so easily? To face defeat in the second round, it seems utterly inconceivable, especially when one considers the identity of his conqueror, Lin Xingzhou from the Gallant Sect. What sect is this? I have never heard of it before. The name Gallant Sect sounds somewhat familiar. Wait a moment. I recall now. I am aware of this Gallant Sect, but it is merely a minuscule and insignificant sect, lacking even a presence in the King realm. How could such a remarkable